Chapter 1. Drink, drink. Within the confines of a martial arts dojo, a young lad assiduously struck a sandbag, sweat cascading down his determined visage. This youth, with a resolute countenance and finely chiseled muscles, had his legs burdened with weights totaling several dozen pounds each. Punch he delivered resonated with a sharp crack against the bag. After a brief interlude, the boy settled into a firm stance, relentlessly unleashing a flurry of punches, his garments thoroughly drenched in perspiration. Following this rigorous display of strength, he bent down to execute 200 push-ups, pausing only when fatigue rendered him utterly spent. Turning around, he gasped for breath, inhaling deeply. It has been 2 years. I have transformed beyond recognition, and now I am capable of achieving certain feats. Originally, this boy was an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, possessing only an exceptional familiarity with the realms of anime. Following an unforeseen accident that led to a tragic vehicular mishap, he was transported to this alternate world. The boy's previous identity was that of Tang En, who perished alongside his family during a monstrous attack while relocating to the city of West Capital. This calamity allowed for the soul of a certain otaku from another dimension to inhabit his body. On the very next day after his arrival, Tang En quickly discerned the nature of the world he had entered. Indeed, it was none other than the Dragon Ball universe, teetering precariously between the mundane and the nightmarish. After a fleeting moment of astonishment and skepticism, the television screen unveiled a regal feline, the king, who assured him this was no mere dream. One might ponder, aside from Dragon Ball, which other realm could boast a monarch who is a grand cat? Excitement. Certainly the prospect of becoming a distinguished traveler after death is a desire shared by many. However, amidst this exhilaration, Tang En was soon engulfed by profound trepidation regarding his future. He understood that within the Dragon Ball universe, even ordinary individuals could lead relatively tranquil lives. Excluding the peril of planetary obliteration, most people managed to exist in relative harmony, and even in death, extensive resurrection was a possibility, though one must disregard Trunks' parallel world. Yet, as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Tang En resolutely refused to live his life as an inconsequential bystander. After all, who would not yearn to experience such cataclysmic power? Upon conducting thorough research, Tang En discovered that, unlike his fellow transmigrators, he possessed no proverbial golden finger. There was no system, no ancient martial arts master, and even his physical form was that of an unremarkable earthling. This was quite illuminating. Setting aside the notion of a golden finger, even if he had merely inherited the body of a lowly scion, Tang En would not be disheartened, even if his initial strength was but a single unit. He believed that, armed with his knowledge of science and their training methods, he could at least contend with the likes of Goku and Vegeta, if not surpass them, or at the very least, achieve a status akin to that of Yamcha Lass. Reality proved to be ruthlessly harsh in the Dragon Ball universe. The issue of lineage loomed like an insurmountable mountain over all Earthlings. In the later stages, the stage was entirely dominated by scions, leaving Earthlings bereft of even the right to play a minor role. After a brief respite, Tang En executed a somersault and rose to his feet, stretching his limbs with a series of satisfying cracks. He placed a hand on his stomach, feeling the pangs of hunger. Exiting the room, Tang En ascended to the second floor of the martial arts hall, the designated dining area for everyone. Reflecting on his time in this world, Tang En had noticed a marked increase in his appetite, consuming far more than usual. Whether this was a result of his rigorous training or inherent constitution remained uncertain initially. This led him to indulge in whimsical fantasies of being a scion. Each full moon, he would gaze at the moon and check in the mirror for any signs of a tail, contemplating the extreme measures of testing his strength through near-death experiences. It was not until 6 months later that he fully embraced the reality of being an ordinary earthling with an extraordinary appetite. Marcelo, please bring me my usual lunch, he requested. Of course, senior brother Tang En, he'll be right there. Having spent 2 years in this realm, Tang En was now 15 years old when he first joined the Channy Martial Arts Hall 2 years prior. He was merely a frail child. However, since embarking on a regimen of exercise, he had unknowingly grown stronger. Had it not been for an incident a year ago, where he effortlessly hurled a stone over 100 meters, he might never have realized how much stronger he had become compared to his previous life. Though Tang En lacked a power level detector and could not sense energy, this did not hinder his assessment of his own strength. He observed that while the Dragon Ball universe boasted immense fighting power, the average earthling therein remained largely oblivious to the intricacies of training, relying primarily on innate qualities to determine their strength, with few making the effort to train diligently. Once Krillin had achieved a fighting power of several tens in less than a year under Master Rose's tutelage. While Tang En would never claim to match Krillin's rapid progress, After 2 years of training, he sensed a profound transformation within himself. At the very least, his fighting power had reached double digits. As of 6 months ago, no one in the Tianyi martial arts hall could best him. Tang En lowered his gaze, gnawing on a large ham hock, swiftly devouring 2 substantial bowls of rice from the table, followed by a delectable meat pie crafted from an unknown beast. Today marked his departure from this place, and as he contemplated his future plans, he hummed a cheerful tune while making his way to the old master's chamber. The venerable master, known as Mu'er, had often provided guidance during Tang En's early training. Upon learning of Tang En's orphan status, he had graciously waived his meal expenses, for which Tang En felt immense gratitude. He knocked lightly on the door and then entered the old master's room. Directly him? No one here. In his youth, the master had sustained an injury that left him with a lasting affliction, rendering one leg immobile. Consequently, he seldom ventured far from his quarters. Tang En settled into a nearby seat, patiently awaiting the master's return. Feeling a moment of boredom, Dun casually practiced a few sets of martial arts and then performed a series of push-ups. After flipping over, he lay on the ground, contemplating whether he should return the next day. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the room, causing Dun's eyes to momentarily blur. Instinctively, he shifted his head to evade the brilliance. Once the light faded, he directed his gaze toward its source, which appeared to emanate from the chandelier above. Dun found the orb within the chandelier somewhat familiar. As he focused his attention on it, a jolt of realization surged through him, prompting him to spring to his feet. The Dragon Ball, orange, spherical, adorned with stars and radiating light. Was this not the Dragon Ball itself? Without hesitation, Dun leaped up and snatched the orb from the chandelier. Indeed, 1, 2, 5 stars. This is a 5-star ball. Dun could hardly believe that a Dragon Ball was concealed within the old master's room. Right. I recall that in the manga, when Bulma first encountered Goku, there were already 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma is now 16, and the storyline commenced only about 6 months ago. If my memory serves me correctly, Bulma's first Dragon Ball was the 2-star ball, which she discovered in her family's warehouse. Thus, this must be the second one. However, I distinctly remember that this Dragon Ball was found by Bulma in a valley. Could it have traveled to the valley in these past few months? Unable to resolve his confusion, Dun chose to abandon his thoughts. Previously, he had contemplated how to meet the heiress of the Capsule Corporation. In the early days of his journey, being in West City, he naturally wished to seek out the prodigious Bulma. Yet upon arriving at the Capsule Corporation, he found himself unable to gain entry, thwarted by a myriad of artificial intelligence systems verifying identities, leaving him helpless outside. Now, with the Dragon Ball in his possession, he no longer needed to venture forth. Bulma would surely seek him out. Dun had initially intended to explore Mount Baobao today in hopes of encountering his childhood idol. With this Dragon Ball, the possibilities before Dun had expanded tremendously. A series of thuds echoed as old master approached his room leisurely. Dun, what brings you to me? The old master, leaning upon his cane, pushed open the door and addressed Dun, who was inside. Upon seeing the old master arrive, Dun promptly spoke. Grandfather, I have come to bid you farewell. I shall be leaving the martial arts school today. I may soon depart from West City. I am grateful for your guidance during my stay, and I promise to visit you again. The old master, with his cane in hand, slowly entered the room, leaving. Is it? In the blink of an eye, you've been here for 2 years. Time truly flies. He set down his cane and seated himself slowly in a chair. Indeed, these past 2 years have been enriched by your mentorship. Grandfather, I now possess the capability to pursue the endeavors I desire. The old master smiled warmly, his expression radiating kindness. Indeed, it is good to venture out. Young individuals should embark on their own journeys. Grandfather, I have a request. Tang En addressed the old curator. Grandfather, may I have this bead? I'm in dire need of it. Oh, this bead. I recall having found it long ago. It occasionally emits a glow, which is why I placed it atop the chandelier. Should you desire it, feel free to take it to me. It is merely a decorative item. Tang En was overjoyed and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather. I shall certainly visit you when I have the time. The old curator, afflicted with a leg that could not move, was said to have suffered from tissue necrosis due to an impact. Tang En resolved that when he acquired the magical beans, he would undoubtedly gift one to the old curator, aiding in his recovery and thus repaying the 2 years' worth of meals. Upon returning to his rented room, Tang En reflected on the inheritance left by the parents of this physical form, which he had nearly exhausted. Fortunately, it had been sufficient for his needs. He moved the table aside and uncovered a hidden box he had crafted himself. Opening the concealed box, he retrieved a universal capsule. Inside the capsule were 2 notebooks, one chronicling the various plots of the Dragon Ball world in simplified Chinese characters from his previous life, a record made out of fear. Of forgetfulness, the other contained his simple plans formulated over the past 2 years. Tang En opened the planner, as he had devoted his spare time to contemplating his developmental trajectory. Firstly, he established a clear self-assessment. He was not comparable to Sun Wukong, for he had been unable to devise a method to surpass the later stages of various super science using the body of an earthling. Perhaps the Earth Dragon Balls could assist, but he did not believe they could resolve all dilemmas. As for the Super Dragon Balls, one must first acquire them. In his notes, Tang En enumerated two desires. One was overwhelming battle power, and the other was a life filled with excitement. It goes without saying that upon arriving in this world, no one would wish to lack the ability to obliterate planets with a mere gesture. If possible, Tang En would certainly wish to confront the eventual boss in a decisive battle. The second aspiration, however, was what he truly yearned for. In comparison, he felt little compulsion to become the universe's most powerful being. He was not a scion. Driven by bloodlust and aggression, he did not desire to exhaust himself in an effort to surpass Sun Wukong and resolve every calamity for the Earth. Setting aside whether he could achieve this, even if he could, he might not surpass Sun Wukong's prowess. Why then should he become ensnared in such a dilemma? Moreover, in such a wondrous world as Dragon Ball, there are countless methods to attain strength, but the path of the strong is surely endless. Beyond the Kaishin lies the Destroyer. After the Destroyer comes the Angel, and then the Grand Minister. Who knows what awaits beyond the Omni King? Don believes that having a group of companions who would go to great lengths to resurrect him after his demise is indeed a stroke of happiness. In his previous life, Don had perused several novels within the Dragon Ball universe. He is confident that, even without a proverbial golden finger, his chances of surpassing Son Goku, despite being a scion, are slim with his current mental acuity. Unless, of course, that finger is grotesquely oversized. However, from initial perspective, the chasm between Earthlings and scions is not insurmountable. Don resolves that, at the very least, he must position himself among the foremost ranks of the Z fighters before Raditz arrives on Earth. After all, compared to others, Don's greatest asset lies in his unique perspective. He can leverage the Dragon Balls for his own benefit. Yet, the other Z fighters would undoubtedly disdain the notion of enhancing themselves through external forces, particularly someone like Tien, with his steadfast character. Thus, Don's first ascension plan involves utilizing the dragon to alter his lineage. Transforming himself into a scion, he has also contemplated the potential of acquiring the bloodlines of Majin, ice demons, and androids. Nevertheless, such notions remain speculative, as the barriers between races are not easily transcended, and it remains uncertain whether the dragon possesses the capability to facilitate such changes. The second plan stems from Don's musings. The reason Son Goku consistently outpaces Vegeta, aside from the protagonist's halo, is largely due to Goku's life being enriched by numerous esteemed teachers, thus amassing an array of skills from his early mentors like Gohan, the Turtle Hermit, Karin, Baba, the God of Earth, and King Kai, to the likes of the Yardrats and Whis. Goku's mastery of the Ultra Instinct is likely a testament to this solid foundation. Consequently, the second point is to seek out the most formidable teacher in the universe, Whis, in hopes of shattering his own limitations. While it may seem an arduous task to have an angel instruct him, considering the caliber of individuals in the Dragon Ball realm, it could very well be a viable approach. The third point pertains to the Super Dragon Balls, which requires no further elaboration. Subsequently, Don has outlined several other avenues for ascension, derived from enigmatic locations such as the Furnace Mountain, Demon Realm, and the Underworld, among various other locales. However, these paths must be pursued through experimentation, as they are based on conjectures drawn from the eccentric musings of online communities from his previous life. Leaving their feasibility in question, what remains certain is that with earnest determination, becoming a formidable force among Earthlings is undoubtedly within his grasp. On this foundation, familiarizing himself with the main cast would be all the more advantageous. This is precisely what Don desires, for he has always harbored a fondness for the characters within Dragon Ball. Figures such as Son Goku, Bulma, Vegeta, and Krillin are among his favorites. He even entertained the whimsical notion that if he were to end up in a role akin to Tien or Yamcha, he might as well marry a beauty reminiscent of Bulma or Android 18, thus living a life of indulgence, making his journey worthwhile. Moreover, with this unscientific worldview, such feats are certainly achievable. Don gazed at his reflection in the mirror, admiring his height of 178 centimeters, his well-proportioned and robust physique, complemented by a radiant visage. Aside from a hint of youthful naivety, he was undeniably a strikingly handsome young man. At least from Don's perspective, he had seldom encountered anyone more handsome than himself in the past 2 years. It is worth noting that Don was only 15 years old. One could only imagine how he would evolve in the coming years, not to mention That genius, infatuated girl was particularly enamored by such charm. I must ensure that Bulma gives me a flying car, Don mused. First and foremost, he must not neglect his daily training. Subsequently, upon finding Bulma, he needed to devise a way to persuade her to create a power level detector. After all, this device was undeniably essential, especially in the early stages when the concept of energy was not yet understood. It was nothing short of a game changer. Then, I went to find the Dragon Balls with Bulma, and in the end, I used the Eternal Dragon to make a wish. This is very crucial as it relates to my entire early development, and it also saves the wish from being wasted by Oolong. Tang En lay in bed, constantly thinking about the direction of his future. The next morning, Tang En woke up early as usual and immediately turned over to check if the Dragon Ball was still under the bed. Seeing that the Dragon Ball was still in its place, he couldn't help but smile foolishly and picked up the 5-star ball to wipe it with his hand. The Dragon Ball was very smooth and had a cool touch. Tang En weighed the Dragon Ball in his hand before starting his training for the new day. At that moment, the talented girl finally discovered the Dragon Ball in her family's warehouse and was preparing to create a Dragon Ball radar after some research. 3 months later, knock knock knock, is anyone home? A girl with light purple scorpion tail braids knocked on Tang En's door, holding a round device in one hand and calling out inside. Tang En, who was doing weight training, took a breath and secretly said, "Coming," due to his training all day long. The money he earned from carrying goods was only enough for his meals. Therefore, after leaving the martial arts school, Tang En moved to the outskirts of West City, which was convenient for him to train alone. There is no one next to Don's house, so the one coming to find him is most likely Bulma, without a doubt. Kumin, the door is unlocked. Tang En took off the shell on his back, casually rinsed it off, and put on his clothes before heading to his living room. At this moment, the girl was looking around. It really is her, Tang En thought to himself. At this moment, Bulma also noticed Tang En, and she immediately became stunned. Her face turning beet red, her eyes wishing they could turn into heart shapes. Then she turned around, covered her face, and began to indulge in her excitement. "Oh my, how did you know I was coming? You even took a special shower. That's so annoying. I wasn't ready yet. Should I refuse him later? Or should I pretend to refuse and then accept him?" Tang En was taken aback. Seeing is believing, and he didn't expect early Bulma to be as infatuated as in the comics. "Miss, who are you?" Although Tang En already knew, he still had to ask. "Oh, just call me Bulma. How should I address this handsome guy?" Bulma turned around, clasped her hands together, leaned her head to the left, and said to Tang En, "Just call me Tang En." Bulma jumped next to Tang En, pinched his arm hard with her hand, and then shouted, "Wow, it's really muscle. I wonder if Mr. Tang En has a girlfriend?" So lively, completely different from her genius scientist persona. Seeing Bulma react this way showed that his charm was indeed considerable. This feeling, cough, was spot on. "Miss Bulma, may I ask what brings you here?" Tang En quickly changed the topic. He had been wanting to collect the Dragon Balls to make a wish. He immediately asked, "Oh, is that so? I found this ball in our warehouse. According to my investigation, there are 7 such balls. If all 7 are collected, we can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish." He then took out his 2-star ball for Tang En to see. "By the way, Mr. Tang En, do you have any of these balls here? My radar shows that another Dragon Ball is nearby." Tang En secretly mocked Bulma's character setting. She was clearly very intelligent, yet as soon as she opened her mouth, she revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, neither the original Goku nor himself were criminals. Otherwise, Bulma would have been done for right from the start. Putting aside these jumbled thoughts, Tang En immediately replied, "Is it such a ball? I do have one, but can this thing really grant any wish?" "What do you mean? Are you doubting the judgment of this genius girl?" Bulma said, hands on her hips, looking angrily at Tang En, as if she had been deeply insulted. Don quickly shook his head and said to Bulma, "Miss Bulma, I have no doubts about your intentions. I just want to ask you for a favor. How about I give you this Dragon Ball as a reward? You've come to the right person, just tell me. I'll take care of anything. I want you to help me make a power level detector, a device that can detect the strength and location of enemies. The more portable, the better. The specific unit should be calculated with an adult male as 5. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" To be honest, Don wasn't sure if Bulma could make such a device at this time. A power level detector? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. "But I'm confident I can make it," Bulma said. She thought seriously for a moment and realized it was a very appealing project. Without further ado, she agreed to Don's request. "However, if I make this detector, you have to agree to one more request of mine. You need to help me find the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. After all, you wouldn't want to see a weak girl like me running around out there, would you?" Bulma said with wide eyes, looking pitiful. As soon as Don heard this, it was exactly what he wanted, and he immediately agreed to Bulma's request. Dawn from Universal Group followed Bulma to her home, and this time, with the young lady from the Universal Group present, the robots outside did not stop them. Moreover, Bulma set up identity permissions for Dawn, which meant that starting today, Dawn could come and go from the Universal Group freely. Hee hee. A little handsome guy has come to the house. Are you interested in going on a date with Andy? Mom, Dawn is a guest in our home. How can you say that? Bulma said angrily. Oh, little Bulma is angry? Oh dear, that's really a pity. Our date might have to be postponed next time. Little handsome guy. Dawn stepped aside, and Bulma's mom, being the average NPC, would say this to anyone she met. So Dawn settled in at the Universal Group. And half a month went by in flash. During this time, Bulma saw Dawn's weight training method and specially crafted a suit for him that could adjust its weight. Ding ding ding, Dawn, look, I made it. Your battle power detector. Tang En was overjoyed and quickly went over to examine the exquisite device. Bulma, you truly are a genius girl. You really made this. Seeing Tang En praise her, Bulma was very happy, looking as if it was only natural. Tang En tried to open the device in front of Bulma, and after a series of beeping sounds, the screen displayed a 2. Tang En Nadiv. It seemed the unit was correct. Then, he pointed it at himself, and, as the dashboard fluctuated, the number quickly jumped to 2 digits, then stopped at 14. Wow, having a power level of 14 is impressive. Tang En, you're amazing. When Bulma first made this device, she checked some creatures, and the strongest dinosaur in their collection only had a power level of 9, so Bulma was completely relieved about the upcoming journey. To be honest, Tang En was not satisfied with his current strength. After all these years of training with all his might, he only achieved a power level of 14. Indeed, having a teacher is very important. If he knew where Master Roshi was, he would have gone to find him long ago. However, thinking about Sun Wukong's power level being only around 10, Tang En couldn't help but feel a bit proud. At least he was stronger than Wukong now. In this half-month, it must be said that Tang En and Bulma have become good friends. After all, Bulma is a typical rich and beautiful girl. Aside from being a bit infatuated, she has many other positive qualities that make it hard for anyone to dislike her. To be honest, Tang En, like most people, still lacked determination and perseverance. If this were an unknown world, Tang En would probably find it difficult to train consistently for 2 years. Only with hope and the understanding that in this world, through training, one could achieve anything, did Tang En unleash a willpower far beyond that of others in this world. Therefore, as long as one is a normal person, they wouldn't compromise themselves for some so-called plot. A beautiful, genius scientist and the world's richest person falling from the sky? Only a fool would refuse. At this moment, Tang En just wanted to say, I'm sorry, Vegeta, you can continue your tragedy. After the battle power detector was ready, Tang En and Bulma prepared a large number of universal capsules. The capsules contained houses, cars, and a series of living tools and food. Once everything was ready, the two set off towards the direction of Baozi Mountain, following the radar to search for the next Dragon Ball. In a car, Tang En sat in the passenger seat. Originally, Tang En was supposed to drive, but Bulma insisted on showing off her driving skills, so the driver's seat was handed over to her. After driving for 3 hours, Bulma was full of energy, while Tang En began to feel drowsy and soon fell asleep. Tang En, we're almost there. Bulma turned to look at Tang En and found he was asleep, then turned back and reduced the speed of the car. Just as Bulma turned a corner and looked down at the radar, she raised her head and saw a figure ahead, carrying a large bird on its back. Ah! Bulma shouted, hurriedly slammed on the brakes, but still collided with the figure, sending it flying a considerable distance. Tang En, wake up, I hit someone. Tang En quickly woke up and rubbed his eyes. What a coincidence! He ran into Sun Wukong again. He then looked at the figure that flew out, dressed in blue, with a stick tied to his back and a hairstyle resembling a hedgehog. Clearly, it was Sun Wukong without a doubt. However, the prey behind him should have been a big fish, right? How did it turn into a big bird? You remember these small details very well. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Tang En reassured Bulma, pulling her close. In front, the little Wukong stood up, gritting his teeth, and said, You evil monster, are you trying to steal my prey? I won't let you succeed. He then prepared to come over and teach this car a lesson. Seeing this, Tang En immediately called out to Sun Wukong, Hey, wait a minute. We're not monsters. It's just a misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, little Wukong didn't listen at all and instead prepared to lift the car and throw it away. Tang En was startled and quickly carried Bulma out of the car. Bulma hugged Tang En, and as soon as they got out of the car, she immediately prepared to attack Sun Wukong with a gun. Tang stopped Bulma's actions because he knew it was pointless. Scions are unreasonable by nature. Even with a battle power of 10, Goku can withstand such a small caliber handgun. What a monster. Huh. Two more monsters popped out of the monster's belly. Little Goku put down the car, raised his Rui Bang with both hands, and said to the two people, "Hey, monsters, if you want my prey, come over. I'm ready for you." Bulma was very scared, trembling against Tang. "Tang, what kind of monster is it? Can you help me teach him a lesson? Don't be afraid, he's a human. Leave this to me." Tang En little Wukong, who was on high alert, ready to respond to any enemy attacks. Little brother, we're not bad people. It was just a misunderstanding. My name is Tang En, and this is my friend Bulma. We're not monsters. What's your name? My name is Sun Wukong. Aren't you here to steal my food? Indeed. We found Sun Wukong so quickly. How smooth. Little Wukong circled around Tang En a few times, then put down his Rui Jingu Bang and said to Tang En, "You look a lot like me. You're the first humans I've seen besides my grandpa. Grandpa always said that if you meet a girl, you should be gentle. Are you a girl?" "Wukong, I'm also a boy like you." "Bulma over there is a girl," Tang En replied. Little Wukong was very surprised and quickly ran over to Bulma, circling around her and saying disdainfully, "You look so weak." With Tang En here, Bulma wasn't afraid of the little boy anymore and shouted loudly, "Of course I'm a girl, so I'm a bit weaker." Tang En took the opportunity to test Sun Wukong's strength with a detector. Sure enough, it was as he imagined, 4 points lower than his own. "Hey, strange, why don't you have tails?" Little Wukong beside him spoke up, looking at his own tail, then glancing at Tang En and Bulma. Before the two could respond, he pointed at the car and said, "Did you catch this monster?" "It's not a monster. It's called a car," Bulma replied from the side. "Oh, a car. So this is a car, I know. You can drive a car. So you must be the people my grandpa talked about in the city." "Yes. All right. Come to my house for a visit. I'll treat you specially." After little Wukong finished speaking, he picked up the large bird on the ground and pointed in a direction. "Hey, Tang En, if his house is that way, then it's right where the Dragon Balls are." Bulma walked over and said to Tang En, "That's perfect. Let's go to his house together then." Soon, the group arrived at Wukong's home. "You guys wait a moment." Little Wukong opened the door and suddenly saw the Dragon Ball inside the house light up, so he ran over to it. Grandpa is speaking." "Huh, didn't your grandpa die?" "Dragon Ball." Bulma grabbed the Dragon Ball and, finding it was the 4-star ball, shouted to Tang En. "Tang En, look at the Dragon Ball. Hey, don't touch Grandpa." Little Wukong snatched the Dragon Ball back and said to Bulma, "Grandpa? Yeah, this is the only relic my grandpa left me. Just now I saw Grandpa glowing. He must have something to tell me." Tang En said beside him, "Wukong, this thing is actually called a Dragon Ball. Look." Tang En took out the 2 Dragon Balls he had already obtained and said to little Wukong, "Yes, Grandpa. Do you have 2 grandpas?" "No. This is called a Dragon Ball. If you collect 7 of them, you can summon the dragon and fulfill any wish you desire." Little Wukong looked at Tang En and murmured, "Dragon Ball?" Yes, the light just now was the resonance produced by these Dragon Balls. Tang En placed the 3 Dragon Balls together, and sure enough, they emitted a burst of light. "Can any wish be granted?" Little Wukong squatted down and looked at the 3 Dragon Balls. Yes, it is said that many years ago someone used the Dragon Balls to become a king. But that was a long time ago. Now the Dragon Balls have scattered all over the world, and people need to collect them again. Bulma continued, "So are you here to collect the Dragon Balls? I can't give them to you. They were left to me by my grandfather." Seeing this, Tang En said to little Wukong, "Wukong, why don't you join us in searching for the Dragon Balls? You can also train outside. That way you will become stronger." "Become stronger? Can I become as strong as Grandpa?" "Of course. Besides that, you can encounter many things, dinosaurs, monsters, and cities and oceans. Don't you want to see them?" Sun Wukong really started to think, his eyes filled with excitement. "Wow, that sounds really fun, and I'll go take a look." Although Bulma didn't understand why Tang En wanted to bring this little boy along, since they had already achieved their goal, she didn't say much more. Besides, this kid seemed surprisingly capable and might even be a helpful ally. Sun Wukong indeed agreed. The 3 of them quickly sped along in the car, with little Wukong excitedly shouting in the vehicle. Soon it was nighttime, and the 3 prepared to rest for the night. "Wow, can you even turn into a house?" Little Wukong was very curious. "Of course. Otherwise, how could it be called?" Bulma said proudly, then threw out a capsule. With a bong, a house appeared on the empty ground. Tang En entered the room and turned on the power switch. Little Wukong quickly ran in, surprised, and exclaimed, "Wow, why is it as bright here as during the day?" "Wukong, this is called a light bulb. You can sleep downstairs tonight, and Bulma and I will go upstairs." Tang En said. Wukong didn't respond, just curiously ran around the room, finally fixating on a television. Bulma noticed that this little Wukong seemed to understand nothing. So she got a mischievous idea. She picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, and immediately a monster appeared on the screen. Little Wukong was startled and quickly stepped back a few paces, pulling out his Rui Bang and staring at it for a long time before realizing it was fake. Ha! Bulma laughed heartily, finding this little guy very interesting. Wukong, are you hungry? Tang En took out some bread and handed it to Bulma and little Wukong. This thing called bread is not tasty at all. After taking a bite, little Wukong got off the stool, picked up his Rui Bang, and said, I'm going outside to find something to eat that will give me strength. What? Where are you going? Bulma asked. Little Wukong didn't answer and quickly ran outside, leaving behind a sentence. I'll be back soon. What the heck? Tang En, this kid is really strange. And he even has a tail. Do you think he's a monster? He should be from a special race, but I'm not too sure. Tang En was eating the rice in his bowl and said indistinctly. For him, it was not like Sun Wukong. As long as he could be full, that was enough. Tang En ate quickly. He vaguely remembered that little Wukong would encounter the Pilaf gang this time, but he couldn't recall it clearly and wondered if it would happen again. Soon, Sun Wukong returned, bringing with him a wolf and a large centipede. Wow, what are you holding? Get away! Bulma exclaimed when she saw the moving centipede in little Wukong's hands. Even Tang En couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he had heard that such things were very nutritious, he would rather not eat a centipede that was dozens of centimeters long. Huh, you guys don't like to eat it? Then I'll eat it myself, Wukong said as he took his catch outside, roasting it while asking the two inside, Are you really not going to eat? I'm going to roast it now. Tang En had finished his meal and, after rinsing his body, began to prepare for his training, which involved subconsciously sensing his own breath. This was a practice Tang En had only recently started. Although his strength was still weak, with the help of the detector, Tang En could constantly feel the changes in his power, which was very helpful for sensing his breath. Bulma, on the other hand, went to take a shower and then sat nearby, curiously looking at a magazine. I'm full. At that moment, Goku came in, patting his belly and feeling very satisfied. Wow, so soft. Little Goku jumped onto the sofa and rolled back and forth. Hey, Goku, you haven't washed your body yet, right? The bathroom is over there. Tang En pointed in a direction and said to Wukong. Unexpectedly, Wukong did not respond and just said to Tang En, you're strong, right? I want to have a match with you. Little Wukong jumped down and threw a few punches in place. I'm ready, Tang En. Bulma, seeing little Wukong challenging Tang En, immediately said, You little brat, Tang En has a battle power of 14, and you're so small. How can you possibly beat him? I'm already 14. Little Wukong shouted. Indeed, you are strong, and I really want to have a fight with you. Tang En couldn't help but smile when he heard little Wukong report his age. He knew that Sun Wukong was actually only 12 years old, but he didn't understand arithmetic and thought that after 11, it would be 14. All right, Wukong, I accept your challenge. Let's go outside. Tang En moved his body and said to Wukong, You're willing to fight me. That's great. Little Wukong was very excited and quickly ran outside, while Bulma was also curious and hurried to follow. Tang En, be careful, don't hurt Wukong. As soon as Tang En heard this, he thought, How is this possible? The Scion steel-like bones are no joke. Don't worry, Bulma. A person's strength can't be judged solely by data. The two took their positions, and Goku was the first to launch an attack. Little Goku jumped up and fiercely attacked Tang En, shouting to da-da as he did so. Tang En faced the attack from little Wukong, his hands constantly blocking the punches coming at him. Observing the strength and technique of Sun Wukong's attacks, Tang En couldn't help but marvel at the Scion's prowess. They truly are born warriors, with their bodies developed to maintain optimal combat power. Their juvenile and adult phases are particularly long, and their bodies can almost completely transform within a few years, all to ensure the best fighting condition. The small and agile form of their youth serves to confuse lower-ranking warriors assigned to low-level missions, while their growth leads to a period of explosive power. Moreover, if he and Wukong were at the same strength level, it seems that dealing with such a scion would rely solely on martial arts techniques from Earth. However, given that Tang En's current age and strength surpass those of Sun Wukong, and neither of them has mastered various advanced martial arts techniques, it was difficult for little Wukong to land a hit on Tang En, who completely countered all of his attacks. When little Wukong paused his assault, Tang En began to counterattack like a rain of punches, launching fierce strikes towards little Wukong, who was ultimately sent flying after a moment of carelessness. Yeah, little Wukong cried out in pain, but quickly got back up, unfazed, and ran over with even more excitement. He lunged forward with a powerful jab, his feet generating force as he dashed towards Tang En with agile steps. The successive jabs were mighty, striking at Tang En with a fierce momentum. Tang En rarely encountered such a flexible and vigorous fighting style. Just as he was about to dodge and raise his hand to counterattack, he lost his breath for a moment, and his movements were a beat slow, resulting in him being directly hit by a punch from Little Wukong. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tang En took 2 steps back. Taking advantage of his height and strength, he pinned Little Wukong's shoulder down, and with a trip of his foot, he made Little Wukong stumble. Then, using the strength of his foot, he struck directly towards Little Wukong's head without controlling the force. Yay! Little Wukong covered his head with both hands, tears streaming down his face, and said to Tang En, "It hurts. You're really strong, Tang En. I told you that you can't beat Tang En, huh? How about that?" Bulma mocked from the side, arms crossed. Tang En was a bit worried just now, feeling that his strength was not up to par. That last hit was without holding back, and it landed on the head. He was still concerned. However, Little Wukong just covered his head for a moment and then bounced back to life. The only thought in Tang En's mind was a curse that he wasn't sure if he should say. Victory was already anticipated, and even if he couldn't defeat Wukong, he could find his weakness, which was his tail, so this battle was bound to be a win. Little Wukong scratched his head and smiled, completely unconcerned, dusted himself off, and perhaps feeling sleepy, dashed into the house and fell asleep in less than half a minute. In the second floor of the house, Tang En looked at Bulma beside him, thinking about the innocent Little Wukong. He rested his head on his arms, and at this moment, Tang En felt an immense sense of satisfaction, his heart filled with longing for the future. At this moment, Tang En was even fearless of all the powerful villains that might appear in the future. He felt that he now had something to protect and someone to rely on. No matter how difficult the future might be, at least he would have a group of companions to face it together. As dawn broke, a scream pierced the air. "Don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all." The cry woke up Tang En and Bulma. Tang En opened the window and saw Sun Wukong holding a large sea turtle. "Hey, you dare to steal our food, you little thief. I'm going to stew you and eat you." Upon hearing that there was a thief, Bulma quickly checked her Dragon Balls and sighed in relief when she found they were not missing, then followed Tang En downstairs. "What happened, Wukong? He's a thief. I'm so sorry. I'm just really hungry, and I haven't had seawater for a long time," the sea turtle explained. It turned out that Little Wukong had noticed some movement in the house while practicing in the morning and found the sea turtle rummaging through the fridge, which led to the scuffle. "Oh, so you were just hungry. No big deal. How could I, Bulma, make things difficult for a hungry turtle?" Instead of blaming the turtle, Bulma fed it with salt and seaweed mixed with clean water until it was full. Seeing this, Little Wukong curiously asked, "What is a turtle? Is it really not tasty at all?" The turtle, startled, replied in a panic, "I come from a small island in the sea. I got lost and ended up here. I'm really not tasty." Little Wukong slapped his face and cheerfully said, "Oh, I see. I'm not interested in things that aren't tasty." The turtle sighed in relief, seeing that the 3 weren't bad people, and hesitantly said, "I come from the sea to the east. Can you help me get back home? I will make sure the immortal rewards you well." Before Wukong could respond, Bulma became anxious. "How can we do that, Tang En? We still need to find the Dragon Balls. We can't take care of this turtle." "The turtle said the Dragon Balls are to the east. Isn't that along the way we're going?" Bulma reluctantly agreed after checking her radar, and Little Wukong, who was already very enthusiastic, picked up the turtle and set off. The 3 walked for half a day and finally reached the seaside. Tang En let the turtle down into the water. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Please wait a moment." After a while, a stylish old man climbed over on the turtle's back. "Good afternoon, everyone." The stylish old man jumped down. "I heard you saved the sea turtle. Who are you, old man?" Little Wukong asked curiously. "I am a turtle sage. Tang En slightly excited. Master Roshi, Goku's true first teacher." However, this old man had many magical abilities. Thinking of this, Tang En immediately cast aside his distractions to avoid revealing his thoughts. "Who saved you?" Master Roshi asked the nearby turtle. "These 2 little brothers carried me here, Master," said the turtle. "Oh, is that so? Thank you very much, little brothers. I'll give each of you a gift." "Master Roshi, I don't need any gifts. Can you give me a pearl like this?" Tang En took out a Dragon Ball and said to Master Roshi, "Oh, this ball? I've had it for a long time. Since you want it, I'll give it to you, but don't go back on your word." Master Roshi took the Dragon Ball off his neck and handed it to Tang En. Bulma was very excited to see that Tang En really got the Dragon Ball. "As for this little brother, I'll give you this," she said. "Come out, Phoenix." "Huh? Phoenix? What is a phoenix?" Goku asked. "Of course, it's a bird that never dies. Does such a thing really exist?" Bulma looked expectantly. After a moment, The turtle carefully reminded the posing Master Rashi, Master, the phoenix died of food poisoning last year. Everyone present was speechless. Master Rashi coughed. Oh, it died? I see. Then let's do it this way. Come out, Kinto-one. After a while, a yellow cloud floated over and stopped in front of Master Rashi. This is Kinto-one. Only those with pure hearts can ride it. Goku curiously asked, how do you eat this? This isn't something to eat. If you sit on Kinto-one, you can fly freely in the sky. Isn't that great? So awesome. Little Goku was very excited and jumped straight onto Kinto-one, bouncing around on it. Wow. Everyone except Tang En was astonished that someone could really sit on a cloud. At that moment, little Goku was flying quickly in the sky on Kinto-one. After a while, he flew down and said to Master Rashi, thank you, Grandpa. Ah, I didn't expect you to tame Kinto-one so quickly. Master Rashi wiped his sweat. Goku obtained Kinto-one, and Bulma and Tang En also got a Dragon Ball, making everyone happy. The three continued on their journey, and by evening, they opened the capsule to reveal a house, ready to rest for the night before continuing their journey. 3 days later, Tang En and the others arrived in a desert, where they found the 5th Dragon Ball. At the same time, they gained a new companion, Oolong. With Tang En's help, the three easily resolved Oolong's tricks and obtained the Dragon Ball. To prevent Oolong from causing more trouble, or rather because Oolong asked Tang En to take him away, the small team grew by one more member. What? You guys have a frying pan mountain? Are you crazy? That's the territory of the Ox King. When Tang En checked the destination, Oolong happened to see it. Remembering the Ox King's reputation, Oolong trembled and even thought about running away. Who is the Ox King? Is he very strong? Little Goku asked curiously, then pulled out his power pole and waved it, eager to try. I really want to challenge him. Oolong ignored little Goku's actions, flailing about nervously on the side, afraid that others would overlook his words. That's the Ox King, the king of Frying Pan Mountain. He's a notorious bandit. Oolong trembled while secretly pondering how to escape from these ignorant people. Little Goku didn't care at all and stood by with an innocent smile. Tang En didn't know about the Bull Demon King part, but what he didn't expect was that the very important character Yamcha from the early part of the original work didn't appear. The desert is so vast. It seems they just happened to miss each other. From the looks of it, it seems like they might just miss the opportunity to meet. But that's not a big problem. Tang En knows the Bull Demon King, who is a disciple of Master Rashi and later became Wukong's father-in-law. As for combat power, he is definitely stronger than his current self by at least 30 or more. Bulma stood beside him, her head slightly raised and arms crossed, mocking Oolong. You cowardly Oolong. With Tang En and Wukong protecting us, why should we be afraid of just one Bull Demon King? Oolong retorted, you foolish woman. You know nothing about the terror of the Bull Demon King. If you want to go, you go by yourself. I, Lord Oolong, want to accompany you. Oolong showed fear and was about to run away, as he wanted to live a few more years. Bulma, full of confidence, shouted as soon as Oolong left the room. Beep, beep. Sure enough, after a while, Oolong returned looking exhausted. He angrily said to Bulma, you wicked woman. What have you done to me? Bulma smugly replied, you took the beep medicine I gave you. If you dare to run away again, I'll make sure you continue to have diarrhea. Hee. Bulma was very proud, while Oolong looked miserable, feeling angry but unable to speak. He just changed his target and kept persuading Tang En about the Bull Demon King's might, suggesting they take a detour. However, Tang En knew the Bull Demon King's background and naturally didn't want to say much, so Oolong had to give up. In the evening, Tang En activated the power level detector. If anyone entered a 100 meters radius, the detector would sound. This had become a habit for Tang En. In this desert, the detector usually remained silent, but today it went off. Tao didn't disturb Bulma or call for Goku's help, because, in terms of battle power, he could completely handle the 2 targets that had been revealed. Don tiptoed to outside the room. After a while, he saw 2 figures arrive beside the house, where they were whispering to each other. From a different angle, Tang En discovered that the 2 people actually had a bomb in their hands, and he couldn't stand still any longer, so he walked over. The 2 of them lowered their heads and spoke into a walkie-talkie. King Pilaf, we have found the target. After hearing a signal from a walkie-talkie giving the command to execute the mission, the 2 prepared to place the bomb next to the house. Tang En, witnessing this scene, suddenly recalled that these 2 were likely minions of King Pilaf. Considering the usual antics of these 3 clowns, Tang En felt a bit speechless, but he still quite liked these 3 funny characters. Moreover, it was clear that the technological capabilities of these 3 should not be underestimated. Beside him, Xiao Wu urged, Ashio, hurry up. What if we get discovered? How are we going to report to King Pilaf? Saying this, she gave Xiao a shove. Don't push me. Look, Xiao turned around and continued speaking to Xiao Wu. Now the bomb is stuck to my hand. Get off quickly. I want to, but I just can't move it. Why are you so clumsy? Isn't your fault too. Tang En, it must be tough having the bomb stuck to your hand. Do you need my help? At this moment, Tang En stepped out and spoke to the two. No need, thank you. We've been found, Ash shouted, climbing onto Xiao Wu, and the two quickly fled backward, stopping only to tremble uncontrollably. Phew, luckily it's not that little brat with the stick. Hey, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Dragon Balls quickly. King Pilaf will definitely go easy on you. Siu Vu, Geling He Kuash, Lohitzen Tang En. Tang En did not speak. He knew that these two had inquired with Master Roshi and learned about the Dragon Balls in their possession. He just didn't know when they had encountered Goku, as Goku had been with them for the past few days. However, this was not a significant issue. Tang En quickly ran to the two people, first tearing open the bomb and destroying it after shutting it down. Then, he knocked each of the trembling individuals unconscious with a punch, estimating that they wouldn't wake up until the next morning. It was all cleaned up. Such a pity. If King Pilaf had come, he could have taken that one-star Dragon Ball back. Looking at the two people lying on the ground, Tang En lifted them up and placed them under a tree in a nearby valley, then left. Early the next morning, Tang En and his group set off towards Frying Pan Mountain, with no one noticing that two people were trying to steal their Dragon Balls that night. In a speeding car, Oolong continued to mumble to himself. Humph, I won't care about you anymore. I'll just watch as you get torn to pieces by the terrifying Ox King and then eaten. No one paid attention to Oolong as the group swiftly navigated through the desert. Half a day later, a fiery red mountain came into view with a castle on it, but had long been engulfed and surrounded by flames. Although they were still quite far away, they could still feel the heat from the flames. Is this Frying Pan Mountain? It certainly lives up to its name. Tang En sighed, thinking that after obtaining this Dragon Ball, only King Pilaf's Dragon Ball would be left. With this in mind, Tang En couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy about letting Xiao Wu and Xiao go too early. If he had known that he could have them take him directly to Pilaf to retrieve the last Dragon Ball. Waiting in place for others to snatch, it was indeed uncertain. Bulma looked very happy. With Tang En here, she felt very safe. Now, Bulma was no longer fixated on collecting the Dragon Balls because her wish had already been fulfilled. She now regarded collecting the Dragon Balls as a fun adventure. As for the Science, whether they could move forward together depended on the Dragon Balls. It wasn't that Tang En lacked confidence, but his memories told him he had no reason to be confident. At that moment, Tang En clenched his fists, looking at the almost asleep Goku, his gaze becoming resolute. He woke up Son Goku and carefully pulled Bulma forward. After all, with his current strength, he definitely couldn't defeat the Ox King, so he had to be cautious. Noticing that he was the only one left, Oolong panicked, especially being on the Ox King's territory, and hurried to catch up with Tang En and the others. Oolong grabbed a hold of little Goku's arm, constantly mumbling, while little Goku felt uncomfortable and said to Oolong, "Oolong, please stop it. I can't walk like this." Crack! Tang En broke a branch, and the combat power detector showed that the Bull Demon King was right behind the crowd, with a striking combat power of 30 points. Soon, this target was slowly approaching the crowd. Tang En didn't want to capsize in the gutter, so he turned around and shouted loudly, "Neo-Mo Wong." Everyone was startled by Tang En and hurriedly turned around. They saw a man over 3 meters tall standing behind them, holding a giant axe, wearing a mask, and sporting a pair of fierce bull horns. New Montakvang? Wulong wished he could lie on the ground and play dead at that moment. "You little brats, are you here to steal my treasure? Don't you know my reputation as Neo-Mo Wong?" Neo-Mo Wong stood aside, glaring at everyone and asking, "Are you Neo-Mo Wong? I want to challenge you," Sun Wukong said without fear, seriously addressing Neo-Mo Wong. He then pulled out his Rui Bang, ready to attack. Rui Bang, where did you get that? This is a relic left to me by my grandfather. Who's your grandfather? Sun Wukong felt confused, thinking this person was strange. Instead of fighting him, he was asking about his grandfather, but Sun Wukong still answered. "My grandfather's name is Sun Wu Fan." Is it really Brother Wu Fan? I wonder how he is doing now. My grandfather has already passed away. How could it be? Brother Wu Fan is dead? Bulma, hearing this, also breathed a sigh of relief, as not having to fight was the best outcome. What the heck, it turns out we were all on the same side, and I was worried for nothing. It really makes me mad. I'm sorry. I thought someone was trying to steal my treasure, but fortunately, this young brother stopped me. Neo-Mo Wong thanked Tang En. Watching this more than 3-meter-tall strong man scratching his head and grinning foolishly, Tang En couldn't help but find it amusing. Unkle new Montakvang. We came here to look for these kinds of orbs. Do you have any? Tang En give. These kinds of orbs, huh? I think I have some impression. But my treasury is surrounded by flames, so I can't get them out right now, Nyoemo Wong said after thinking carefully about the Dragon Balls. What should we do then? This means we might never get the Dragon Balls, Bulma said dejectedly. Don't worry, Wukong. You should go find Grandpa Turtle Sage. He's very powerful and will definitely have a way, Nyoemo Wong suggested. Tang En said beside them, what? Do you have news of Master Roshi? I haven't seen him a long time. Nyoemo Wong immediately got excited and continued to say to everyone, if it's a celestial being, extinguishing the flames will be no problem at all. Bulma didn't expect that the skinny, lewd old man could be so powerful. However, out of trust in Tang En, she was willing to believe in this unreliable old man once. Wukong, I have a daughter named Chi-Chi. I can have her accompany you to find Master Roshi. Then she told little Wukong where Chi-Chi was. After hearing this, little Wukong happily agreed and shouted to the sky, Kintown. I'll go find Grandpa Roshi first, bye. Little Wukong jumped on Kintown and replied to everyone, then disappeared from sight. Wukong, remember to send my regards to Master Roshi. Nyoemo Wong shouted at the distant Wukong. At this moment, in a castle, the sound of machines beeping continuously echoed. At the same time, there were bursts of angry roars. Is the Dragon Ball radar not ready yet? Useless. Useless. Little Wu, trembling in fear, hurriedly said, King Pilaf, it will be ready soon. King Pilaf, anxious, stamped his feet and said to little Wu, I don't care. I don't care. When I count to 10, I must see the Dragon Ball radar, otherwise I will feed you to the crocodiles. Little Wu was alarmed and quickly turned back to work, while King Pilaf began to count 1, 2, 5. Little Wu hurriedly turned back and asked, King Pilaf, what do you want to eat tonight? Let me think, what should I eat? Hamburger with fried egg, pudding, pizza. Wait, how many counts have I done? I don't know. Damn it, can't help it. I have to start counting again, 1, 2. Little Wu turned back again and said, King Pilaf, a super cute waitress came to a shop on Bade Road. Really? Is she really cute? King Pilaf drooled, giggling to himself. To extinguish the great fire on Bread Mountain, Wukong and Chi-Chi arrived at Master Roshi's place. The two of them rode Kintown and soon reached Master Roshi's small island. After some discussion, Master Roshi was successfully invited by Wukong to Bread Mountain. Master Wutian, long time no see. Nyoemo Wong walked with heavy steps to Master Roshi and bowed several times. Master Roshi leaned on his cane, his dark sunglasses flashing briefly, and said to Nyoemo Wong, your reputation is very bad. I've heard that you killed quite a few people to protect your treasures. Is that right? Nyoemo Wong dared not look up and quickly responded, honestly saying, Master's right. I feel very ashamed that I was driven by desire. But I will change in the future. As long as I can extinguish the fire, it won't matter if I throw away the treasures. Looking at the scene before him, Oolong exclaimed, wow, amazing. Even Nyoemo Wong has to apologize to this old man. Turtle Sage was not concerned, as he knew very well how powerful he was. Definitely at the top level before Piccolo's emergence. At this moment, after hearing the words of the Ox King, the Turtle Sage placed his hands behind his back and slowly said, forget it. It would be too wasteful to throw away what I've painstakingly collected. But you really are useless if you can't even handle this little fire yourself. After saying this, before anyone could react, the Turtle Sage suddenly leaned in front of Bulma, completely changing his image from a wise elder to one that looked lewd, saying, ho ho ho, Miss Bulma. You become even sexier after not seeing you for a few days. Tang En looked helpless, but at this moment, he needed something from the old man. So he leaned in close to Master Roshi and handed him a capsule, secretly saying, Master Roshi, this is specially prepared for you. It's definitely high quality. Master Roshi listened intently, eagerly accepted the universal capsule without hesitation, then looked at Tang En and adjusted his sunglasses, saying, young man, you have quite a few thoughts. Sometimes, the more you want something, the further away it becomes. It's better to open your heart. The world is still beautiful. Master Roshi whispered a few words to Tang En, then turned and walked away, his gait as unsteady as ever. Tang En looked at Master Roshi, feeling deeply moved. After experiencing it firsthand, Tang En realized that the seemingly lewd old man before him was indeed unfathomable. After all, he was someone who had lived for hundreds of years and could clearly sense the differences between himself and his companions. Don's state of mind is indeed a bit complicated, which is natural. Anyone who knows about the future dangers of Dragon Ball cannot help but be affected. However, Don still smiled calmly and said to himself at this moment, Master Rashi, the biggest difference between me and everyone else is that my actions will always have a certain purpose. I indeed do not possess Goku's innocent heart, but what I want to do is precisely what everyone will do in the future. I don't want to be mediocre, and I hope to receive more guidance in the future. Then, Master Rashi removed the turtle shell from his back and loosened his clothing, revealing his frail body. The ribs on Master Rashi's chest were clearly visible, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. All right, I'm about to start. Master Rashi took a few steps forward, exhaled a few breaths, and raised both arms. Everyone held their breath, watching the martial arts master before them. By the way, am I very sexy? Master Rashi suddenly turned his head and asked the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. Bulma not only doubted whether this old man was serious, but also had a black line of disbelief on her forehead. She turned to Don and said, Is he really the martial arts master? Don was speechless as he watched the old man struggle to climb a wall about a meter high. Just wait and see. Teacher Wu Tian indeed has the demeanor of a master. Before he could finish speaking, the turtle hermit suddenly let out a loud shout, startling everyone. Immediately, the muscles all over the turtle hermit's body bulged. First his arms, then his legs, chest, and neck quickly grew larger. Soon, the veins on the surface of his skin stood out, and his height instantly doubled. Seizing the opportunity, Don pressed the battle power detector and saw the numbers rapidly swell, starting from 50 and soon stopping at around 100. Tang En was taken aback. He remembered that Master Rashi's power level was exactly 139, and that was without any power-up. However, this was the power level from the Lattice era, and there was still a long time to go, so Master Rashi's data was actually normal, representing his full strength after powering up. At this moment, Master Rashi was enveloped in a wave of white light. And then he brought his hands together and made several hand signs. He gradually brought his hands together and placed them behind him. It appeared, Master Rashi's Kamehameha. The Bull Demon King looked on excitedly, admiring Master Rashi. Kamehameha. After gathering energy, a dazzling white light emerged as Master Rashi thrust his hands forward, unleashing a wave of energy that created a scorching storm, stirring up dust and enveloping everyone. The Kamehameha surged towards the castle, plunging into the flames. Everywhere the eye could see was brilliance. In an instant, the Kamehameha extinguished the fire. Then, it swept through the castle, surrounded by the flames. And the residual shockwave directly shattered the great mountain, leaving a clear space. It was all pristine white. So amazing. Little Wukong exclaimed in shock, speaking instinctively. Sorry, I went a bit overboard. Master Rashi returned to his original frail state, scratching his head with a sheepish look. Sorry, I accidentally destroyed your castle. I seriously suspect you did it on purpose, Tang En thought to himself. However, the Bull Demon King dared not show any dissatisfaction and quickly told Master Rashi that it was fine, they could just rebuild the castle. That move was so impressive. Can you teach me? Little Wukong said excitedly, pointing to himself. If you want to learn the Kamehameha, it requires at least 50 years of training. Master Rashi said. 50 years. Little Wukong looked at his hands, seemingly unaware of how long that was. Sun Wukong then brought his hands together, mimicking Master Rashi, and aimed at the nearby wall. Kamehameha, a wave of white energy surged forth, crashing into the broken wall and creating a hole. It still doesn't have the old man's power. Little Wukong clapped his hands, looking innocent. Everyone. Incredible. No wonder he's the grandson of Gohan. The Bull Demon King also said, What's this? A person with a power level of 10 can so easily sense energy and instinctively manipulate it. Is this the innate talent of science? In fact, the one most surprised was Master Rashi, as no one understood the Kamehameha better than him. Moreover, he just said that without 50 years of training, one couldn't unleash this move, and then he was immediately proven wrong. Even Master Rashi's face turned a bit red. This child is extraordinary. Noticing the Bull Demon King's words, Master Rashi praised, the grandson of Gohan, not bad. Master Rashi nodded, somewhat surprised. Right, doesn't Master Mateto know? The Bull Demon King said from his side. Master Rashi tapped his back and walked over to Little Wukong, saying, Kid, how's Gohan doing? Little Wukong looked a bit confused and replied to Master Rashi, Grandpa has already passed away. Passed away? A flash of light flickered across Master Rashi's sunglasses. However, his melancholy quickly faded, and he returned to his natural demeanor, not even asking how he died. Considering his age, the boy was about due, alas. What a pity for a good man. Wukong, are you interested in coming to my place to train? Given time, it wouldn't be impossible for you to surpass me. Master Rashi looked at the child before him, Wukong's exceptional talent and innocent nature truly delighted Master Roshi. Really? Great. After I find the Dragon Balls, I'll come. Little Wukong replied happily and excitedly. Tan looked at the scene and didn't say a word. He had considered whether to take Master Roshi as his teacher, but Tan believed that as long as the Dragon Balls were used well, it wasn't particularly necessary to have a master. If he found that the Dragon Balls couldn't fulfill his expectations, he could still follow Goku to Master Roshi's place without any delay. At that moment, Bulma, Oolong, and the others also emerged from the ruins, their faces filled with excitement. Sure enough, Oolong was holding a brand new Dragon Ball. With this Dragon Ball, Tan and the others now had 6 in total. Well, we're off. Thank you all for your care. Goodbye, Bulma said to Master Roshi and Ox King as everyone got back into the car. As Bulma drove away, leaving a cloud of dust behind, Master Roshi and Ox King watched her go. Now, there's only one Dragon Ball left. I really want to see what the Eternal Dragon looks like, Bulma said to Tan. Don smiled and nodded, saying to Wukong, Wukong, do you have any special wishes you want to fulfill? Huh? Wishes? I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to fight strong opponents, little Wukong replied. What about you? I still don't know your wish, Bulma asked eagerly to Dawn. Well, I want to become stronger through the Dragon Balls. Become stronger? Isn't getting stronger supposed to come from training yourself? Grandpa said that as long as I work hard, I will become stronger and stronger, little Wukong asked Dawn, confused. That's right, Wukong, your grandpa is right. As long as you're willing to work hard, there's nothing you can't defeat, Tang En said to little Wukong. Dawn cleverly changed the subject, and at this moment, everyone was in high spirits, so no one noticed. After all, besides Dawn, the others were not very interested in wishes. Collecting Dragon Balls was purely for adventure, except for Oolong. However, everyone has different talents. Goku, you are a born warrior and naturally wouldn't worry about these things. I definitely want to have the power to destroy the world too. This was what Dawn thought in his heart. Over the years, he still had this thought. Looking at little Goku who was about to fall asleep in the car again, Dawn felt no jealousy at all. Now Dawn realized Goku's charisma. No wonder all the big shots in the universe were willing to teach him. And even the king of all wanted to be friends with him. The little Goku in front of him had not yet grown up to the point where he could support the earth. However, his pure heart still made it impossible for Dawn to feel jealous. What a strange place. The trees here look like mushrooms. Oolong drove the car and looked around, asking, Hey Oolong, is there a town nearby? Bulma asked. How would I know? I've never been here before, Oolong replied. Oh no, the car is almost out of gas. What should we do? Oolong looked at the remaining fuel and said to Bulma, Didn't I tell you to go get gas yesterday? What? You said it was fine. Shut up, you big idiot. Smack. Oh, that hurts. You're so annoying, woman. And don't call me an idiot. So what if I hit you? Damn it. You're so annoying. Ah, drive the car better. Idiot. Idiot. You just call me an idiot again. So what if I call you an idiot? What did you say? Ah. Dawn looked on indifferently as Bulma and a pig were arguing, having gotten used to it long ago. In the past, he would intervene a bit, but now he just pretended not to see it. After all, it was always Oolong who ended up suffering. Tang En had a sudden inspiration as he looked at Bulma's bunny girl outfit today. Tang En suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a plot involving a rabbit boss here. Moreover, this person had the ability to turn people into carrots, which caused quite a bit of trouble for little Wukong. Tang En pondered for a moment, considering whether to change his route. After all, if he were to run into the rabbit leader, he would surely end up as a carrot, which would be a terrible loss. Soon, Tang En dismissed this thought, reasoning that if he was scared by this, how would he face Frieza or Majin Buu in the future? Besides, this was a real world, and defeating the rabbit leader could save many lives. Finally, before the car ran out of gas, they arrived at a small town. The group split up to take care of their tasks. Wukong went to refuel, while Bulma and Tang En went to buy some clothes and stock up on food. On the way back, Tang En indeed saw several big men with rabbit ears who were bullying some fruit vendors. Tang En, are those the people from the Rabbit Legion that the shopkeeper mentioned earlier? Bulma skid Tang En. They should be, right? Tang En noticed that their gazes were directed at him, and they were walking towards his direction, so he stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, on the other side of the intersection, a person emerged from a car adorned with a rabbit graphic. This person was holding a carrot in hand, munching on it while staring over here. Tang En pressed the combat power detector and found that several soldiers from the Rabbit Legion had combat powers ranging from 4 to 6. The person who got out of the car should be the rabbit boss, but his strength was only 6 points. The most troublesome part was his superpower. Tang En furrowed his brows, staring at the rabbit boss from another direction. If he guessed correctly, the carrot in his hand should represent a talent. Thinking of this, Tang En couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. At that moment, 2 soldiers approached. One soldier said to Bulma beside Tang, And see, I told you it's a fresh face. Hee hee, quite pretty too. The boss is right behind us. Should we capture her and give her to the rabbit boss? Huh, that's a great idea. Let's do it, the other one agreed. The two completely ignored Tang En's presence. Bulma tilted her body, looking at the two in front of her. With Tang En beside her, she didn't think she was in much danger. Hey kid up front, are you walking on your own, or do you want me to give you a hand? Ha ha ha, said a slightly chubby soldier. Who do you think you are? Bulma looked at the two with dissatisfaction. Then, she made a face at them and said, How rare, don't you two know about our well-known rabbit corps? You must be from out of town, right? Said the skinny soldier. Sorry, but I have important matters to attend to and can't play with you. After saying that, she tried to pull Tang En away. Kaka. The skinny soldier suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Bulma, saying, Little girl, you sure have a big mouth. Are you tired of living? It was Tang En's turn to shine. Hero saves the beauty. Tang En quickly reached out. The training over these days had indeed increased his strength significantly. At this moment, he first grasped the gun barrel, then twisted it downwards, effortlessly taking the gun away. Huh? My gun. The two stepped back a few paces, staring in terror at the scene before them, feeling it was unbelievable. Tang En threw a punch at the fat soldier. With a loud thud, the soldier fell to the ground, spitting up bile. Tang En put a lot of strength into that punch, enough to render him unable to fight. The thin soldier was very frightened and immediately picked up the fat soldier to run towards Rabbit Boss. At this moment, Rabbit Boss also saw his man being bullied and was walking towards Tang En. There's danger. Tang was very vigilant. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Let's do it this way. Tang En didn't want to waste too much time talking to him. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground and launched an attack on the Rabbit Boss. As long as his body didn't touch him, it would be fine. Tang En secretly told himself. The Rabbit Boss was completely stunned. I haven't even spoken yet. With one strike, the Rabbit Boss hurriedly dodged, looking very flustered. Then came a few consecutive strikes. Unable to evade, the Rabbit Boss took several solid hits and felt sore all over. Stop. I haven't said anything yet. I'm willing to negotiate. I can shake hands with you? Tan en turneda decir. He just wanted to quickly kill him. Upon arriving in this world, Tang En kept in mind the attitude of being low-key and not flamboyant. He was determined to learn from the Scion's bad habits and aimed to emulate Dete. Especially in this kind of situation where the tables could turn at any moment, he thought it was best to defeat him first, regardless of the consequences. Any words could wait until after he was dead, when he could speak to his corpse. Soon, Tang En caused Rabbit Boss to lose his fighting capability. Tang En thought for a moment. As long as the Rabbit King doesn't die, there will definitely be innocent people suffering. In the original story, he was sent to the moon by Little Wukong using the Rui Jingu Bang. However, at this moment, in reality, he realized that this was completely unfeasible. Don't even ask. Don is already aware that this is something impossible to achieve. Bulma, turn around first. If we don't get rid of the Rabbit Boss, innocent people will definitely be turned into carrots and eaten. Don said to Bulma, turn people into carrots? Bulma was puzzled as to why Don was using a wooden stick this time. Looking at the leftover carrots eaten by the Rabbit Boss, Bulma felt a chill in her heart and quickly turned around. The minions below were already scared silly and immediately scattered in all directions. In their minds, Don had now become the most terrifying demon king, so much so that even the invincible Rabbit Boss was no match for him. Now, only one Dragon Ball is left to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Everyone looked at the Dragon Ball radar, gradually approaching the location of the last Dragon Ball. If I remember correctly, the last Dragon Ball should be in the possession of King Pilaf. Tang En lay on the car, lost in thought, secretly wondering, after collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, where will I go? Bulma clasped her hands by her face, her cheeks flushed as she asked Tang En. I need to find a place to train properly and become stronger. Tang En replied seriously. Tang En wants to get stronger too? How about coming with me to train at Master Roshi's place? I definitely want to have another match with you. Goku laughed heartily and invited him enthusiastically. To be honest, although Master Roshi is very strong, Tang En felt that the Turtle School's philosophy didn't quite suit him. Master Roshi mentioned that his thoughts were not pure, and his situation was different from Krillin's. But these were all objective factors. The most important point was that Tang En wanted to break the limitations of Earthlings, to shatter the shackles of the human body. Just like Saitama, he wanted to forge a path that was destined to be his own. To achieve this goal, relying solely on the Turtle School would definitely not suffice. After all, in the original story, Krillin pretty much represented the limit of what Earthlings could achieve in the Turtle School. I think I'll pass. I want to train at Bulma's place by myself. It just happens to validate my thoughts. Goku, let's spar together when we have time, Tang En said. Isn't it better to develop a girlfriend? Besides, with such a large place at home and such high technology, is there really a lack of a training space? Really? That's great. I will definitely treat you well. Bulma was very excited, leaning against Tang En, causing the fast-moving car to tilt slightly. The driving Oolong dared not speak out in anger and could only say softly, "Please calm down. The car is going to flip over." King Pilaf, their vehicle had just passed location number 10 and was getting closer. Xiaowu, holding a walkie-talkie, stood on a tree and said, "Okay, proceed according to the battle plan." "Understood. Ashio, do you see the car?" "Yes, leave it to me." "Hey, Tang En, why do we go through so much trouble to find the Dragon Balls, just to wish for strength? Can't we wish for something bigger?" Oolong complained as he drove. Bulma immediately mocked, "You're so annoying. You don't need to meddle. You haven't done anything at all." Hearing this, Oolong suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. "Oolong, how are you driving the car? You should drive it yourself then. After all, I'm not doing anything, so that should be fine, right?" "All right, Oolong. Once we find the Dragon Balls, I can give you a reward of 100,000 yuan. Tang En shook his head and said to Oolong, "Huh, really? That's great." Just as Oolong was about to get ready to set off, an unexpected event occurred. A rocket was coming straight towards them. The rocket exploded next to the car, and the tremendous shockwave overturned the vehicle. "We did it!" Ash shouted excitedly as he drove the robot towards Tang En and the others, aiming directly for the Dragon Balls in the backpack. "Cough, cough, cough. What is this?" Bulma gasped, fortunately uninjured, just choked by the dust. "Goku, Tang En, the Dragon Balls are still in the car." Little Goku was still dazed, not knowing what was happening, holding his Rui Bang and staring at the thick smoke ahead. "How despicable. Come out and fight me." On the other side, Tang En was also somewhat at a loss. As the saying goes, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, but a victim cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Although Tang En had a detector, he still overlooked some things. Ultimately, he was ambushed by King Pilaf and his gang. However, the main reason was that Tang En did not see this comical trio as a serious threat. At that moment, even though the situation arose suddenly, Tang En instinctively charged forward. Sure enough, he saw Ash, who was controlling the machine not far away, and the other party was moving quickly towards them. However, Tang En was ultimately closer and quickly found the backpack containing the Dragon Balls, throwing it to Oolong and Bulma, who were hiding to the side. Why didn't he give it to Goku? Mainly because Goku still had a 4-star ball on him. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something funny happened and they ended up in trouble, then the Dragon Balls wouldn't be lost all at once, and there would still be a chance. At that moment, Ash happened to run over. In a triumphant mood, when he saw the Dragon Balls being moved away first, his expression instantly turned bitter. Looking at the face of the person who had caused him trouble, Ash couldn't help but slow down, feeling a sense of retreat. "Xiaowu, come down and help me. That group of kids has found me," Ash said to the walkie-talkie with weak legs. Then he secretly encouraged himself. "This time, I have the mecha given to me by King Pilaf. You guys still came, but this time it's not going to be as simple as knocking you out. Goku, you go protect the Dragon Balls on Bulma. I'll handle things here." Tang En clenched his fist. Once he captured those two people, he would almost have gathered all the Dragon Balls. This also meant that his journey of cultivation would officially begin. Thinking of this, Tang En couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, and the strength of his strike increased. "Damn it, what a troublesome little brat. We're going to fail again. Ash, prepare to retreat." At this moment, Xiao had already walked over and said to Ash. Tang En charged forward. The sound of tearing wind echoed around him. Soon, he reached Ash's side, stomped the ground, and leaped directly onto the mech. "Huh? Get down, get down." Ash twisted his body, frantically controlling his machine, trying to shake off Tang En. Meanwhile, Xiaowu beside him became quite flustered, wanting to step in to help Ash. Tang En didn't hesitate and immediately broke the glass with his fist, pulling Ash out and removing his intercom. Xiaowu saw her partner defeated in the blink of an eye and was terrified, standing in place and gasping, feeling a desire to retreat. As expected, the three of them were still not good at this kind of thing. Tang En then defeated Xiaowu in the same way and tied them up, leaving them under Wulong's watch. "Tang En, who are they?" Bulma walked over and asked, pointing at the two. "They are under King Pilaf, and their goal is to obtain the Dragon Balls to rule the world." "Huh, what a lowbrow wish." Bulma clicked her tongue. Tan picked up the walkie-talkie and called King Pilaf. He had some new ideas regarding the last Dragon Ball. After all, if he attacked King Pilaf's castle as before, he might suffer a lot. The call connected, and a short man wearing a dome-shaped hat with a purple face appeared. Hello. Ash, have you got the Dragon Ball? Yes, King Pilaf. Your great wish is finally about to be fulfilled. Really? Hee. Ash, well done. I, King Pilaf, will not treat you too poorly, haha. By the way, why does your voice sound a bit strange? Are you feeling unwell? Well, haha, I'm just too happy. Ash scratched his head awkwardly and said, By the way, King Pilaf, our mech was damaged in battle. Can you come pick us up? We are at the big rock at location number 10. Hee. Considering the great achievement you made, I will reluctantly agree. King Pilaf danced with joy, ignoring everything else, eager to fly to the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish. King Pilaf, remember to bring the Dragon Ball. Of course. Do I need you to remind me? Tan said, I did everything you told me to do, so what about the 200,000? Oolong, back to his original form, rubbed his hands and said to Tan. This was Tan's impromptu idea, which had many flaws, but it was still good enough to trick this fried rice king. As for the money, Tan just wanted to express how good it was. Just as Tan expected, King Pilaf was indeed fooled. As soon as Pilaf saw Ash transformed by Oolong, he was directly knocked out by Tan, who was hiding behind. Opening Pilaf's collar, there was indeed a Dragon Ball inside. Tang En smiled. As the Dragon Balls were gathered, he was undoubtedly the happiest person. After all, he was the one who made the wish. Yay! Now, we've collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma took out her 5 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong also opened his bag and took out his 4-star ball. The 7 Dragon Balls came together, instantly creating a dazzling resonance, shimmering and radiating brilliant light. Tang En. Immediately, he quickly took out a piece of paper from his pocket. After all, ever since he crossed over, he had already thought about what to wish for. The only concern was that the dragon's level was too low to fulfill his wish. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, Tang En decided to make his wish right now. Tang En checked once again to ensure that the distant Pilaf trio was still unconscious before placing the 7 Dragon Balls together, with 6 surrounding the 7th. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted an almost continuous flicker. This resonance could only occur when all the Dragon Balls were gathered together. Comme fort. Shenlong. Crack. Thunder rumbled in the clear sky. Soon, large dark clouds rolled in, sweeping over Tang En and the others in the blink of an eye. Then, the black clouds rapidly spread out from the center. Moments later, the sky had completely turned black. At this moment, the Dragon Balls shone brilliantly, their bodies entwined with golden lightning, crackling loudly. Immediately, the Dragon Balls condensed into a surge of energy, shooting up into the clouds, transforming into a dragon shape. A dragon's roar echoed, and the Shenlong grew larger, gradually taking on a green, solid form. Ah, is this the Shenlong? It looks so amazing. Oolong trembled as he spoke. It must be said that the scene of Shenlong manifesting was indeed shocking enough. Coupled with Shenlong's massive body and divine aura, it was no surprise that ordinary people would feel fear towards Shenlong. Did you summon me? The calm yet authoritative voice of Shenlong echoed. Speak your wishes. I can grant any wish you desire. Tang En cleared his throat to ensure that what he was about to say was clear. And then he said loudly to the dragon, Dragon, please help me remove the restrictions on earthlings in martial arts. The restrictions refer to a long list of things. There was silence in the air for a moment. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill that wish, the dragon said. As expected, Tang En clenched his fists and said unwillingly, What? The dragon also has wishes it can't fulfill? Bulma and Oolong asked unhappily. This was Tang En's first wish, and he actually didn't have much hope to begin with. If this wish could be granted, wouldn't he be able to truly improve endlessly? That would be even more terrifying than Saitama. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball. Do you have no other wishes? The dragon shamelessly asked. Well then, dragon, please turn my body into a Scion's body. Since I can't break the restrictions, changing into a Scion's body isn't bad either. It's not much different and adds a bit of prestige. I can't grant that wish either. I cannot integrate a person's soul with the body of another race while maintaining the original nature of that body that exceeds the original scope of life. Moreover, the strength of an adult Scion far exceeds my own, the dragon continued. So, does that mean it wouldn't work for Majin, Frisia's race, or even the infinite androids and Namekians? Tang En stubbornly said. Tang En casually mentioned a bunch of alien species names in front of his companions. After all, a living person can't be choked to death by urine, and he couldn't give up the chance to try just because it would be hard to explain in the future. No way. This dragon can't be fake, right? This was also Bulma's thought. After all, in her understanding, if wishes couldn't be granted, then it wasn't the dragon she and Tang were talking about. Seeing that Tang En had mentioned several wishes that couldn't be fulfilled, she couldn't help but start to doubt whether the legend of the dragon was real, and even Oolong by the side began to lose his fear. Tang En covered his scalp and weakly looked at the contents of the list. Let me gain all the knowledge of the angel Vizi. He was embarrassed to finish this request. After all, it was too much to ask of the dragon. Sure enough, when the dragon heard the word angel, it almost let out a sound. It couldn't understand how this tiny human knew the name of the angel. It became nervous, even starting to sweat on its forehead. Do you have no other wishes? Yes, but can you fulfill them? The dragon felt disdained. All right, I have another wish. Please let me acquire all knowledge about martial arts, except for that of the high deities in the universe, under conditions with no side effects. This should be easier than the previous one, right? Since the problem couldn't be solved from the source, he could only rely on his own efforts. With vast knowledge, perhaps it would be easy to achieve a leap in his race, huh? Sorry, the extraordinary in the universe. You can just say you can't fulfill it. Tang En interrupted the dragon's words. Oomph, the cheat I finally thought of, and you can't even realize it. Tang En thought again about the power of the super dragon in the Black Wukong arc. Comparing people can lead to death, and comparing goods can lead to disposal. Zamasu mentioned wanting Goku's body, and the dragon could clearly arrange that for him in an instant. Moreover, it also came with the characteristic of that body being developed to its utmost limit. If we narrow it down to Earth, I can fulfill this wish. I can pass on all martial arts civilizations since the birth of humanity to you. This is my limit. Tang En thought for a moment and felt a bit cheated. Then you need to spare nearly 100 years of scientific knowledge on Earth. Shenlong, your wish has been granted. Goodbye. Shenlong transformed into a beam of white light, dividing into 7 parts, and left the place under everyone's gaze. However, it looked more like a retreat. Soon, a beam of white light entered Tang En's mind. Tang En was stunned, feeling a blankness in his mind at that moment, while a tingling sensation gradually began to spread. However, it was quickly suppressed by something. In just 3 or 4 breaths, this condition came to a stop. Tang En began to examine the extra knowledge he had acquired, which was indeed very pure and encompassed a vast array of martial arts knowledge. With just a thought, Tang En discovered techniques such as the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the Demon Sealing Wave, the Dance of Air, and the Ki Blast. Soon after, a deeper level of knowledge surfaced in Tang En's mind, which was a method of cultivating Qi, belonging to the temple's legacy. It recorded the insights of every generation of gods, from the first generation of the heavenly god to the present benevolent Piccolo. I've struck gold. Tang En believes that this time he returns, he will definitely undergo a transformative change. He has never had such a profound understanding of martial arts. At this moment, he feels like a suddenly awakened sage, with countless thoughts that need to be pondered and practiced. Tang En wants to go back, yes. He is eager and can't wait to return to the West capital to validate his path. A tempting road unfolds before him, and becoming a master seems just a matter of a snap of his fingers. Huh, has the technology for androids matured this much? The reason Tang En included scientific knowledge from the past 100 years is largely due to his curiosity about android technology. He cannot believe that, through modification, a person or some parts can actually contend with a being like a super scion. Seeing the results of androids in his mind, he realizes that Dr. Gero has already come up with the initial concepts for the 4 types of androids that will appear in the subsequent plot development. The first type is a complete mechanical body, which is exactly what the Red Ribbon Army is currently configured with. This technology is already quite mature, and Dr. Gero doesn't pay much attention to it. It's just a prelude to the Android series, with typical characters like Android 8 and Mecha Tau Pai Pai. The second type is the absorption type android, which has an additional device capable of obtaining human energy, or Ki, but it has hit a bottleneck. There are 2 reasons. One is material limitations, and the other is Dr. Gero's insufficient understanding of Ki, or rather, his understanding is simply incorrect. It is estimated that the later micro-robots inspired Dr. Gero when monitoring Goku and others, leading to the development of the absorption-type androids. The third type is the most famous infinite energy type, represented by androids 16 to 18. Currently, it is merely a concept. Both material and the conflict between the internal core furnace and the R-type program are still under research. Ultimately, it could lead to conflicts between commands and energy, and research is still very lacking. The final type is Dr. Gero's ultimate vision, the ultimate android. This would combine all the advantages of martial artists to create a brand new life form, possessing superhuman talent and skills, coupled with energy absorption capabilities for rapid self-improvement, while also allowing for advanced evolution as a super android. One must say, Dr. Jero is truly a genius, although it is still in the theoretical stage. It is already quite remarkable, Don couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he also saw data on the universal capsule, the Dragon Radar, and the combat power detector just invented by Bulma. He had to admire that half of the technological achievements in this century came from Brief's Universal Corporation, truly deserving of being the world's richest person. Now, it was invincible, the feeling of being immersed in a sea of knowledge. So comfortable. Don felt that even if he excluded his martial arts knowledge, he could already achieve his second goal solely with his scientific knowledge. What should we do next? Anyway, we can't look for the Dragon Balls again within a year, so I think we should disband for now, Oolong said to Bulma. Bulma clasped her hands together, resting her head on them, and replied to Oolong, "There's nothing we can do. It has to be this way. All good things must come to an end." Then Bulma thought about how Don would come back with her, and her mood brightened significantly. Next, Bulma said to Goku, "Goku, how about considering coming to my house? My place is really spacious." "Huh, no way. I want to go find Master Roshi to learn martial arts and become stronger," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with joy. "Let's go look at the Dragon Balls again in a year." At this moment, Sun Wukong was still thinking about his 4-star ball, speaking to Bulma. Bulma's face turned slightly red. Glancing at Don, she covered her mouth and chuckled. There's no need to look at the Dragon Balls anymore, right?" "Huh, no. I absolutely must find my grandpa's Dragon Ball, but I don't know how to search for it," Sun Wukong said. "It's okay. I'll just give you this Dragon Ball radar," Bulma replied, handing over the Dragon Ball radar from her hand. "A year later, just press this button and you'll know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls." Little Goku was very excited and thanked her after taking the radar. "Hey, you guys are ignoring the hard-working Oolong." Oolong crossed his arms and said defiantly, "All right, Oolong, are you coming with us to the city?" Don asked. Then I guess I'll reluctantly agree," Oolong responded. "Goku, you must become stronger," Don said to little Goku. This sentence was what Don said to Sun Wukong, and also to himself. "When we meet again, I hope we will both be very different. Once I become stronger, I will definitely continue to challenge you. It's a promise. Goodbye." Kintown. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Don lay in a training room, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. He had now clarified the inheritance of martial arts on Earth. It was indeed rich and profound. Many of the principles within excited him every time, causing his thoughts to soar. He believed that in terms of knowledge storage alone, he was absolutely number one in this world, even slightly surpassing the gods and Master Roshi. This was a bold claim only made after truly witnessing such an immense reserve of knowledge. However, Don always felt that he was missing something. That's right, a state of mind. Tang En sat up and carefully thought about the differences between himself and Master Roshi. He realized that he was like a nouveau riche, having acquired the world's most profound martial arts without a solid foundation. One moment, he wanted to try to master those advanced skills, and the next he was captivated by the subtle understanding of Qi. He felt that he knew it all, yet it didn't feel like it belonged to him. It was too clear, and the conflicts within the theories made it all the more frustrating. He couldn't ignore them because they were incredibly useful. Just as a king could not endure the daily life of a beggar, Tang En couldn't bear to calmly practice his elusive Qi every day. Having watched countless anime, Tang En felt that his situation resembled that of a tragic male supporting character. High aspirations but lacking the skills, with no perseverance. Tang En couldn't help but feel a bit self-deprecating. If this continued, could he become the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world? Based on what? Tang En shook his head and laughed. "How did I become so pretentious? I've gained such great benefits, and yet I still complain. Just take it slow." The conversation shifted to the martial arts of Earth, and countless martial arts information integrated itself in Tang En's mind, forming a complete history. For nearly 100,000 years since humans developed language, Earth's martial arts remained in a primitive state. Tribes gathered, with men farming and women weaving. Until one day, for unknown reasons, a great change occurred around Earth. The spaces from the underworld and the demon realm were opened, and various demons surged onto Earth. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. With external enemies, human martial arts civilization began to slowly develop. Martial skills and techniques were wild and fierce, originating from beasts and applied to the demon clan. This stage lasted for a full 10,000 years. The demons of this period were not all vicious, some were even quite weak. Moreover, they could only stay in a common area and could not leave the passage from the demon realm for too long. Some demons could not even enter the human world. As time passed, one day, 10,000 years later, the time restrictions on entering and exiting the demon realm gradually dissipated. At this point, intense integration and conflict began. In just 100 years, the casualties among Earth's residents were severe. People who once thought the demon clan was merely a legend were awakened. And fortunately, during those 10,000 years, theories about cultivation had emerged on Earth, preventing immediate annihilation. Misfortunes often lead to blessings. With the fear of extinction came the desire to become stronger. During this 100 years, although humanity was at a disadvantage, they survived thanks to a relatively large population base and gradually improved. This also welcomed the turning point for humanity with the arrival of the first generation of the celestial god. His origins were already unknown, leaving only legends about him. It is said that he was killed by evil demons and then returned from the underworld, creating a temple in the identity of a dead man. But it is hard to discern truth from falsehood. However, what followed is very clear. The first generation celestial god passed down the concept of Qi and then chose an heir before disappearing again. Even today, in Tang En's time, the theory of Qi is possessed by only a few civilizations in the universe. Moreover, at that time, Earth's inhabitants were still collectively weak, making it extremely difficult to produce a sense of Qi. Therefore, humanity did not rise immediately. The theory of Qi was regarded as a divine blessing by ordinary people, relegated to the back burner. All of this merely planted a seed. 30 years later, the seed grew into a towering tree when the second generation celestial god emerged. He dealt with one of the four most ferocious demon lords of the time. After that, he spent another 10 years eliminating the other 3 demon lords. Subsequently, a unique skill emerged in the world, sealing technique, the second generation celestial god's exclusive move. Finally, the second generation celestial god used the sealing technique to seal the passage to the demon realm, once again limiting the demon's freedom of entry and exit, ultimately exhausting himself to death. At this point, a problem arose. During the 40 years the second generation celestial god was busy avenging humanity. How could he have time to cultivate an heir? Thus, the celestial god's legacy was directly severed. The second generation celestial god, due to his great merits, retained his physical body after death. Before his judgment, he requested the king of hell to send a guide to protect the inheritance of Earth. And the king of hell agreed. Thus, Bobo came. Bobo selected a pure-hearted person from humanity to cultivate as the celestial god, and 20 years later, the third generation celestial god was born. Furthermore, the third generation celestial god adapted the sealing technique of the second generation celestial god into the demon sealing wave and spread it to the lower realms. The most powerful humans practiced the demon sealing wave to deal with the remaining relatively strong demons. However, what the third generation celestial god did not anticipate was that Earth's inhabitants were still too weak, and the tiring demon sealing wave could directly lead to the death of martial artists on Earth. As a result, the demon sealing wave gradually became a forbidden technique after the strong demons became scarce. Over the course of 200 years, some humans underwent significant changes due to genetic contamination from the demons. With the arrival of peace, massive reproduction led to the emergence of various dog-headed people, headmen, and so on. Disputes and discrimination were inevitable. However, as time passed, these races finally began to further integrate, collectively referred to as humanity. For the prosperity of Earth's martial arts, the third generation celestial god diligently researched martial arts. Building on the foundation of his predecessor's martial arts, the third generation celestial god added his own insights, improved the techniques for cultivating Qi, systematically integrating them, and passed them down to the lower realms during a time of peace on Earth, to guide Earth's people into the temple for cultivation. The third generation celestial god once again entered the underworld. After overcoming various difficulties, he finally obtained the Qilin Tower to connect heaven and Earth. He also acquired a newborn Qilin, which he named Qilin Immortal and designated as his divine servant. At the same time, the celestial god gave him the Somersault Cloud and the Rui Stick, with Qilin Immortal responsible for guiding fated individuals to ascend to the temple. After that, 500 more years passed. Due to their divine roles, both Bobo and Qilin Immortal remained alive, while several celestial gods had changed. Over the years, Qilin Immortal invented the immortal beings to serve as food for those ascending the tower. Among those who passed the test of Qilin Immortal, many subsequently became the next celestial gods. However, for some reason, there are few legends left about them in history. Or perhaps, they silently observed the rise and fall of Earth without speaking a word. At this moment, a spaceship broke the tranquility of Earth. A perfect Namekian with super talent arrived. Tang En knew what happened next. After the perfect Bic arrived on Earth, he waited for his parents in the Yunzabite Highlands for 40 years. "Children, we will be there shortly." This is what Piccolo's parents said. However, Piccolo did not wait for his parents to come find him. After that, Piccolo left there. It was only after entering the world that Piccolo realized the existence of gods, which led him to have the thought of ascending to the temple. At this moment, the lower realm had already developed a considerable martial arts civilization, with martial arts masters represented mainly by Wu Taidu becoming more numerous. Moreover, various masters widely accepted disciples, resulting in an extremely colorful array of martial arts. Typical examples include the Qigong canon created by Wu Taidu and the world-shocking palm, among others. At this time, Piccolo had also gained the recognition of Master Karen and ascended to the temple. Just like in the original work, the perfect Piccolo split himself, with the good thoughts becoming a god and creating the Dragon Balls. The evil thoughts became the Demon King Piccolo, bringing calamity to the world. The emergence of the Demon King Piccolo finally caused chaos among humans, with countless martial artists being killed. The world fell into turmoil once again. In the end, Wu Taidu sacrificed his life to cast the Demon Seal wave, sealing Piccolo and ending this catastrophe. In his dying moments, Wu Taidu passed on the Qigong canon and world-shocking palm to the future Master Rashi and Master Crane. Both were blessed with deep fortunes and, by chance, obtained the elixir of immortality, thus creating their own schools and martial arts over their long lives. The Crane School emphasized techniques and skills with a strict and demanding style. Based on the Qigong canon, Master Crane created the highly penetrating whole wave to address the issue of excessive consumption of energy from the Qigong canon. In addition, he invented techniques such as the Solar Fist and Sky Dance technique. The Turtle School, on the other hand, appeared more profound and natural. Master Rashi also drew experience from the world-shocking palm to create the Turtle School Qigong wave. At the same time, Master Rashi personally comprehended the explosive energy technique, allowing him to enter a muscular form to enhance his strength. He ultimately invented techniques such as the Shadow Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Drunken Fist, and Mind Reading. Decades later, the two schools became the most profound martial arts on Earth. However, the cultivation of Qi was completely severed from the mortal realm. Another 200 years later, both Master Rashi and Master Crane had not died. However, after both grew tired of the mundane world and retreated into seclusion, the martial arts on Earth had become fragmented, and the Karen Tower gradually became a legend. Science on Earth, on the other hand, began to develop rapidly, uncontrollably dominating the secular realm. This information was passed down through the memories of generations of martial artists. And when Tang En learned about this history, he felt very complicated emotions. First, he was happy, as these memories represented new discoveries he had explored in this world. Then, he felt a mix of admiration for the rich knowledge of martial arts and confusion about the longer road ahead. These things were absolutely sufficient for now, but there was always a lack of transcendence. Throughout human history, aside from the few generations of gods, almost no one had reached the level of future Krillin. In other words, Earthlings had never undergone a qualitative change before. The highest level had only reached that extent. This was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that the gods naturally believed this was already the limit of Earthlings. Tang En seemed to understand the departure of Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and others in the end. If a person puts in double the effort but only achieves half the results, such a person is called perseverant. However, if someone works 1,000 or 10,000 times harder, yet makes no progress at all, and their abilities deteriorate with age, then that person can only be called foolish for continuing to train. They may be stubborn, but their spirit will surely be worn down. Watching former competitors gradually surpass them, they must feel quite helpless. They can only hide in the background and offer encouragement. After all, who wants to be a burden on the battlefield? Tang En shivered, coughed a few times, and murmured to himself, stay calm, this world is indeed an omnipotent world. Who can guarantee that I won't become the first super Earthling? Tang En has found a growth plan that suits him best. 6 months of physical training, followed by 3 months of skill practice. After that, he could participate in the world's best martial arts tournament. Tang En tried to temporarily forget his little thoughts and focused on exercising his body in peace during this period. However, this time it would not be as aimless as before. Tarn hung a towel around his neck and walked out of the training room. Although Bulma was still a student, she rarely went to school. After all, that knowledge was too simple for her. If there was nothing else to do, She preferred to study something or go shopping, but now she had a new interest to cultivate. The story takes place 3 days ago when Tarn and Oolong had just returned to West City. Oolong couldn't wait to enter a school to attend classes, and it was obvious that it was for the pretty girls inside. Meanwhile, Bulma casually asked what a scion was during chat. To settle it once and for all, Tarn vaguely answered that he used to be able to foresee many things in his childhood, but that ability had not appeared for a long time. A scion was one of the very powerful alien races he had foreseen. It was also Tarn's fault for being talkative, revealing that powerful martial artists could punch through the earth. This made Bulma very curious. Could humans really train to be that strong? Fortunately, Tarn possessed 100 years of scientific knowledge, and it was quite comprehensive. He selected parts about human potential from Dr. Gero's findings to explain to Bulma, and was surprised to find that every time he mentioned a new conceptual field, Bulma could quickly understand it. Remembering Master Roshi's experience of destroying a mountain, Bulma couldn't help but believe a bit more. At the same time, a great interest arose in her heart, as if she saw a piece of unknown territory. If it theoretically worked, then my boyfriend should be able to do it, right? Under Tarn's intentional guidance, Bulma and Tarn reached an agreement to help Tarn achieve a battle power of 10,000. The two calculated that they first needed to create a detector capable of measuring a battle power of 10,000, as the previous one, due to time constraints, could only measure very limited strength. The second was the new generation training room, which Tarn had long thought of a gravity chamber. However, Tarn was not a scion and couldn't train using the near-death revival method, so he didn't require much gravity. At that time, there were no senza beans, so the maximum gravity could be based on the multiples of King Kai's planet, which should be enough for him to use for a while. After all, with Tarn's current strength, even 1 or 2 times gravity was impressive. Without further ado, the next day, the two began their research. However, Tarn had to train during the day and could only study with Bulma at night. This period was truly the happiest time for Tarn, as it was a nice break from a whole day of monotonous training. One of them possessed the most profound knowledge in the world, while the other had the most potential brain in the current scientific community. Tang En then felt that the feeling of completing something together with the person he liked was so perfect. Tang En wanted to think about the reason for Bulma and Yamcha's breakup in the original work. First, and most directly, Yamcha became too flirtatious later on. Tao En still can't figure out why he chose to provoke women outside instead of sticking with Bulma. Second, he is not ambitious enough, especially compared to the proud Vegeta. Yamcha spends his days doing nothing, and his training has gradually become half-hearted, even participating in competitions with a group of ordinary people. He is regularly defeated by enemies and eventually blown up by a minion. Third, he has no common language with Bulma. When Bulma has gotten past her infatuation phase and excitedly emerges from a pile of data, she needs to share her sense of achievement. However, she sees Yamcha, who is inconsistent in his efforts, reading the newspaper and sunbathing. Once she calms down, Bulma should reconsider whether they can really spend their lives together. Fourth, he cannot provide Bulma with enough sense of security. This is quite clear. In the Namek saga, Bulma openly expresses her surprise at how Goku has become tall, handsome, and strong, saying that if she had known, she would have chosen him as her boyfriend. Tang En secretly thanked Yamcha, who is now unknown where, for the experience. Thinking about the various dangers that Earth would face later, Tang En felt not a hint of fear. At this moment, he felt himself slowly taking root and sprouting in this world, having people he cared about and people who cared about him. He vowed to protect the world before him at all costs. In the Universal Capsule Laboratory at night. Wow, such a big place. The facilities are really complete. Thank you, Bulma. Tang En touched the gravity control panel in front of him, looked around, and said with emotion, well, this is too formal. This is something I completed together with Tang. Jundan hammered his fist, feeling very happy. This gravity room, due to its low requirements for gravity, was completed in just a week, mostly by Bulma working alone. Now, he could train more freely. Hey, Don, once you reach a battle power of 10,000, let's travel around the world together, Bulma asked, propping her chin in her hands, her eyes wide with anticipation. Huh, do we have to wait until I reach 10,000 battle power to go? I think it will take a long time. If you really want to go, I can make time anytime, Don replied. Earthlings can't just casually reach their limits. According to Don's mental calculations, Earthlings have several shackles on their battle power. Once these stages are broken through, there will be significant improvements for a period of time. The first shackle is roughly between 100 and 300. The specifics vary from person to person, but most fall within this range. Every Earthling experiences a stagnation period when their battle power reaches 1 or 200. According to Don's accompanying memories, nearly 99% of Earth martial artists fall into this category. Even the current Master Rashi, Master Shun, and Tao Pai Pai belong to this stage. Without an extremely strong or pure desire and motivation, it is very difficult to break through this limitation. After breaking through this limit, one can reach a level of about 1,000 with a short period of training. This perfectly aligns with the situation in the Scion Saga, where Earthlings made rapid progress, increasing their power several times within a year. To further enhance, more stringent conditions are required. Either one must receive the innate guidance of the Grand Elder from Namek like Krillin, achieving it all at once, or rely on exceptional talent and powerful opponents. Just like Tien and others in the original work, who reached King Kai's planet via Snake Way, constantly battling together, with both pressure and motivation being essential. At this point, it's very difficult to make further breakthroughs relying solely on one's own training. After that, Don didn't know what to think, as he had no more material in his mind. Although Krillin and Tien in the original work exhibited battle powers in the millions, it never detailed how they trained to reach that level. Perhaps, like them, one must continuously challenge opponents far beyond themselves alongside Goku, even risking their lives in the end. Only through putting oneself in a desperate situation can one unknowingly become so strong. Tang En feels a headache just thinking about it. He doesn't know if previous generations of deities have studied this in heaven or if they just reincarnated directly. This means that Tang En has to break at least 2 shackles to surpass 10,000 battle power. However, with the experience of various deities, although it's not extremely difficult, it's not something that can be accomplished in just a few years. That would be too boring. Setting a distant goal makes waiting more interesting. Bulma holds her thumb and index finger close together, keeping them far apart, and looks at the gap between them with one eye. Is that so? It sounds quite reasonable. Hey, Tang En, are you going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months? I've noticed you've been paying attention to it lately, Bulma said. Yeah, but I'm still quite far off. I need to get stronger. I'm aiming for the championship. If I don't seize the opportunity to win now, it will be even harder to defeat Son Goku later. After all, once you enter the universe and encounter powerful enemies, Son Goku's battle power increases to an inhumane level. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. How could that be? The competitors inside aren't that much stronger than you. I can still judge that, Bulma said skeptically. So far I only have one opponent. Who is it? It's Goku. After 8 months of training, Goku will definitely be a lot different. Tang En Wukong. I see. It's been a week since I last saw him. Should we go check on him? He paused on second thought. Master Rashi must have taken Wukong somewhere else to train. I don't want to fall too far behind. To be honest, Tang En didn't believe that Sun Wukong would surpass him in a short time. It was also clear that the strongest fighter in this martial arts tournament was Master Rashi. After all, even after using all his strength in a Kamehameha that hit the moon, he could still slightly outshine Wukong, indicating that his true power was undoubtedly higher than Wukong's. However, Tang En instinctively wanted to compare himself to Sun Wukong. After all, the only one on Earth who could put pressure on Tang En right now was Wukong. Alright, there might also be future Piccolo, since both are powerful aliens. Next, Tang En began his gravity training. With the gravity chamber, he didn't need the old gravity suit anymore. After all, there was no real gravity field for comprehensive training. The multiplier was set to 2 times. It felt a bit uncomfortable. Tang En felt that at this moment, he was not simply doubling his weight as he had imagined, but rather every cell in his body was bearing a burden. In this state, Tang En realized that every breath and every movement needed to be executed with care. Otherwise, he would waste a lot of energy. Simple actions that were easy before had become extremely difficult now. It felt a bit suffocating. Tang En sensed that the environment had become noticeably oppressive. Then, he began to try to adapt to the surroundings. Running, jumping, punching, doing push-ups, Tang En felt as if he had returned to the time when he first arrived at the martial arts school, starting his daily training routine. However, it was quite different from back then. Thus, Tang En trained for 5 hours every day in a double gravity environment. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but he simply couldn't endure it. After all, at this moment, Sun Wukong could only run while carrying a shell weighing dozens of pounds. It wasn't until a month later that Tang En gradually adapted to the double gravity, and the time spent inside slowly increased. However, he did not continue to increase the gravity. For him, this environment was sufficient for now, effectively exercising his body and allowing him to familiarize himself with his breath. One must say that the battle power detector was truly a good thing. At this point, The battle power detector had been simply refurbished and could measure battle powers below 300. Every time Tang En looked at the slowly increasing data on the detector after 2 or 3 days of hard training, he felt a wave of joy. Just 2 words, worth it. With visible progress, Tang En felt that everything was worthwhile. With this mindset, the daily hard training didn't seem so tiring anymore. Thus, the months passed by, and whenever Tang En felt his strength had improved, he would proudly have Bulma measure it, sharing his joy. Finally, after 5 months, the screen displayed the number 84, and it remained steady. Neither of them was particularly surprised, as they were somewhat prepared for it. 84. Tang En, congratulations on your progress. Bulma said, it's just passable, but at this speed, who knows when I'll be able to travel the world, Tang En replied. Memories of the sky dance technique swirled in Tang En's mind. Tang En sat cross-legged, feeling the flow of heat within his body. Through the experiences of countless individuals, Tang En had almost avoided all the pitfalls. In just 5 months, he had reached a level that others might not achieve in a lifetime. At this moment, Tang En felt the power within him. He realized he could clearly sense this power, warm and comforting. Currently, Tang En's main goal was to learn how to harness this energy. This process either required talent or experience. Scions were born strong. Even a top warrior raised freely would have thousands of battle power. Their immense aura made them extremely familiar with this power, gradually etched into their genetic makeup, forming a powerful innate ability. As for experience, Tang En had plenty. Moreover, just because Master Roshi created the Kikaho technique didn't mean this martial art was unique to the Turtle School. After all, he merely summarized some elements from the martial arts of his predecessors. Throughout human history, many had learned to fly, and the Kikaho technique was not an exceptionally advanced martial art. Essentially, as long as the power was sufficient and one had a rough grasp of sensing ki, it could be used with guidance. Rise. Tang En maintained a cross-legged sitting posture, his entire body floating in the air. Next, while maintaining this feeling, he attempted to make some movements. At first, he swayed back and forth, but soon he was able to adapt to stable movements in the air, such as sprinting and punching. By this time, only a morning had passed, and Tang En controlled his body to fly towards the floor, exhaling a breath. The aerial technique still placed a significant burden on him and was far from a means of transportation, but short bursts of movement were indeed bearable. Then, Tang En looked at various Qi Gong martial arts. After a brief consideration, he decided to set them aside for now. After all, these skills either consumed a lot of energy or required strong control, which could potentially harm the spectators in the competition. Aside from these skills, there were many boxing techniques. Notable ones included shadow boxing and drunken fist, along with some lesser-known styles like 8-hand boxing, skycross fist, and luohan fist. Tang En then began to browse through the various boxing techniques for simple selection. Divine fist? What is this? Out of curiosity, he checked it out. Soon, Tang En became interested in this divine fist because it was a legacy left by the first generation of deities. Thinking of the sealing techniques of the second-generation deity, this inheritance from the first generation should be quite valuable, right? A quarter of an hour later, Tang En took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement. No way. This divine fist turned out to be a martial art that could break one's own limits, much like the Kaioken, but there were significant differences between the two. According to Tang En's knowledge, the Kaioken is a technique that compresses one's own energy, placing a tremendous burden on the body to unleash multiplied potential. Using this technique is said to pose great harm to one's body. It is rumored that Sun Wukong later developed heart disease partly because of this. Otherwise, how could a mighty Super Saiyan inexplicably develop heart disease? However, Tang En didn't need to care whether this rumor was true or false. In any case, using this technique could likely harm the foundation of an Earthling. He wasn't one to enjoy self-harm. Even if he learned it, he could only use a low multiplier. However, the divine fist before him was a revelation, as this technique seemed tailor-made for Earthlings. Unlike the Kaioken, which was urgent, it generated a divine aura in the body through exercise and meditation. Alternatively, it could be understood that by practicing the divine fist, a unique energy would emerge within one's body. Moreover, this energy could attach itself to one's breath, creating a new aura. The quality of this aura was far superior to that of an ordinary Earthlings, referred to as divine energy by the first generation of deities. After the transformation of breath into divine energy through practice, the person's outer breath wouldn't change. However, once the divine fist was activated again, the strength of the breath would be dramatically different. and the individual's strength would surge accordingly, with minimal burden on the body itself. Thinking of this, this meant that divine energy would not have a time limit in battle. If he found himself unable to win, activating the divine fist would make him feel like a different person. How could this be? The incredible effect made Tang En very curious about the origins of the divine fist. If it was created by the first generation of deities, that would be terrifying. After all, this was a version of the Kaioken without side effects. However, Tang En was disappointed. There was no information about the origins of the divine fist in his memory. This was different from other martial arts. This indicated that in history, this technique had only been used by the first generation of deities and had not been seen by earth martial artists. Tang remembered that the celestial god of that generation came out of the underworld. So, is this celestial god fist also something he brought back? Although Tang didn't know the origin of the celestial god fist, he still felt quite pleased. He even felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Could the martial arts of the earth's celestial god surpass the ultimate skills of the king of the realm? Absolument impossible. Tang En simply gave up thinking and directly began his meditation practice of the divine fist. As Tang En continued his training, a strange feeling began to arise in his heart. He felt that a tiny amount of energy was gradually being produced, accumulating more and more. And after reaching a certain amount, it would merge into his body. However, when he intentionally tried to examine it closely, this feeling became extremely faint instead. Tang En chose to ignore it completely and focused on meditation. Time passed quickly, and 3 months soon flew by. During this period, Tang En not only practiced the Heavenly God Fist, but also improved his skills in the Sun Fist, Shadow Fist, and Sky Dance technique. However, the Heavenly God Fist still took the most time for Tang En, and this martial art had not yet reached its limit for training. At this moment, when Tang En operated the Heavenly God Fist, it would increase his aura by a whole half. It can be said that Tang En has now surpassed Master Roshi. After all, even if Master Roshi were to enter his strongest muscular state, his combat power would only be a little over 100. Or maybe not. Tang En looked at the sky, imagining the shape of the moon. He felt that no matter what, he couldn't possibly knock the moon away. Yes, this kind of large-scale energy technique should be learned just in case, Tang En thought. In fact, aside from the Heavenly God Fist, which requires accumulation, Tang En could basically apply other types of martial arts just by watching them. After all, he had a solid knowledge base regarding these skills. After a simple selection, Tang En ultimately chose the Kamehameha. After all, this energy technique was indeed excellent, capable of perfectly unleashing a massive amount of his energy. The cost-effectiveness was quite sufficient, and Master Roshi truly lived up to being a Grandmaster. Kamehameha! Boom! Thunder! Tang En crouched down, gathering all his strength, and pushed out with both hands. A stream of white energy flew out from Tang En's hands, striking the dummy in the gravity chamber with overwhelming force. In an instant, the energy turned it to ash. Subsequently, the shockwave rushed out and hit the walls of the gravity chamber. The entire gravity chamber trembled. Tang En also knew that he had gone off track, and that he shouldn't have displayed his abilities here. However, now that the arrow had been released from the bow, Tang En could only slowly reduce his power, but the energy that had already been unleashed could not be taken back. Boom! With another loud noise. The super-strong alloy wall, made of numerous metals, shattered like glass, and then the gravity chamber completely exploded. Tang En immediately used the Sky Dance technique to fly into the sky. Looking at the scrapped gravity chamber below and the deep pits around, which were 3 to 4 meters deep, Tang En fell in a deep thought. This is ridiculous. How long has it been since he started practicing? Tang En thought to himself that he was currently using less than half of his strength, and he hadn't even used the newly learned Heavenly Fist. Tang En suddenly thought that if he tried his best, it might be possible to miss the moon. During these 8 months, on the other side, Sun Wukong was also growing rapidly under the guidance of Master Roshi. Just like before, little Wukong met Krillin, and the two practiced together, preparing for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. Meanwhile, Tang En, Bulma, and Oolong had long been paying attention to the date of the tournament. Now, the 3 of them had already arrived at the small island where the tournament was held on Bulma's private plane. It was already evening. Was there really no one else want to sign up? The deadline was until midnight today. A staff member in the venue shouted through a loudspeaker, looking around for others to register. Soon, Master Roshi registered for Wukong and Krillin. Then, Master Roshi turned to the two and said, Wukong, Krillin, you can go explore for a bit. The competition starts tomorrow, so don't wander too far. Okay, came two voices in unison. Wow, Krillin, there are so many people in the world. Little Wukong exclaimed loudly as he looked at the crowd around him. Krillin, on the other hand, seemed more reserved. Speaking very softly, he still lacked confidence. Wukong, these people look really strong. Aren't you nervous? Krillin quietly said to Wukong. But Master Roshi said we've become very strong already. And these people look really weak. Krillin, you can definitely defeat them. Little Wukong said seriously. Then, it seemed like little Wukong thought of something and immediately started looking around. Finally, it seemed he found what he was looking for and shouted loudly. Hey, Tang En, Bulma, Oolong over here. Tang En and the others heard someone calling them, turned around, and quickly saw Goku and Krillin. Long time no see, Goku. Tang En walked over and happily greeted Sun Wukong. Seeing that Tang En had indeed come to participate in the competition, Sun Wukong excitedly said, Tang En, you really came? I've been wanting to compete with you again. Tang En nodded with a smile, his gaze directed at the little bald head next to Wukong. Tang En thought to himself, this must be Krillin without a doubt. His aura is very strong. Hey, Goku, who is he? Krillin poked Sun Wukong with his finger and asked him. He is my friend, Tang En. Then, Sun Wukong pointed at Krillin and turned to Tang En, saying, he is Krillin, who trained with me under Master Roshi. After that, Wukong introduced Bulma and Oolong to Krillin, and everyone greeted each other. At that moment, Tang En secretly opened his power level detector to observe the strength of the two. Beep beep beep. Sun Wukong, 76 Krillin, 63 very impressive. Tang En thought to himself whether this was data or aligned with his own inferences. But he couldn't help but admire Krillin. After all, having so much power was inseparable from the hard work and persistence he had maintained for a long time. Even though he had always been behind, he had never given up. At this moment, Master Roshi also appeared. He had just deliberately sent away Sun Wukong and Krillin in order to sign up for the martial arts tournament under another identity. The purpose was to let the two of them understand that there are always stronger opponents out there, to prevent his disciples from becoming arrogant and complacent after achieving good results. It must be said that Master Roshi was indeed a competent teacher. Oh, good evening, everyone. Master Roshi, wearing a pair of dark sunglasses and a black suit with a black hat, looked like a stylish old man. Good evening, Bulma-chan. Finally, Master Roshi revealed his lecherous side, starting to wave his hands and dance around, trying to take advantage of Bulma. Old turtle, have some decency. Bulma already has a boyfriend. Be careful, Tang, it might knock you down. Oolong said gloatingly. During his time staying at Bulma's house, Oolong was well aware of Tang En's strength. It was definitely terrifying. Thinking back to that explosion still made Oolong feel uneasy. Ah, I like to joke around, huh? Master Roshi's words suddenly stopped, and he coughed awkwardly with his fist in front of his mouth, turning his back to ease the embarrassment. However, Master Roshi's heart was still unsettled. Oh, this little guy's become so strong. Huh? How could that be? It's really surprising. Maybe I'm not even his match. Master Roshi thought to himself, facing away from everyone. That being said, although Master Roshi didn't understand the sensing of energy, his long-standing experience allowed him to easily judge a person's strength. He was very curious about what kind of training this little guy had undergone during this time. In fact, the matter of Tang and making a wish to the dragon was only known to a few people at that time. Since Wukong had never paid attention to this matter, and no one had mentioned it, he had not spoken about it to anyone. Therefore, Master Roshi was also unaware of the situation at that time. He thought about using mind-reading techniques to check on Tang En's condition, but quickly gave up. After all, this martial art could only be effectively used on someone weaker than himself. Being close in strength would easily be detected. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their own accommodations, agreeing to go together for the preliminary round tomorrow. After all, it was getting late, and everyone wanted to rest well to prepare for the competition the next day. During this time, Tang En also used a power detector to check Master Roshi's strength, which showed only 81, but that was certainly not the limit. The reason Tang En still used the combat power detector was because he currently didn't have enough energy to sense. Although he had methods of perceiving energy from his memories, his current ability to sense energy was still quite vague, and the sensing distance was very short, far less efficient than the detector. Tang En planned to wait and improve for a while longer before completing a more advanced training, but for now, he needed to focus most of his time on exercising and practicing the Divine Fist. The next day, the curtain finally rose on the World Martial Arts Tournament. I didn't expect such a huge crowd, Bulma exclaimed. Do you think there will be many competitors inside? Sun Wukong asked. I think there should be quite a few. Krillin replied. At that moment, a person at the venue shouted into a megaphone, "Contestants participating in the tournament must go through the preliminaries. Please head to the martial arts hall." The preliminaries were not open to the audience, so the crowd parted to allow the participating contestants to enter. "Well, I can only accompany you this far. From here on, it will depend on your own efforts. The 8 people who pass the preliminaries will duel in front of the audience, and I will be watching from the stands, hoping to see you all." Master Roshi said to Sun Wukong and Krillin, then helped the two change into their martial arts uniforms. Master Roshi watched as they entered. Afterward, he quietly slipped into the crowd and squeezed through to a patch of grass. I'll change clothes and disguise myself before going in." "You must win, Tang En," Bulma said, giving Tang En a thumbs up. "Of course. We've put in so much effort. I won't lose easily." Tang En replied with a smile. "The World Martial Arts Tournament. Here I come." Inside the martial arts hall, today is the once every 5 years World Martial Arts Tournament. Thank you to all the heroes who have traveled from afar. It's truly hard work for everyone. The host of the preliminaries paused for a moment and continued. "This tournament will determine who is the true #1 master in the world. 138 contestants have come from all over the country, but only 8 will stand out and continue to the next round." Tang En turned to the insecure Krillin, just like in the original story, where Krillin was harshly mocked by his senior at the Doring Temple. The reason Krillin has always been quite timid is likely directly related to the shadows of his childhood, which have led him to feel fear even when facing powerful enemies later on. The preliminary rounds are divided into 4 regions, with the last 2 people standing in each region becoming the final 8 contenders. As for the competition rules, it's a one-on-one match on the field where surrendering, falling out of the ring, or fainting counts as a loss. However, there's one rule. Killing is absolutely prohibited and weapons are not allowed. The draw for matchups is about to begin. The host of the preliminaries explains the competition rules as usual, and then each participant draws lots to choose their opponents. "Goku, I'm number 87, what about you?" Krillin cautiously asked Son Goku. "Number 60, I'm in zone 2, Goku responded. "Phew, that's good. The last person I want to face is you," Krillin said with relief. "Oh, Goku is in zone 2? What a coincidence." Tang En looked at his number 53. He had to face Sun Wukong in the preliminaries? "Tang En, are you going to compete with me?" Sun Wukong said happily. "Well, it shouldn't be." Tang En took another look at the competition map. Although both he and Wukong were in zone 2, they wouldn't meet in the preliminary rounds. However, this reminded Tang En that he should learn to control objects with superpowers, just like the dumpling skill. To avoid encountering everyone in the preliminaries later, he decided it was time to give it a try. He was unsure if this martial art had any physical requirements, but he was ready to attempt it. As expected, the opponents that Tang En and his 2 companions faced in the preliminaries were quickly defeated. Krillin also successfully knocked out the senior who had bullied him, realizing that he had become quite strong. This didn't require much elaboration. Soon, Wukong and Krillin rapidly advanced as well. Tang En was only 1 match away from advancing, but this final match surprised him. Guess who Tang En faced? Wolfang Fist. The rapid fist winds created an impenetrable barrier around Tang En. However, this level of attack was completely ineffective against him. Tang En swiftly dodged, avoiding fists coming from all directions. To be honest, from the perspective of someone like Tang En, who had already grasped the concept of aura, this fighting style was useless. It lacked technique, power, and was straightforward. He could avoid it even with his eyes closed. Yamcha? He didn't expect to run into him here. Despite not meeting Sun Wukong, he still came to participate in the competition. Tang En looked at the long-haired man in front of him, feeling a bit emotional. Judging by his aura, he was currently at most at a 50 level, likely even weaker than in the original story. He didn't expect that the butterfly effect he caused would make this person suffer even more. Not only had he become weaker, but he also encountered himself in the preliminary round. Tang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Yamcha, I swear I mean you no harm, but I can't lose to you in the preliminaries. Damn it, I've already done so much training. How can I still be so far behind?" The crazily attacking Yamcha stared in disbelief at Tang in front of him, unable to believe that all his attacks had been dodged. Tang En accurately grabbed the hands of Yamcha, who was attacking. Then with a quick flick, he threw him out of the ring. Destined no. 53 advances to the top 8. Tang En walked towards the incredulous Yamcha under the ring and said to him, "Your attacks are wild and already have their own ideas. However, it would be best for you to find a teacher to properly guide you, as it will greatly benefit your future training." The masters of this competition's Sun Wukong and Krillin are Master Wu Tian. After the match, you can consult him, and I hope it will help you. Don can only do so much. He is not some kind-hearted fool. I've said all I can, whether you listen or not is up to you. As Don stepped down from the arena, he was greeted with congratulations from Krillin and Goku. Don, you're really strong. You were able to block such fierce attacks. Krillin exclaimed in admiration. In the end, the final 8 contenders were determined, which are, after the selection competition for the top 8 of Tang En, Sun Wukong, Klin, Jackie Chan, Namo, Lan Fong, Kira, and the Barbarian, everyone had a moment to rest. Tang En and his companions emerged from the martial arts temple and reported the good news to Bulma and the others. Afterwards, everyone arrived at the arena for the top 8 matches, while Tang En and his friends returned to the dojo to continue drawing lots to determine their opponents. It is worth mentioning that Tang En had mastered the superpower of controlling the drawing process this time. This skill requires almost no energy consumption, but demands a lot of mental focus and is quite complex. Although Tang En knew all the techniques involved, he could only manipulate very light objects due to his talent limitations, making it useless for combat. However, he was still able to observe and control some pieces of paper. Thus, under Tang En's arrangement, the order of the top 8 matches was established. First match, Krillin vs. Barbarian. Second match, Sun Wukong vs. Lan Fong. Third match, Jackie Chan vs. Namu. Fourth match, Tang En vs. Kira. The matchups were quite one-sided, and there were basically no surprises. Krillin quickly defeated the Barbarian once he realized he had nothing to fear from the Barbarian's foul odor. Sun Wukong, with his innocent heart, did not understand some of Lan Fong's tricks and won the match immediately. When Master Roshi sensed something was off with Namu, he used telepathy to discover that Namu's hometown was suffering from a water shortage. Afterward, Jackie Chan defeated Namu and gave him a universal capsule, informing him that the water here was free and he could take it as he pleased. Don also did not disappoint the crowd, quickly knocking down Kellen without even giving him a chance to use his skills. Just like that, the first round of the top 8 competition came to an end. The next matches were Wukong vs. Kellen and Don vs. Changlong. After a hearty meal, Sun Wukong adjusted his state, tightened his belt, and said to Kellen, "Kellen, I won't hold back." Kellen smiled and replied, "That should be my line, Wukong. If you dare to go easy on me, I won't forgive you." The two exchanged hearty laughs and stepped onto the arena together. Now, let us welcome the youngest competitors of this tournament, Sun Wukong and Kellen. The host, dressed in a black suit with brownish-yellow hair, said passionately while holding the microphone. It is said that these two competitors are from the same school, both disciples of the renowned martial arts master, the Turtle Hermit. This match is bound to be a fierce battle. Let us wait and see. Cheers erupted from the audience below. "Go, Wukong!" Kellen, Bulma, and Oolong shouted loudly, cheering for both fighters. "All right, Wukong, I'm about to start." Kellen bent down and said to Sun Wukong, "Bring it on." Wukong responded, "Who should we cheer for?" The Turtle Hermit sighed while leaning against the wall. "Of course, Wukong. He will definitely win," Bulma said. "But Kellen is not bad either," Lanchi replied. At this moment, the battle between the two had already begun. With a series of footsteps, Kellen rushed forward at high speed. The Turtle Hermit had not taught them any specific techniques, allowing them to forge their own paths. Kellen assumed a stance, and, after getting close to Sun Wukong, swiftly struck with his right palm. There was no build-up. It was a direct push meant to test the waters. However, the momentum was significant, with a feeling of cracking stones, causing Don to nod in approval. Kellen truly was a martial arts genius with this level of power. Tang En smacked his lips. As soon as little Wukong made contact, he displayed an extraordinarily powerful martial arts talent. He almost instinctively adjusted his body and shifted his center of gravity. Wukong borrowed strength from his surroundings to stabilize his position, dodged an attack, and first sidestepped. Then little Wukong quickly expanded his steps, interweaving his palms and low kicks, launching a fierce counterattack. Hey! Fortunately, Krillin had a solid foundation and knew Wukong very well. Krillin quickly set up a stance to counter, and the two exchanged blows multiple times with each breath, gradually forming a continuous stream of attacks. The intensity kept rising, becoming incredibly powerful. They suddenly exerted force, quickly trading punches, and then separated to stand their ground. Jackie Chan, standing aside, nodded secretly. The audience cheered loudly, the intense battle providing them with an excellent visual experience, and they shouted encouragement for both fighters. It was truly spectacular. The fight between Wukong and Krillin was incredible. As of now, there was no clear winner. "Let us keep watching," the host shouted loudly. "Huh!" Krillin shouted, circling around Sun Wukong, looking for openings from all angles to maximize the effectiveness of his attacks. Wukong, be careful. Little Wukong stood in a bow stance, his eyes following Krillin's movements, ready to spring into action. Bring it on. Suddenly, Krillin launched an attack from behind. Sun Wukong had anticipated this and quickly turned around to catch the strike. After that, the two exchanged attacks back and forth. Krillin always aimed for a decisive blow, his attacks incredibly fierce. Finally, Krillin seized an opportunity and attempted to chop at Sun Wukong's neck with his hand. However, he was forced back by Wukong's sidekick and had to retreat. This kid Wukong is still so serious. Krillin thought to himself that he could never defeat Wukong head-on. Moreover, he had already used all his strength, and continuing the fight would only exhaust him. It seems. Wukong, I know how to defeat you, Krillin declared confidently. Oh, then bring it on. I'm not afraid. Little Wukong replied seriously. A turning point has appeared. Krillin claimed to have found Wukong's weakness. Will the result emerge? Let's keep observing. The host shouted excitedly. All right, I'm going to make my move, so don't be careless, Krillin said, then set up his stance, closing in on Wukong, ready to attack. Come on, little Wukong eagerly responded. Krillin let out a low shout and charged forward. However, as soon as he took a step, he stumbled and quickly stopped. Krillin's eyes darted towards something behind Wukong. Looking very strange, he uncertainly said to Wukong, Hey, wait a minute, Wukong. That person looks a lot like you. You two aren't relatives, are you? Huh, really? Where? Sun Wukong turned his head, looking back with a confused expression, shaking his head. Now's the time. I told you not to be careless. Take this. The prepared Krillin swiftly delivered a kick toward Wukong. The powerful kick sent Wukong flying into the air, quickly soaring outside the ring. Oh no, Wukong is in danger. If he falls outside the ring, the next victor will be Krillin. The host explained. That little bald head Krillin is really sneaky. He actually launched a sneak attack. Oolong crossed his arms and huffed in dissatisfaction. No matter what, it's still his own strength, but Wukong is really in danger, Bulma replied. I thought Krillin knew about Wukong's tail weakness. Tang En thought to himself. Since there wasn't much conflict with the Pilaf trio during this Dragon Ball collection, and Goku also missed the full moon at that time, no one should know about the tail issue right now. Just when everyone felt the outcome was already decided, Kamehameha, Goku, who was in the sky, suddenly unleashed a wave of energy, using the recoil to return to the ring. It truly astonished everyone. Huh, Goku has returned to the ring again. Was that technique just now the legendary Kamehameha? That's Master Roshi's exclusive move, and he's the only one who can use it. I didn't expect Goku, being a top disciple of Master Roshi, could also use it. That's incredible. Krillin, you're so despicable, Goku said fiercely. TCH, that's useless, what a monster. Krillin thought to himself. This time, I'm going to give it my all, Goku declared. All right, you go ahead, Krillin said reluctantly. Krillin felt bitter. He had long understood that he was no match for Goku. Suddenly, Goku launched a fierce attack on Krillin. A barrage of combination punches kept Krillin busy, leaving him no time to spare. Krillin kept retreating. At this moment, he was getting hit by Goku more often. It hurts. When the timing was right, Goku unleashed another move, Frenzied Fist. Goku suddenly changed his attack style, leaving Krillin flustered and in a mess. Immediately, Goku seized the opportunity and circled behind Krillin, with his right hand shaped like a blade. He struck down with a whistling sound, fiercely hitting Krillin on the back. Slap! Krillin fell to the ground. Cheers erupted from the audience. The winner is Goku. After counting down, the host officially announced. Yay! Goku woke Krillin up with a smile. I just can't stay mad at you. Krillin got up, brushed himself off, and pretended to look very unhappy as he spoke to Goku. Thanks to Goku and Krillin for their wonderful match. Now, let's invite the next contestants to the stage. Please welcome Tang En and Jackie-chan. The referee announced loudly into the microphone. It's my turn. Tang En nodded to himself. Go for it, Tang En. Bulma cheered from the audience. Soon, the two stood on the ring, and Tang En looked at Master Roshi in front of him, feeling quite eager. After such a long training, I can finally see my results. The match begins. With the referee's command, both jumped back and stood ready. What sharp kid. Such perfect defensive techniques, who taught him that? Master Roshi thought to himself. Be careful. Tang didn't know what Master Roshi was thinking, so he directly launched an attack. Tang En took a step to the side, twisting his waist and throwing a punch, his movements incredibly fluid. With one hand in a single peak stance, creating a thunderous momentum, he aimed directly for Chung Long's temple. Chung Long remained calm and steady, as if his feet were rooted to the ground, his body slightly sinking, and he raised one hand to block the attack. The young man was decisively aggressive. Then, Master Rashi first used a backhand grip to lock Tang En's wrist. Then, with his other hand, he launched an attack, but was blocked by Tang En. Please give me more guidance. The two immediately entered a stalemate with their upper bodies. Both let out low growls as they engaged in a test of strength. Don wasn't willing to back down. He slightly shifted his stance, using his calves to power his thighs, and kicked low towards his opponent's lower body. Jackie had no choice but to turn and dodge, releasing his grip on Don. At the same time, Jackie stepped to the left, exposing a weakness to lure Don into attacking his right leg. Tang En was not fooled and kept his distance from Jackie Chan. What a steady kid, Master Rashi thought to himself. That was just a test, and after that scene, Tang En realized that Master Rashi's strength seemed to be on par with his own. Moreover, he was sharp, experienced, and even had plenty of stamina. Completely unlike an old man in his hundreds, he was a very tough opponent. His advantage lay in his variety of techniques and wide array of moves. Tang En is preparing to first probe the opponent's background, and then make specific arrangements based on the subsequent situation. Tang En thought to himself. Then, he slid closer and delivered a kick. Just as he was blocked by Jackie Chan, Tang En immediately took advantage of the momentum to retreat, creating distance and not giving his opponent any chance to exploit. Tang En found that he was very good at using various leg techniques. All right, when Tang En got serious and unleashed the combination kicks he had studied for quite some time, they all came from memories in his mind. Different techniques, whether side kicks, low kicks, or spinning kicks, were executed with rapid precision. With the characteristics of various masters, his posture was agile, his steps nimble, and his legs powerful. This truly caught Jackie Chan off guard, making him a bit flustered and unable to adapt. Tang En was waiting for the right moment, looking for an opportunity to strike hard at the enemy, but Jackie Chan never gave him a chance. Although flustered, he maintained his composure. What a kid. What a fierce killing intent. Jackie Chan was also forced to take it seriously, becoming unsteady and starting to perform drunken boxing. Tang En temporarily gave up on attacking the advantage, as he was very familiar with drunken fist. The most obvious flaws are often the best defenses. When facing such skill-based martial arts, one must use force to disrupt their rhythm. Initially, Sun Wukong broke drunken fist with monkey fist, and inspired by this, Tang En used the Tombi fist from his mind. The predecessor who created this fist technique stated, Tombi fist resembles the technique of a monkey pouncing, with agile footwork that can be described as elusive. The punches are like whips and spears, releasing subtle strength that penetrates deeply. It can be said that this fist technique is formidable, yet the results were not satisfactory. Tang En initially thought he could break through his opponent's drunken fist, but to his surprise, the two were evenly matched. Could it be that this Tombi Quan was inferior to the monkey fist? Or was it my own issue? This young man's moves were peculiar, and he only grasped the form, not the essence. It was completely different from the last time. If this continued, it would be a loss rather than a gain. However, to have reached this level, this kid was indeed a prodigy. Master Rashi decided to help this impure-minded young man, but in order to help him, he needed to see what he had gone through. Suddenly, Tang En felt something was off. A sensation of being watched swept through his mind. Tang En is well aware of the principles of mind reading, but he doesn't want others to see his memories, as that could be deadly. Although he has already locked away the most important secrets deep within himself, he is still a bit uncertain about the effectiveness. Damn it, why isn't this old man fighting properly? Tang was a bit anxious. In fact, it was also because Tang En overestimated the effectiveness of the Turtle Hermit's mind-reading abilities. This kind of thing could only allow the Turtle Hermit to see what a person was currently thinking, but it couldn't truly read memories. And the skill was far from sufficient. Have you been discovered? That's really impressive, especially since you were still so young, said the Turtle Hermit. It's unethical to pry into other people's thoughts, Master Chenglong. Tang En said unhappily that he had extremely sensitive thoughts on this matter. The two fell silent for a while and stopped their actions. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was vibrant, as the battles at this stage were still not beyond the eyes of ordinary people. Many moves were clear to see, so the crowd cheered for the two on the stage. Go, Tang En! Defeat that arrogant old man, Bulma shouted, holding down Oolong's head. Let go! Damn it! You woman! Oolong struggled. Hey, Goku, has your friend always been this strong? Krillin asked reluctantly. Yeah, Tang En is the opponent I've always wanted to defeat. Little Goku replied. Huh? You're not even a match for Goku? That's terrifying, Krillin said in surprise. We fought before, but it was a long time ago. I'm not afraid of him now. We just have to fight to see who's stronger. Sun Wukong said seriously. At this point, Long was the first to speak, looking serious instead of his usual lewd self. I'm really sorry, I'm just too curious. How did you become so different? I mean in terms of your moves. I feel like these aren't entirely your own. Can you tell me about it? Tang En was startled at first, then fell silent for a moment. Should he say it? Sigh. What is there to be embarrassed about? Tang En secretly despised himself. It was like this. I made a wish to the dragon god and gained a lot of martial arts knowledge. Tang En confessed honestly. Oh, I see, no wonder. Master Rashi suddenly understood, then fell silent for a while, feeling something was off, and continued to think of such an interesting method. It's Tang En, right? This is indeed a good way to become stronger. But remember, things that come too easily often lead to downfall. At this moment, Master Rashi's expression was calm, speaking eloquently and with great charisma. Master Rashi was right. Many things have a certain inevitability. Just like in martial arts novels, when a mortal suddenly gains the power of a grandmaster but lacks the corresponding mindset, they are likely to become a tyrant who views human life as worthless. Tang En Smaid, a Chinwin Ismaid. He knew that Master Rashi was worried about him, but he was fully aware of what he was doing. Limited by Earth, Master Rashi had only seen a power level just over 100 in his entire life, which was already the pinnacle for Earthlings at that time. If an ordinary person suddenly gained such power, would they still be able to work hard with peace of mind? Power that comes easily could turn their life upside down, making their original goals seem trivial. They could take as much money as they wanted. A person who loses their goals will only chase after greater thrills in search of fun, freedom, and even the meaning of life. Gradually, they become more and more greedy, ultimately losing themselves and becoming another person. A ready example of this is the future world of Trunks. Androids 17 and 18 suddenly gained invincible power, only to find that their enemy, Sun Goku, was already dead. Losing their sense of reality, they inevitably intersect with ordinary humans. As unparalleled masters, they are incredibly proud. Being offended once or twice is no big deal, but there will always come a day when they get angry. However, there is no one in the world who can suppress them. Thus, it's quite normal for them to be gradually consumed by desire. At some point, they will realize that being unrestrained and free is incredibly interesting. By then, they have already become another person. However, there is a premise. One must be aware of their own strength and transcend the mundane. In this regard, Tang En is more foresight than anyone else. Master Rashi might think this is what being strong means, but little does he know that there are countless strong beings in the universe. And Tang En's current power is not even enough to pick someone's teeth. Not to mention this meager power level below 100. Even if one day Tang En had 1 billion in power, he still wouldn't consider himself powerful. After all, no one knows better than Tang En how vast the world is. Tang En knows that what the turtle sage is worried about does not conflict with his own goals at all. Don's wish to become stronger is largely motivated by a desire to protect. Yes, that's right. Only by becoming stronger can he protect Bulma, his friends, and perhaps even his future children. No one knows what the future holds, except for Don. His desire to become stronger is not purely for selfish reasons. It is more of a necessity. Without finding a path and utilizing the dragon's convenience, how can he break through the limitations of being a human on Earth? If he were a scion, would he have to go through all this trouble? Understanding this, Don said to Master Rashi, "Old Master Turtle, I understand your meaning, but I have reasons I must adhere to. Please trust me." If it were an ordinary person, Master Rashi wouldn't care about them. Those with impure intentions gain nothing from martial arts. No matter how strong a person is, can they surpass the original Piccolo Demon King? Master Rashi believes that even if the Demon King were to return, he would risk his life to seal him again. However, Don left a good impression on Master Rashi. He is seen as a promising talent. Thus, Master Rashi kindly reminds him, unwilling to see him lose himself. After all, when a person harbors thoughts of getting something for nothing and actually achieves it, they will inevitably touch the bottom line of the rules. People like Master Rashi disdain using external means to enhance themselves, just as scions disdain fighting with numbers. The superficial strength and momentary satisfaction are not as valuable as inner peace and fulfillment. Master Rashi's gaze flickered, and with a sigh, he said, "In that case, I will use my final move, hoping it will help you recognize yourself." It must be said that Master Rashi is a great person, with many unique qualities that even the Supreme Kai cannot match. However, Don still feels that improving his strength and seeking breakthroughs is what he should focus on right now. "Please guide me," Don responded. Seeing Don's response, Master Rashi smiled. He is very confident in his own strength. This is definitely not his full power. If the opponent before him only has this level of strength, he is fully confident of winning. All right, then be careful. Master Rashi took off his clothes, revealing his lean muscles. Huh. After a moment of contemplation, Master Rashi quickly exerted his power, producing a deep grunt. Bang! During the charging process, a faint white glow appeared around Master Rashi. Immediately, his aura surged dramatically. Don watched as Master Rashi's muscles bulged, and in no time, his body had doubled in size. This completely overturned common perceptions. The audience was in shock, with even Krillin and Goku expressing their amazement. What impressive old man. Soon, Master Rashi completed his transformation and quickly made his attacking stance. Don recognized at a glance that this was not the Kamehameha, but the universal shock palm passed down from Master Mateto. Once the turtle hermit finished gathering energy, he decisively unleashed his technique. Universal shock palm, the turtle hermit shouted, and a white light enveloped the area, forming a large net that descended upon Don, leaving him no way to escape. Tang En knew that in such a small area like the arena, he could not continuously evade such attacks, so he decided to take it head-on. With a loud bang, as if struck by lightning, an aura enveloped Tang En. As the thunderous presence emerged, Tang En's muscles suddenly went numb, rendering him powerless. Tang En only felt a severe numbness in his spine, his body sank, and then he was directly propelled into the sky. The cracking sounds seemed to threaten to shatter him to pieces. Pain. Excruciating pain. This was Tang En's first sensation since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. This was definitely the most dangerous moment. The surging thunder blocked all the pores of Tang En's body, while at the same time, his entire body felt as if it were on fire. The intense pain made Tang En unable to hold back a cry. His eyes blurred, and tears flowed unconsciously. Ugh! Tang En let out a low growl. Tang En, how are you doing? Bulma shouted from the sidelines, clearly worried as she saw Tang En in a difficult situation. Wow! Contestant Shenlong has unleashed an incredible move, completely overpowering contestant Tang En. Tang En is in danger. The referee, never forgetting to commentate, said to the audience, "Kid, surrender. If you keep pushing on, you will die." Master Rashi started to catch his breath, clearly exhausted from the move. Tang's whole body was paralyzed with pain, making his thoughts extremely sluggish, with only the remaining willpower struggling to hold on. Tang En was speechless and didn't even have time to think. This feeling was like being electrocuted, with his body and mind completely out of control. No! A strained growl escaped him. I can't just be at this level. All I need is... Tang En gritted his teeth and finally found a moment of clarity. Divine Fist. At that moment, Tang En truly felt a sense of survival from the brink of death. He had nearly fainted just moments ago. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Tang En's skin. If there were a detector, one would see Tang En's fighting power rapidly increase, almost breaking through the 100 threshold in the blink of an eye. The boost in strength gave Tang En more clarity of thought. With his understanding of a universal shocking palm, he erupted with energy and broke free from Master Rashi's control. Huff, huff, huff. Tang En, still shaken, began to breathe heavily, his fingers trembling without him realizing it. That kid was really impressive, Master Rashi said in surprise. Using this move in transformation form had doubled his consumption, and at that moment his physical condition was slightly better than Tang En's. However, his energy had already decreased by a third. Master Rashi pondered for a moment, falling into silence. This was indeed all the strength he currently had. Even using the Kamehameha wouldn't yield much better results than this. This little guy is truly astonishing. All right, I concede. Master Rashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with ease, What? This is surprising. Contestant Jackie-chan actually chose to concede. Then I announce, the winner of this match is contestant Tang En. Yay, we won. We won. Bulma and Oolong danced with joy. What impressive guy. I didn't expect someone to be that strong, Krillin said, leaning against the wall connecting the dojo to the arena, speaking softly. He still had some insight. Had he been the one to use that Kamehameha just now, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Tang En stopped panting, watching the still energetic Master Rashi jump down from the ring, feeling somewhat conflicted. After all, the outcome of the fight was still uncertain. Mr. Jackie-chan, Tang En called out. Master Rashi turned his head and looked at Tang En as he walked over. Actually, I want to tell you that I truly hope to reach the true limits of Earthlings, Tang En said firmly. Master Rashi's body trembled as he looked at the still youthful child before him, bright and determined. At that moment, it seemed that Master Rashi truly understood Tang En's intentions. He felt that Tang En was indeed different from himself and most people. Perhaps the only one similar to him was Goku. Mom, Don't take what I said before to heart. Speaking of which, with you here, I can actually relax and step down. My goal has already been achieved. Indeed, with Tang En's presence, it would be extremely difficult for Goku to win, making the identity of Dragon irrelevant. Master Roshi walked off the stage, resting his hands behind him, turning his back to the crowd, and walked into a secluded patch of grass. Looking around, he confirmed that no one was there. Oh my, this glue is making my old head itch to death. If I had known there was such a monster, I wouldn't have come. Ouch, ouch, my head. He pulled off his wig, revealing a bright red bald head. Master Roshi continued to grumble. At this moment, in the competition area, Tang En looked at the cheerful Bulma outside the arena and gave her a thumbs up to signify their victory. Tang En, you're so strong. I can't wait to compete with you again. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly as he jumped down from the wall. Tang En smiled in response, but it was already noon, and the referee decided to take a 2-hour break before starting the finals of the martial arts competition. At this moment, only a few competitors remained in the dojo, as many of the defeated contestants chose to leave directly. Goku, Krillin, and Tang En ate together. Huh, where did that old man go? Isn't he coming for lunch? Goku said with his mouth full, speaking unclearly. He probably left directly. After all, there's no prize for sticking around, Krillin replied. Goku didn't pursue the matter. He was extremely hungry and kept eating the food in front of him, not saying anything more. Tang looked at Wukong's tail, pondering a bit. Today is indeed a full moon, and Tang was thinking about how to avoid Wukong's transformation as much as possible. After all, once that big guy comes out, no one can stop him. Should he find an opportunity during the match to cut it off? After all, letting the tail develop after knowing its dangers is not Tang's style. Or should he resolve the battle quickly, not giving him a chance to see the full moon? I announce, the final of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament begins now, shouted the referee in a black suit, announcing the start of the match between Tang and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has a completely different fighting style from Master Roshi. Master Roshi tends to seek progress steadily, while Sun Wukong leans more towards testing the limits. Little Wukong launched the first attack, his legs pushing off the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tang. A leg sweep, and he struck. Tang En performed a backflip, soaring several meters into the air. Sun Wukong watched Tang En's descent, first taking a step back and bending his body to gather strength, then executing a jumping upward kick. If this move landed, the immense impact would be enough to kick Tang En out of the arena. Tang En had to admire Xiao Wukong's observation skills, but this move was completely useless against him. After all, he could fly. Huh. Sun Wukong kicked Tang En's arm that was blocking his chest, and then quickly landed, while Tang En was pushed out of the ring by the force in the air. Oh no, this is bad. Contestant Tang En made a mistake and jumped into the sky, then was knocked away by contestant Sun Wukong. The referee's voice first abruptly stopped, then with even more excitement, said Tang En, contestant Tang En is suspended in midair. This is truly incredible. Wukong, the rule about falling out of the ring does not apply to me. Tang En looked down arrogantly and boasted, you can actually fly? How despicable. Little Wukong said gloomily. Tang En slowly descended to the ground. Only Bulma and Oolong knew about his ability to use the air dance technique. All right, Goku, it's time for me to get serious. Little Goku is currently no match for Master Roshi, so Tang En only needs to use his usual maximum strength to deal with him. Using the Heavenly God Fist would instead mean losing the opportunity to fight an evenly matched opponent. Tang En rushed forward like a fierce beast, his iron-colored fists glinting as he howled past, aiming straight for his opponent's chest. The straightforward attack was easy to dodge. Xiao Wukong lightly stepped back with his right foot to evade the blow. Suddenly, Tang En's left hand shot out from his right arm, continuing the assault. Xiao Wukong did not dare to be careless and continued to defend, then jumped up, wanting to kick Tang En's chin with his calf. Swish! The calf struck Tang En, but there was no reaction. It passed straight through his head. Xiao Wukong was astonished by the afterimage punch, twisting his waist and landing precisely, watching the illusion before him slowly dissipate. Clap, clap, clap. Tang En emerged from behind little Wukong, delivering powerful punches and kicks, elbow strikes, and palm slashes, unloading his strength onto the enemy like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. With a loud bang, little Wukong was sent flying into the distance. Incredible. Contestant Tang En dealt a significant blow to contestant Sun like a whirlwind. Can contestant Sun stand up? Let's start the countdown. 1, 2, it hurts so much. Contestant Sun is back on his feet. The match continues. Sun Wukong rubbed his back with his short arms, gritting his teeth in pain. That move was really strong. But now it's my turn. Little Wukong readied himself again and launched an attack. The same straight punch was thrown, but this time the opponent was Tang En himself, who pretended to defend. Counterattack. Tang En threw a punch at Sun Wukong. Whoosh. Sure enough, his body was pierced by his own punch. It was just an afterimage. Tang En knows that Sun Wukong has extraordinary talent and the ability to learn from one instance to another. Tang En was not surprised either. He carefully observed his surroundings, his eyes scanning continuously. There was movement. With a side kick on one leg, he similarly dispersed a Sun Wukong, disguised as a ghost. Tang En, realizing that even the multiple shadow punches wouldn't work against him. Here, another simple straight punch. With a loud smack, Tang felt the physical contact. It hit. This punch landed squarely on little Wukong's face, instantly revealing a red fist mark. So strong. Damn it, little Wukong said. Tang En felt very satisfied. This feeling of making Sun Wukong helpless was quite exhilarating. It was as if he had returned to his childhood when he came in first place in exams. Simple and joyful. All right, Tang En, I wonder if you can handle this move? Little Wukong stood up, arms bent at his waist, and said to Tang En, Kamehameha is the Kamehameha wave. Tang En quickly realized. Not going to clash with the Sun family? Tang En said, this is impossible. Tang En bent his legs and brought his palms together, concentrating his breath between his hands, slowly forming a stream of energy. The Turtle School technique is incredible. Is it true that the legendary Turtle School energy technique, which only the martial arts god Master Wu Tian could use, is about to make a comeback? And this time, it's two people. Could it be that contestant Tang En is also a disciple of Master Wu Tian? Let's enjoy this match to the fullest. The excited referee shouted, having not seen such an exciting match in a long time. Turtle School energy technique. Wave. The two simultaneously unleashed their energy techniques, and a dazzling white light engulfed the entire arena. The audience was stunned, and the powerful airflow blew off their hats, making them realize this was no illusion. Tang En struggled in the eye of the storm, the immense reaction force causing his body to slide backwards. He fought desperately to curb this trend. Wow. Neither of the two would give in. It all came down to personal willpower and luck, but Tang En knew that Sun Wukong would definitely not have it easy either, as his strength was still slightly higher than that of his opponent. The prolonged standoff was making Tang En somewhat fatigued. His muscles had begun to feel numb, and a large amount of lactic acid was challenging his nerves. Tang En knew he shouldn't just sit and wait foolishly. The seance would only get more excited. And why should he pretend to be a big bad wolf? He needed to end the fight quickly to avoid any complications. It's just a pity that even though he was clearly stronger, he still had to show hesitation in the end. Divine Fist, Tang En murmured to himself, and then he felt a surge of strength. Even the fatigue he had felt before had significantly diminished, making him feel incredibly relaxed in an instant. Tang En, while retaining his original strength, suddenly infused another force into his energy technique, making it more powerful. The previously evenly matched energy techniques finally broke the balance and exploded with a loud bang. Fortunately, the arena was large enough that the aftermath of the battle between the two only blew the surrounding dust around, scattering it everywhere. Tang En took a few steps back and steadied himself before he fell. Meanwhile, little Wukong was blown over even worse, falling to the ground and just about to struggle to get back up. Tang En let out a breath. This round of confrontation had consumed at least half of little Wukong's energy, yet the opponent still had considerable momentum, which made him very troubled. Tang En looked at the sky. It would be a long time before dark. However, he didn't want to continue fighting. If he dragged it out until the moon appeared, it would only complicate things further, which was not a good idea. Moreover, Tang En had already gained quite a bit of experience from his battles with Master Roshi and little Wukong. Continuing to fight would only lead to repeating previous patterns. Tang En walked up to Wukong, who was sitting on the ground, and smiled. Wukong, if I grab your tail, will you lose your strength? Little Wukong immediately got defensive and tightly protected his tail. Don't grab it. Tang En was momentarily stunned, but in his god fist state. He was not someone little Wukong could block. Come here. Don't come here. With a series of cracking sounds, Sun Wukong struggled for a moment, but ultimately could not match Tang En's speed and was caught at his weak point. Then, Tang En grabbed Wukong by his tail and threw him out of the ring. Sun Wukong collapsed when his tail was grabbed, barely having the strength to speak, resembling a person trapped by sea tower stones. Incredible. Contestant Sun Wukong was thrown out of the ring by contestant Tang En without any resistance. Therefore, I announce that the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Tang En. The suited referee said earnestly. Krillin jumped down from the city wall and curiously asked Wukong, "Why didn't you resist just now?" Wukong replied, "Once I'm grabbed by my tail, I'll lose all my strength. There's nothing I can do." Little Wukong scratched his head, embarrassed. The World Martial Arts Tournament finally concluded successfully, and Tang En used the prize money to treat everyone to dinner. Everyone was happy. The next day, it was finally time to part ways. "So, Wukong, Krillin, are you going to continue training with Master Roshi?" Bulma asked. "Of course," Krillin replied. After this competition, he felt he still had many shortcomings and needed to train again. No, I've taught you all I can. From today on, you have your own paths to walk. Just train on your own. I believe you can do it." Master Roshi also sensed the growth of his two disciples and provided them with guidance. "Then I'm going to find my grandfather's Dragon Balls. This journey will serve as training." "Perfect," little Wukong said excitedly. "Hey, what's a Dragon Ball?" Krillin asked Wukong beside him. "It's a relic my grandfather left for me," little Wukong answered. "Okay, I'll give this to you." Tang En took out the Dragon Ball radar from his pocket and handed it to little Wukong. "In a few months, you could just press the Dragon Ball radar to check the location of the Dragon Balls," Tang En continued. "Thank you. But Tang En, where are you planning to train?" Sun Wukong asked. "Of course, I'm going to train in West City with me. We've built a super large gravity chamber. Wukong, if you come, I can lend it to you for training," Bulma said. Tang En nodded, having already satisfied his cultivation in West Capital. Besides that, he was also somewhat interested in the temple and the room of spirit and time inside it. However, he wanted to take a trip to the legendary Korin Tower, but he didn't know where it was. Tang En looked at Master Roshi and said, Master Roshi had been to Korin Tower when he was young, so he must know its location. Korin Tower, let me think. It should be in a forest far to the north. It should be easy to find. Master Roshi replied to Tang En. After all, Korin Tower is so tall that it should be quite noticeable when you get close. After getting a rough idea of Korin Tower's location, Tang En felt relieved, especially since he had a lead on the Senzu Beans. Afterwards, everyone temporarily went their separate ways. Sun Wukong continued searching for the Dragon Balls, while Tang En and Bulma returned to West Capital, and Krillin continued training with Master Roshi. 2 months later, in West Capital, a new type of robot stood in front of Tang En. "Kabiki, come help us grill some meat skewers." "Doctor, you have not loaded this function for me," came Bulma's teasing voice from the side. "Tang Jun, it seems your machine needs to learn how to learn first." Don laughed and realized that his application experience was still lacking. After the martial arts tournament had just ended, Don, Bulma, and Oolong quickly arrived at the Universal Group, and the three temporarily resumed their previous lives. However, a month later, Don discovered that his progress had slowed significantly. His daily training volume had always increased with his strength until he exhausted his energy. Yet, in that month, his strength had only increased by 5 points, which made Don a bit anxious. At this rate, his first threshold would certainly be below 200. To better adjust his body, Don decided to rest for another month before going to the Korin Tower to collect Senzu Beans. To pass the time, Don began to work on the android technology he had always been interested in. He wanted to create a robotic butler for himself. Don had high hopes for his creation. After all, it was made by one of the most knowledgeable people in the world today. Therefore, he gave his scion name Kabeki. This one was a big deal among vegetables, far more common than kakarot. Speaking of scion names, let me introduce a few. Vegeta, the prince of the scions, has a name that is directly the first half of the English word for vegetable, while his brother Tarble has the second half. The others are quite varied. Nappa is cabbage, kakarot is carrot, Raditz is radish, and Bardock is burdock. There are also those from a movie, like Broly, cauliflower, door lettuce, and Paragus, seaweed. Once Don figured out these names, he understood why King Cold recognized kakarot as a scion name upon hearing it. The Kabeki created by Don indeed had high functionality in many areas. For example, the combat power detector, under Don's modification, was now comparable to those used by Frisia's army. Its detection range could encompass the entire Earth, although the detection data was not high, only 5000, since that was all that was needed at the moment. This achievement even impressed Bulma's father, Briefs, as there were no ready-made detectors to study. Everything was conceived by Don himself. Additionally, it had flight capabilities, positioning functions, communication functions, solar charging capabilities, and intelligent language processing, although the learning function installation failed. The reason for this failure had a story behind it. The main reason was that Don was wary of the inherent abilities of androids, fearing betrayal like that of Dr. Gero. So, he initially set the machine to be command type. Well, it was very much in line with Don's cautious nature. Clearly, Don did not equip it with any combat capabilities. At the same time, the most amusing thing was Tang En did not provide Kabiki with any information about himself, so Kabiki referred to him as Doctor by default. As a result, there was a widespread malfunction in the learning system. Once completed, Kabiki was cold and only worked when given orders. Therefore, he was always referred to as an incomplete work by Bulma, the genius scientist. However, Tang En was quite satisfied, as it had only been a month. He would make modifications when he had more free time. Right now, it was a picnic with Bulma before Tang En's departure. It is said that picnics have a threefold deliciousness bonus. Dawn was flipping the barbecue and said to Bulma. Bulma was lying on the grass in a big shape, occasionally lost in thought. Thinking about Dawn's decision, Bulma felt a pang of reluctance. Well, I won't listen, I won't listen. Bulma rolled around beside her. Kabeki, with his large head, couldn't understand the situation in front of him and stood there in a daze. How long are you going to leave? In the end, Bulma chose to support him and said to Dawn, it will probably be for a while. Tang En thought about the purpose of entering this line of work. Originally, he only wanted to take but the slow progress in his training made him think about cultivating this could take a long time, and he couldn't be sure about it himself. After all, even Sun Wukong spent a long time there. Thinking of this, Tang En approached Bulma and gently wrapped his arms around her. Your husband must become the strongest earthling. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of someone as talented, intelligent, cute, kind, beautiful, and gentle as you? Tang En touched his conscience and said without blushing or panting. Bulma sat cross-legged, arms crossed, clearly enjoying it, but still said with a hint of pride, at least you still have a conscience. I'm not something you can easily obtain, so you better cherish me. It was obvious that she was something that could be easily obtained. Tang secretly murmured to himself, Kabeki, activate the combat power detection function to search for combat power in the high altitude north of Earth, with a range above 100. Tang said, understood, Doctor. Kabeki responded, beep beep beep. Detected 2 locations with high energy responses. The first is at an altitude of 30,000 meters, with a reading of 153. The other is at a higher altitude, with 2 high energy responses, one at 280 and the other at 300. Kabeki said, the 153 combat power is undoubtedly that of Master Kylan. This old fighter is still quite capable. The other 2 should be Bobo and the Supreme Kai. It is well known that the strength of the Kaishin in Dragon Ball is stronger than that of the corresponding gods. Moreover, Bobo's strength is definitely not just 280 or 300. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Piccolo so badly. Locate the energy at 153 and fly to that vertical ground position. Yes, Doctor. Tang En discovered that Kabiki could also serve as a part-time aircraft, and its speed wasn't slow. However, it still hadn't moved beyond the realm of a propulsive engine and definitely couldn't fly as high as 30,000 meters. An hour later, as Kylinta descended, Kabiki landed accurately. Who is it? A man dressed in clothes resembling those of primitive people asked. The sacred land of Kylan shouldn't be trespassed. Tang En jumped down from Kabeki and looked at the strong man in front of him. After a moment of thought, Tang En realized that he should be UPA's father. And since he was still alive, it indicated that Goku's journey to collect the Dragon Balls had not yet fully begun. Tang En first glanced at the endless Kylan Tower, then said to the strong man in front of him, I have heard the legends of Kylan Tower, and I am here to challenge it. Upon hearing this, Bora's hostility gradually dissipated, and he lifted the weapon in his hand. So you are the brave warrior challenging Kylan Tower. You may climb as you wish, but it has been a long time since anyone reached the top, so be very careful. Thank you for the information. Tang En admired those who followed the will of the gods and guarded Kylan Tower for generations. Kabeki, you should return to the West City first. I will go up alone, Tang En said. All right, Doctor. Okay. Looking at the towering Kylan Tower that pierced the clouds, Tang En suddenly jumped, landing directly on the tower's body over 100 meters high. Then, he quickly climbed using both hands and feet. After all, this was also a form of training. Using the void dance technique would be too boring. As Tang En quickly disappeared from sight, Bora, standing in place, felt inexplicably shocked. He didn't expect this young brother to have such strength. Maybe he really could see the legendary Kylan immortal. As he continued to climb, Tang En scratched his head, wondering if he should bring some gifts. For example, trading some fish with the Kylan immortal for immortal beings? After all, those predecessors who crossed over did it this way. After thinking it over, Tang En decided to abandon this idea and focus on climbing the tower. After all, a cat that had lived for over 800 years was far from an ordinary cat. If he wanted to give something to him, he could just ask. If he didn't want it, could he really force it? It would be better to directly state his intentions than to try to barter. Don never expected this tower to be so exhausting. He had been climbing for a full 5 hours, yet he still couldn't see the top. After all, he had been maintaining a fast pace the whole time. It was really tedious. Don felt his hands and feet starting to ache and go numb. After another 3 hours, he finally saw the top of the Chiron Tower. Phew, this is really insane. Tang En quickly climbed up, flipped over the railing, and finally arrived. After that, Tang En turned over and was exhausted. At this moment, it was already dark, and Tang En felt both tired and sleepy. Moreover, the oxygen here was extremely thin, and even a slight movement would consume a lot of energy. Fortunately, it wasn't particularly dim here, and he could see his surroundings clearly even in the darkness. Tang En turned his head to look around, not finding anyone nearby. This time, he didn't bring a detector. After all, he came here to learn about the atmosphere. They should be upstairs, and he guessed they were probably watching him. Tang En can still guess a thing or two about the little schemes in the hearts of these immortals. After all, he is quite familiar with them. Don stood up and walked towards the bucket that could see the past, present, and future. Should I take a look? Don thought. Of course, who wouldn't? The first bucket displayed a scene of Don training in the martial arts school, and he smiled nostalgically. This was the past. The second bucket showed Bulma sitting by the bed, turning on the lamp, quietly reading a book. This was the present. It's time for bed, Bulma, Don shouted, cupping his hands to make a trumpet. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Don was quite dissatisfied. Huh? I think I heard Don's voice, Bulma said, putting on her slippers and opening the curtains to look downstairs, but there was no one. I won't sleep. I won't sleep. You left me all alone. Bulma stomped her feet, performing a bewildering act on the spot. Don couldn't hear Bulma's voice here, but he still saw Bulma obediently turning off the lights and go to sleep after venting. She had to go to sleep before it got too late, as Don had instructed, to prevent her from working all night as soon as he left. Tang En was very happy and then turned his eyes to the third bucket. Inside, there was only one scene, Tang En practicing in the temple. The surroundings were very familiar to Tang En, so it was easy to recognize. It wasn't that magical. It could only show a very short time into the future. Oh, this kid can practice in the temple. It seems I need to observe him closely. On the second floor, the immortal Kylan was secretly watching. As expected, this guy was peeking. At that moment, a voice rang in Tang En's ear. That is a bucket that can see the past, present, and future. I'm upstairs. Feel free to come up. After listening, Tang En looked around, found the stairs, and went up. Soon, the large white figure holding the staff appeared in front of Tang En. Mortal, are you here to drink the super holy water? Asked the immortal Kylan, stroking his sparse beard. Tang En doesn't want to drink plain water. He wants to eat fairy beans. Kylan, I've been climbing for so long, I'm very hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Tang En held his stomach. And this was indeed the truth. St. Chiron was taken aback. Could there really be such a guy? Wasn't he here for the super holy water? I have some. Follow me. St. Chiron opened a jar and took out a bean. This is a celestial bean. Eating one is equivalent to 10 days' worth of nourishment. Gulp. Tang En had already swallowed it, feeling that the taste was mild and not particularly delicious. St. Chiron scratched his chin, feeling that the kid in front of him was a bit dull. All the fatigue in his body was restored, and Tang En clearly felt that his strength had improved. It's true, the Chiron Tower is indeed magical. Just climbing it can lead to such a significant boost. One amazing bean. I wonder if there are more. I want to stock up on them, St. Chiron. Tang En rubbed his hands awkwardly and said to the fairy Kylan, do you want some senza beans? These were originally prepared for you all, and since no one is coming, you can take them if you want. The fairy Kylan looked at the young man in front of her. His aura was very pure, and there was not a trace of killing intent about him. Moreover, there was a sense of familiarity in the air, suggesting that he was not a bad person. Tang En didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Then, Tang En picked up the jar of fairy beans, which weighed about 10-odd pounds. The fairy beans are 3 times heavier than regular soybeans. So this jar probably contains at least 6,000 beans. Thank you, Immortal Kylan. Tang En took out a few to leave for Master Kylan, then put the rest into his. This time it was Master Kylan's turn to be stunned. Master Kylan shook his head and said to Tang En, kid, you didn't come here just for the, did you? Tang En replied, well, not really. I'm actually preparing to go to the for training. Tang En said, Celestial being Kylan. Celestial being Kylan, leaning on a cane, licked her claws, and looked at Tang En, saying, I didn't expect that there are still legends of celestial beings in the lower realm. I thought no one knew about it anymore. However, it's not easy to gain the guidance of a celestial being. You must first pass my approval before you can reach the divine temple. Celestial being Kylan slowly stated. Tang En was not surprised. However, at this moment, Tang En had already made some progress in his cultivation of qi, but because his own qi was still weak, he could only vaguely distinguish the strength of others' qi. If he were to compete with Master Chiron for the super sacred water bottle at this time, Tang En was confident he could catch it within a few hours. Knowing the essence of qi naturally reduced unnecessary movements, Tang En shook the magic bean in his hand and suddenly remembered that he still had one wish unfulfilled. At this moment, just thinking about it gave him a sense of returning home in glory. Tang En plans to finish this matter first before going to Kailinta. In this way, he can also try climbing multiple times like Sun Wukong, achieving 2 goals at once. Master Kylin, there's no rush on this matter. I still have some personal affairs to handle below, and will come back to visit in a couple of days. Tang En jumped down from Kylin Tower and slowly climbed down the pillar, still not using the sky dance technique. He left the Kalen immortal peeking out to watch this fleeting young man. Remarkable, meow. He only thought that the young man before him was in a hurry. Not greedy for the holy water, not flattering the immortal, and quite mysterious. In this way, he was indeed more suitable for cultivation than the turtle immortal from 300 years ago. However, Tang En only wanted to quickly deliver his fairy beans to the old curator, fulfill his wish, and then continue his cultivation. That was all. Tang En rapidly descended, and within just 4 hours he saw the ground. After that, Tang En let go and fell, then used his aerial technique to fly straight towards the southwest. At this moment, in the Channy Martial Arts School in Shidu, under the leadership of the old Master Mu heir, the young disciples of the school were diligently training. The Channy Martial Arts School had slowly gained some fame over the past few years and had encountered some challenges and competitions, producing many well-known martial artists. However, just the day before yesterday, a talented fighter had defeated the Channy Martial Arts School, dealing a severe blow to the school that had been established for 4 years. Maslow, you've been doing well lately. You actually managed to trip mark the day before yesterday. I might not even be able to beat you now. Rem's figure was somewhat plump, and after exercising, he spoke a bit out of breath. Beside him, Maslow had a well-proportioned build and had been gradually growing stronger during this time. With 2 senior brothers having left, now it seemed that only senior brother Rem could still hold a slight advantage over him. Senior brother, do you think it would have been better if I had changed that kick to a knife hand? Maslow asked Remington. How would I know? Go ask the master. Rem replied. At this moment, Rem was leaning against the doorframe, with Maslow sitting across from him. Rem instinctively looked at the new junior brothers behind Maslow, ready to remind them if anyone made a mistake in their movements. Just then, an unusual outfit caught his eye, standing out among the group of martial uniforms. Hey, Maslow, isn't that junior brother Tang En? It looks like him. Rem kicked the other person lightly to remind him. Junior brother Tang En? Hasn't he been gone for a long time? I heard he even won the martial arts championship. That's incredible. In fact, the influence of the world's #1 martial arts championship in this world was not very high. Only those truly interested in it knew about the participants. Rem did not respond to Maslow. At this moment, he was already certain that the person in front of him was indeed Tang En. He raised his hand and called out Tang En. Over here. After a year apart, Tang En had finally returned to this place, the place where his martial arts journey began. Hearing someone call him, he instinctively looked in that direction. Senior brother Rem, Maslow, long time no see. Tang En walked towards them, and the young disciples of the martial arts school all looked at Tang En. Under Maslow's bragging, everyone was somewhat familiar with the name Tang En. Maslow gave Tang En a hug. Senior brother, is that champion really you? I can't believe it. His excited tone seemed to blame Tang En for not bringing him along, saying at the very least, I could have cheered for you. Tang En was somewhat moved. After leaving the martial arts school, he had undergone many changes. In the first 2 years here, he always felt a sense of rejection. That period of himself was indeed quite naive. On the surface, he seemed impeccable and polite to everyone, but deep down, he always harbored arrogance. He was immersed in his own world, planning his future, because at that time, Tang En always believed he did not belong here. He didn't even notice the respect that the boy in front of him, who was also an orphan, had for him. After going around in circles, Tang En finally realized that these people in front of him were just like the main characters, real individuals who should not be overlooked. If you're talking about the 21st martial arts tournament, then I think that's right. Let's participate together next time, Maslow. Tang En said. Yes, senior brother. Tang En chatted briefly with the 3 of them. Then he asked Rem about the location of the old curator. Grandpa, I'm back. Tang En opened the door and spoke to the old master. Aside from the replaced chandelier, there was no change in the room. The old master looked up and, seeing Tang En, was not too surprised, smiling as usual with wrinkles forming on his face. Tang En, the 2 exchanged smiles. The magic beans were still as extraordinary as ever. The old master's legs, which had been immobile for a long time, could suddenly move again, leaving him momentarily speechless. After not seeing each other for a long time, the old master unexpectedly shared his youthful experiences with Tang En. In his younger days, the old master was indeed a genius who could rival Krillin, having traveled extensively and seen much throughout his life. Perhaps sensing Tang En's current strength, the old master subconsciously mentioned his own helplessness when he reached the limits of martial arts. This made Tang En feel a sense of empathy, realizing that the old master had not been fortunate. If he had been born a few decades later, he might have experienced a broader world like Krillin, encountered stronger enemies, and perhaps become thousands of times stronger than he was now. With this thought, Tang En inexplicably had an idea. What would happen if all the people on Earth knew how to cultivate? Or what if all the people on Earth could engage in cultivation? The social structure of Earth in the Dragon Ball world is extremely contradictory. There are layers of technology and vast distances between regions, which is one thing. The most bizarre part is the lamentable lack of martial arts knowledge per capita. Other worlds may be different, but this world is one where people can become stronger through certain training. The benefits of an era of cultivation not only lie in significantly raising the average level of humanity in a short time, providing a bit of self-defense, albeit minimal, but still better than nothing. Although this would not affect the various strong enemies that may appear in the future, at least it would open people's eyes and help them recognize the world. Moreover, this would assist Tang En in seeking a breakthrough. There are countless talented individuals in the world. Perhaps there are some who are exceptionally outstanding in martial arts. With this broader environment, these individuals would not be buried in their talents, and through mutual exchange, they might truly find ways to break through human limitations in cultivation. Once the first emerges, there will be a second, a third. Achieving this goal is not particularly difficult. It just requires a guide. As long as one person can prove that Ki and flight truly exist, point out cultivation methods, and provide guidance, people will naturally begin to cultivate. Inside the martial arts hall, Tang En was chatting with Maslow and Remington. So, you guys are feeling down because you all lost to that guy named Mark? Tang En sipped the juice handed over by Maslow through a straw and said slowly, "Yeah, if it were just an ordinary challenger, it would be fine. But that guy is just too arrogant. Just thinking about it makes me frustrated. Right, Brother Rem?" Maslow replied with a frown, "There's nothing we can do. He's not much older than me. We're just weak ourselves. But I believe that if junior brother Tang En takes action, he can definitely defeat him." Rem said from the side, "Tang En has long since moved beyond the lowbrow pleasure of bullying the weak, ignoring the two's attempts to provoke him. At this moment, Tang En is thinking about something else." "Maslow, Rem, do you two want to know what true martial arts really are?" Tang En said. "True martial arts? What does true martial arts mean?" The two couldn't help but ask. Tang En decided to show them. Yes, you see, a flash of light flickered in Tang En's hand, and soon a beam of light appeared. With a thought, the beam shot straight through the wall, leaving a hole behind. The two were stunned. Is this magic? Raimu and Maslow were both extremely shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. Clearly, Tang En was testing the acceptance limits of ordinary earthlings, who currently only regarded martial arts as mere physical attacks. Now, Tang En was trying to make them believe in him. This is not magic. It's called Qi. What I want to say is that each of us has this Qi. However, ordinary people possess it in very small amounts, but it can be continuously increased through training. Tang En looked around and said to the two. Yesterday, he had explained this Qi to the old Master Mu'er. At that time, the old master was also just surprised, which made Tang En admire his experience quite a bit. It was obvious that the old master had either heard of or seen this technique before, but he couldn't believe that Tang En could use it too, which was why he was slightly surprised. Right now, Maslow and Raimu were the two young people he knew best suited for cultivation. Whether out of selfishness or affection, he should help them. Who knows? They might become important figures in promoting martial arts. So amazing, the two slowly exhaled in awe. Tang En paused for a moment. Do you know? A person can become very powerful through special training, and this is what I call true martial arts. The two people showed some complicated expressions and asked in unison. Very powerful? Powerful enough to easily defeat someone like Mark? Tang En didn't want to talk to them about overly advanced martial arts levels, as that would inevitably lead them to develop doubts and feelings of discouragement during their practice. Tang En simply said, "I don't know who Mark is, but if you can train well, I believe you can definitely improve to a level you can't even understand in a short period of time." The two felt a sense of longing, while Tang En was thinking about who could teach them, as he really couldn't spare much time. Tang En gave the two of them some time to digest the information and promised to give himself an answer by tomorrow morning. The two went back to ask the old master, and the result was clear. The old master was very much looking forward to the promotion of his school and envied the two for having met a mentor when they were young. He felt he had little to teach them, only urging them not to waste this opportunity. That same day, the two expressed their attitude, hoping that Tang En could guide them in their practice, no matter how perilous it might be. Maslow was alone, while Rem said goodbye to his parents and sisters before departing. During this half-day, Tang En had already prepared various supplies and 2 years' worth of food for the two of them, placing everything into the universal capsule. Tang En wants to send 2 people to Karen, partly because it's on the way and partly because it's suitable. If they were handed over to Master Rashi, they might get better training. However, that would interfere with Master Rashi and Krillin's progress, as there is a significant gap. Moreover, Master Rashi might not even accept the two of them. It's just tough for the two of them. They don't know if they can survive on Karen Tower. Tang En called Kabiki to send the 3 of them to the Kylan sacred land, and then he flew straight up with the 2 of them. Through training, can they fly like their senior brothers or sisters? Maslow and Rem secretly sighed, feeling a bit more determined in their hearts. After activating the celestial fist, it took the 3 of them just over an hour to reach the top of the tower. However, this also left the 2 of them sufficiently shocked. There was actually such a tall tower in the world. At this moment, the Kylan sage was already at the top of the tower watching them. Tang En, you can only receive my teachings by climbing the Kylan tower using your own strength, said the Kylan sage. Isn't the sky dance technique considered your own strength? Of course it is, but I'm talking about the 2 beside you. The Kylan sage pointed at the 2 with his staff. Rem and Maslow were a bit out of breath. The air here was thin, and not to mention cultivating, they first needed to adapt to survive. Upon hearing the Kylan sage's words, the 2 were wondering what kind of joke this was. It's so high, and they had to climb up by themselves? Tang En had no other choice. Perhaps this approach could yield good results. After all, by the time the 2 were able to adapt to the environment here, they would likely be experts by the time they reached the lower realm. Master Kylan, the inheritance in the lower realm is almost severed, and very few can climb up the Kylan tower by their own efforts. Tang En paused for a moment and continued, Immortal Kyran, I want to take this opportunity to pass down the training methods of the temple and the Kyran tower. Please, you must help me. Immortal Kyran scratched his body with his claws, looking at Tang En without saying a word. He actually admired Tang En's idea. After all, he had witnessed the decline of martial arts on Earth with his own eyes. At this moment, Raimu spoke up. Immortal, no matter how difficult the training is, we will both continue. Please give us a chance. Raimu and Maslow were both sincere, unwilling to lose this opportunity and not wanting to disappoint Tang En. They both bowed in acknowledgement. Immortal Kyran did not speak, but instead wobbled down the stairs with his cane. He neither refused nor agreed. And Tang En thought that perhaps he wanted to test the 2 of them, which was quite common after all. However, these were matters for the 2 of them. Since neither was in any life-threatening danger and they could not train in their current state, it might be good to leave them alone for a couple of days. Tang En delivered food to the 2 people and, after giving them instructions, followed the immortal down the stairs. Immortal Kylan, I am here to gain recognition from the temple. Tang En said. Immortal Kylan turned around and said to Tang En, take this bell with you. The magic wand leading to the temple is no longer with me. However, this shouldn't be difficult for you, as the temple is at the top of Kylan Tower. Tang En took the bell and continued, Immortal, aren't you going to conduct the experiment? Miao replied, no need, you surpassed me just now. Tang En expressed his understanding. He has always been practicing the celestial fist. Tang En always felt that this was an extraordinary thing. By now, the heavenly god fist had already improved his strength by nearly 70%. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fly both of them to the Kylan Tower. Kylan, regarding the magic beans you gave me, they not only relieve hunger, but also have the effect of healing injuries. I discovered this by accident and hope you can continue to cultivate them. They might have great significance. Tang En simply offered his suggestion. Kylan was slightly surprised, not expecting the food she grew to have such remarkable effects. Tang En briefly explained that since the fairy beans were already in hand, it didn't matter if Kylan changed her mind. After obtaining the bell, Tang En did not hesitate. After swallowing a fairy bean, he flew straight towards the temple. After acquiring the bell, Tang En wasted no time and, after consuming a fairy bean, headed directly to the temple. With the heavenly fist activated and the power from the fairy bean, Tang En moved at full speed. Soon, he broke through the black clouds, with remnants of lightning sparks still swirling around him. Finally, Tang En arrived at the top of the temple. Looking around, he saw a white stone floor covered with a few green plants scattered about, and a castle-like palace. This was the general layout of the temple. Tang En jumped onto the temple, looked around, and walked towards the palace. Suddenly, a voice reached Tang En's ears. "You can fly up to the temple using the sky dance technique. That's impressive." A black man dressed in Indian attire said to Tang En, "I am Bobo, the servant of the celestial deity." Tang En turned his head to look at Bobo. When did he appear, or has he been here all along? Tang En steadied himself and recalled some information about Mr. Popo. This person is now quite a big shot, having appeared in the official data with a battle power of 1030 in the Scion Saga manga, which is quite impressive. After all, Mr. Popo doesn't T-train all the time like the Z Warriors, so he is probably not far from that number. He should at least be stronger than the Supreme Kai. After all, according to the Dragon Ball universe, the attendants are usually stronger than the gods themselves. "Hello, Mr. Popo. My name is Tang En. I came to the temple to seek better training." Tang En bowed and casually took out the bell of the immortal Kylan, showing it to Bobo. "I see. So it was the immortal Kylan who sent you here?" Before Tang En could say anything, Bobo continued, "By the way, you're the first person to ascend the temple after the ascension of the celestial god." Bobo's dark face still showed no expression. Then, looking at Tang En, Bobo said, "To receive the guidance of a celestial god, you must first defeat me. Are you ready?" Tang En nodded, indicating that he understood. Here, it's worth mentioning that the Supreme Kai embodies more of the original body's benevolent thoughts. Unlike Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai occupies a larger part of the original body. Therefore, the Supreme Kai is stronger than the evil King Piccolo, but only slightly weaker than the newly trained Piccolo. As for Bobo, Tang En was looking for a stronger opponent, and Bobo was just what he wanted. "I'll look forward to your guidance." Tang En disappeared in an instant, but this did not cause any unusual reaction from Bobo. Phantom Fist. Tang En created several afterimages to test his opponent, then took the opportunity to move behind him. The opponent showed no reaction, remaining completely indifferent, allowing the afterimages to attack him. At this moment, even though he had his back to Bobo, Tang En felt at a loss. How should he put it? Tang En felt that at this moment, Bobo seemed to be non-existent, invisible and intangible, with not a single flaw in sight. Moreover, Tang En believed that everything he did had never escaped Bobo's gaze. Juiceless, Tangentoft. Whoosh. Tang En gritted his teeth and stopped, revealing his figure. He felt that if he had thrown a punch just now, he would have lost miserably. He certainly didn't think it was a mistake on Bobo's part. After all, at that moment, Tang En's basic combat power was only around 110, which was more than twice weaker than Sun Wukong, who had defeated Demon King Piccolo after drinking the super god water. Defeating Bobo? That's a joke. Even back then, Wukong was far from that level. Unexpectedly, Bobo said something like this. "You're very strong, but there's not much I can teach you." Bobo said softly, leaving Tang En a bit puzzled. What? Tang En was a bit confused. He was quite aware of his own strength. He had never heard of Mr. Popo liking to tease people. At this moment, Popo continued. "You can't hide from Popo. Your actions prove that you can discern the difference between the two of us, which requires very advanced training." Tang was taken aback for a moment. Is this how he judges his strength? After thinking carefully, Tang seemed to understand why Bobo said that. Yes, whether it was Sun Wukong, who had just ascended the temple, or himself, there was almost no difference between the two in Bobo's eyes. One was just weaker. That's all. Tang En recalled that although Wukong was powerful at that time, his aura was chaotic, and he had too many unnecessary movements. This was something Bobo had mentioned to Wukong multiple times. Although Tang En had similar issues, he was already aware of them and had been subconsciously working to resolve them. Additionally, because he had a deep understanding of martial arts, he had never neglected his training in controlling his aura. As a result, he was actually stronger than Wukong in this regard, even though Tang En's overall strength was not high at the moment. For example, being able to discern a person's strength was still easy for Tang En. Perhaps, in Bobo's eyes, this level of ability was even more valuable. What surprised Tang En next was that Bobo took the initiative to attack first. Since you can't bring yourself to strike Bobo, let Bobo help you instead. Bobo dashed toward Tang En and unleashed a flurry of quick punches at him. Tang En first dodged a sudden punch from Bobo. Bang! Then, without warning, Bobo's other fist struck Tang En on the head, sending him flying far away. When did that happen? Tang En was a bit unclear. Then, he wiped his mouth and continued to face Bobo's attacks. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed continuously. Soon, Tang En noticed that every time Bobo hit him, there would be a brief pause before he resumed his attack. Was this a time for him to adapt? Kamehameha. Tang En released a chi skill, targeting Bobo directly. Bang! Bobo pressed both hands against the chi skill, then dragged it upwards, changing the direction of the chi skill. Tang En took this opportunity to immediately activate the heavenly god fist, and his aura changed dramatically. Bobo, who easily dealt with the Kamehameha, ran over and saw this situation. Bobo first stopped, gave Tang En a deep look, clearly surprised. Then, Bobo attacked Tang En at an even faster speed, using the same technique. Tang En had a bit of enlightenment. Bobo's attacks directly targeted his weaknesses, and his insight was truly sharp. Moreover, no matter how strong he was, Bobo would always be slightly stronger and faster. This way, it not only exposed Tang En's flaws, but also prevented him from becoming overly flustered, giving him some reaction time. It was a very clever way of training, much quicker than Tang En's own aimless pondering. In the next quarter of an hour, Bobo tried many different ways to attack Tang En. Tang En could only barely defend himself, but he was still hit by Bobo. So impressive, Tang En thought to himself. Under Bobo's relentless attacks, Tang En was already overwhelmed. After a long while, Bobo stopped attacking. It seemed that Bobo felt he had gathered enough information and began to give guidance to Tang En. You definitely have many unnecessary movements, but your mind is not calm enough. Not calm? Tang En was secretly pondering over this sentence. Of course, he had been thinking about how to retaliate and how to dodge just moments ago. Moreover, Tang En needed to spend more time reflecting on his own flaws, figuring out how to calm himself down. So what should I do? Tang En thought to himself. Above the temple, Mr. Bobo was earnestly guiding Tang En's training. You do have many unnecessary movements, but your mind is not calm enough, Bobo said to Tang En. Not calm? Tang En pondered for a moment. Yes. Relying on brute force cannot defeat Bobo. It is completely ineffective. You need to have a mindset of nothingness in order to see Bobo's movements. After all, only by seeing Bobo's movements can you hit Bobo. Bobo, with his back to Tang En, spoke slowly. Tang En stared at his hands in a daze, carefully pondering the meaning of nothing that Bobo mentioned. Is that so? Tang En remained still and tentatively said. This is what he had learned from the dragon temporarily. No, you're just not thinking about anything in your mind right now, which is not nothing. Bobo slowly pointed out Tang En's mistake. Tang En felt very profound. At this moment, due to the lack of oxygen in the air and the extremely low air pressure, Tang En became very fatigued after just a short period of exercise. The impact of high altitudes on humans is still significant, even though Tang En's physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. Noticing Tang En est une usuelle condition. Bobo said, the environment here is harsh, and you humans cannot adapt quickly. After saying this, Bobo left Tang En behind and walked towards the palace, leaving Tang En to ponder alone. Tang En took a few deep breaths to adjust his state. Tang En sat still for a while, trying to be like Bobo. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes to rest, and felt the changes in the surrounding environment. It seemed like nothing was different. Tang En recalled the understanding of Qi by the gods throughout the ages, but he still found it somewhat difficult to absorb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled such a long distance to the temple. The gods generally believe that Qi is the embodiment of life, and as long as one grasps it, they can manipulate their own body as they wish. Tang En repeated it, thinking he could understand. However, when it came to doing it himself, Tang En found it somewhat difficult. His breath was still too shallow, only allowing for simple adjustments. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Tang En comfortably lay in the temple, involuntarily thinking about his friends nearby. He wondered how Bulma was doing and found that he really missed her. Had Goku become stronger? He guessed he must be looking for the Dragon Balls by now. And what about Master Karen? Had he started teaching Rim and Maslow yet? Feeling tired, Tang En began to clear his mind, letting his thoughts drift. At that moment, he truly experienced a bit of enlightenment. Tang En felt warm and cozy, really at ease. Suddenly, he felt like he had an epiphany. It was so magical. Some martial arts knowledge suddenly took root in his mind, and he realized, oh, so these words can be understood this way. Don's lips curled into a smile. He knew very well that his condition was quite good at this moment. If a detector were taken out to check him right now, Don's breath would indeed be steadily and slowly decreasing. For a while, the birds and bees raised by Bobo flew past him, some even landing on Don. Half a day passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Tang En woke up, lying on the floor and looking at the sky, twisting his body with the sound of bones cracking, feeling quite refreshed. Just a moment ago, he had been as still as a stone. However, Tang En could feel his thoughts drifting, with past events flashing before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed, leaving Tang En somewhat unsure whether he was in reality or dreaming. Inside the palace, "Thank you, Mr. Bobo," the deity said. "Indeed, that boy is truly talented. Moreover, his comprehension is excellent, and he hasn't misused the powers granted to him by the dragon," Bobo replied. The deity sat in his seat, gazing at his divine staff. "That boy's aura is somewhat strange. It seems quite similar to that of a deity. Did you notice anything?" The deity continued to ask. Bobo was uncertain. This boy could undergo some transformation that altered his aura. Furthermore, this transformation would enhance his strength, and even Bobo did not know how it worked. Bobo said, "Well, please continue to teach him. After all, he is the only one who has ascended to the temple, and he might be the next generation of deities." The deity said, "My lord Bobo," hesitating for a moment. Due to the long lifespan of the Namekians, this generation of deities had accompanied Bobo the longest, and he held deep feelings for them. The deity did not respond, instead quietly contemplating other matters. As days passed, Tang En had unknowingly spent a year in the temple. Over the course of the year, under Bobo's guidance, Tang En refined his movements, making them more decisive and complete, compensating for his flaws. Then, he continued to explore the meaning of nothingness through constant experimentation. He was blindfolded to evade Bobo's attacks, and then, amidst the distractions of multiple bells, he tried to catch the tail of a creature that also had bells, adapting to an environment of extremely low pressure and oxygen deficiency by minimizing unnecessary movements. Fortunately, Tang En succeeded in all of this, which brought great satisfaction to Bobo. Tang En's own strength also made tremendous progress, pushing towards the threshold of 200. Tang En did not expect to progress so quickly. Silent like the sky, swift like lightning, Tang En sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and carefully contemplating Bobo's appearance. As Tang En grew stronger, his understanding of Qi became increasingly straightforward. At this moment, in the state of the Divine Fist, Tang En could easily sense other strength, location, and other information. Tang En sat cross-legged, motionless, with only the sound of the wind blowing remaining. Dingling, dingling. Bobo took out a bell and shook it twice, but Tang En showed no reaction. At this moment, the entire temple was unusually quiet. Not far away, Bobo looked at Tang En, putting away the bell, and remained equally still. The deity in the temple stood up from his seat, leaning on his divine staff. He silently sensed the presence of the two individuals. The same calmness gave a feeling as if even if the sky were to fall, it would not waver. Soon after, Tang En's aura vanished. It was as if he truly merged with the air, completely disappearing from the deity's mind. The deity finally walked out of the temple, looking at Tang En outside. Although the two had not met face to face, they were already incredibly familiar with each other's presence. "It worked," said the deity. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he truly wouldn't have believed that there was a person standing there. Bobo, rarely smiling, seemed to have the corners of his mouth curve upward. Tang En opened his eyes, sighed, and finally qualified. After a year of effort, merging his martial arts memories with Bobo's teachings, Tang En had stepped into the world of martial arts, completing the first and most fundamental training of the temple. 6 months ago, just like in the original story, Sun Wukong clashed with the Red Ribbon Army to collect the Dragon Balls. As a result, he encountered the assassin Tao Bai and was defeated, leading to the death of Bra as well. Afterward, Sun Wukong began to climb the Corinne Tower to drink the super sacred water to become stronger. At this time, Rem and Maslow on the Corinne Tower were also competing for the super sacred water in the hands of Corinne. Indeed, Corinne did not chase them away. During these 6 months, the two gradually adapted to the environment of the Corinne Tower. With some guidance from Corinne, their strength was slowly growing. Feeling the two competing for the super sacred water, Corinne leaned on his staff and said to them, "Let's stop here for today." "Yes, master." The two, panting and leaning against each other, collapsed on the spot. Corinne stood on the edge of the Corinne Tower, watching the figures rapidly climbing, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. Having seen countless people climb the Corinne Tower, he could usually tell at a glance whether someone had the qualifications to reach the top, and he had high hopes for the little one in front of him. A day later, Sun Wukong finally climbed up. As expected for a little guy, "Your speed is already quite fast," Corinne said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leaned his head out, saw Corinne calling him, and said unhappily, "You're shorter than me and still talking." After saying that, little Wukong seriously walked up to Corinne and said directly, "Hey, quickly tell me where the master is." Corinne tapped the ground with his staff and said, "Why aren't you getting it, little brat?" "I am the master." Sun Wukong was quite surprised. "You are the master?" "To be more precise, it should be Zich." Corinne stroked his beard and said slowly, "All right, I heard there's super sacred water here that can make people several times stronger. Is that true? I want to drink that water." Little Wukong was very straightforward, saying, "If it's there, then it's there. If it's not, it can also be not there." Sun Wukong continued, "Is it there or not? I specifically came for it." Corinne, with his back to Sun Wukong, continued, "So you want to drink the super sacred water? Come with me." Corinne was quite pleased, thinking that not everyone could be fooled like Tang En. The two walked up to the second floor of the Corinne Tower, where Rem and Maslow were waiting. When they saw a boy following Corinne, they asked in surprise, "Master Corinne, who is this?" Sun Wukong, seeing that there were others in the Corinne Tower, shouted, "Hello, I'm Sun Wukong. Are you also here to drink the super sacred water?" Sun Wukong climbed up by himself. Corinne pointed out, "Can he really climb up? Just like Brother Tang En. How impressive." Maslow whispered. The three of them introduced themselves briefly. "Wukong, Rem, Maslow, you three can go together. As long as you can snatch the super sacred water from my hands, you can drink it," Corinne said. "Okay, that's simple." Little Wukong smiled widely. "It's not simple at all," Rem said with a, "We've been competing for half a year." Maslow added, Half a year." Little Wukong was shocked. Then he quickly shook his head and said, "No way, I have to drink it within a few days." Corinne curiously asked, "Why do you want to become stronger? Isn't it good to live in peace?" "It's because UPA's dad died, and I must use Grandpa's 4-star ball too." He rambled on. "Don't say it. How long will you stutter?" Corinne interrupted Wukong. "What? You asked me to say it." The two stared at each other for a few seconds. "I see. In order to resurrect UPA's dad, you must first defeat that assassin named Tao Bai. Otherwise, you won't be able to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. I understand now," Corinne said. Sun Wukong was shocked. "I didn't say anything. How did you know? If you can't even read minds, then you aren't a sage. Besides, you're very straightforward, making it easier to interpret," Corinne said. "All right, you can start competing now." Okay. The three of them competed together, but they were dodged one by Corinne, who made the three of them, as competitors, look quite embarrassed, often colliding with each other. This competition went on for half a day. Corinne knew that Wukong was much stronger than the other two, and that their strength was progressing quite rapidly under his guidance. In just half a day's time, they had made significant progress. Remembering that it took Wukong a whole day to climb up last time, he thought there was still room for improvement, and it seemed that he could use the Corinne Tower one more time. Corinne threw down Wukong's Rui Bang, forcing Sun Wukong to climb down and then climb back up. 3 hours. So impressive. Rem and Maslow exclaimed, having learned from Corinne that Wukong took a whole day last time, but this time it only took 3 hours. Even Corinne was quite pleased. Indeed, a genius. Time passed, and the competition between the three turned into a one-man competition for little Wukong. Corinne, on the other hand, began to show visible signs of strain, no longer as composed as before. 2 days later, Sun Wukong emerged victorious. Under the eager gazes of Maslow and Rem, Sun Wukong drank the cup of super sacred water. "It doesn't seem any different," little Wukong said, shaking his arms, not noticing any signs of becoming stronger. "Did I really become stronger?" At this moment, Corinne said, "Actually, there's never been super sacred water that can make someone several times stronger. The so-called super sacred water is just the process of your training. That's all." The three gradually went from surprise to realization. "Wukong, I have seen your progress over the past 3 days. You're already much stronger than before," Corinne said. "So I'm already strong now. All right, I'm off, Master Corinne." Little Wukong clenched his fists with satisfaction. Then Sun Wukong quickly jumped down from the Tower of Kylan, truly coming and going in a hurry. So it was. Rem and Maslow thought to themselves, finally giving up the little bit of luck they had left in their hearts. Indeed, one cannot expect to reach the top in one step. The words of the Kylan immortal also enlightened the other two, making them realize that to improve, ultimately, they must rely on themselves. In fact, Don's original goal was not to let the two of them compete for the super holy water. Instead, it was to let them learn to breathe, exercise, and develop habits under the guidance of the immortal, thus laying a foundation. Having understood these 3 points, the cultivation at the Tower of Kylan could be set aside for a while, as the two still needed time to accumulate. When they reached the point where they could climb the Tower of Kylan on their own, their physical fitness would barely be able to accept the training there. The two looked at each other and nodded heavily. Rem stepped forward and said, "Immortal, please allow us to leave this place." Maslow also said, "Immortal, we will rely on our own efforts to climb this tower." The Kylan immortal stroked his beard, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "I didn't expect you to have such courage." "Very well then. The Tower of Kylan is a sacred place for cultivation, but for now, the two need a broader world to enrich their vision, so they can progress faster. Cloud of Nimbus. Two black clouds of Nimbus flew over, each carrying the two of them down. The Kylan immortal watched the three people in different directions, looking forward to their growth. The cultivation in the heavenly realm continued, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Dawn's combat power progressed extremely slowly during this period, but he still managed to harden up to 200 bit by bit. After resting in the heavenly realm for 3 days, Dawn requested to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He felt that he could break through. The martial arts knowledge he had gradually applied to himself was only a step away from transforming from quantitative change to qualitative change. At this moment, the god stood in front of the hyperbolic time chamber. Just 3 hours ago, he personally put Dawn inside, to prevent Dawn from getting lost inside. He even sent Bobo in to guide him. The god never expected that the very weak boy from 2 years ago had now become so powerful, reaching a level that he had to take seriously. What astonishing perseverance. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Kamehameha wave. Crack. A massive energy swept away a glacier, scattering shards everywhere. Taothan's Kamehameha has long surpassed Master Roshi's full power attack. The energy wave, gathering a massive amount of heat and light, surged towards Bobo, with white energy flowing across the entire area, causing the curtains of the small house to flutter loudly. Bobo stepped forward into a stance and braced himself to block the attack with all his might. Tang En quickly appeared behind Bobo, and the rapid shadows of his fists made his figure blur as he fought and retreated, constantly pushing Bobo back. Bobo disappeared from Tang En's sight, causing Tang En to miss his strike. Immediately, he received a powerful kick from behind, and Tang En flipped over, crouching on the ground to maintain his balance. At this moment, the temperature changed sharply, and beads of sweat the size of beans flowed down Tang En's face. He stood up and shouted, "Take this!" Divine Fist! Bobo immediately found it hard to resist, and even the calm expression on his face showed a hint of embarrassment. Since Tang En arrived at the temple, the month he has spent training in the Room of Spirit, and time has added up to a full year and over 7 months. What a fulfilling year it has been. Now, under the guidance of the heavenly god and Bobo, along with his own rich martial arts memories, Tang En has finally begun to suppress Bobo himself. Bobo stood aside, lost in thought, feeling a sense of surreal detachment. Over the nearly 2 years, he has witnessed Tang En's progress firsthand. From being weak and helpless to reaching this level, it has taken less than 2 years, which is simply incredible. A heavy punch, mixed in with numerous attacks, caught Mr. Bobo off guard and knocked him to the ground. "I won! Yay! Roar!" Tang En leaped into the air, jumping several meters high, the tenfold gravity causing his back and waist to ache, his teeth trembling. No one knew the effort he had put in to reach this point. Standing still, Bobo smiled, reminiscing about the past months spent in a hyperbolic time chamber. "Mr. Bobo, please don't hold back against me. Mr. Bobo, I need a real enemy. It doesn't matter how badly I get hurt. Come on, if I can't take this attack and fall, I can only blame myself." In just 3 days in the hyperbolic time chamber, Tang En broke through the first layer of his bottleneck in a harsh environment, spending 8 sins of beans during that time. This meant he had faced the brink of death 8 times in those 3 days. This was not only due to Bobo, but more importantly, the extreme weather conditions and the tenfold gravity inside the chamber. Looking back, Tang En felt that those 3 days of training were the most difficult times in his life so far, but fortunately, he got through it. After 6 months of slow progress, Tang En had accumulated enough experience, and once he adjusted his state to a good condition, he finally made a breakthrough in even more rigorous training. Tang En has become infatuated with the feeling of gradually increasing strength. After his breakthrough, Tang En's power skyrocketed. In just 1 month spent in a hyperbolic time chamber, his battle power reached nearly 400, doubling his strength, and it hasn't stopped yet. However, Tang En has decided to leave. There are 2 reasons for leaving the hyperbolic time chamber. First, the current Bobo can no longer match him, and there isn't much he can help with. At this time, Bobo's power is nowhere near 1030. That level would likely only be reached during the Scion Saga in the original story when Bobo trains Tien and others, indicating he has progressed alongside the Z-Fighters. The Dragon Ball world is quite strange. If a person has no rival, no matter how hard they train, the effect will be greatly reduced. It's likely that Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others were able to break through to over 1,000 in battle power due to this factor. The second reason is that Tang En can no longer tolerate the environment here. The endless white has started to numb his mind. Coupled with the tenfold gravity and extreme temperature differences, he has been on edge for a month and has reached his limit, although there is still room for improvement. Tang En has decided to leave this place. At this moment, only 3 hours have passed in the outside world. Ragged and worn, Tang En and Bobo walked out of the time chamber and encountered the Supreme Kai standing at the door. What an overwhelming presence. The Supreme Kai broke into a cold sweat. Is this the level that Earthlings can reach? Tang En quickly calmed his breath and said to the deity, "Great deity, I have finally broken through." His words revealed an undeniable joy. The deity nodded and asked, "What are your plans next? Do you still want to continue training in the temple?" Tang En replied, "No, thanks to the heavenly god and Bobo for taking care of me for over a year. I have decided to go to the lower realm to rest for a while and then plan for my training." At this moment, Bobo said, "Dear heavenly god, I am no longer a match for Tang En." The heavenly god nodded silently, which meant that Tang En had already surpassed him. It was surprising that besides the past heavenly gods, there would be someone who could surpass him. At this time, the desire to establish Tang En as the next generation heavenly god grew stronger. However, at this point, King Piccolo had not yet been reincarnated, so the heavenly god's intention to abdicate was not so urgent. Moreover, the heavenly god still had some time before reaching his limit, and the matter of succession was not mentioned at this time. At this moment, Tang En said, "Lord Celestial, I have a friend named Sun Wukong. He is a disciple of Master Rashi, and given time, he will undoubtedly become an excellent martial artist. You might want to pay more attention to him." The Celestial remembered that anyone mentioned by Tang En at this time must be an extraordinary person. "Tang En, from now on, the future of Earth will be entrusted to you. I hope you can once again revive the martial arts." The Celestial couldn't help but think of his evil incarnation from 300 years ago. If there had been a martial artist like Tang En back then, there wouldn't have been such a significant gap in martial arts on Earth. As he spoke, the Celestial raised his right hand and shouted, "Ha!" Suddenly, Tang En's tattered clothes were restored to their original state, looking as good as new. "Thank you, Lord Celestial." Tang En expressed his gratitude. "Are you leaving now?" Don and the god and Bobo exchanged glances again, and it was truly a bit hard to part. "This is the place where I have poured a year and a half of sweat. Lord God, Mr. Bobo, goodbye." Don turned and waved his hand. "Safe travels." He was gone. Don dove and quickly flew down along the trajectory of Kaling Tower, aiming straight for the West City. A howl of released tension echoed as Don, like a bird out of its cage, flapped his light body and soon disappeared without a trace. He needed someone to share his joy. At that moment, he was the strongest man on Earth. On a road in West City, Bulma, Oolong, and Quebecy sat in a milk tea shop. Bulma ordered 2 servings of pudding and milkshake. Looking at the glass beside her, Bulma rested her chin on her palm, staring through the cup at another hand tapping on the table, and weakly said, "Don is really something, going out to train and not even writing a letter back. How annoying." Quebecy turned his blank head toward Bulma. As a product of Don, who had a persecution complex, he was naturally set to be absolutely loyal. It couldn't be helped, the doctor's communicator was broken. But before that, he had already gone to the heavenly realm, so he probably couldn't just come down casually, Quebecy said. Bulma murmured, repeating, "Heavenly realm?" Then she straightened up and exclaimed, "Who would believe there is such a place?" Oolong, disturbed by her shout, sat in his chair with his hands in his pockets and said coolly, "Humph, maybe he's already been killed by the god. That guy doesn't know how to respect others." The group bickered and gradually changed the subject. Before long, Bulma received a phone call. Coincidentally, at that moment, Don had arrived at the Universal Group, just missing Bulma, but indeed meeting her mother first. After 2 years of growth, Don had now reached over 1.8 meters in height, and with his newfound strength, his appearance had become somewhat more reserved. After an overly enthusiastic greeting from Bulma's mother, Don was able to extricate himself and requested Bulma's mother to contact Bulma. After all, Bulma's voice was too small. Distinguishing it would be a bit difficult, and it definitely couldn't match the speed of a phone. When he learned that Quebecy had also gone along, Don seemed a bit bored and ended up in the previous gravity training room. This time he brought back a super interesting tech idea. It was something Don had inadvertently thought of during his training, and it should be able to upgrade Quebecy, making him even better. At that moment, Don set the gravity in the training room to 10 times. Immediately, an immense pressure was applied to him, and after moving his muscles a bit, he adjusted it to 5 times. Just like that, Bulma received a call from Don. Damn, damn, damn. Bulma hugged Don and hit him hard, but now she could only hit his chest to express her inner dissatisfaction. Don also cherished the scene before him. After 2 full years, he never expected that he could persist for such a long time. This was unlike his original self. Now, standing beside the girl in front of him and reflecting on his current strength, Don even felt a bit dreamlike. Isn't this what he wanted? At this moment, Don's arms around Bulma tightened even more. Tang understood that his strength could not always crush everyone, but after 2 years, he had really awakened to many things. Some things were much more important than strength. He once again understood the persistence of each person, such as Vegeta, Krillin, and Tien. After being apart for a long time, Tang listened carefully to Bulma's confessions. From Bulma repairing Goku's Dragon Radar, to defeating the Red Ribbon Army, seeking help from Baba, the fortune teller, and battling his warriors. Then defeating Emperor Pilaf again, ultimately summoning the dragon to revive Bra, and finally parting ways with Goku. Tang En listened carefully to Bulma's words. He didn't expect that so much had happened. Tang En felt quite jealous. Sun Wukong had so many interesting experiences with Bulma while he was away. Thinking about his own relationship with Bulma, a strange emotion surfaced in his heart. Don looked at the cheerful Bulma in front of him, secretly grateful for the developmental characteristics of Science. Bulma currently only saw Goku as a child. However, Don was determined to make up for the past year. What about you? You didn't really go to that heaven, did you? Bulma began to tilt her head back slightly, closing her eyes as she questioned him. Yeah, it was a tough training. I feel like I've become a completely different person. There were several times when I felt like I couldn't take it anymore and wanted to give up, Don replied. Bulma asked in surprise. Is there really a god up there? What does he look like? Don was momentarily at a loss for words. He must be really handsome, right? Bulma imagined a handsome figure in her mind. Well, how should I put it? The god is actually an old man who is hundreds of years old, Don said tentatively. What? Hundreds of years old? Bulma's eyes widened. And he's completely green, with pointy ears, a purple tongue, and antennae. The handsome figure in Bulma's mind instantly turned into a chaotic mess, and she quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. That's terrifying. The two chatted for a while, and eventually, the topic shifted to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Don, the martial arts tournament has been changed to be held once every 3 years, which means it will start again in a year, Bulma reminded him. Tang En nodded. He was aware of this news. Bulma continued. Little Sun has become super strong. He defeated 5 of the fortune teller's masters, all by himself. As for Goku, yes, one day he will become a powerful warrior that everyone least expects. Bulma was also accustomed to Tang En's remarks. After dinner, Tang En divided the computing core of Kabeki into 2 parts, attempting to add a database to the extra portion, allowing some functions to operate on a separate core. The astonishingly advanced technology enabled Tang En to possess unparalleled creativity in this field, and anything theoretically feasible would be realized. This way, Kabeki would not only have a learning system in the future, but it would also free up some space to prepare for setting up a combat system. Once the outline was ready, Tang En conveyed the commands to Kabeki, leaving the rest for it to complete on its own, including any potential malfunctions that might occur in the process. In the following month, most of Tang En's daytime was spent taking Bulma out to the outskirts of West City for fun, except for the necessary training time. The two drove around aimlessly, stopping whenever they wanted. They either went for barbecue, spread out a carpet to read together, or opened the universal capsule to find equipment and sunbathe together. Sometimes, Tang En would even tell a few Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales to the quirky girl in front of him, which surprisingly had a positive effect. On one occasion, while driving, they encountered a shootout between a group of robbers and the police, and some bullets nearly hit Tang En in the car. Of course, even if they had, it would have been fine. After passing through the city and reaching the suburbs on the other side, Tang En also visited the Tianyi Martial Arts Hall, receiving news that Maslow and Rem had not yet returned. Don is recording their travels with a camera. During this time, he has developed a fondness for fishing, and this process has greatly helped his training. It must be said that Bulma is indeed an understanding woman. At least, she subconsciously supports Don in many matters. For example, in terms of training, unlike Chi-Chi, Bulma, although she doesn't understand why Don insists on becoming stronger, never hinders his pursuits and instead subconsciously helps him. At this moment, Don, wearing sunglasses, has a feeling of entering old age ahead of time. Every morning when he wakes up, he can even feel the groans of his cells. His body, having undergone the baptism of the hyperbolic time chamber, seems almost ready to soar into the sky. A little movement makes his bones crackle, and Don clenches his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. His training for the Universal Group has never slackened. He trains tirelessly every day. With the help of senza beans, Don can attempt to break through his limits and enter another stage at regular intervals. The effects are indeed remarkable. Tang En's body is also in a golden period of growth, and it is expected that he will break through to the level of Krillin and Tien when Vegeta first came to Earth within this year. The speed is not fast, that is certain. After all, there is no life and death pressure at this time, so it is understandable if his speed is slightly inferior to a few others. This cannot be faked. There are two paths ahead. Either go into the universe to seek stronger opponents for battles and strive for breakthroughs, or find someone like the Grand Elder of Namek to directly develop his potential. Both options can help him advance further and achieve the goal of a battle power exceeding 10,000. Excuse me, are you Mr. Tang En? A sheriff, holding a photo of Tang En, asked outside the gravity chamber. Tang En, who had just finished training, was somewhat surprised, as he had no other friends in West City. Tang En looked at him in his police uniform and asked, "What have I been doing lately?" "I am. Are you looking for me?" Tang En replied. The police officer shook Tang En's hand firmly and said, "Your heroic deeds have come to our attention. Please be sure to accept the government's reward." Tang En, the police continued, "Knowing that you are Miss Bulma's boyfriend, we didn't dare to delay at all and immediately came to the Capsule Corporation to find you. Please be sure to accept this medal." The police stood at attention, with their right hand on their left chest and their left hand presenting the medal, their expression serious. However, it still revealed a unique two-dimensional Chinibu aura. Tang was taken aback. He saw the medal inscribed with Warrior of the People, Embodiment of Justice, awarded to the anonymous Mr. Tang. On the other side, there were words indicating the Empire's honor badge. "Are you sure you have the right person?" Don thought again about what he had done recently, and it seemed like he hadn't done anything particularly special. After returning with Bulma, he had been training at home, and he hadn't even promoted martial arts, something he considered very meaningful. "Mr. Don, you don't need to be modest. 3 days ago, you defeated the most notorious bandit in West City, saving dozens of police officers and hostages. That was a criminal who had attempted to assassinate the king. Please accept my sincere respect." The police officer bowed again. 3 days ago, Tang En suddenly realized it wasn't that he was pretending to be foolish, but rather that he hadn't remembered the incident at all. During that trip, they did encounter a group of people exchanging gunfire with the police while passing through the city, and he had casually brushed it off. After all, he had the strength to do so, and besides, that group had almost hit him. Tang En was somewhat puzzled, feeling that this was nothing to speak of. Could it compare to the Red Ribbon Army that Goku had annihilated? He hadn't seen Goku receive any medals for that either. What Tang En didn't know was that among the people on Earth, he was the only one who regarded these matters as trivial. After all, even if the moon were to be blown up, Tang En wouldn't be scared. However, this world is still made up of circles formed by ordinary people. One has to ask, what would a modern person feel if they witnessed a superhero appearing in real life and effortlessly dealing with a gang of armed robbers? Tang En was not bored enough to dress up in a ridiculous costume like Gohan's Super Saiyan form. Therefore, he was captured by the cameras on the street and by the distant crowd. As for Goku defeating the Red Ribbon Army, no one really witnessed it, as ordinary people wouldn't dare to go to the Red Ribbon Army's lair. With the army's demise, everything was covered up, and the few who saw the footage of Goku defeating the army did not know his identity. "All right, I accept the medal." Tang En felt quite good, even a bit surprised. Seeing Tang En accept the medal, the sheriff wiped his sweat and continued, "Your Excellency Tang En, we privately awarded you this honor only after learning that you intended to conceal your identity. It was originally meant to be presented to you personally by His Majesty the King. The King is deeply pained by this group of criminals and sincerely invites you to meet him." To be honest, Tang En did have this idea. After all, promoting martial arts cannot do without the country's publicity, and the government must maintain a certain level of control over ordinary people. Otherwise, the chaos of martial heroes acting recklessly is not just a saying. The whole world would become chaotic. In the Dragon Ball world, there is only one country, with no external enemies, and the military is merely a formality, barely able to deal with a Red Ribbon Army. If a few villains become powerful and commit heinous acts, Tang En can't just be Superman all day. "All right." Unexpectedly smooth, the sheriff wiped his sweat. His Majesty the King, Mr. Tang En, has arrived. The head of the country turned his head, looking quite regal. Don looked at the king in front of him, who was said to be the first person to gather all the Dragon Balls. "Your Excellency Don, please take a seat." Tang En sat down and asked, "What instructions do you have for me, Your Majesty?" The king appeared very kind. "To be honest, I do have something important to discuss." The king took out a photo and handed it to Tang En. "Wukong," Tang En exclaimed in surprise. "So you do know him?" The king seemed very excited. "I can't believe it. This child actually defeated the powerless Red Ribbon Army of the kingdom. I spent a long time searching for information about him. He is the runner-up of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The king paused for a moment and then continued. And you are the champion of this competition. I must say, compared to those commercialized fighting contests, the influence of the World Martial Arts Tournament is indeed pitifully small. It is quite a twist of fate. In the original story, Wukong turned into a gorilla during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and Jackie Chan even flipped the moon. Such shocking and worldly information was dismissed as a trick and directly overlooked by the king's secretary. I wonder where Mr. Sun Wukong is now. I must personally award him the honor of the kingdom. The king said sincerely. At this point, the king felt he had neglected Tang En and expressed his willingness to grant Tang En an even higher honor as well. Tang En has a good impression of this king. After all, he knows a bit about the strength of Sun Wukong from the original work. When he learned that Tang En also did not know Sun Wukong's whereabouts, the king looked a bit disappointed. However, he quickly perked up and asked Tang En if he would be willing to serve as the commander of the royal guard. Clearly, he is aware of Tang En's status as an unemployed wanderer. Being a commander sounds quite appealing. Tang remembered that this royal guard had appeared during the Shala game. However, it quickly fizzled out, but the planes, tanks, and cannons were all quite complete. Tang En was indeed a bit moved. Are the generals in this world really that easy to deal with? But he only sighed about it. If you were to do that, would he still need to cultivate? Time is still pressing, okay? Tang En turned to look at the king's computer, where a partial video of Sun Wukong defeating the Red Ribbon Army was playing. At that moment, Tang En said, "Your Majesty, look at the white light in Wukong's hand." The king quickly asked, "I have always wondered what that is. Please enlighten me." Inhabitant. Tang En replied, "This is called Qi." Qi? The king asked, puzzled. "That's right. You can find an open space, and I'll try to show you." Tang En said. The king was delighted and quickly responded, "I didn't expect Mr. Tang En to be so generous. Please follow me." The king led Tang En, followed by several soldiers, to the training ground outside the palace. This was the Royal Guard's training ground, where artificial tall buildings, training tanks, and artillery targets could be seen. At this time, Tang En also saw the soldiers of this army. On the way, he learned that this unit was composed of 15,000 men, equipped with the country's advanced weapons, and was the only military force in the western capital, guarding the safety of the palace. It must be said that it was quite unrigorous, but it matched the characteristics of this world. "Please demonstrate, Mr. Tang En," the king said. After that, a soldier drove a tank over and stopped in front of Tang En. What does this mean? After thinking for a moment, Tang En understood that this was to imitate Wukong and destroy it. However, Tang En was here to showcase the power of martial arts. Destroying a tank was underestimating him. Soon, a general directed the soldiers to take cover in the defensive fortifications outside the track. "Your Majesty, it's better for you to stay back a bit," Tang En said. The king retreated a few meters, shielded by soldiers, with only his eyes visible through tempered glass. "Are the cameras all on?" Reporting to the king. "All angles are ready." The king nodded. "Came. Haim." Don's voice rang out, and the king's eyes brightened as he stared at the light in Don's hand, captivated. "This can actually melt that kind of material. Incredible," the king murmured. The dazzling light was enveloped by Don, and the surrounding air currents were affected, causing the dust on the ground to tremble slightly. "Is there an earthquake?" The soldiers hiding in the construction site instinctively shrank their heads, as the trembling dust seemed like a precursor to a storm. Tang En thrust his palm forward with a sudden force. It was an overwhelming display, the most spectacular manifestation of the Kamehameha since its creation erupted. The tank in front of him was melted like tofu, and the air gradually produced a dull sonic boom. The ground before Tang En was almost stripped bare. With a loud bang, the energy blast exploded at a distant replica of a skyscraper, sending scorching waves along with a tremendous airflow, sweeping everything in front of him clean. Everyone was stunned. The concrete surface before them revealed bare soil in the blink of an eye, with the ripples perfectly arranged, and the skyscraper at the end had vanished, leaving behind a deep pit several dozen meters wide. As for the king, he saw nothing. He was knocked to the ground by soldiers just as he heard the deafening roar. The smoke had not yet cleared, but the king was already trembling as he stood up. The king instinctively looked towards Tang En, his face slightly shaking, unable to tell if it was from the shock or fear. Tang En turned to the king and said, "This is energy. After training, it can become invulnerable. The Turtle School's Kamehameha is not a true area-clearing skill. If Tang En were to use a technique similar to Piccolo's special beam cannon at full strength, half of the western capital would be destroyed." The king's expression turned to one of fear, and not only that. The soldiers at the military base were almost thrown into chaos. The worldview had to be rebuilt. Can human strength reach this level? Tang En clapped his hands, having achieved his goal. If such a personal experience couldn't awaken the king, then there was nothing more he could do. Your Majesty, Tang En called out. Yes. This time the king truly did not dare to neglect it. Tang En couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the king standing at attention. It's best not to make too much noise about this matter for now to avoid causing a big stir, but I can tell you clearly that theoretically, at least half of the people on Earth have the potential to reach this level, Tang En said. Half? Yes, this is not all of my strength. The purpose of my visit this time is to inform you of this. I hope you can take into account the great demon King Bick from 300 years ago. The government should have long cultivated suitable martial artists. Tang En secretly thought that a year later, when Bick breaks the seal, it might just be a good opportunity to hone his martial arts on Earth. The king fell into deep thought. Tang En quickly left, respectfully escorted by several soldiers. The king returned to the palace and immediately began searching through the mythological stories about the great demon King Beak. Don did not fly directly back to the Universal Group. When he was in a good mood, he enjoyed aimlessly flying in the sky. Anywhere would do, and when he felt it was no longer interesting, he would return the same way. On a whim, this sense of freedom made Don feel quite good. After a while, he looked down, and the Kame house was right below him. Tang En thought for a moment. It had been a while since he last saw Master Rashi. Since he was passing by this time, how could he not go and pay a visit? Tao En focused his attention below and discovered two familiar auras, one belonging to Master Rashi and the other to Krillin. As expected, both of their energies had greatly improved, indicating that they had been diligently training, whether openly or secretly. At the moment, the short figure in the orange martial arts uniform was strenuously pushing a massive boulder, leaving deep marks along a path. It could be faintly seen that the short figure had some sandbags tied to his body and a turtle shell on his back. Krillin, long time no see. Tang En quickly descended and greeted Klin. Klin, looking surprised, turned around after hearing someone call him and put down the boulder. Tang En, how did you get here? Then Klin remembered that Tang En seemed to be able to fly, so he didn't dwell on the question. You must be here to visit Master Rashi, right? Please follow me. Klin kicked off his shoes, jumped over the railing, and brought Tang En to meet Master Rashi. Yay, left, right, left. Oh ho ho. Wonderful, wonderful. Master Rashi was engrossed in a certain plot on the TV, ignoring Klin, who was trying to grab his arm, and opened it up to embrace the TV. Dancing with excitement, Klin looked at Tang En, feeling a bit embarrassed for his master. Master Rashi, Tang En is here. Go, go, go. Master Rashi was completely unconcerned and casually sent the two away. Ypsilon. Oh ha ho ho ho. Tang En and Klin are more or less a bit dull. Tao En thought that meeting Master Rashi didn't seem to be much of a big deal, so he reluctantly followed Krillin out. The little guy was quite clever and felt that this should make Tao En feel neglected, so he hurriedly looked for a topic to talk about. Tao En, I didn't expect that Goku has become so strong, Krillin said, feeling somewhat unwilling as he recalled how he felt when he first learned that Goku had defeated the Red Ribbon Army. As a friend, Krillin was initially happy for him. However, he couldn't help but envy Goku's strength, which made him think about training even harder. Indeed, Goku had always been improving, Tao En sincerely reflected. Krillin remembered that Tao En had once defeated Goku. Even if it was by exploiting his weakness with his tail, he was definitely stronger than himself. This thought sparked a desire to spar with Tao En in his heart. Tang En easily saw through Klein's thoughts. Klein, come on. Let me see the results of your training over the years. Klein clenched his fists, grinned, and nodded vigorously, thinking to himself that this was exactly what he wanted. All right, I'm definitely not the same as before. Klein stepped back a few paces, barefoot on the sand, slightly cupping his hands. Then, with his feet firmly on the ground, knees bent, left leg forward, he established a very stable stance. After that, Klein suddenly vanished from his original spot. However, for Tang En, Klein's unabashed aura was as conspicuous as a 1,000-watt light bulb shining in his eyes. Tang En clearly felt Klin's movements. From the side, Tang En faintly thought, when one's strength reaches a certain level, one will realize how obvious the opponent's flaws are in slow motion. Now, Tang En could pinch Klin's throat in the blink of an eye, or pierce through his chest. Tang En slightly turned to the side, evading Klin's punch with a subtle movement. Klin was not surprised, and then exerted all his strength, trying hard to test Tang En's limits. At this moment, Tang En thought of how Popo had trained him and how similar it was to the current situation. Tang En said instinctively, after flipping There's no need to rush to look at the enemy with your eyes. That action is too deliberate. Clin was taken aback. If he didn't immediately focus on his opponent, what if he got ambushed? Another quick punch came. Bang! It was firmly held by Tang En. The purpose of training is nothing more than to make one's movements unclear to the opponent. Tang En released Clin and continued. Besides the necessary physical training, controlling your breath is about reducing your consumption to better achieve your goals. Tang En rephrased the concept of aura, describing it as the steps of cultivation. Aura does not equal reducing unnecessary movements, but once a person reaches that level, they can better understand the powerful secrets within themselves. It is only a matter of time. Some people may be innately strong and easily grasp the concept of aura from high perspective, but they still need to delve deeper to better control their bodies. For example, after Vegeta became a Super Saiyan Blue, he underwent systematic training on planet Yardrat. Just by deepening his mastery of aura, he was able to significantly increase his power. Although there are results accumulated by Vegeta over the years, it is still evident that the depth of aura is boundless. After saying this, Tang En continued to fight Krillin in a symbolic way, but he no longer mentioned guidance. How should I put it? It was clear that the atmosphere felt a little awkward when he pointed out Krillin's shortcomings. After all, they were still just friends and not even close friends yet. It is quite impolite to casually point out someone else's flaws, and as long as Krillin reaches that level, he can resolve those shortcomings by himself when he reflects on Tang En's words. Suddenly, Master Roshi looked through the window at Tang En and fell into deep thought. Tao stayed at Kame House for lunch. Although Krillin is small, he certainly eats a lot. Tao, you've been to Kame Tower, right? Came Master Roshi's voice. After all, Tao had mentioned such a thing. Yes, as far as I know, Goku has also been there. Tang En recalled the aura he felt in the temple. It must have been Wukong. I see. The turtle sage thought of what Tang En had said to Krillin and had already had his suspicions. Krillin didn't quite understand what the two were talking about, so he hurriedly dug into his bowl of rice while they were talking, as there wasn't enough food for 3 people. Krillin, you should also find time to climb the Korin Tower. It will be very helpful. Don urged Krillin to agree, and then he thought that since Don and Wukong had both been there, he definitely had to go as well. For some reason, Master Roshi always felt something was off when he saw Don this time, as if there was an indescribable feeling. Master Roshi had passed Master Karen's trials when he was young. Moreover, having lived for so long, he had seen a lot. Even without practicing his energy, he was actually more sensitive to spiritual energy than others. It wasn't that Master Roshi felt that Don was particularly strong. After all, if a person's energy was overwhelming and unmasked, Master Roshi would easily sense the pressure. What impressed Master Roshi was that Don seemed pitifully weak at that moment. This feeling was even stronger than what he felt from ordinary people. For regular people, if Master Roshi didn't need to look with his eyes or listen with his ears, he could still sense their presence by seriously feeling it when they were close. But at that moment, Don was standing right in front of him, and yet he felt as if this person didn't exist at all. Whenever he squinted his eyes, that instinctive ability to sense life would tell him that there was actually no one in front of him. This left Master Roshi puzzled. Can't see through. Master Roshi thought to himself. Lunch was consumed quickly, with 2/3 of the food going into Krillin's stomach. Krillin continued to invite Don for guidance, and Don agreed. So the two resumed their sparring. Master Roshi had no intention of watching, even abandoning his curiosity about Don's thoughts. In his view, these matters were inconsequential. He jumped onto a chair to watch some comic books. Master Roshi didn't ask, and Don certainly wouldn't say anything boastful. There was no way to tell Master Roshi that King Piccolo was just a little brother in front of him. That would be too foolish. By early evening, Don bid farewell to Krillin and Master Roshi and returned to West City. Due to the cover of the trees, the forest had gradually turned dark. At this time, 2 people whose destinies had been changed lit a fire for light and warmth while chatting away. I wonder how strong Don is now. With their training, the two would come to realize just how powerful Don had been back then. Moreover, after thinking about Don, they went to the temple, and he must have become even stronger. They were really looking forward to it. In about a year, they could finally see what the gods looked like. There was still over a year until the World Martial Arts Tournament, and Don had mentioned that he would participate in this tournament. So the two were also preparing to sign up. Maslow, I'm going back to Karen's sacred land to continue challenging the Karen Tower. Rem said, are you confident? No. Why did you answer so bluntly? Maslow. Rem looked at his junior brother. Unlike him, Maslow had great talent and might already be above him now. Watching Don and Maslow, this junior brother, surpass him step by step, he felt a mix of pride and reluctance. Only hard work could make him feel better. What are your plans? Rem asked. Well, I want to go back and teach that Mark a lesson. Then make him shout that the Tianyi school is the strongest school in the world. Rem suddenly laughed. Then the two of them started laughing together. You actually remember that? Yeah. After that, I'll go look for my senior brother. I hope by then he has reached the top of the Karen Tower. All right, after tonight, let's part ways for a while. Having trained with my senior brother for over a year, I definitely won't get used to being apart. Less nonsense. Strangely, due to Don's involvement, many people's destinies were gradually changing. Everyone was training, like Rem and Maslow, both striving to climb the Karen Tower. Meanwhile, Krillin and Sun Wukong were subconsciously thinking about defeating Don in the next martial arts tournament to win the championship. Even in secret, the three disciples from the Crane School were preparing to participate in this martial arts tournament to remind the world of the Crane School's reputation. 1 year and 6 months later, when Bulma suggested using a scouter to check Don's battle power, she was a bit dazed looking at the numbers before her. 1,204. After a long time, Bulma realized that her boyfriend had become unbelievably powerful. No wonder he had never proactively let her check. Don thought that there was no need to hide his strength from his girlfriend. Moreover, his improvement speed was not astonishing. In less than a year, he had raised his power level from around 200 or 300 to over 1,000, and his speed was already quite gentle. The gravity chamber had always been set to 2 to 3 times normal gravity, and when particularly excited, Don would temporarily adjust it to 5 times. It wasn't that higher multiples were unbearable for Don. It was just that such multiples were sufficient for training. After all, Don still needed extra energy to develop the Divine Fist. This was currently the most visible path to surpassing limits. After all, even the gods said that the Divine Fist had a divine aura, which surely wouldn't be simple. Under Don's improvement, Kappa gradually became more versatile, which made Don very satisfied. Over the past year, 2 events in West City had to be mentioned. The first was that the king had secretly gathered martial artists to train a special forces unit, and even began searching for young orphans for training, making it quite official. During this time, he had invited Don several times, but apart from a symbolic visit when the army was first formed, Don hadn't attended again. The second event was a small episode. Maslow briefly returned to the Tianyi martial arts school and severely dealt with Mark, who had previously wronged him. This quickly stirred waves in the fighting community because Mark was recognized as strong, and now being easily defeated was naturally shocking. However, the person involved, Maslow, just laughed and left dramatically, and it soon faded away. As Don grew stronger, his sensitivity to energy also became more acute. For instance, he could now clearly sense the location of the temple. If Rithis were to come to Earth now, he would probably be able to capture the unmistakable energy the moment he arrived on Earth. Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, you can walk yourselves. On Master Roshi's small island, Bulma, Don, and Oolong were flying a plane specifically to pick up Krillin and others. Today was the registration time for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and everyone had agreed to go to the competition venue together. Master Roshi, come out quickly, Krillin urged with both hands. Ahem, does this outfit really suit me? Master Roshi was still in a black suit, red tie, sunglasses, and carrying a cane, looking quite fashionable. I think it suits you very well. Lan Shi smiled gently, placing her hands in front of her abdomen. Master Roshi adjusted his tie a few times. Really? I think the yellow one suits me better. What are you all doing? Bulma placed her fist on her waist and said dissatisfiedly. Today, Bulma was wearing a jacket and a short skirt, looking very casual. Master Roshi quickly apologized. Sorry. It's just that I haven't been to many places with girls for a long time, so I wanted to dress a bit more stylish. The turtle beside him lowered its eyes and looked at Master Roshi, speechlessly. You silly old man. What are you trying to look handsome for at your age? So boring. All right, get in the car. The experienced driver is about to take off. At this moment, Don was wearing a pair of sunglasses, sitting in the cockpit of a private plane. It was quite a novel experience to pilot such a machine. Krillin and Master Roshi were the first to enter, followed by Oolong and Master Roshi's turtle, and finally Bulma and Launch. We're finally heading to the World Martial Arts Tournament. I can't wait to see the results of these 3 years of training, Krillin said, clenching his fists, addressing Don beside him. Kabeki was pushing drinks and handing them out to everyone. Thank you, Krillin said as he received his. It's been a while since I've seen Goku, and I really miss him. Bulma, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, said, sensing Goku's energy silently. Don casually remarked, that guy Goku might be rushing to the venue as we speak. He's quite far from here, and his energy feels faint. Everyone grinned and started laughing. After 3 years, they were finally going to see each other again. That guy Goku will probably be shocked to see how strong I've become. Krillin said, all right, let's go full speed ahead. Tang En adjusted his sunglasses with a finger and suddenly stepped on the accelerator, taking off. The plane immediately erupted in a wave of air and flew forward at a faster speed. "Excuse me, has a contestant named Sun Wukong registered?" Clin asked the staff member after completing his registration. After receiving a negative answer, Clin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. That kid, he wouldn't have forgotten, would he? Master Rashi wondered. It's still early, and Wukong definitely doesn't have a plane like ours. It must not be easy for him to get here without the flying Nimbus. Tang En held a cup of juice and said slowly, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Tang En?" A beautiful girl asked. Everyone turned to look at the girl, especially Master Rashi and Oolong, who widened their eyes in surprise. Hee, what a beauty! Master Rashi silently wiped the drool from his mouth. Tang En was somewhat puzzled. He shouldn't know her, after all. Tang En, who is she? Bulma said with a hint of mischief. Tang En put down his juice, shrugged, indicating that he didn't know her. Bulma noticed this and turned to the girl with a questioning look. "I'm sorry to interrupt everyone. Mr. Tang En is my idol, and this is my first time meeting him. I'm sorry for causing trouble," the girl said, placing her hands in front of her and gently lowering her head. Upon hearing this, Bulma let out a soft hum and turned her head away. Nearby, Master Rashi and Krillin's eyes widened in surprise. Such a cute girl is actually a fan of Tang En, especially Krillin, whose eyes were about to pop out. He vowed that this time he would definitely win the championship and become someone like Tang En. Krillin thought that it was just because Tang En won the championship at the last World Martial Arts Tournament that such a cute girl would be his fan, but that wasn't the case. "Mr. Tang En, may I ask you a few questions?" "Thank you very much," the girl said, bowing deeply and speaking sincerely. "Please go ahead." Tang En viplaid chirfidi. The two stepped aside a little, as Tang En couldn't really go too far. He had to stay within Bulma's sight at least. It's important to note that at this moment, Tang En only loved Bulma. "Right here is fine," Tang En said. "Okay," the girl responded. "Emere Tang En. My name is Tong Leah, and I am the daughter of General Pierce," Tong Leah said. Tang En blinked, and Pierce knew it. The king's confidant, also the king's best friend, held military and political power. "Oh, does the king have any instructions?" Tang En asked curiously. "No, Emere Tang En. I came here this time not only to participate in the martial art competition, but also to represent the king in thanking you." Upon hearing this, Tang En instinctively glanced at Tong Leah's expression. Compared to ordinary people, she was indeed quite powerful. Well, that's good. The king should pay attention to this. Those extra reporters before were also sent by the king, right? Tang En said, "Yes, ever since receiving guidance from Mr. Tang En, His Majesty the King has indeed gained an understanding of martial arts and has followed Mr. Tang's advice, keeping it low profile for now." Tong Leah paused for a moment and continued, "Although we have utilized the training methods provided by Mr. Tang, just over a year of training is still insufficient. Everyone hopes to witness a true contest of strength. That's why there are these reporters, but this information will also not be disclosed for the time being. Doubtless, it aligns perfectly with his intentions. How should I respond? Also, please help me convey a message to the king, expressing my gratitude for his serious consideration of my words. If the nation faces any crisis, I would be more than willing to assist," Tang En said with a smile, appearing to be using official language. Tong Leah didn't mind and immediately expressed her gratitude. The deeper meaning was certainly beyond her understanding, because Tang En wasn't just talking. Just a moment ago, an evil energy had suddenly appeared on Earth. However, for Tang En, this was a small matter. He had already surpassed the people around him by so much that he truly felt a sense of experiencing life. He even thought about using the situation with Bic to catalyze the martial arts on Earth. Then, Tong Leah asked Tang En a few more questions about martial arts before bidding farewell and leaving. "You little brat, you're really infuriating. You already have Bulma, yet you still..." Krillin said in a low voice, filled with jealousy as he looked at Tang En. At this moment, Tang En had also returned, picking up his cup of juice that had already gone lukewarm. Tang En looked at the displeased Klin beside him and found it quite interesting. It was clear that Tong Leah was an exceptional person, always making others feel comfortable in her presence, truly deserving of her noble background. However, the two had only met once, and if this had happened when Tang En first traveled to this world, he might have easily been infatuated with her. But now, it didn't matter. After all, he had made significant progress. "Klin, that girl is also here to compete, so you might have a chance," Tang En pointed out. Klin instantly lowered his head, blushing, not knowing what he was thinking. "Senior brother Tang En." A call once again attracted everyone's attention. Tang En waved his hand in response, and there were Maslow and Rem, who had indeed come. Senior brother. Long time no see, Maslow said happily, and at this moment, he was completely different from 3 years ago. His increasingly growing strength gave him great confidence, and coupled with the absence of obvious character flaws, it led to a kind of youthful ambition. On the other hand, Rem was quite steady, with a slightly resolute expression. His once slightly plump body had become completely fit. Rem was also very happy to see Tang En, but he didn't show it on his face. The three greeted each other, and then Tang En introduced the two to Krillin and the others. Krillin's heart skipped a beat, thinking that since the two were Tang En senior brothers, they must be very strong as well. This competition has become even more difficult. The turtle hermit merely blinked, although the two had improved a lot. They were still not enough in front of him at that moment. After all, they were still too young. As everyone gathered together, the topic quickly shifted to the Karen Tower. Upon learning that the two had reached the Karen Tower through their own strength, the turtle hermit felt a sense of respect for the younger generation. Krillin heard about the Karen Tower again and finally felt a sense of importance, regretting not having found time to go there. That's right, when I return to the Karen Sacred Land, senior brother Rem will have already reached the Karen Tower. It's really astonishing. Senior brother Rem is so strong. Maslow recounted the story of their training. Rem simply smiled. No one knew how he had spent those 3 days and nights or how much sweat he had shed. He also didn't want to bring it up to others, as it was a personal matter. Tang En nodded seriously, recognizing that both of them had great qualities. Moreover, Maslow's personality was very suitable for promoting martial arts. After hearing about the events involving the two of them, he now had high hopes for both. The rest depended on their willingness. He wasn't the kind of person who would force them to do things just because he had helped them before. If they were reluctant, he would have to choose someone else. An hour quickly passed, and everyone found a place to have lunch. By the time they were almost done eating, they still hadn't seen Sun Wukong arrive. Wukong wouldn't just not come, right? I still want him to see the results of my training. Maslow said. The encounter between the two and Sun Wukong at the Kalen Tower had already become known to everyone, and hearing this made them worried. Bulma, who understood Sun Wukong well, said, "How could that kid Wukong forget about this? He's always wanted to defeat Tang En, but humph, that's impossible." Bulma was surprisingly confident in this regard. Even though she didn't understand what Tang En's combat power meant, she thought about what Tang En said, that even the gods weren't his opponents. Perhaps there was no one stronger in this world? Humph, my judgment is really good. Master Roshi silently scratched his staff, as he could no longer see through Tang En at all. For this reason, he didn't sign up this time, hoping that the young people could have their own opportunities. Oolong, you go disguise yourself as Wukong and sign up. Bulma said, "All right, at critical moments, it still relies on me. Lord Oolong." Oolong said proudly, "No need. Tang En deep. No need. Wukong has already arrived." Deep down, Tang was even a bit pleased. He didn't know why, but sometimes he couldn't help but have the urge to show off. Everyone looked around, but there was no one. Just as they were about to ask Tang, a boy dressed in tiger skin quickly appeared in their sight. Lan Chi couldn't help but cover her mouth. "Wukong?" Krillin suddenly stood up, excitedly saying, "Wukong, you brat. You finally come." Sun Wukong looked around in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, everyone is here. 15, Gavamutato, Lan Chi, Bunma, Tang, Oolong. Hey, that's great. You are Mam and Resno. We meet again. Bastard. It's Maslow. Rem and Maslow. Maslow shouted indignantly. Wukong scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. After being notified by everyone, Wukong immediately went to register and then came to stand with them. The unfamiliar Quebecy made little Wukong a bit curious, and he couldn't help but steal glances. Damn it, that brat Wukong is still taller than me. Krillin thought to himself. Tang En secretly compared the auras of everyone present. Among them, aside from himself, the strongest was Sun Wukong, which goes without saying. Next was Master Roshi, but from what he understood, there was no contestant named Jackie Chan this time, so it seemed he had given up. Further back in the line was actually Rem. Tang En felt a stir in his heart and inadvertently glanced at his senior brother. It shouldn't be the case. According to what he thought, senior brother Rem should be inferior to Maslow by a notch. Tang En silently said to himself, "It's only been less than 3 years after all." Tang En was somewhat curious about what had happened to Remington. Clearly, his strength was not high and his talent was poor. So how could he possibly surpass Clint? Even Maslow hadn't reached that level. Tang En shook his head and decided to give up thinking. He would ask the immortal when he had time and find out. With this in mind, Tang En became even more determined to promote martial arts, as perhaps someone with extraordinary talent would emerge. After Rem, it was Clint, whose aura was just slightly weaker than Rem's. Lastly, There was Maslow, who probably didn't even realize he had already been surpassed by Rem, Tang En thought. At that moment, 3 other auras appeared in Tang En's perception. I was wondering who it was. Isn't that the turtle hermit? A voice interrupted everyone's conversation, and everyone turned to look. Even the turtle hermit was stunned for a moment. Crane hermit, I didn't expect you to still be alive, you old geezer. Oof, you're still the same. Your mouth is as foul as your appearance. The crane hermit continued to mock. Hee, I heard that your disciple made quite a splash last time. So what? Oof. That just means martial arts has fallen into decline. This time, I brought my disciple here to show the world what true martial arts is. The crowd was confused and could only watch in silence. I'm sorry, but this time the champion will definitely be my disciple. You'd better run away with your tails between your legs before you embarrass yourselves. Ah, the crane hermit continued. Ah, you're still the same, always spouting nonsense. The turtle hermit scratched his head and laughed. What? You featherless, stinky turtle. Stop yapping. You half-baked old man. The 2 rivals began personal attacks. Damn it. After realizing they couldn't do anything to each other, they abandoned their feudal rage. The crane hermit said to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi behind him, Let's go. See you at the competition. The turtle hermit watched the 3 depart. Champion? The turtle hermit shook his head and murmured to himself. Wukong, where's your flying nimbus? You made us worry for so long. The turtle hermit walked over to scold him. Wukong, munching on a rice ball, paused and said, Didn't Grandpa say we can't use the flying nimbus while training? Ah! The turtle hermit broke into a cold sweat. He had just said that casually, not expecting Sun Wukong to actually follow through. Wukong, you didn't swim here, did you? Oolong asked in surprise. After all, Papaya Island is surrounded by water, and without transportation, one could only swim over. Ah, I swam over from the SC, Wukong said nonchalantly. Simple-minded little Wukong. What are you even thinking about? Oolong shouted. The SC is on the other side of the earth, and yet there's someone like you. Everyone was speechless and shocked, and the participants, including Clin, felt even more complicated emotions. Well, since we've already signed up, let's rest well and prepare for tomorrow's competition. The turtle hermit continued. The next day, due to the increase in participants, the martial arts tournament will now be held every 3 years instead of 5. This time, there are a total of 201 participants, but only 8 can advance from the preliminaries. A chubby monk shouted through a megaphone, urging all contestants to enter the venue. Tang En and the non-competing personnel, including Lan Chibu Ma, separated and entered the venue. Sun Wukong and Krillin changed into the Turtle School martial arts uniforms, while Tang En did not change clothes since he had not taken Master Rashi as his teacher. Mr. Tang En, it's nice to see you again, Tong Lia said as she walked up to Tang En. Are you Mr. Sun Wukong? On behalf of the king, I extend my deepest gratitude to you. Tong Lia then turned to Sun Wukong and said. Sun Wukong blinked, not understanding what she was talking about. After all, his simple mind had not yet connected the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army with the king. The officials on stage were announcing the various rules of the competition, and everyone started lining up to draw lots. The competition was divided into 4 regions, with each region split into upper and lower halves, ultimately determining the top 8. Hey, Dumpling, isn't that the person who exposed us? Tianjin Fan pointed at Sun Wukong. At this point, he had not yet been awakened by Master Rashi and still harbored a sense of malice influenced by his environment. Krillin lowered his head to draw lots, and then quickly ran away. God bless, please don't let me face Miss Tong Lia in the preliminaries. And it would be best if I don't encounter Wukong and Tang in either. To avoid contact between the competitors, Tang made a bit of a cheat and separated everyone. Sun Wukong in the upper half of Region 1, Krillin in the upper half of Region 3, Tang En in the upper half of Region 2, Rim in the lower half of Region 3, Maslow in the lower half of Region 4, Tianjin Fan in the upper half of Region 4, and Dumpling in the lower half of Region 2. After thinking for a moment, Tang En placed Tong Lia in the remaining lower half of Region 1, thus successfully separating everyone. Could this be the top 8? Tang En thought to himself. The preliminaries quickly began. Let me see the strength of the Turtle School. Tianjin Fan appeared quite arrogant and somewhat aggressive. Tianjin Fan, Dumpling responded. The participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament were indeed exceptional talents. Even though it was the preliminaries, there were still many extraordinarily strong individuals. However, no matter how strong these individuals were, they had not transcended the realm of ordinary people, and against those like Tang En who had undergone training, they naturally became as fragile as tofu. Sure enough, Mr. Tang En's friends were all incredibly powerful. None of their opponents lasted more than a minute, even if the opponent was a world champion in a certain field. Tang Lia thought to herself. Bloom, remember to capture the battle records of Mr. Tang En and Mr. Sun Wukong. Yes, Miss Tang Lia. After Krillin dealt with a huge fat opponent, he jumped down and posed for everyone. Krillin, you're now stronger than you ever were. Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists. Really? I thought you would find me weak. Krillin scratched his head. Hee, that's absolutely not the case. Little Wukong said, holding his hands behind his head. Maslow and Rim also congratulated Krillin and then turned their attention to Tang En's match. It's just that level. And they're making such a fuss. The Turtle School really is a bunch of cowards. Tang En fan began to mock mindlessly. This statement was overheard by everyone. And although Rim and Maslow were not from the Turtle School, they could not tolerate someone insulting their friend. Maslow's temperament made it impossible for him to hold back. He immediately wanted to teach Tang En fan a lesson. At that moment, Sun Wukong also recognized that the two were the frauds who bullied the villagers. And the conflict suddenly escalated. Hee, you're Maslow? What? Do you want to fight? Tang En fan said. What about it? Maslow retorted. Krillin stopped Maslow to prevent the conflict from escalating further. You better not make it past the preliminaries, or ha. Tang En fan sneered. Maslow was seething with anger. If it weren't for Rim and Krillin holding him back, he would have definitely thrown a punch. Hey, Dumpling, let's go. This little episode quickly passed, and soon Tang En returned victorious, noticing that everyone's mood was off, and after inquiring, he learned about the incident. A hybrid of three-eyed aliens and earthlings, he had incredible vitality and strong martial arts talent. Even in the later stages, his Kamehameha could hold back Cell. If it weren't for his alien bloodline, he would definitely be the strongest earthling. If given the chance, Tang En wouldn't mind lending him a hand. Soon, the upper halves of all four regions concluded. Sun Wukong, Tang En, Krillin, and Tang En fan all advanced. Oh, a commotion arose from the audience. Miss Tang Lia is in danger, Krillin shouted, then ran towards the number 1 ring. Huh, Krillin? Sun Wukong turned to look and followed Krillin to the ring's edge. Tang En shifted his gaze over there and saw Tang Lia being forced to retreat repeatedly. Isn't it possible? Just as she was getting tired. Tang Lia-san. Kellen cheered from the side. On the arena, Tang Lia's eyes were slightly cold. She generally didn't get angry. Miss Tang Lia, no matter how hard you try, you can't defeat me. Don't you understand? The man on the arena said, standing on tiptoe. The gap in their strengths wasn't too large. After all, Tang Lia had only trained for a short time, and achieving this level was already quite a talent. What the crowd didn't know was that when Tang Lia was sparring with him, they could have been evenly matched. However, the opponent had been trying to take advantage of Tang Lia the entire time. Coupled with the fact that Tang Lia wasn't a martial artist by background, she felt quite frustrated by some underhanded tactics, which made her a bit angry. Miss Tang Lia, don't give up. Many people shouted from outside the arena. Tang Lia exhaled and smiled at those around her. Forget it, I concede. What? Everyone was surprised and didn't understand why she did this. There was clearly still a chance. Kellen was puzzled. At this moment, Tang Lia had already come down. Are you Mr. Kellen? Thank you for your concern. But I wasn't aiming for the championship to begin with, so I hope I didn't disappoint you. Tang Lia said to Kellen in a gentle tone while slightly squatting down. It's okay. Kellen immediately blushed, not caring about anything else. Then, Tang Lia nodded to Tang En, Wukong, and others. Next, I can cheer for everyone. Very good and beautiful, Kellen said softly. Just like that, Tang Lia was eliminated in the preliminaries and could only be arranged outside the arena. Investigate that puff and teach him a lesson. Yes, Miss Tang Lia, remember not to cause any fatalities. The final 8 were pretty much as Tang En had expected, except that Tang Lia was replaced by that guy called Puff. This guy seemed to be one of the top 8 from the start, right? Tang En couldn't remember clearly. After all, he was a minor character. Are you Tang En? Tang En fan walked over and said. Yes, Tang En replied. You were the champion from the last competition? Yes. Tang En fan sneered. So weak. I really don't know how you're stronger than an ordinary person. Tang En had a black line on his forehead. Was the young Tang En fan so annoying? I'm just good at controlling my energy. Okay. Well, sorry to disappoint you. Tang En said calmly on the surface. Arrogant guy. Do you think you are worthy to compare with senior brother Tang En? Tang En can endure, but Maslow cannot. Right now, he is at odds with Tang En fan. Oh, who is this clown that jumped out? You have no place to interrupt. Only you mediocre people would lose to such a guy. Tang En fan said with his arms crossed, ignoring everyone around him. You, despicable. Maslow already held a grudge against Tang En fan and was even angrier now. What? Are you coming to seek death again without knowing your place? At this moment, Tang En could feel Maslow was about to explode. Although he claimed not to care, it was only because he had no ill feelings towards Tianjin Fan. He just thought he was a bit childish. After all, they're all kids. However, he couldn't ignore Maslow's feelings as he was standing up for him. Just then, a monk from a martial arts temple accidentally knocked over a water bucket while dragging it, splashing water onto the legs of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan was also very angry and grabbed the nearby monk. "You fool, you've dirted our Crane School's martial arts outfit." The monk was very flustered. Lifted off the ground by Tianjin Fan. A pair of hands grabbed Tianjin Fan's arm. "Let's settle this in the competition. Don't make a scene outside the ring." Tang En stared at Tianjin Fan and said, "Just you? Do you even qualify?" Zila seemed to be pricked by a needle. Don suddenly erupted with an aura, his gaze sharp, and he exuded a terrifying presence that resonated deeply within people's hearts. A massive sense of oppression swept over the scene. Bang! Outside the ring, Master Rashi suddenly let go of the cup he was holding, causing it to fall to the ground and shatter, spilling warm water all over himself. Bulma and the others noticed Master Rashi's change and hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Master Rashi didn't answer. He just stood up and looked toward the venue. After a moment of daze, he said, "Mahaha, getting old makes me overly dramatic, sorry. The crowd scolded him, saying he had scared them, and Master Rashi just scratched his head awkwardly. What was that feeling just now? So terrifying. Master Rashi couldn't describe what it was, but his heart had suddenly raced. Most of the people present didn't know what Don had done. After all, even Master Rashi only felt a sense of palpitations. It's the doctor, Kabeki thought, as he was the only one who knew the truth among them. As for the center of attention, Tianjin Han, although he couldn't sense the aura, he was still drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming pressure. His body felt almost immobile, and his expression turned blank for a moment. Then, Tianjin Han forcefully pulled his arm away from Don's hand and immediately took a few steps back. At this moment, his back was already soaked. Dumpling was confused, seeing Tianjin Han looking so scared of this person. How could that be? Dumpling, let's go. With that, Tianjin Han left alone. Outside, Tianjin Han, feeling increasingly humiliated, was about to go crazy. Damn it. Useless. Tianjin Han, how could you be scared by someone? Useless. Tianjin Han angrily punched the wall, causing it to crack into pieces. Damn it, Don. During the match, I will definitely make you pay. Tianjin Han took the previous situation as Don's despicable tactic and swore he would never fall for it again. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts arena, after Tianjin Han left, Dumpling also went out to find him. Don, what you did just now was amazing, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Oh, Wukong, could you feel what happened just now? Tang En still had some differences. According to what was just said, apart from Tianjin Fan, no one should be able to feel their own aura. But that three-eyed guy must have been scared off by you, right? That's true. I knew it. Sun Wukong immediately became happy. Tang En, you really have gotten so much stronger. I really want to fight you soon. Great. I also want to have a match with Wukong. Don walked over and patted Maslow on the shoulder. Oof, that guy is really the most annoying in the world. If it weren't for Brother Don stepping in, I would definitely have taught him a lesson. Ha, thank you. Maslow. Tang En expressed his sincere gratitude. All right, now let's invite everyone to draw lots. The brown-haired referee is back on stage. First, let's have contestant Tang En come up to draw lots. Tang En stepped forward and reached for the note inside. Is he the champion from the last round? Puff asked. Dumpling, find a way to match him up with me. Tianjin Fan said. Okay. Suddenly, a strange wave emerged, silently altering some physical rules. Is it Dumpling's superpower? Speaking of which, although Tang En is powerful, superpowers really depend on talent. He neither has high talent nor has spent time training. He relies entirely on skill to achieve his strength. In terms of superpower level, he is probably not as good as Dumpling. Is he encountering Tianjin Fan this early? How dramatic. Tang secretly muttered to himself that this did not conform to the rule in comics, where strong characters only fight in the end. Number 7. Tang glanced at the draw. All right, Tang is contestant number 7. Next, please take 1 minute to complete the drawing. The final results are Match 1. Sun Wukong versus Puff. Match 2. Maslow versus Rim. Match 3. Krillin versus Dumpling. Match 4. Tang versus Tianjin Fan. Half an hour later, go for it. Wukong. The quarterfinal stage was set outside, and Sun Wukong quickly stood on the stage for the first match. Bulma and others finally waited for everyone to advance and hurriedly cheered for Wukong. Oolong and Turtle were next to Kabeki, but due to their height, they could only hang on the wall. Master Rashi was also watching from the sidelines, and next to him was Master Karen. It's funny to say the two of them have always been at odds since they were young, and even now, they occasionally bicker, making Lan Qi instinctively distance herself from these two uncouth old men. Puff, Puff. Compared to Sun Wukong, the relatively unknown Puff seemed to be more popular, reportedly a champion of some sort. Time passed little by little. Sun Wukong on stage was already prepared and was now anxiously waiting. What the heck? Such a big deal. Making us wait for him alone, Oolong complained. Noise arose from the audience, and the brown-haired referee had to stand up and say, according to the rules, if a contestant is not seen within 10 minutes of the match starting, it counts as a forfeit. Starting the countdown now. He better not show up. It would be best if he forfeits, Oolong said. As time passed, it seemed that Puff still had no intention of showing up, and the audience was filled with discussions. In the last 10 seconds, I didn't expect you turtle fools to be so lucky, winning without fighting. Master Karen from the sidelines made a sarcastic remark at Master Rashi. Master Rashi refused to back down and immediately retorted, "You bald crane? If you can't teach your students, then don't. Idiot." This was a jab at Master Karen for misleading his disciples, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. What? You old perverted turtle. Do I need your guidance to teach my students? Bald crane. The surrounding audience quickly distanced themselves from the two, as they certainly did not look like normal people. Time's up. This match is treated as a forfeit for contestant Puff. The winner is contestant Sun Wukong. Strange. He was just seen during the draw. How could he disappear in just half an hour? Sun Wukong walked out in a daze, clearly very dissatisfied. Excuse me, coming through. A tall man escorted a woman over. Blum, over there. The girl pointed to Bulma's position. Bulma noticed the two. Aren't you Tong Leah? I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you, Ms. Bulma. Your inventions with your father, Dr. Briefs, have indeed changed the world, Tong Leah replied. Bulma seemed a bit dazed, and upon hearing the praise, she crossed her arms proudly. What is this? I'm the world's #1 beauty. Tong Leah smiled in response. Soon, the two began chatting, and Tong Leah didn't miss out on others. Even the robot Quebecy and Turtle were not overlooked. With her excellent communication skills, she quickly earned everyone's goodwill. During the conversation, Oolong tried to take advantage of Tong Leah, but upon seeing the tall man behind her, he immediately gave up the idea. If it were Master Rashi, he might have had the guts to do so. However, Master Rashi was currently several meters away in the crowd, discussing with another old man about which of their families would die out first, naturally unaware of the situation. Next, it was time for the match between Rem and Maslow. Brother, this counts as our first real battle, right? Maslow said. The two stood on the stage, looking at each other. After 3 years of getting along, they were both incredibly familiar with each other and couldn't wait to showcase their results to everyone. Yes, junior brother, I won't hold back. Rem said, I won't either. The two rolled their fists and were eager to try. All right, I announce that the second match of the quarterfinals starts now. The referee waved his hand downwards, signaling the battle to begin. As soon as Rem lifted his arm, a pair of iron fists instantly struck at his elbow, pushing him back. So fast, Krillin exclaimed. Both of them had some understanding of each other, knowing they were fairly evenly matched, so they weren't afraid of hurting each other too much and began to get serious. Maslow calmed himself and focused entirely. He could even faintly hear Rem's strong heartbeat and feel the rush of blood from his opponent. Rem launched his attack, his steps gliding, his body twisting forward, making it difficult for anyone to discern his attacking direction. Maslow suddenly stomped, instantly transitioning from stillness to a sprint. Not only was it incredibly fast, but he also seized the moment perfectly. To reach such a level in just 3 years, both must have put in a significant amount of effort. Suddenly, Maslow caught Rem's power point, making Rem feel uncomfortable. His opponent's keen senses truly caught him off guard. It seemed that he wasn't the only one hiding his strength. Rem thought. Rem abandoned the heavy strike, and the two exchanged a few probing attacks, quickly shifting their positions, preparing for the next opportunity. It must be said that both had considerable martial arts experience, fully comparable to Krillin and others. Bang! Maslow dove in, his right hand thrusting forward, accompanied by a fierce wind, but only hit Rem's afterimage. The outcome of the battle ultimately depended on individual stamina, speed, and other factors. The moves were merely a test of both. Clang! Clang! The continuous collisions challenged the audience's perceptions, refreshing their understanding limits. So exciting. It's said that these two contestants are from the same school and are the brothers of last year's champion, contestant Tang. It's truly astonishing. The referee in a black suit explained into the microphone. A commotion arose from the crowd, followed by a round of applause. Miss Tong Leah, I'm not their opponent, Blum quietly said to Tong Leah. Tong Leah nodded, thinking, These two were just nameless individuals 3 years ago. Indeed, there exists a unique cultivation method in this world. If these two are so strong, then what about Sun Wukong, who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, and that Tang? Tong Lia recalled the training grounds in West City, wondering if such people really existed in the world. Krillin stared intently at the situation on stage, feeling a desire to compete with them. Be careful, Rem slightly reminded, and then her whole body began to swell, with visible bulging veins on the surface, and her aura also expanded. Accompanying this was a powerful force, as the two's moves quickly overshadowed the intricacies of their techniques. Both were able to attack their opponent in the most effective way, while minimizing their own consumption. The stronger Rem immediately suppressed Maslow, forcing him to retreat awkwardly. So my senior brother is this strong. I was quite surprised. Maslow stepped back, having just taken a punch, and was now pushed to the edge of the ring. Haha, aren't you the same? I don't believe you are only at this level. Maslow grinned, seeming to agree with this statement. All right, senior brother, be careful. My full power is hard for me to control. I'll be watching, Rem said fearlessly. Maslow retracted his smile, his expression becoming serious. What a pity. I was originally going to give that three-eyed one, but now it's not needed. Tianjin, they are quite impressive, Dumpling said to Tianjin Fan. In my eyes, they are no different from those two turtle school brats. Tianjin Fan replied. Tianjin Fan is amazing. Klins heard this and was quite dissatisfied, instinctively looking towards the other side. What? Klins rubbed his eyes, then quickly jumped onto the wall and said to Sun Wukong beside him, Hey, Wukong, those two can fly. Sun Wukong turned his head and was also very surprised. Really? They can fly like Dawn? The walls inside the martial arts arena were still quite high, as Wukong and Klins rested their hands on top, peeking their heads out, while Tianjin Fan and Dumpling hovered in the air. Be careful, senior brother. Maslow's aura gradually increased. Rem instinctively took a step back. Maslow suddenly laughed again, lightly saying, It's really unexpected. To be honest with you, senior brother, I always thought I had surpassed you, but I didn't expect. Senior brother, if you can dodge, then I have no way to deal with it. Rem smiled, roughly guessing what his junior brother was about to do. Rem felt a bit gratified. This move, as a finishing blow, should indeed take the opponent by surprise, rather than deliberately making him aware of it. Ramex Holet, Sinking, Aki blessed. Junior brother, I really envy your talent. Rem recalled his climb up the Corn Tower, which took 3 whole days and nights, where he almost unconsciously ascended, climbing and climbing, as if in a trance. He didn't even know what he was climbing for, and even forgot who he was, only remembering that when he woke up, he had reached the top of the tower. He worked hard, and fortunately, reality rewarded him. Being able to fight Maslow like this, he felt that even if he lost, he had no regrets. Maslow finished gathering his energy and suddenly charged forward. Senior brother, be sure to dodge. Full power shockwave. A flash of light erupted, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Tong Lia and Klins felt a jolt in their minds. Both developed a complex thought. The former was excited, while the latter felt desolate. Oh, that's good. I underestimated him. Tianjin Fan smirked, not expecting Maslow to reach this level. If I were only at this level, Rem muttered, his eyes becoming determined. That would be too disappointing. Watching the rapidly approaching attack, Rem's pride overcame his rationality. In just an instant, he took a defensive stance, abandoning the idea of dodging. I will not dodge. In less than half a breath's time, Rem was enveloped by the ki blast, the powerful heat tearing his clothes to ashes. And the wall behind him also cracked from the impact. What? Maslow immediately understood what had happened, but at this moment, he did not think too much. After all, if he held back at this time, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. The two charged forward with all their might, greatly testing their endurance, stamina, and willpower. Tang En estimated the strength of the two fighters. When Maslow unleashed his energy wave, his combat power had already exceeded 100. If Rem could dodge that attack, victory would be guaranteed. Given their comparable strength, it was definitely a possibility. But now, all Tang En could do was hope that Rem wouldn't die. After all, taking a full force hit from the opponent at nearly the same level of power was no joke. After about a stick of incense, the dust settled, and cracks appeared on the arena floor. The audience finally turned their attention to the two fighters. Maslow was clearly exhausted. He had never unleashed this move to such an extent, almost comparable to the Turtle Hermit Strike that extinguished the flames of Fire Mountain. If Rem hadn't blocked the majority of the force, the martial arts venue would likely have had a huge hole in it. Then, another figure appeared, his clothes tattered, and his body began to sway. Did you manage to hold on? Rem forced a smile at Maslow, his body covered in injuries. If it weren't for his exceptionally strong physical constitution, he would have likely collapsed by now. The situation was clear. While Maslow was exhausted, he hadn't sustained any substantial injuries, just a complete depletion of stamina. Meanwhile, Rem was indeed seriously injured, and if this dragged on, it would lead to serious problems. Rem seemed to realize this issue as he gently shook his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. I lost. I didn't expect my junior brother to be able to use the energy wave. That's really impressive. Rem gasped, trembling as he spoke. In fact, at their level, they could already attempt to use energy waves. Even Krillin could do the same, but Rem's focus had left him with little time to develop more techniques. After all, this required time, and he happened to be lacking in that. The audience erupted in applause, and after announcing the final victory, Maslow helped Rem out of the arena. Senior brother, Maslow's mood was somewhat complex. It feels pretty good. Next time, when I also learn energy wave, I won't let you win so easily, Rem said, taking a breath, feeling a sense of relief. Maslow's eyes were slightly moist as he nodded heavily. Just as he entered the venue, he was met by a smiling Tang En. Maslow wiped the corner of his eye and shyly called out, Tang En, senior brother, wow, you really are impressive. Beating Rem so badly. Tang En supported Rem and immediately prepared to give him a fairy bean. It's okay. I'll work hard next time and personally teach this kid what it means to respect a senior. Rem also began to tease Maslow. The three of them laughed together, and when their gazes met, the reflections of themselves suddenly became more amiable. Is this a fairy bean? Rem said in surprise upon seeing the bean that Tang En was giving him. No way, this is too precious. Even Master Kylan doesn't have many of these. Tang En couldn't help but laugh even more upon hearing this. At first, he had tricked away more than 90 of the magical beans, and only then did he tell Kylan about their effects. Of course, there were fewer magical beans. Don't worry, I have plenty of magical beans that I can't use up. Here, I'll give you these first. Tang En took out a handful of magic beans from his prepared pocket and distributed them to the two. Although there were still many magic beans left, their preciousness was self-evident. You two train alone, and you can't do without them. Take them. It's a waste to keep them with me, Tang En said. The two had mixed feelings, as the divine items they remembered were right in front of them, and they had once spent a long time just to obtain 2 beans. Then I won't be polite. Rem took one magic bean and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, all the muscles in his body immediately filled out, and all his burns healed completely. So amazing. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Krillin also ran over. Sun Wukong showed no reaction to Rem's recovery. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed. Krillin, on the other hand, was a bit nervous as he was about to go into action. Although surprised, he didn't ask too many questions. Now, please welcome the Turtle School's contestant Krillin and the Crane School's contestant Yamcha. The brown-haired host shouted loudly. To think you would compare me to that bald turtle of yours. You crack me up, the Crane Master taunted the Turtle Master, as if his own hat was very lush. Just watch. Your disciple is definitely no match for Yamcha. I advise you to let that little bald head surrender early. Ha ha. Go for it, Krillin. Wukong shouted. The match begins. Krillin shivered and immediately got ready, waiting for his opponent's attack. Yamcha remained silent and showed no expression. What a strange guy. Krillin took 2 steps back and stared at his opponent. Suddenly, Yamcha's body lifted off the ground, floating about 10 centimeters above the surface. Damn it, this flying guy is really cheating, Krillin said indignantly. In an instant, Yamcha used his flight technique to soar in front of Krillin and knocked him flying with one hand. Krillin adjusted his position in midair, preparing to land smoothly. This hit had almost no effect on him. However, Yamcha was already waiting at Krillin's landing spot, jumping up suddenly and crashing his head into Krillin's stomach. Bang! Krillin was knocked flying again, and a surge of anger arose within him. Krillin dove down, preparing to use the momentum in the air to deliver a heavy blow to Yamcha. But the speed of the flight technique was not to be underestimated. Yamcha dodged before Krillin could hit him. So fast. Krillin gritted his teeth. All right then. Krillin came up with an idea. Whoosh. Krillin vanished in an instant, moving at high speed and disappearing from Yamcha's sight with his excellent technique. Huh? Where? Yamcha quickly looked around, but with his current strength, he couldn't detect Krillin at all. Yamcha's strength mainly came from his super abilities. In terms of pure martial arts, he was no match for Krillin. Tien Shinhan also noticed this and shouted loudly. Yamcha, to your left. Huh? Since he held the chopsticks in his right hand, that meant the left side was bang. Krillin delivered a fierce heavy blow, which Yamcha barely blocked. Krillin wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to get in close. The punches exchanged rapidly without pause, as he used all his strength to attack Yamcha, trying to force him out of the ring. Way to go, Krillin! Bulma cheered from the sidelines. Hee. The Crane Master chuckled ominously. As expected, being forced into close quarters, Yamcha was quickly pushed to the corner of the ring. Krillin continued with a punch, and Yamcha was pushed to the edge of the ring. However, he didn't fall to the ground, but instead flew into the air. Krillin said nothing. He just hoped Yamcha wouldn't react in time and fall off the ring. However, the results were clearer. His opponent was still quite tricky. After a few moments, Yamcha showed no signs of coming down. What is this? Krillin was at a loss for words. Krillin, be careful of your opponent's aerial attacks. Tang En spoke up at that moment. Oh, looks like you know quite a bit about our crane school. Tien Shinhan turned to Tang En and said. Krillin was taken aback. Could it be? He saw Yamcha raise his hand, pointing one finger up and slowly gathering energy. What is this? Krillin had a bad feeling. Dodon Ray. Whoosh, whoosh. A flash of light passed, and Krillin immediately dodged, looking back to see that the original ground had turned completely blackened. Dodon Ray. Another attack came, and Krillin had no choice but to dodge awkwardly, his heart racing. What kind of technique is this? He can actually perform techniques while floating in the air. Isn't that invincible? Tonglia said softly. Bulma next to her rubbed her nose and said disdainfully, humph. What's so great about flying in the air? As if he's the only one who can do that. Tonglia quickly continued to ask, can Mr. Tang En do that too? Bulma proudly tossed her head, not answering. But Tonglia already knew the answer. At this moment on the ring, the aerial attacks continued relentlessly, and it wouldn't be long before Krillin would inevitably be hit by one of those attacks and suffer heavy damage. Tao En lightly supported his chin, and he was sure he could use the Ding wave as well, which had strong penetrating power, burn damage, and consumed very little energy. Krillin felt quite frustrated, a sense of unwillingness rising from his heart. Why can even this little brat use the Kamehameha? How could I be so weak? What do you think, old turtle? Just wait for your disciple to turn into a pile of charcoal. The crane hermit laughed heartily. Shut up, you big silly crane. You'll never change your bad temper, even in death. Master Roshi stared at the arena, feeling somewhat worried. At this moment, Krillin thought of Don's junior brother, Maslow, and felt a mix of emotions. Damn it, it doesn't make sense that I can't do it. Master Roshi outside the ring was carefully watching the situation in the arena and couldn't help but frown. Can Krillin do it too? It was clear that he was worried Krillin's immature Kamehameha wouldn't be able to defeat the Ding wave. Kamehameha wave. The two energy waves collided, emitting dazzling light. I remember now, Goku shouted, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. This move is exactly the same as that guy Tao Pai Pai's. Tien Shinhan was startled. What did you say? I remember now, Goku shouted again, drawing everyone's attention. This move is exactly the same as that guy Tao Pai Pai's. Tien Shinhan was shocked. What did you say? Tao Pai Pai, the missing uncle for 3 years, reappeared in Tien Shinhan's ears. Little Goku looked at the uncertain Tien Shinhan and blinked his innocent eyes. I said Tao Pai Pai. Master Crane. Tien Shinhan's face showed a hint of panic as he squeezed through the crowd to reach Master Crane. What is it? Why are you running out of the martial arts arena? Master Crane said unhappily, as he was focused on the situation with Jiaozi, which was clearly not looking good. Master. Just now a kid said. Tien Shinhan appeared very shocked and whispered to Master Crane. What? My brother Tao Pai Pai was killed? How is that possible? Master Crane exclaimed, filled with rage and disbelief, feeling furious at that moment. No wonder. It's been 3 whole years without news. Something must have happened. Tien Shinhan comforted Master Crane. Don't worry, Master. That son Goku must have used underhanded means to kill Uncle Tao Pai Pai. I will avenge him. Of course. Tao Pai Pai is the world's #1 killer. How could anyone surpass him? Master Crane said angrily. Meanwhile, Master Roshi's sunglasses sparkled, and his palms were slightly sweaty. So that means Goku killed Tao Pai Pai 3 years ago? Luckily, he didn't participate in this martial arts tournament. Otherwise, even he might be in danger. Wow. Master Roshi's collar was grabbed by Master Crane, and then a furious roar rang in Master Roshi's ears. You stinky turtle. You heard just now, right? My only brother Tao Pai Pai was killed by your disciple, using underhanded means. Master Roshi was shaken a few times, his sunglasses flying off. But he still showed no reaction. Master, Tien Shinhan called out worriedly. Old pervert, stop pretending to be asleep. Abai is dead. Huh? Master Roshi rubbed his eyes, looking like he had just woken up. Well, that was unavoidable. After all, he killed so many people. Master Crane suddenly released Master Roshi's collar, causing him to stagger. He was indeed very angry. After 300 years, only a few from that era were left. Boom! Master Crane and Tian Shinhan turned their heads to see that Jiaozi was completely suppressed, with the Kamehameha directly hitting his face. Jiaozi, Tian Shinhan said worriedly. I did it. Krillin jumped up excitedly. What a pity, Master Roshi thought to himself. If Krillin's Kamehameha was a bit more refined, this strike could have determined the winner. Sure enough, just as Jiaozi was about to hit the ground, he floated back onto the ring, his whole body blackened. Jiaozi took off his hat and wiped his forehead with a cloth. Suddenly, a shiny bald head reappeared. Jiaozi, stop wasting time. Master Crane shouted angrily. Use all your strength and kill that brat. Master Crane shouted wildly. Krillin was startled by this shout and looked at Master Crane in fear. The referee in a black suit gaped, wondering what this abnormal old man was talking about. Does he not know that killing is not allowed in the martial arts tournament? Tang En also noticed the situation in the arena. Although Dumpling's strength was not strong, his super ability was indeed difficult to defend against at this stage, making him quite tricky. Just as Tang En was pondering this matter, suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Tang En, come on my side. Tang En's expression changed slightly. A celestial being? He was certainly aware of the ability to transmit sound from a celestial being. After all, he had been in the temple for so long. Tang En thought for a moment. The deity must be aware of his current situation. Being called in this context must mean there is something important. It should be... A thought crossed Tang En's mind. Okay, Tang En said. Tang En, is that you speaking? Sun Wukong looked around, not understanding why Tang En suddenly said that. Wukong, I have some urgent matters to attend to. If I haven't returned after Klin's match, please let everyone know not to worry, Tang En said. With his current strength, the martial arts tournament felt like child's play. Although he wanted to participate, responding to the deity's summons was clearly more necessary. After all, the deity could be considered a benefactor. As for the martial arts tournament, he was confident he would be first. The gap was too obvious. Oh, so you're not competing? Tang En? Sun Wukong asked, feeling a bit upset. Wukong, you have to win the championship. When I get back, I must have another match with you. Tang En said. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, clenching his fists. Well, I'm off. Tang En walked to a corner, then shot straight up into the sky, flying towards the temple. A few minutes later, Tang En saw the temple above in the sky and could vaguely make out two black and white figures on top. Tang En landed quickly. At this moment, the deity was still in a white robe, leaning on a staff. Behind the deity followed Bobo. But the difference was that the deity was now at the edge of the temple, quietly observing something with a solemn expression. Deity, I have arrived, Tang En said. The deity responded. Tang En, come and see. Tang En was already walking towards the deity and greeted Bobo kindly as he passed by. When he reached the deity's side, Tang En instinctively looked down along the deity's line of sight, but he could see nothing. He could only vaguely sense the outline of the spherical earth. He couldn't see anything at all. Tang En was very honest. The deity sighed and said slowly, yes, I couldn't see it back then either, but now it's different. How did the deity manage to see it? Through cultivation. Tang En was taken aback and said with embarrassment, it seems I still have a long way to go. The deity turned to Tang En and said, child, you are the most outstanding person I have ever seen in my life. Your strength, perseverance, and comprehension are unparalleled. The deity seemed a loss for words and was slowly contemplating. Deity, have you met Sun Wukong? Oh, is he the one you mentioned last time? Yes, I have seen him. That child is incredibly pure-hearted and has astonishing talent. Given time, he may very well surpass me. Tang En nodded. After all, no one could tell at a glance how powerful Sun Wukong would become in the future, and Tang En understood this. What could be troubling the deity? Tang En changed the subject and directly asked the deity about the purpose of contacting him. The deity did not hesitate and said directly, Tang En, with your current strength, Bobo, and I should no longer be your opponents, right? Tang En looked at the deity and calmly said, yes, deity. The deity's aged face revealed a smile. Good. Child, you're also a kind person. The deity paused for a moment and continued, child, do you wish to become a deity? Tang En was taken aback for a moment, seriously considering the words of the deity, and responded, me? Why? Just because of my strength? If that's the case, I feel like Goku has more hope. Don didn't immediately refuse. After all, being a celestial being sounds quite impressive. As a person from Earth, if he couldn't break through in the end, being a celestial being would still be quite prestigious. Is that so? Obviously, The celestial being couldn't understand why Don had such high hopes for Sun Wukong. After all, in his view, even the limits of Earthlings couldn't reach Don's level. However, the celestial being didn't dwell on this issue and continued. Just having great strength alone isn't enough to become a celestial being. One must also have a kind heart. Moreover, Tang En continued to look at the deity, and he was also very curious about the deity's evaluation of him. Child, could you show me that deity fist again? Tang En. After so many years of training, his heavenly god fist had already increased his strength by 3 times. This means that when he fully unleashed his power now, he would possess strength exceeding 3,000. It was simply outrageous. As this was not the same kind of enhancement as the Kaioken, Tang once regarded this divine fist as his greatest reliance in breaking through the limitations of humans on Earth. Its miraculous nature left Tang feeling somewhat disoriented in his worldview. Tang En discovered that merely exercising his breath daily according to the requirements of the heavenly god fist would, over time, accumulate many divine factors within himself. Whenever Tang En practiced the heavenly god fist, the divine factors in his body would rapidly merge with his breath, generating immense tension. The quantity of his breath remained unchanged, but its quality became increasingly profound. Tang En unleashed the divine fist, a massive aura radiating outward, intimidating everything around him. After a few moments, Tang En suppressed it, returning to his normal form. Just like that. At this moment, the divine being was already sweating profusely. Previously, Tang En had only surpassed him slightly, which didn't have much of an impact. However, he now felt an inexplicable sense of suppression from multiple directions. The divine being immediately said, "That's right, this is it." The first time I felt it, it seemed very familiar, like a sense of déjà vu. The tone of the divine being was somewhat complex, as if he was contemplating how to express his feelings. Tang En pointed out at this moment, "Is it somewhat similar to the breath of the gods?" After all, the name of the boxing style is called Divine Fist. Don said, after so many years of cultivation, he has long had many speculations about the Divine Fist. After various guesses, the Divine Fist may be a rebellious technique that transforms one's own aura into that of a divine-level being. Of course, this is what Don hopes for the most, but he doesn't know if it's true. The deity faced Don and said, "Yes, it is somewhat like the aura of certain deities, but as far as I know, a true god should have no aura." Child, what I want to say is, the deity finally found the right words and said to Don, "It is a sense of familiarity." Huh? This left Don somewhat confused. The deity continued, "Yes. Originally, I thought you were the first person I had seen ascend to the divine temple, which is why I felt that way. But after that, my talent told me that I had felt this way once before. However, that was 300 years ago when I saw a piece of paper. Child, you might be the closest person to me on Earth." At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the brown-haired referee picked up the microphone and shouted, "Don, are you there?" Looking around for Don's figure. As in the original story, Krillin ultimately used his intelligence to defeat Chaozu and qualified for the next round. It was now time for Don to fight Tien. Mr. Don is not here? Tong Leo wondered. Given Don's strength, he shouldn't be afraid of anyone, even if Tien was exceptionally strong. Hey, Don wouldn't have gotten into some trouble, would he? Bulma said anxiously, grabbing Oolong's ear. Huh, at least he's smart enough to know he's no match for Tien and ran away early. Old Turtle, this kid is much wiser than your disciple. Master Roshi couldn't help but taunt, as Chaozu's defeat had embarrassed him, and now he wanted to regain some dignity. Master Roshi didn't pay attention. He didn't believe Don would run away. Old Fool Crane, just watch closely. Oolong was quite uncomfortable with Bulma, pulling his ear. Hey, let go of me, you woman. At that moment, there was a murmur in the arena, especially since one contestant had already been disqualified for being late, and now there was another, and it was the champion of the last tournament. I just saw Brother Don a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear? Maslow said anxiously. Rim also turned around and looked around, but couldn't find Don either. That's not true. Goku suddenly shouted. Everyone turned their attention to Goku. That's not true. Don just left for something. That Tien can't scare him at all. Goku was the closest to Don, so he noticed Don's departure. Ten, upon hearing this, said, "Humph. No matter how far he runs, I won't let him go." The referee then had to say, I didn't expect this to happen, but according to the rules, if Don does not arrive at the venue within 10 minutes, I can only disqualify him." Goku felt a bit depressed, and, at that moment, Maslow and Krillin began to inquire about Don from Goku. Meanwhile, in the Divine Temple, Don sat face to face with the deity, and Bobo stood behind them. "I see," the deity said. "That evil version of you has been unsealed?" Tang En pretended to ask knowingly. "That's right. He is now in the southern part of the earth. If you sense carefully, it is not hard to detect his evil aura. The celestial being continued. I was once one with him, but due to my selfishness, I released him, causing great harm to the lower realm. It is truly a sin. I have already lost my qualification to be a celestial being. The celestial being Bobo felt troubled. Child, I have seen your actions. Piccolo will never be your opponent. Once I hand over the celestial position to you, please eliminate him for the earth. The celestial being's aged face was particularly serious as he spoke to Tang En. Tang En stared intently at the face of the god, feeling somewhat troubled. However, if the demon king Piccolo dies, the god would die too, right? Tang En said, after all, the strength of the celestial being should be greater than that of the aging demon king before him. The reason he cannot take action himself is certainly related to this. The celestial being was also somewhat surprised, as he had not mentioned the connection between the two lives. That was something unavoidable. The celestial being continued. For Tang En now, dealing with the demon king Bic was indeed not a difficult task. What Tang En is worried about is whether the new Bic will have a chance to emerge if he takes action. If he doesn't appear, not only will the earth lose a warrior and a god, but it will also lose the Dragon Balls, a powerful weapon. That will be too much of a loss. Lord God, you're being too harsh on yourself. Tang En paused for a moment, and then continued. Although the celestial beings released that demon, causing some harm to the lower realm, you also created the Dragon Balls. After all, if it weren't for the Dragon Balls, I wouldn't have the strength to protect the earth today. Tang En added in his heart. If it weren't for the Dragon Balls created by the god, I wouldn't have met Bulma, and everything that happened afterward wouldn't have occurred. Upon hearing this, the god fell into silence for a moment. Don really wanted to get rid of this somewhat dull topic. So he simply said in a light tone, forget it, the demon king, or whatever doesn't matter. I'll take care of that kind of guy. But as for the deity, let's leave that to you for now. The deity, surprised by Don's refusal, slightly raised his voice and asked, so, does that mean you don't want to be a deity? Don confessed, if there comes a day when I feel like there's no way forward, I would still consider it. The god of heaven. For a moment, the god of heaven was truly taken aback by Don's shamelessness, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Suddenly, Don sensed a surge of energy right next to King Piccolo. The sudden appearance of this energy coincided with Piccolo's weakness. Is this Dambaran? After a moment of thought, Tang En found the answer. At this moment, he did not dare to be negligent. After all, he had already been in the temple for a long time, and if he delayed any longer, Clem might end up dying just like in the original story. As a friend, this was something he had to take seriously. Otherwise, it would be too ungrateful. What's wrong? The deity noticed Tang En's unusual behavior and asked. The deity perhaps did not regard Baiku's tactic as a serious threat. After all, this kind of trick was indeed not very clever. Tang En had to say, it's okay, I just thought that the martial arts competition hasn't finished yet. So I guess I should leave first. The heavenly god, feeling a bit embarrassed, said apologetically, I haven't had the chance to apologize to you yet. After all, I delayed such an important match for you. Don certainly wouldn't care about these things, and quickly expressed that it didn't matter. Then, as if the deity thought of something, he commanded Don, by the way, if possible, remember to bring that Sun Wukong to the temple. Tang En was taken aback for a moment, then stopped in his tracks. Oh, the deity doesn't need to come up himself? Since he can be praised by you like this, he must have some extraordinary qualities. I am willing to believe both of you. Moreover, the deity recalled the first time he saw Sun Wukong. He was indeed a very charming child, even capable of riding the cloud somersault. Moreover, his nature was simple and pure, truly worthy of cultivation. The deity completed his statement. Tang En smiled. Tang En gave a thumbs up to the celestial god. All right, Lord Celestial God. Tang En leaped out of the temple and flew towards the martial arts arena. Tang En hurriedly rushed from the temple to the martial arts arena. However, at this moment, during the first martial arts competition in the world, Tang En was ultimately eliminated for being late. Moreover, the finals had already begun. Sun Wukong was facing off against Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan, I command you to kill him quickly. Master Rashi exclaimed anxiously, extremely angry at his disciples' disobedience. Tien Shinhan had already unleashed his four witches' fist and had almost exerted all his strength. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, what a despicable move. Tien Shinhan's expression was somewhat complicated. He had already realized something. Den was using his psychic abilities to influence his fight, and his pride, along with his master's orders, constantly forced him to make choices. Tien Shinhan had been taken in by Master Rashi since he was young and had undergone strict training under both Master Rashi and Tao Pai Pai. Under the influence of their callous attitudes towards human life, he developed a darker side within. After Tien Shinhan was declared the victor against Tang En, he faced Krillin and ultimately emerged victorious, and now he had finally reached the finals. He encountered this unexpected little guy. Their strengths were evenly matched, and their blows landed heavily. The two of them did not know how many times they had struck each other's bodies. Yet neither of them had the thought of giving up. Tien Shinhan was very conflicted. At this moment, Sun Wukong was struggling to move, and if he struck again, it would be easy to defeat or even kill this little guy. However, Tien Shinhan vaguely felt that he shouldn't do that. Perhaps. This was the charm of Sun Wukong's personality. In his battle with him, Tien Shinhan's inner pride was continuously awakened, slowly yearning for a true fight. At this moment, Tien Shinhan realized that this was perhaps what he truly liked. He wanted to win fairly against this evenly matched opponent. Feeling the vigorous vitality and unyielding spirit within Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan for the first time in his life felt respect for his opponent. Tien Shinhan closed his eyes and struggled to shout, "Stop! Stop!" Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Tien Shinhan was saying or who he was asking to stop. Of course, except for Destined and Master Roshi. Master Roshi was immediately furious. A feeling of betrayal surged in his mind. "What? You ungrateful disciple. Have you forgotten who taught you your skills? Ungrateful thing." Destined was also trembling with fear, feeling even more terrified of Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan tightly closed his eyes, made up his mind, and suddenly shouted, "Stop it, Destined." Destined was startled and hurriedly stopped his psychic abilities. "Okay, Tien." Master Roshi's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan slowly spoke. "Master, I want to have a serious fight with him. Please allow me to be willful, just this once." "Well, that's acceptable." Master Roshi silently observed the situation, secretly sighing that Tien Shinhan was a good seed. Realizing his mistakes was still timely. Everyone was confused. Even the referee didn't understand what was happening. However, since he had been hearing the old man below shouting to kill the opponent, he couldn't help but feel a bit resistant and reminded, "Although I don't know what's going on, Tien Shinhan, if you kill your opponent, you'll also lose your qualification for the match." "I know," Tien Shinhan replied calmly. I'm back to normal." Sun Wukong also understood the situation. He moved his limbs. Once he felt that his body could indeed move freely, Sun Wukong innocently smiled and began to speak to Tien Shinhan. "All right, then I'll have a serious fight with you. Come on." With a flurry of punches, the two quickly engaged again, but since they were evenly matched, it was impossible to determine a victor in a short time. "Go, Wukong!" Oolong shouted loudly. Bulma was also cheering for Wukong in her heart, but on the surface, she seemed somewhat uninterested. Bang! The fierce exchanges between Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan echoed throughout the arena, with intense collisions from time to time. Master Roshi's turtle was lying beside Kabiki, watching the battle in front of him, feeling somewhat drowsy, as he couldn't see anything at all. Got you." Tien Shinhan grabbed Sun Wukong's forelimbs with his forearms, lifting him above his head, and then began to crazily headbutt Sun Wukong's stomach. Bang! Bang! The loud sounds of impact rang out, and Sun Wukong groaned in pain. After several rounds, Sun Wukong finally regained his senses and quickly retaliated with his tail, striking Tien Shinhan's head, both mutually injuring each other. Smack! Tien Shinhan staggered from a hit, and the two arms behind him released their grip on Sun Wukong's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong quickly grabbed Tien Shinhan's arm in return and twisted it hard. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking. Tien Shinhan let out a low growl, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With a thud, Tien Shinhan slammed Sun Wukong to the ground, and the two began to thrash around, their bodies making cracking noises. This scene was intense. "How intense?" Krillin exclaimed. "Do these two even feel pain? They're truly monsters." The sound of dislocated bones made him tremble. Ugh! Suddenly, Tien Shinhan let out a loud shout, pushing Sun Wukong away. The two arms behind him began to dissipate. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth. Although he was already very fatigued, he still had a spirit of not giving up. After dozens of rounds of flurry, it seemed endless. Were they testing their stamina? 10 minutes later, the two finally separated, Tien Shinhan slightly adjusting his state as he floated into the air. As for Sun Wukong, "Sorry, this time I must win." Tien Shinhan silently thought to himself. It was time to unleash his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. Master Roshi did, and Master Roshi immediately recognized this move. Below, Master Roshi wore a cold smile, internally thinking, "Good, you and that little brat can die together." Din was extremely worried. In his eyes, no human could withstand that move. What? Master Rashi internally cursed Master Rashi for teaching such a deadly technique to his disciple. The Kamehameha was a powerful technique that could take lives. And it wouldn't just be the opponents. Master Rashi suddenly straightened up and shouted to Wukong, "Wukong, quickly dodge. You can't withstand this attack." Sun Wukong remained silent, watching Tien Shinhan's hands slowly come together in the sky. The pride of the Scion began to surge, completely ignoring Master Rashi's words. "Wukong, you won't understand. The Kamehameha uses life to launch. You can't block it." Master Rashi tried to convince Sun Wukong as much as possible. After all, at this moment, Sun Wukong was already near exhaustion, and if he took it head-on, there would be no chance of survival. Tien Shinhan's gaze was sharp as he gathered all his strength into his palm, focusing intently on the arena. Thus, this scene reappeared. So familiar. "Sun Wukong," Tien Shinhan shouted, "this strike might even kill me. Although I really want to defeat you, I still hope you can dodge it." Hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "Hee, I'm not going to die that easily. Bring it on." Gradually, the atmosphere began to grow heavy, and Bulma and the others started to feel tense. After all, at this moment, Sun Wukong couldn't perform the flying technique and could only watch Tianjin Fan use his ultimate move. Krillin, Rem, and Maslow stared intently at the arena, their hearts racing with anxiety. Is it really as exaggerated as Master Wutian said? The few of them clenched their fists tightly. However, the next moment, a voice caught their attention. "Oh, I really came at the right time." Krillin, Rem, and Maslow were all very worried. Is it really as terrifying as Master Wutian said? Suddenly, a voice came, immediately attracting Krillin and the others' attention. "I really came at the right time." Tang En fell straight down, just in front of the three. Maslow and the others were both surprised and delighted. Senior brother Tang En. At this moment, the three were worried about Wukong's safety on the arena, and also wanted to know where Tang En had actually been. It turned out they had really missed him. After all, it had been so long, Tang En thought. Tang En shook his head and walked over to the three of them. "Don't worry, the situation is almost resolved. I really have been eliminated. It's quite a headache." Despite saying this, Tang En sounded quite relieved. Clint also thought the same, even more regretful than Tang En. After all, in his view, Tang En definitely had the strength to challenge the likes of Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong above. After a while, everyone's attention returned to the match. "Brother Tang En, will Wukong win?" Maslow asked curiously. Rem and Clint were also waiting for Tang En's response. Tao En looked over, and at this moment, Tianjin Fan's aura was extremely inflated, condensing his energy into the palms of his hands. The Kamehameha is truly an incredibly powerful technique, and Tao En was quite familiar with it. If it were Tao En himself, during the period when he was at Tianjin Fan's level of strength, he would never dare to use such a move. Just like the Mafuba, without sufficient physical strength to support it, one would pay the price of life energy depletion. It would drain all of a person's energy completely. Only because Tianjin Fan has a special physique and exceptionally strong vitality could he dare to do this. In the original story, this guy not only survived using the Kamehameha, but later even used the Mafuba, intending to seal away the rejuvenated Piccolo. In the end, he didn't die, and who would he complain to? If Goku truly took this hit. The three of them perked up their ears. Life and death are unpredictable. Tang En stated a fact that made the three very worried. Will it really be like this? Clint is very concerned about his best friend. Don continued, "But don't worry. Goku will definitely dodge it. It's not smart to take that level of attack head-on. Let's hope so." Finally, Tien Shinhan unleashed his attack in the sky. "Stay alive!" Tien shouted. The Kamehameha buzzed with immense energy descending from the heavens, piercing through the space between heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, the attack from above was about to reach Goku. I won't dodge," Goku shouted stubbornly. Rumble. The massive shock wave ravaged the ground. The portion of the arena that was hit sank like tofu, with dust scattering everywhere. The crowd outside fell to the ground to lessen the enormous impact. Meanwhile, in the sky, the immense energy nearly drained Tien's body. He had held back on this attack, and at this point, Tien's strength had surpassed that of Master Rashi. Therefore, he ultimately survived and could barely use the instant transmission technique. However, it was truly a struggle. The nearly 100-meter deep pit gave ordinary people the feeling that it was bottomless, and the level of destruction before them had already numbed their nerves. "Incredible," Don said with genuine admiration. Even he wouldn't want to take that hit for no reason. Next to him, Tong Lia was also in a daze. After all, It was her first time witnessing such a level of attack. Is this really something humans can do? Tang Lia murmured. Goku! Krillin shouted loudly at the deep pit. Krillin's voice even had a hint of crying. After all, if he got hit by that, he would likely be finished. Rem looked worried, while Maslow clenched his fists, his emotions complicated. Ha ha ha! Tien, well done! Master Roshi shouted wildly, but no one responded to him. Goku! Krillin tried to look down. Since the entire arena had been destroyed, there was nowhere to dodge. Huff! Huff! Tien was also panting as he searched for Goku's location. Over there, Don pointed to the sky. After all, Goku's energy was still somewhat residual, making it easy to distinguish at close range. Everyone looked up. Hee hee. That move was really impressive. Goku was almost exhausted. The rapid dodging had already drained his limited stamina even more. At this moment, Goku was shaking slightly, his eyes half open, clearly at his limit. Tien looked at his rapidly descending opponent and used the instant transmission technique to follow him down, forcing himself to say, "You actually managed to dodge it. It's a pity, though, I'm out of strength as well, but in the end, I'll still be the one to win." Goku grinned. "I won't admit defeat." "What?" Tien exclaimed. "Does he still have strength left?" "Goku. He's in the sky." Krillin saw Goku descending rapidly. Tang En has always been the situation, thinking from different perspectives. If he encountered the same situation just now, with the same level of strength, would he be able to avoid it? Tang En could even feel that the cells in Sun Wukong's body, which was currently pushing its limits, were excitedly shouting. This reaction allowed Sun Wukong, the young scion, to unleash an almost inexhaustible vitality and excitement. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but worry about Sun Wukong. Even though they knew he had survived, Tien's ability to fly was indeed a headache. A winged creature flew out from a massive flying vehicle, where a dark green monster adorned with a magic symbol sat in a chair. Is the human world already so weak? The Demon King glared at the rice cooker in front of him, speaking with both anger and relief. "Lord Demon King, your time to rule the world has finally come. The era belonging to the demon race is about to arrive," a sharp-nosed demon said. The Pilaf gang trembled in the corner. "Lord Demon King, as we discussed before, once you dominate the world, you must give me half." The elderly Demon King Piccolo shot a cold glance at Pilaf, instantly instilling extreme fear in him. The three of them immediately began to tremble. "Perhaps we shouldn't have let this guy out," Pilaf whispered to his two companions. "Ha, I heard that," Demon King Piccolo teased. "Namekians do have good hearing." Lord Demon King, I only want 1/10. The three were terrified, carefully listening to the Demon King's orders. "Take me to the center of this world. I want the whole world to know of my arrival. Then, let my children collect the 7 Dragon Balls so that I can regain my youth." Ha ha! The elderly Piccolo grew more excited as he spoke. He had already unleashed 2 children. One was responsible for killing all the martial artists on Earth, while the other was tasked with collecting the Dragon Balls. At this moment, both had already begun their actions, and he could hardly wait to conquer the world. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong surprised everyone by knocking out the exhausted Tien with a reverse Kamehameha. However, not everything went as in the original story. For instance, the car that knocked Sun Wukong away did not appear. Thus, the two landed simultaneously and jointly became champions. Tang En reached the head of Sun Wukong, who was now lying down and could only see Tang En standing on his head. Sun Wukong barely opened one eye and kept grinning foolishly at Tang En. Tang En also began to smile, with a sense that everything was understood without words. Tang En took out a heavenly bean and gave it to Sun Wukong. "Here, Wukong, this is it, can not only fill your stomach but also heal all injuries." Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan landed not far from the venue, and at this moment, their companions had all arrived here. However, most of the passers-by had left after learning the champion's identity. "Wukong, you really surprised me. It seems you have found your own path." "Gulong," Master Roshi said to Sun Wukong, who grinned and swallowed Tang En's. "Report this situation to His Majesty the King. Go." Tang Lia said softly to Bloom in the crowd. "Yes," Bloom replied. Bulma, who was mixed in with the crowd, arrived at Tang En's side. "Where have you been? You even missed the competition. It's really a headache." Bulma leaned closer and turned her back to Tang En, humming as she spoke. The situation was indeed a bit complicated, and Tang En was prepared to be honest with everyone. But for now, he could only change the subject to comfort Bulma. "Tianjin Fan, hurry over. You useless one. Can't you handle someone of this level?" Master Crane stood not far away, with a worried Jiaozi beside him. Tianjin Fan swayed and finally managed to stand up. "Yes, Master." "Wait a minute," Tang En said. Tang En felt a bit uncomfortable. Why hadn't Tianjin Fan severed ties with this old man yet? Could it be because of him that Master Rashi didn't come to the scene? Tianjin Fan weirdly looked at Tang En, wondering if he was here to settle scores with him. His current state was extremely precarious. This is a Sinza bean. It can heal injuries. You should eat one too. Tianjin Fan still wanted to make sure that Tian didn't stay with Master Rashi, so he didn't mind sowing discord bit. Sure enough, Master Rashi immediately began to sing a different tune. Shut up. Are you going to accept charity from your enemy? Come here. Tianjin Fan looked at the Sinza bean in his hand, feeling very touched. However, after thinking for a moment, he mustered up his courage and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I feel much better now. I'm really happy to have met you all." But he returned the Sinza bean to Dawn and said with embarrassment. Tang En imitated a bald, caped hero, scratching his face with his fingers, and thought to himself, it seems that by now, Tianjin Fan still hasn't had any ideological conflict with Master Crane. Tang En did not take the, instead, turning around to walk over to his companions, standing with Bulma and Cap. He felt it unnecessary to deliberately help Tianjin Fan again, as it felt strange to him, so he decided to leave it to fate. Tianjin Fan had no choice but to put away and head towards Master Rashi. The sky was already getting a bit dark, and, as usual, Master Rashi held a victory feast. As good friends, Tang En and the others also participated in the gathering. Thus, Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Lan Chi, Bulma, Tang En, Rem, Maslow, along with a pig, a turtle, and a robot, formed an unprecedentedly strong group. "Can I join too?" Tong Lia said. And just like that, another person was added. Everyone was eating and drinking heartily, discussing their training topics. Even Rem, who usually didn't talk much, was getting a bit drunk, not to mention the others. This made Tang En feel a bit embarrassed, as he originally wanted to take this opportunity to discuss some serious matters with everyone. However, with the atmosphere being so joyful, he found it difficult to speak up. He could only quietly check on Dan Ba Lin's energy, wondering where that unfortunate kid had gone. Tang En has thought more than once about simply taking care of Dan Ba Lin and Bic directly to protect everyone's happy times. However, reason tells him that this won't work. He can't guarantee that he will continue to lead in martial arts afterward, so he has to use his own way to help Goku grow better. In that case, he has no choice but to leave room for Goku's growth. Those who know too much inevitably feel troubled, and Tang En's enthusiasm seems less than high, which Master Rashi easily notices. "Tang En, where have you been today? You even missed the competition." Everyone looked at Tang En, who was biting a spoon, and they all wanted to know about this matter. Tang En put down his spoon, drank up the juice in front of him in one gulp, and then said to everyone, "Let me first tell you something." The crowd nodded. Tang En directly said, "It's a long story, but let me start from the beginning. 3 years ago, I used the sky dance technique to fly from the top of Kylan Tower, the god of the temple and the magic sealing wave of the gods." Everyone stopped eating as they listened. Even Sun Wukong was surprised by Tang En's experience, as he had encountered such remarkable figures. Just like that, the god asked me to deal with the Demon King Piccolo. Ah, the Demon King Piccolo, such a distant memory. Master Rashi's cup broke a corner, but he didn't seem too flustered. He just calmly said, "So, you met the creator of the Dragon Balls and trained with him, and the Demon King Piccolo from 300 years ago has reemerged." Everyone didn't quite understand the meaning of these words, but seeing Master Rashi's expression made it feel very serious. "That's right," Tang En said. "What? The Demon King Piccolo? Isn't that a legendary story?" "Tang En, you must be joking to make everyone happy, right?" Bulma said tentatively. "Hey." Tang En tilted his head and smiled at Bulma. You know it. Tang En, you're really something. When did you start to like joking around?" Krillin chuckled awkwardly, and when he saw that no one responded, he fell silent. Tong Lia suddenly stood up, placing her hands on the table. "Mr. Tang En, I must tell His Majesty about this quickly." Wukong felt a sense of fear and leaned tightly against him. "Who is King Piccolo? Is he very powerful?" Wukong asked. "He is said to be a great demon from hundreds of years ago. I heard adults talk about him when I was a child and thought it was just a myth," Lan Chi added. Master Rashi looked at Tang En, placing his hopes on this young man whom he couldn't see through. After all, even he didn't have absolute confidence in using the Mafuba. "Tang En, surely the heavens must have a way, right?" Tang En noticed the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he spoke in a slightly more relaxed tone. "Actually, there's no need for everyone to panic too much. If it's just the Demon King Piccolo, the god will definitely have a way to deal with it. I'm not really worried about that. What I want to talk about is another issue. A year ago, I mentioned the development of martial arts on Earth to the king. The reason I have this idea is entirely because the god told me about things beyond the universe. Tang En decisively threw out the tool of the celestial being, as it would certainly be more convincing for them. Life does not exist only on Earth. There are many powerful extraterrestrial beings in the vast universe. In order for Earth to survive the invasion of extraterrestrial life, it can only rely on the strength of its own people. Does this mean that the celestial being intends to guide Earth's martial arts? Master Rashi exclaimed with surprise. Don couldn't help but recall the words of the deity at that time. Every life has its own path, and I cannot force them to give up their lives and push them into the doorway of martial arts. Whether this is good or bad is unpredictable. Indeed, the deity had such thoughts. Don said without blushing. Don, I want to ask you a question, said Master Rashi. Please go ahead, Grandpa Rashi. What level are you at now? Or to be specific, can you defeat King Piccolo? Tang En tapped the table with his finger. This shouldn't be a problem. Master Rashi felt a sense of relief inside. Incredible. This is something even my master couldn't do back in the day. Truly impressive. After all, he's still so young. Master Rashi felt relieved again. Incredible. This is something even my master couldn't do back in the day. Truly impressive. After all, he's still so young. Well, Master Rashi returned to his original state. It seems we are no longer on the same level. Then, the future of Earthlings is in your hands, you young ones. Master Rashi continued to turn his gaze towards Goku and Krillin. Krillin, Goku, you both need to train hard as well. Yes, the two replied in unison. Seeing that everyone was feeling more at ease, Tang En felt a surge of happiness inside. By the way, Lord Kami personally said he would teach Goku to train. Tang En said. This statement surprised everyone, and they looked at Goku in astonishment. Really? Can I meet that amazing person? Goku exclaimed with excitement. That's right. I believe Goku must want to surpass me, right? Tang En said with a smile. Of course. Little Goku said without hesitation. Tang En turned to everyone and continued. By the way, Wukong's Rui Bang is the path to the temple. I will find time to return it to its original place. I still hope everyone can reach the temple soon. If you have already practiced in the Kalen Tower, you can start trying the training in the temple. Rem and Maslow exchanged glances, feeling a surge of fighting spirit. Tang En. What is the aura you mentioned just now? Tong Lia was very curious about the secrets of cultivation. Tang En said directly, to be honest, this is actually the basic skill of martial arts. Only by understanding the principles of breath can one practice with a purpose. Techniques like aerial dance and Qigong waves are all produced using breath. Tong Lia seemed to understand, but only nodded politely. Tang En seemed to notice something and casually said, everyone has their own aura, so we can judge a person's position and actions based on that. For example, I noticed a long time ago that the child of the great demon king is coming this way. What did you say? Yulong shouted. What? You bastard. Why are you saying such direct things with such a nonchalant attitude? That's a legendary figure after all. What? Is that kind of monster really coming? Everyone present instinctively felt a chill in their hearts. That's right. Hey. Yulong, you don't have to be like that. Tang En noticed that Wu Long ran over and hugged his leg, which made him very embarrassed. Don't think you can make me face that monster alone. Wu Long insisted. So, what should we do next, Mr. Tang En? Tong Lia said. Tang En placed Wu Long on the seat and thought for a moment before saying, Tell the king not to act rashly. Provoking that demon king will cost many ordinary lives. After all, it's better to leave the great demon king Piccolo to the martial artist to handle. As for the current demon clan, leave it to me. I will eliminate him. After that, I'll let everyone experience the great demon king Piccolo. Once he's defeated, everyone can start their own training. Let's just plan for now. I haven't thought of the rest yet. What an amazing plan, Tong Lia said after a long pause. The others were also somewhat speechless. After all, the great demon King Piccolo was the biggest enemy they could think of. If he could be defeated, do they really need to train? At this moment, in the royal palace, the king put down the phone in his hand. His fists were clenched tightly, and his mouth opened and closed a few times. But no sound came out. After a moment of silence, the king finally stood up and said, Peers, you understand the message from Tong Lia, right? Yes, your majesty. Peers replied. Then let us keep this matter under wraps for now. After Mr. Tang En defeats the demon king, we must invite him again. Peers responded, your majesty. Our royal guard's combat strength is taking shape. Should we? No, that's too risky. The current weapons are still no match for the powerful martial artist attacks, and the soldiers' training is still far from adequate. I've already asked Dr. Breves for help with the equipment, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem very attentive to these matters. It's quite frustrating. As for martial arts, we must invite a real martial artist to help. I hope Tong Lia can persuade those martial arts masters, Peers muttered. The martial arts competition at night seemed unusually quiet. Master Rashi and Kaiatsu sat on the stools, ignoring the prize money on the table. Go call Tien out. Master Rashi said. Yes. Kaiatsu pushed himself off the stool and ran to Tien's room. Tien, in front of him, was already wrapped in many bandages, and his condition had improved a lot. However, he was staring blankly, holding onto a senzabine. Tien, Master is calling you. Kaiatsu approached Tien and said. Tien looked at his best friend, collected his thoughts, and responded faintly, I know, Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu watched Tien without moving. Tien carefully put away the senzabine and sighed deeply. The road ahead has suddenly become confusing. Tien thought, unsure of what he wanted to do. He vaguely felt that he didn't want to continue living this way. Suddenly, help! A piercing scream startled the two. Master! Tien exclaimed as he looked up. Tien and Kaiatsu heard Master Rashi's voice and immediately ran outside. After bursting through the door, they saw a panicked Master Rashi, his eyes glazed over as he stumbled backward. Demon race! At that moment, a green-skinned winged monster sneered and pointed at Tien, saying to Master Rashi, is he the champion of this competition? Powerless! Master Rashi's mind flooded with memories from 300 years ago. The feeling was identical. That fear was truly long forgotten. Master Rashi stared at the demon note in the green-skinned monster's hand, and a wave of intense fear surged through his mind. Then Master Rashi retreated to a corner, incredulously shouting, the great demon king Piccolo. Hard to believe, this was also Tien's feeling. When did his master become so fearful? Tien schifert uncomfortably. The great demon king Piccolo? Who is that? I feel like I've heard that name a long time ago. Oh, Nappa, you can recognize us. The monster grinned. Well, it's surprising that someone still remembers us after 300 years. You're quite impressive, old man. Dabura held a martial arts manual that recorded all the martial artists in the competition, with Tien and Goku at the top. Master Rashi was about to lose it. Kill him. Tien, quickly kill him. Otherwise, we will all die. Master Rashi shouted. Okay. After all, it was easy to tell the opponent was not friendly. At that moment, Tien immediately started to act, but unfortunately, his body was already fatigued, and his movements were extremely slow, easily dodged. What? Tien's face turned ugly. Dabura laughed maniacally. Haha, is this the #1 fighter in the world? He doesn't seem very strong. Take this. Sharp claws slashed across Tien's chest, and a line of blood burst forth. Ugh! Tien knelt on one knee, covering the wound on his chest. With old injuries adding to new ones, Tien's eyes turned a bit unhealthy red. Hey, a superhuman? Dabura said curiously. Just now, that hand could have killed the opponent, but it was blocked by some invisible force, so it only injured him. Dabura turned his head and saw the panicked little guy. You little thing, you're really in the way. Bang! Dabura kicked Kaiatsu away, sending him crashing into the wall of the room, knocking him out cold. Kaiatsu! Tien shouted with difficulty. Dabura looked at the unconscious Kaiatsu. Oh, so you're also a martial artist? What's your name? Dabura flipped through the pages of the manual. Kyoutsu. Then let me kill you first. Dabura said grimly, leaping high to deliver a fatal blow to Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, be careful. Tien immediately rushed out, blocking in front of Kaiatsu, taking the kick. Bang! The weak Tien still managed to take the hit, flying back several meters, surprising Dabura. Puff! Tien held Kaiatsu, blood flowing from his mouth. Dabura was somewhat angry. As a noble demon, he couldn't even kill 2 ants. How touching, but you really have angered me. He attacked with all his might. Tien braced himself with one hand on the ground. Every move from this opponent was a vital strike, and he truly couldn't take it anymore. Swish! The sound of tearing echoed. Bang! Ugh! It's over. Tien tensed up, unwillingly closing his eyes. Smoke dissipated. Tien, with his eyes closed, never felt the impending attack, and curiously opened his eyes. Nanny? At that moment, Dabura had already been blasted out, crashing outside, while the wall in front of him was pierced like tofu, exposing broken steel bars. Tang En clapped his hands and said, that was close. This guy actually got the martial arts manual and came to you first, almost missing it. You, Tianjin fan, said in disbelief, such a powerful opponent just like that. Didn't you eat my senza beans? Tang En asked curiously. After all, a fully powered Tianjin fan shouldn't be bullied so badly by this guy. At that moment, Tianjin fan couldn't even find the words to respond. Tang En said again, the guy's not dead yet. You should heal first. Tang En walked up to the dumpling and gave a magical bean to the unconscious person, glancing at Master Crane as he approached. Master Crane finally showed a hint of reaction, his body trembling slightly. Just moments ago, he was filled with despair. In Master Crane's eyes, this person suddenly appeared in front of him, and in the next moment, that terrifying demon flew out of the house. He saw nothing, which reminded Master Crane of his own master from years ago. At this moment, Master Rashi and the others finally entered the house, making the space that had been relatively spacious suddenly feel a bit cramped. Crane, where's that demon?" Master Rashi asked. It was clear that everyone had heard the fighting here. Master Crane's expression was not good, and he remained silent. "Cough, cough, damn it." Damblin touched the corner of his mouth, looking at the purple blood on his hand and becoming enraged. "Nandado, unforgivable. How dare the human sneak attack me?" The great demon. Everyone saw the furious Damblin in front of them and prepared for defense. However, no one acted rashly, as they had all seen the injured Tianjin fan. At this moment, both Tianjin fan and the dumpling finally swallowed the magical beans and returned to their original state. "Thank you." The dumpling expressed his gratitude to Tang En. "It's nothing." Tang En waved his hand. "What should we do?" Tianjin fan instinctively Tangan. However, before Tang En could respond, Damblin charged over, accompanied by a furious roar. Damblin swiped his sharp claws again. "Come at me." Tang En took a step forward with his fist clenched, showing no fear. He hadn't exerted himself in a while. "Today, I'll make you my first sacrifice." Ready to throw a punch. Bang! His solid fist landed on Dan Ballin's head. Snap! Don's punch was executed with exceptionally powerful technique, and the sharp attack completely deformed his opponent's head. However, astonishingly, this punch did not send the opponent flying even by a centimeter. Wow! Damblin stepped back a few paces. Oh wow! Damblin's eyes were glazed over, continuously spitting out white liquid. Finally, Damblin collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness, forever falling into a deep sleep. "That's impressive," Clin said in surprise. Tian's pupils constricted as he looked at Don in shock, wondering if he was really that powerful. At this moment, Master Rashi approached Master Shun and said, Shun, the Demon King Piccolo has been unsealed. We need your help." Master Shun forced himself to stand up, supporting his legs and gasping for breath. "What, are you kidding me? You want me to deal with that kind of monster? I tell you, Wu Qian, I've had enough of that experience just once." Master Shin yelled at Master Rashi, then shifted his gaze to Tien and Kaiatsu. "Aren't you two coming with me? Do you want to follow them to your deaths? The Demon King will definitely seek revenge for his subordinates." Master Shun said angrily. Tien awkwardly replied, "But they are doing this to save us." "That will be even better. Let them face it themselves. We just need to leave." "Who told them to meddle?" Master Shun stepped forward, preparing to leave. Tien and Kaiatsu lowered their heads, not responding. "What? Are you still resisting my orders?" Master Shun turned his head and said. Tien clenched his fists, finally making a decision. "Master, you go ahead. I've decided to stay and fight with them." Tien, Kaiatsu, floated into the air, grabbing Tien's shoulder, determined to stand together with him. Both of them looked exceptionally resolute. "Well, you two ungrateful things. Then go die." Master Shin's expression darkened to the extreme as he stormed out. Master Rashi walked up to Tien and quietly patted his shoulder. He wasn't like this before. "Damblin, my child." The Demon King was convulsing all over, reacting poorly to the death of his child. He was simply too old now. Wah! Pilaf and his companions looked at the scene in fear. At this moment, the body of Demon King Piccolo turned a purplish green, veins bulging on his arms. His fingernails digging into the seat, looking extremely ferocious. The most terrifying part was that old Piccolo was contorting his body, continuously spitting out a light yellow liquid from his mouth, causing Pilaf and his companions to huddle together in fear, trembling. The bird-headed subordinate, Pien, was supporting Demon King Piccolo, gently tapping his back. After a while, Demon King Piccolo's breath finally calmed down, and he angrily raised his head and said, "Damn it! The child I suffered to give birth to was killed. No matter who you are, I will never let you go. Next, I, Demon King Piccolo, will take action myself to let you know the might of my demon clan." Demon King Piccolo looked at a Dragon Ball in his hand and said to his subordinates, "No one can collect all 7 Dragon Balls. After all, one is in my possession. I will first kill the one who killed Damblin." But we don't even know who killed Lord Damblin," Pilaf said in fear. Piccolo's face showed a hint of displeasure. His time was incredibly precious right now. The bird-headed subordinate's eyes moved, reminding Piccolo, "Master Demon King, aren't we right above the palace? As long as we capture their king and send a message, we have nothing to fear about them not coming out." This method barely satisfied Piccolo's intentions. Old Piccolo grinned, "Perfect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, let's go." At this moment in the martial arts tournament venue, Tien looked at the lifeless Dambaran and said to Don, I didn't expect you to be this strong. I really didn't deserve to win against you last time. After we defeat that demon king, if I'm still alive, I will definitely seek you out for a rematch. Ah, absolutely no problem. Tang En looked at the sincere Tianjin fan and agreed. Tang En, are you really confident? That's the legendary demon king, Bulma said worriedly. Well, it should be fine, Tang En replied. Without further ado, let's start right now. Kabiki, Doctor, I'm here. You take Bulma and the others back first. Just a few of us will be enough. Tang En gestured with his hand, including participants such as Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Maslow. All right, Kabeki nodded. Wait a minute. Master Roshi spoke up. Turtle Sage looked at Master Roshi and said, Are you going to take a look too, Master Roshi? Wow, I can't sit still with this old body of mine. I hope I won't cause any trouble. Master Roshi scratched his head shyly and said in a slightly self-deprecating tone, Of course, it would be great if Master Roshi could come. Boom! Tang En threw out the Universal Capsid, and immediately a plane appeared as a means of transportation for everyone. After all, it would be inconvenient for him to directly take so many people. Do you want to join us? Tang En asked Dongliya. No, I think I'll go to the palace to report to His Majesty the King first. I'll be waiting for good news from Mr. Tang En, Tong Lia replied with a smile. Well, that's fine. At this moment, Tang En noticed old Bic's presence. He was actually near the West City. What a coincidence. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed, and Tong Lia answered the phone. It was a recording. We request assistance. Miss Tong Lia, His Majesty the King and Lord Pierce have been captured by a person called the Great Demon King Bic. Our army is ineffective. Please urgently request Mr. Tang En's rescue. Everyone present heard this message. Tong Lia's face turned pale as she looked at Tang En with a pleading expression. Bulma, I'll be back soon. Everyone, let's hurry and get on the plane. Tang En didn't say much. After all, Tong Lia is considered a friend, so it's something I should help with. I'll go with you. I can help you control the plane. Bulma jumped onto the plane. Tang En nodded. He didn't think there was anyone on Earth now who could leave him at a loss. A group of people quickly boarded the plane and took off. But at the speed of the plane, it would take at least 2 hours to reach Bic. 2 hours is still quite a long time. If the king were to die, Tang En wouldn't know any other high-ranking government officials. Tang En thought for a moment and said, The plan has changed. I originally wanted to bring everyone a rival, but if something happens to the king, many things will become troublesome. How about I go ahead first? Everyone nodded, feeling more at ease with Tang En. That's fine, Tang En. Remember to avoid ordinary people as much as possible during the battle. We'll catch up soon. Master Roshi reminded Tang En. I will. I can also use the flying technique, so please let me go with you. Tianjin Fan requested. Tang En did not refuse. All right, let's go. Everyone can just drive straight to West City. Tianjin Fan, seeing that Tang En did not refuse, then said to Dumpling, Dumpling, you stay on the plane with everyone. Dumpling did not argue, as he felt he would become a burden. Then I'll leave it to you too, Tong Lia said. Let us go. On the other side, Xian Ba Lu was meeting the Dark Lord. A plump pterosaur-like creature approached old Bic and addressed him on the throne. Xian Ba Lu, my child, your brother Dan Ba Lin is dead, old Bic said. What? Dark Lord, is there really an existence in this world that can oppose our demon race? Dan Ba Lin was even stronger than him. Calm down, they will be here soon. Below is their king. Long live the Dark Lord. Sin Ba Lu et Klim inat midatino. And where are the Dragon Balls you found? Old Bic asked. They're all here. Xian Ba Lu opened his palm, revealing 2 Dragon Balls. Very good. Old Bic rarely smiled. Finding 2 Dragon Balls in just a day or 2 was quite impressive. At this moment, the king and Pierce were tied up in a cell, being watched over by the 3 members of Pilaf. The 3 of them were also murmuring, feeling that the Demon King had wronged them, but dared not voice their anger. Time passed slowly, and in just half an hour, Tang En and Tianjin Fan had already arrived here. The area had long been surrounded by the army, but everyone dared not act rashly. After all, they had already experienced the strength of their opponents, especially since the king was still in their hands. Tianjin Fan and Tang En flew through the air, arriving near the Demon King Piccolo, where they could faintly see some dead soldiers on the ground. 2 more bugs came. Simbaru swung his tail, aiming directly at Tianjin Fan's head. In the past, soldiers who came to rescue the king mostly died from this strike. Tianjin Fan didn't dare to be careless and quickly blocked with both arms. Bang! It was unexpectedly easy. Tianjin Fan was a bit surprised. Instinctively, Tianjin Fan turned defense into offense, grabbing his opponent's tail and swinging it hard. Bang! The flying Simbaru smashed through the wall and fell into the room. Tianjin Fan was slightly taken aback. This guy was surprisingly weak. Demon King. This is bad. Lord Simbaru has been defeated. The bird-headed man saw this scene and hurriedly reported to Demon King Piccolo. He should also be a demon created by Piccolo, but relatively weak and not a concern. Tang En said to Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan nodded, immediately becoming more cautious. The two stood at the door, waiting for the appearance of the Demon King. Ugh! Simbaru, covered in rubble, was now shaking and crawling out. Damn it! He roared in frustration. Huh? Tang En felt that this guy was really not very smart. With such weak abilities, he might as well just lie there. Tang En is not Sun Wukong. He has no interest in the weak. In his eyes. If the enemy's words have no other intentions, he will directly kill them on the spot. Buzz. Don didn't hesitate and unleashed a ki blast. Boom, without looking, it was certain to have killed. Damn it. Simbal. Another child of mine has been killed. King Piccolo entered a state of madness. As his current physical condition was insufficient to support the constant creation of demons. Who killed my child? King Piccolo angrily stepped out, gripping the door frame, grinding his teeth as he spoke. There were only two people in front of him, Don and Tien. However, Don took a step back and stood behind Tien. It's him. Tien. Wow. Foolish human. You will witness the terror of our demon race. King Piccolo's veins bulged. I'm witnessing it. Tang En felt a bit speechless. This demon king had a somewhat cringy vibe, lacking the oppressive feeling he had when watching the anime. Of course, this was just Tang En's opinion. Tien Shinhan didn't think so. He was now tense all over, gathering his spirit and preparing to give it his all. Go for it. Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan nodded heavily. Soon, Piccolo's furious punch directly struck Tien Shinhan's chest. Bang! Tien Shinhan spread his arms to block, but he was still knocked back several meters, his arms numb. His feet also left a deep mark on the ground. He was completely outmatched, Tang En murmured. Integrating the martial arts knowledge in his mind, the experiences of countless people told Tang En one thing. Oppressive combat was always more effective than mere hard training. With Tang En around, he certainly wouldn't just watch Tien Shinhan get beaten to death. That's why he let Tien Shinhan fight against the Demon King Piccolo. The effect would definitely not be bad. Well, probably. At this moment, Tien Shinhan saw the tragic scene and suddenly became uncertain. Tien had no idea about Don's calculations, but he didn't have time to think, as Piccolo's massive fists were not easy to take. Bang, bang, bang. The gap between the two was still significant. Piccolo grabbed Tien's head and slammed him directly into the wall. Ugh, Tien let out a muffled groan. Then, Piccolo's huge hand tightened around Tien's face, running and smashing the back of Tien's head against the steel bars. No time to react. This was Tien's thought. The wall shattered upon impact, which made Don wince in pain. Tien struggled desperately, but it was useless. Just as Piccolo was about to attack Tien with his other hand, suddenly, two arms appeared on Tien's back, firing a Kamehameha wave at Piccolo. Piccolo jolted, and in a panic, he immediately let go. But he was still grazed by the unexpected Kamehameha wave on his face. Hiss! Blood was burned out of Piccolo's face, and some of his aging skin even turned quite dark. Huff! After being released, Tien took a deep breath and quickly flew into the sky to catch his breath. At this moment, Piccolo was silent, but his trembling body constantly expressed his anger. He touched the blood on his face, and his gaze became darker, filled with rage. Piccolo wanted nothing more than to kill all humans. Looking at Tien in the sky, Piccolo jumped up. Boring creature. Piccolo leaped into the air and swiftly moved behind Tien. What? Tien exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect this monster could fly. Bang! Unprepared, Tien was instantly hammered into the ground by Piccolo. Not good. Tien immediately tried to stand up, but before he could fully react, Piccolo stomped down with his foot. Crack! The massive injury forced Tien to retreat from his four witches' fist. Piccolo stepped on Tien and unleashed dozens of punches onto him. Thud! Thud! At this moment, the ground rippled and sank. Tien struggled to find an opening to attack, desperately channeling another move. Solar flare. A blinding white light appeared, and the old Piccolo instinctively covered his eyes, but it still stung them. Cunning bug. Tien kicked Piccolo over and punched him in the face. Bang! Piccolo staggered from the blow. Damn it! Tien helplessly realized that his attacks really couldn't inflict much damage on this monster. It had to be like this. Seizing the opportunity, Tien quickly ascended into the sky, ready to use all his strength. Kamehameha, block everything. Stop! A pair of hands landed on Tien's shoulders. It was Don. Stop, you'll die. Tang En felt that this time was still somewhat reckless. Whether it was Sun Wukong or Tien, they were definitely not a match for Piccolo at the moment. Just taking hits wasn't very efficient. Moreover, this guy would unleash a ki blast at any disagreement, and Tien was still quite weak right now. He couldn't use that technique too many times. With himself here, there was no need for Tien to push himself so hard. However, it was worth mentioning that Tien probably realized the huge gap between him and his opponent, and his future training would definitely be more motivated, Tang En shamelessly thought. At this moment, Tien still had some energy left, but he was already gasping for breath, and his arms were trembling a bit. Take it easy. Tien stopped gathering energy. At this point, Piccolo had already recovered from the effects of the solar flare and was standing still. Piccolo touched the areas where Tien had struck him. It's really itchy. Piccolo discovered that this guy's strength was still not a threat to him at all. He was still a relatively strong ant, despite taking so many hits from me. He hadn't died. The Demon King clenched his fist and grinned. Tien was panting and made way for Tang En, reminding him, this guy is too strong. Should we wait for Wukong to join us before we team up? No way. He wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for us for a few hours. Tang En stepped out, feeling a bit excited inside. This was his first real encounter with a boss-level opponent. Come on. Your opponent now is me. King Piccolo laughed wildly. What's wrong? Aren't you hiding behind that three-eye guy anymore? Old Piccolo sized up Tang En, and years of battle experience told him that the person before him was pitifully weak. King Piccolo would not show mercy to weak enemies. He had already imagined the sound of despair from his opponent. Take this. With a whoosh, old Piccolo jumped up suddenly, using the air to launch a straight punch aimed directly at Tang En's face. Are you scared? Old Piccolo laughed arrogantly, as the person in front of him couldn't even move. Oh no, Tien Shinhan said worriedly. Bang! Piccolo's fist made intimate contact with Tang En's face. The speed and force of this strike kicked up dust from the ground. Ah ha ha, how pathetic. King Piccolo mocked. I bet he couldn't even react. Huh, is this all you've got? Tang En thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. I've indeed become too strong. At this moment, Tang En's head was slightly knocked back from the strike, but it didn't cause him any harm at all. That said, Tang En had no masochistic tendencies. He was merely curious about King Piccolo's true strength. From what he could see, the aging Piccolo was only a bit above 200 in power, truly pitiful. King Piccolo grabbed Tang En by the collar, preparing to continue smashing his fist into Tang En's face. Hee. With a snap, Tang En caught old Piccolo's wrist with one hand, preventing him from advancing. He still has strength? King Piccolo first exclaimed in surprise, then prepared to push down with force. However, how could this be? Piccolo began to panic. He not only couldn't push his wrist forward, but also couldn't pull it back. Is this an illusion? A sense of helplessness after 300 years surged within him, as if he recalled the feeling of being utterly defenseless in the Demon Seal wave. Impossible. Piccolo's legs sank deep into the ground as he prepared to use leverage to pull his wrist out. A cry of pain escaped, due to old Piccolo's tall stature. His wrist was relatively thick compared to Tang En's, and Tang En tightly gripped his arm, causing Piccolo's struggles to force Tang En's fingers deeper into his arm. Damn it! Old Piccolo was extremely angry. Tang En felt liquid pooling in his palm, so he simply let go of his hand, causing Piccolo to stumble. Tien Shinhan looked in shock at the scene before him. The overwhelming result had a tremendous impact on him. Old Piccolo countered with a flash of magic, quickly charging at Tang En and enveloping him. The powerful energy wave turned the buildings behind Tang En to dust, and the residual force took dozens of meters to gradually settle. That was a careless move. No one could withstand that attack head-on. King Piccolo laughed maniacally, his voice somewhat excited. Just as the dust had yet to clear, an elbow strike hit old Piccolo on the head, knocking him to the ground. With a thud, Piccolo's eyes bulged from the impact, blood vessels popping out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Piccolo quickly tried to stand up, his body swaying, his head buzzing. At that moment, his physical condition was at its worst. Don felt somewhat speechless. How could he not lay an egg yet? If he continued to hit him, he would really die, and even the gods and dragons would be finished. Damn it. Why? Old Piccolo was in deep disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what was happening before him, merely repeating those few words. Damn it. Why? Old Piccolo was in deep disbelief. He couldn't understand the scene before him, just repeating those words. How could there be such a strong human? It's impossible. Back then, even the strongest martial arts champion was no match for him. In the end, he had to risk his life to seal himself away in the Demon Seal wave. Have I really become this weak? I need the Dragon Balls. Cough. Cough. Piccolo barely managed to steady himself, controlling the purple and milky white liquid flowing from his mouth. However, that earlier elbow strike had already severely injured his body. A wound he couldn't heal. Damn it. He was unwilling. He couldn't die yet. Bang. Suddenly, the ground beneath Piccolo cracked, and he was sent flying in another direction. He was trying to escape. I want to be young again. Once I regain my youth, I will definitely kill you. Old Piccolo gritted his teeth and said, no one could surpass the demon race's flight technique. This was the last bit of stubbornness from King Piccolo. He's escaping. Tianjin Shinhan shouted, pointing at the sky. Don looked at Beak flying away, without even the thought of pursuing him. After all, stopping such a degree of flight was still quite simple. Grab. A rapidly gathering whole wave condensed in Don's hand. Whoosh. The whole wave immediately shot out from Don's fingertips. In less than a second, this strike pierced through the Demon King's thigh. The severe injury and burning pain caused the old Beak to lose his balance, followed by a free fall that crashed through the palace ceiling. Tang En clapped his hands. Tianjin Fan, go rescue the king and have that Demon King's subordinate tell you the location. Tang En pointed at the bird-headed monster and said to Tianjin Fan, Good. Tianjin Fan was greatly impacted and didn't even notice that Tang En used their school's Ding wave. The piano retreated a few steps in fear, unable to believe it. Did the great Demon King fail? At this moment, Don flew up into the sky and moved to the position of King Piccolo. At this moment, King Piccolo had buried himself underground, trying to pretend to be dead or evade Don. It looked quite pathetic, but for Don, this was certainly not possible. The murderous aura of the old Piccolo was as conspicuous as a 10,000-watt light bulb in the darkness. With a swoosh, Don reached into the rubble and pulled King Piccolo out. Piccolo was truly in despair this time. Don looked at the hopeless Majin Buu and thought for a moment, quickly coming up with a little plan. After all, he needed to leave him a glimmer of hope. Alas, what a pity, you were just too old. Don lamented. If you were in your youthful state, even I would have to avoid your brilliance. What a pity. But it's too late to say anything now. You will be killed by me. Upon hearing this, old Piccolo trembled with anger, and a strong obsession suddenly arose in his heart. That's right. Damnumans. Damn ceiling wave, if it weren't for this. How could I have fallen to this state today? King Piccolo was unwilling to accept this. I can't die, that's right. I still have a way. Piccolo clenched his fists. Damn it. As long as I become young again, I will definitely kill all those who resist me. King Piccolo did not believe anyone could defeat him. As long as Don said so, he would take it seriously. Even if it was self-deception, he would believe it. King Piccolo began to look for opportunities to carry out the plan in his heart. Tang En certainly knew what he was thinking. Then, Tang En threw the Demon King Piccolo into the air, preparing to use his final move to deal with him. Kamehameha. Good opportunity. Piccolo floated into the air, channeling all his energy. He was going to create an offspring that contained all of his essence, which would be the continuation of his life. When Tang En saw this, he secretly thought it was promising and quickly slowed down the energy-gathering speed of the Kamehameha. He just didn't know if King Piccolo would be so furious upon learning the truth that he would die from anger. At this moment, Piccolo's neck swelled rapidly, and his aura dropped to the extreme once again. Ea! Piccolo roared furiously. Tang En waited silently, and when he felt a breath separate from Piccolo's body, he knew the opportunity had come. Now is the time. Kamehameha! Aupu! Just as the Demon King Piccolo spat out his egg, he was met with Tang En's energy wave. My child, one day you must avenge your father and never let evil be extinguished. With a rumble, everything vanished into thin air. As Tianjin Fan, along with the king and payers, rushed out, they saw the scene before them. The Demon King Piccolo was obliterated by a shockwave. Tianjin Fan was stunned. Payers reacted quickly, tightly gripping Tianjin Fan's hand. We won. You really saved everyone. Tianjin Fan forced a smile, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Tang stared at the egg containing the hope of King Piccolo and thought to himself, it really took a lot of effort. I hope you can become a righteous warrior like before, so that my efforts won't be in vain. This could also be seen as Tang's trust in the Namekians. When Bulma arrived at the palace in her aircraft, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Miss Bulma, Miss Tong Leah, the king requests your presence in the palace, a soldier said with a salute. What about King Piccolo? Bulma asked. At this moment, it was still evident from the collapsed buildings of the palace that a battle had taken place. Little Goku kept looking around, wondering where they were, and commenting on how broken everything looked. The soldier proudly said, King Piccolo has already been eliminated by Mr. Tang. Really? Bulma felt a surge of joy. Wow, My boyfriend is still this impressive. Bulma crossed her arms, feeling immensely happy. The people behind her were also bewildered. They had just arrived, determined to face death. And it was over just like that? What happened to the so-called world-dominating Demon King? Were fairy tales all lies? How is His Majesty the King? Tong Lia asked. Miss Tong Lia, please rest assured, His Majesty the King and General Pierce have been rescued by Mr. Tianjin Fan, so there is no need to worry. The group was led to another intact palace, where Tang and Tianjin Fan were present, along with the king and Pierce. Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi flew to Tianjin Fan's side, looking very concerned about his condition. Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan, who was wrapped in bandages, was also very happy to see Jiaozi. The mutual care from friends is truly heartwarming. No wonder the original character Lan Qi didn't want it. Tao En brought Bulma over, and the others also took their seats. Wow, what a beautiful place. Krillin carefully sat down on the chair. Before long, various dishes were served. Wow, I'm starting. Goku's eyes lit up, completely forgetting his original purpose, and began to eat. Little did he know what kind of opponent he had missed. Krillin, Rim, Tien Shinhan, and the others were eating somewhat awkwardly, with many questions on their minds. It's so confusing. Did Demon King Piccolo really die just like that? Tang En briefly recounted his battles at the king's request. However, he temporarily concealed the matter of the second-generation Piccolo. With the addition of Tien's comments, everyone became aware of Tang En's terrifying strength. Even the Demon King Piccolo had no means to fight back. Indeed, he was a formidable guy. Too scary, thought Master Roshi. 3 seconds later, Master Roshi returned to his nature and attempted to take advantage of a nearby waitress. Overall, everyone had a pleasant time at the banquet. The king mentioned again the matter of cultivating martial artists, and Tang En thought for a moment before agreeing. After all, he was the only one whose martial art progress was slow at the moment, and he could spare quite a bit of time to organize and break through again. The king also mentioned something about awarding prizes to everyone, but Master Roshi refused, wanting his disciple to focus on training, and the matter ended there. When most of the food was eaten, Tien stood up first and said with some embarrassment, "During this time spent with everyone, I've truly gained a lot." Tien's gaze shifted to Tang En as he continued. "I've also come to understand that there are always greater people in greater realms beyond." Hee. Tianjin Fan chuckled. "Right now, I just want to keep working hard, even if it's just to improve a little bit." His sincerity was evident, and everyone could feel his strong determination to become stronger. "Even you, Tianjin Fan, are no match for that Piccolo?" Sun Wukong asked. Tianjin Fan lowered his head and shook it. "I have no resistance at all." Only then did Sun Wukong realize, pursing his lips. "I see. Then I also need to train harder." Sun Wukong jumped off the stool and said seriously. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Tang En said seriously, "Everyone, after today, we will each begin our own training. However, I want to say that if possible, we should still make a trip to Kailinta or challenge the temple." He really hopes that everyone can become stronger as soon as possible. Tang En emphasized once again that it is the mastery of skills that allows control over the aura in the temple. Everyone agreed with Tang En's words this time and regarded Kailinta as their primary target. "Wukong, do you want me to take you to the temple?" Tang En asked. Sun Wukong turned to look at Tang En. "No way, I want to climb up myself with my Rui Bang." Sun Wukong replied. "All right, that's the spirit." Tang En nodded, not commenting on Wukong's actions. At this moment, everyone's enthusiasm was stirred, and they began preparing for the upcoming journey. Then, Tang En distributed 10 magical beans to each person to ensure that no one faced any life-threatening situations. After the banquet, the king sent people to escort Tang En and others away, and their journey finally began. In the blink of an eye, half a year had already passed. Sometimes, changes happen so suddenly. For example, it was unclear when exactly, but the Holy Land of Chiron gradually began to attract more people. By now, it seemed that every 10 days or so, one could see people attempting to climb the tower. Powerful martial artists on Earth suddenly became popular, and various martial arts competitions organized by kingdoms emerged one after another, large and small, scattered across the country. There were even dedicated personnel sent to select children for training in the palace, although currently, it was limited to orphans. This truly astonished all ordinary people. Those martial artists who achieved victory or showed outstanding abilities would receive invitations from the kingdom, gaining the opportunity to join the special operations team. This was also a suggestion from Tang En to the king, allowing for a dual benefit, selecting top ordinary people and strong seeds from Earth while concentrating the nation's talents into the government. The king decided to name the special operations team to commemorate the future world's most powerful squad. Earth Special Operations Team, the king declared, as straightforward as ever. Pierce flattered. How about Tang En's Special Operations Team? The king clearly agreed and quickly asked for Tang En's opinion. No, that sounds odd. Tang En fils étranger. I have one. Let's call it the Guardian Alliance. Tang En looked at these words with a sense of familiarity and fondness, which suited his intentions perfectly. He was not particularly interested in special forces or anything of that sort. The two kings naturally did not refute this, so they settled on the name for the special forces. So touching, Master Tang En, I finally see you again, sob sob sob. You have no idea how much hardship we have endured. I thought I would never see you again. Sobi sobi sobi, Pilaf said emotionally, while Ash and Xiao Wu beside him had tears in their eyes, nodding continuously. Have we gathered the remaining 4 Dragon Balls? Tang En give. Of course. With me. King Pilaf, taking action. There's nothing I can't accomplish. Pilaf immediately changed his expression and replied. Tang En walked to the bathroom, took a towel, wiped his face, took a deep breath, and Pilaf immediately followed. King Pilaf said with a fawning smile, constantly rubbing his hands together. Tang En took out a universal capsule and handed it to King Pilaf. King Pilaf was excited and hurriedly opened it. Wow, I've struck it rich. Tang En took the Dragon Balls from Xiao Wu's hands. When he defeated Piccolo the Demon King, he found 3 Dragon Balls in his body. At that time, Tang En specifically took these 3 people out of prison and placed them in the Universal Group. After all, these 3 weren't exactly bad people, and their technology index was quite high, so they might be able to help. This time, he offered them a price of 100,000 yuan for each Dragon Ball to collect the remaining 4 Dragon Balls for him. I wonder if this counts as bullying honest people. Tang En continued to speak to the 3 people. Look, as long as you can come up with a way to mass-produce this bean, I will give you whatever amount of money you want. Don threw a magic bean to Pilaf. He and Bulma had studied this thing, and it was clearly just an ordinary bean, but its effects were simply incredible. It left him utterly perplexed. Is that so? Pilaf wondered. Can you really get as many as you want? What about 10 million? King Pilaf's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager to try it out, Tan nodded and said confidently, even 1 million is fine. Wow, they were really excited. Seeing Tan agree, the Pilaf trio quickly entered the laboratory to conduct their research. They were quite adorable, really. Tan couldn't find a suitable adjective for a moment. Tang En looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him. Come fort. Shenron. Tang En recited the spell, and a familiar light flashed in an instant, shrouding the entire sky in dark clouds. Speak your wish, and I can fulfill any desire you have. Tang En ignored the boastful dragon and continued to express some of his questions. Dragon, do you know the specific origin of my heavenly god fist? The dragon was silent for a moment before speaking. So, is this your wish? No. Then state your wish. Is this remembering me? Tang En thought to himself, sneering inwardly. It's okay if I can't answer. I will know one day. Oof. Tang En took out his little notebook, which was filled with a long list of various wishes, everything one could imagine. Tang En took out his little notebook, which was filled with a variety of wishes. Ahem. Tang En cleared his throat. Please let me obtain the instant teleportation of the majestic god Jebit. Tang En said. This move is incredibly convenient. However, it is a technique of high-level deities. Tang En even thought, I'm sorry, Shenlong, this is beyond my ability. Unexpectedly, Shenlong's eyes flashed red for a moment. This wish is simple. A burst of red light emerged from Tang En, enveloping him completely. After a tingling sensation, Tang En felt a gifted ability loading onto himself. Is it done? Tang En couldn't believe it. This was too easy. After all, this wasn't the instant teleportation of Planet Yardrat. With this trick, the entire universe was open for him to explore. Tang En couldn't help but ask why. Isn't the trainee god of destruction supposed to be a high-level deity? Clearly, that wasn't the case, but the dragon didn't respond and disappeared the moment the wish was granted. Left with a belly full of questions, Tang En's mind wandered. It was really strange. The reason Tang En chose this wish was entirely because his cultivation had completely stagnated. Ever since his fighting power exceeded 1200, his rate of improvement had been as slow as a turtle. By now, he could hardly see any progress. 2 months ago, Tang En had shifted his focus to training in the Divine Fist. The Divine Fist hadn't disappointed him, as he could now enhance his energy quality by more than 4 times. However, this was still not a solution. After all, he knew very little about the origins of the Divine Fist and couldn't rely solely on it. He had to find a new way out. After all, consistent strength was the true path. Don plans to visit Namek soon to see if he can ask the Grand Elder to help him unlock his potential. Tang En checked his newly learned teleportation skill. Oh, what a divine technique. As long as he has a mental image of a certain place, he can reach it at will. Great. With this skill, he can go anywhere in the world. The night was quiet, the lights were soft, and through the bedroom window, he could faintly hear the rustling sounds outside. A breeze blew in, and Bulma stretched lazily. So comfortable. Bulma closed her book, put on her fluffy slippers, and shut the window, glancing at the brightly lit gravity room. That was where Tang En was training. It was already late, and Bulma returned to bed, looking at the empty space beside her. However, the earlier gust of wind had blown away her drowsiness. Good night, God of Martial Arts. This was the title the current king had given to Tang En. The lights went out. Bulma closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her and gently pulled her into an embrace. Are you asleep? Tang En whispered. Even if I am asleep, you'll wake me up. Bulma replied softly with her eyes closed. Except for the days spent adventuring, Tang En had almost always slept in a separate room from Bulma. However, 3 days ago, he had voluntarily moved his nest to this room. After 2 days of contemplation, Tang En had finally figured out Bulma's attitude. Ahem, it was time to get down to business. The next day, Tang En inevitably gave up his morning training. The life of the wealthy was indeed so dull and boring. Tang En lay on a reclining chair and said sarcastically, "It was already noon at that time. What nonsense are you talking about?" Bulma rolled her eyes and sat next to Tang En. Tang En flipped his sunglasses to his forehead and quietly basked in the sun. Such leisurely days are what life is all about, but unfortunately, they are destined not to last long. What wish did you make yesterday? Bulma asked. The act of making a wish still caused quite a stir. Instant transmission. Huh, aren't you guys already able to do that? Bulma said, feeling a bit impressed. Tang rested his head on his arm. Well, those are just illusions created by high-speed movement. Tang En continued, from today on, I can go anywhere in the world. Tang En couldn't help but exclaim woohoo and crossed his legs. Bulma, I love you. Tang En felt that his life was losing motivation. Bulma, surprisingly shy and tsundere, said, at least you have good taste. The interactions between the two were primarily led by Bulma, and Tang En never rejected her behavior. However, this genius and tsundere girl could sometimes throw a tantrum that really gave Tang En a headache. Yet at times, she could be so considerate that it made it hard for him to be without her. Bulma quickly started her daily tasks, leaving Tang En alone. He wondered how Sun Wukong was doing with his training. Tang En had a thought and constructed the idea of a temple in his mind. Swish! In an instant, when Tang En opened his eyes, he had indeed arrived at the temple. Oh, so cool. Tang En exclaimed. This trick was really convenient. Huh? The arrival of Tang En quickly caught the attention of Bobo and Sun Wukong. Tang En, how did you get here? Sun Wukong asked. Of course I'm here to visit Lord of the Gods. Tang En patted Sun Wukong's head. Still not grown taller, huh? Scions are really strange. Sun Wukong didn't understand Tang En's actions, but he didn't resist either. However, the current little Wukong was badly beaten by Bobo. Lord of the Gods is in the temple. Bobo said to Tang En. All right, thanks Bobo. Sun Wukong watched Tang En walk into the temple and asked Bobo, has Tang En completed the training in the temple? Of course. Even Bobo isn't his opponent, Bobo said expressionlessly. Wow, that's so strong. I have to catch up to him quickly, Sun Wukong said seriously. Then you have to work even harder. Okay, inside the temple, is that you, Tang En? It's me, Lord of the Gods. The Lord of the Gods showed a slight smile. Then he said to Tang En, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. You saved my life. This referred to the matter of Piccolo leaving behind a descendant. How could the Lord of the Gods die so easily? Tang En replied. What about that child? What do you plan to do? The Lord of the Gods asked. Well, Tang En certainly doesn't have any ill intentions. Although he inherited everything from Demon King Piccolo, he is indeed a completely new life. I believe he can turn over a new leaf, Tang En said thoughtfully. Do you really think so? The Lord of the Gods seemed puzzled, but said nothing more. Yes, Tang En nodded. Leave it to me. I'll go check on that little guy in the coming days. Tang En was a little excited for a moment. The deity could only respond. Well, since you put it that way. By the way, Tang En thought of his plan. By the way, Lord Deity, you once mentioned that you came to Earth in a flying vehicle, right? Tang En asked his question. The deity felt quite emotional when this topic was brought up. After all, he had always wanted to know about his origins. By the way, Lord Deity, you once mentioned that you came to Earth in a flying vehicle, right? Tang En asked his question. The deity felt quite touched when this topic was brought up. After all, he had always had the desire to know about his own origins. Yes, do you have any discoveries? Tang spoke ambiguously about the truth, some, in my judgment. The celestial beings should be aliens, a different race from Earthlings. Aliens? The celestial being did not ask Tang how he came to this conclusion. So that's why I look a bit different from everyone else. Clearly, the celestial being had some suspicion about his own identity. A few days ago, I learned advanced instant teleportation, which allows me to move freely anywhere in the universe. Just right to investigate for the celestial being, Tang said. That would be perfect. The celestial being nodded silently, as he had already settled on Earth. For him, even knowing his homeland wouldn't lead to thoughts of changing his residence. At that moment, the celestial being suddenly said, "This Sun Wukong is indeed a genius in cultivation, making significant progress in just a few months." The celestial being suddenly smiled. Maybe he could really surpass you. Tang En is desperately seeking something. And now he wishes someone could support him to create a space where he can wholeheartedly study a higher realm. I think so too. Moreover, I have something that is incredibly suitable for his cultivation, and you will definitely be amazed. Tang En confidently spoke to the deity. "Oh, what is it?" The deity was truly curious. "Just wait and see," Tang En said as he walked out of the temple. Tang En took out a universal capsule and threw it away. Boom! A new gravity chamber branded with Universal Group appeared on the ground of the temple. The room of spirit and time is still a bit too much for Goku right now. This tenfold gravity chamber should allow Goku to train for a long time. Tang En said softly. Tang En walked over. At this moment, Sun Wukong was already sensing the aura under Bobo's guidance. Tang En did not disturb him. "Mr. Popo, once Wukong masters the training of breath, I will definitely let him go there to train. Maybe the results will surprise you," Tang En said. "Is that so, Mr.?" Popo did not understand the meaning, but still nodded. After all, if he really taught Sun Wukong how to control his breath, then there would be nothing left for him to teach. Then, Tang En took out a bag of senza beans, which seemed to contain dozens of them. "Mr. Popo, these are senza beans. They can instantly heal any injury." Tang En planned to store some of them in the temple for emergencies. Bobo took these items and nodded expressionlessly, looking very dazed. Initially, Tang En brought out over 6,000 fairy beans from the Kailinta, and so far, he had only used a small fraction. As long as the usage was justified, Tang En certainly wouldn't be stingy with these items. "I estimate that I will be away from Earth for a while, and during this time, Tianjin Fan and the others will definitely come to the temple one after another. If they also want to try the gravity room, they can go ahead and use it." Dawn looked at Bobo and said with the science, the gravity chamber, and the senza beans, this should be enough to defy the heavens, right? The infinite frequency death buff enhancement makes me envious just thinking about it. I hope those Earthlings don't blindly follow trends. "KO Bobo Goku, see you in 3 years. Dawn jumped down from the temple. This time he had already agreed with Bulma that he would go to the homeland of the Kais. However, he would return every once in a while. After all, instant transmission is so capricious, allowing for indiscriminate interstellar travel. But before that, he still needed to do one last thing. Huff! At night, everything was silent. In a deep forest somewhere on Earth, a small green-skinned figure with pointed ears was walking straight, his face gloomy. At that moment, he passed by a house. Joyful voices were coming from small room. "How is it, Xiangji? So many gifts." A man's voice said. "Is Xiangji happy today?" A woman asked. In the late night, a ray of light from the small house made the surroundings look exceptionally warm. Through the window, Piccolo Jr. saw a pair of parents celebrating their daughter's birthday. "I'm so happy. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom." The little girl happily blew out the candles on the cake, and her parents applauded in celebration. "Happy birthday. Arigato." At this moment, Piccolo's long nails touched the window, silently watching the scene before him with an indifferent gaze. Budding Mumans. Meanwhile, a stone appeared in Piccolo's right hand. "This is for you. Go ahead and open it," said the man inside. The little girl unwrapped the gift. "Yay, it's a model airplane." "Thank you, Dad." The father patted his daughter's head, and the three enjoyed their family happiness together. Crash! At that moment, a sharp sound startled the three. Soon, the father realized that someone had smashed their window. Damn it! The father took out a shotgun and pushed the door open. This commotion caught the attention of the mother and daughter, and they hurriedly followed. The three stepped outside but found no one in sight, momentarily stunned. Creak! Another sound rang out. My airplane." The girl turned her head and discovered her airplane had been smashed to pieces. Was that the culprit? A small green-skinned figure was inside the house at that moment. The little girl burst into tears. Bastard! The father, seeing the gift he had given his daughter destroyed, erupted in anger. Swish! Piccolo hurriedly turned to flee, his speed too fast for the father to catch. What was that? The father, unable to catch up, could only watch him disappear. Damn it. Bang, bang. The angry father fired 2 shots into the air. Tang En observed everything, having watched Bick for an hour. From his recent actions, it was clear that this kid was a little troublemaker with very bad intentions. However, he wasn't completely evil. He had the feel of a mischievous child. This was a lack of discipline. Bick ran a few more steps, glanced back at the figures that were already out of sight, and his pace gradually slowed down. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. TCH. Trash. Those boring humans. You're gonna get hit. Tang En rummaged through his pockets and declared Bick's fate. Breaking someone else's belongings and then boasting. Is that how your father taught you? Huh. Bick felt a sudden sense of vigilance when he noticed someone appear beside him without warning. Who? Bick turned to look. There was no one there. Then, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, coming into Bick's view. As soon as Bick recognized the person, his pupils contracted and his muscles tensed. What? This guy looks exactly like the one who killed his father. Run. This was the only thought in Bick's mind at that moment. With a swift motion, Bick spread his arms, said nothing, and took off at high speed, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. A quarter of an hour later, Bick, who was running and jumping through the forest at full speed, was slightly out of breath. Huh. Bick looked back and realized that no one was following him. His mind calmed down a bit. Did I see that wrong? Or was that person? Bick turned around again, only to find Tang En right in front of him. What? Bick was instantly terrified, hurriedly backing away to create some distance. When did this happen? Don crossed his arms and said to Piccolo, "Let me see your strength, little demon." The term little demon instantly ignited Piccolo's anger. Damn it. Immediately, Piccolo revealed his hands that had been hiding behind his back, emitting a flash of light. Boom. This trick certainly wouldn't scare Don. He simply dodged the attack with a slight movement. Then, a knife hand strike shot out from the smoke, aiming directly at Don's throat. Like a drawn sword. Slap. Don accurately grabbed Piccolo's wrist. What a cunning little brat. Not only ambushing, but also striking so fiercely. Tang En accurately grabbed Bick's wrist and gently twisted it, subduing him, causing Bick's body to be pressed to the ground. Still too young. At this moment, Tang En was constantly pondering. Due to the ever-changing plot, if he didn't discipline Bick to some extent, he might not be able to complete his character transformation on his own. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? Bick shouted loudly. What does that mean? Although we haven't met, I think we both know who is who very clearly. Slap. Tang En slapped Piccolo's head hard. Well, at such a young age, you've learned to play dumb. I truly admire you. Damn it. Piccolo felt despair as the other party had identified him. After several fruitless struggles, he actually gave up resisting. Huh, you're not running away? Tang En asked. Piccolo glared at Tang En with disdain, but didn't speak. Don't be so cocky. Then, Tang En noticed the clothes Piccolo was wearing, marked with the character for demon, feeling a bit out of place. He ripped off the character and stared at Piccolo, asking, "What will you do now?" Piccolo indeed became furious, struggling with his body again. Damnumans. I won't let you go. Once I grow up, I will definitely. Piccolo gritted his teeth, unwilling to give in. In his view, this human was definitely afraid of him growing stronger, which was why he rushed over to kill him. He just didn't know when he had leaked his whereabouts. Oh, what will you do when you grow up? Tang En released his grip on Bai Ku, allowing him to get up on his own. Bai Ku instinctively took 2 steps back, staring into Tang En's eyes, gritting his teeth, while his mind raced with thoughts of retreat. Swish! Another knife hand strike came at Tang En's face, mixed with chaotic punches. Tang En didn't expect this guy to be so combative, and he was attacked the moment he let his guard down. However, you are still too overconfident. Next, while dodging the attacks, Tang En spoke to Bai Ku. Hey, your father is already dead. You don't have to inherit his so-called dream of ruling the world, or whatever identity of the demon race. Those are just too foolish, aren't they? Bai Ku ignored Tang En and continued to attack him, which made Tang En feel a bit awkward. Bang! Tang En's elbow struck Bai Ku's mouth corner, sending him flying far away and crashing into the rocks. Are you even listening to me? Hey, are you okay? Tang En asked. Bai Ku crawled out from the pile of stones. Damn humans, how dare you insult me? A great demon. At this moment, Bai Ku had some blood oozing from his head, and he spoke with a hint of breathlessness. Still a demon, huh? Then let's start from here. About my story of helping delinquent youths turn their lives around. Boom, boom, boom. Tang En's hands continuously released small energy blasts, which kept striking Bai Ku's body. This continuous assault was no light matter, causing Bai Ku to wince in pain. Damn it, I swear. Huh. One of the energy blasts went slightly off course and hit Baiku on the head, causing him to bury his face in the dirt, looking extremely embarrassed. At the same time, Baiku's voice was momentarily interrupted, and some dirt got into his mouth. Such humiliation. I will definitely kill you. Dei kiskiviko soted hoarseli. Ugh. Tang En was startled by the shout. Am I being a bit too much? Ahem, all right. Then, Tang En straightened his back, looked at the angry Piccolo, and silently pondered. Tang En felt that changing Baiku in a short period of time was indeed a difficult task. Perhaps taking it slow would be a feasible strategy. Let's wait and see. Forget it. You will understand sooner or later. Tang En clapped his hands and added, but from now on, if you dare to claim that you are from the demon clan again, I'll deal with you every time I hear it. Tang En spoke very slowly, trying to prove that he was serious enough. However, Piccolo sneered, mocking, nothing can threaten our great demon race. Ooh, Tang En. This is really a headache. That saying goes well. Which young person isn't a bit delusional? It's obvious that the young Piccolo still can't distinguish between what is real and what is not. Despite having inherited memories, he still needs to experience his own life. By the way, what did he just say? Clap. Tang easily knocked Piccolo down, and his huge palm made a loud slap on Piccolo's backside. The stunned Piccolo was momentarily frozen. Immediately, a massive sense of shame turned Piccolo's green face red. Ugh. Suddenly, Piccolo unleashed the greatest strength he had ever mustered in his life to struggle. However, it was all in vain. After a while, Piccolo still succumbed. But he only maintained his silence, knowing that whatever he said at that moment would only bring further humiliation upon himself. Is this comfortable now? Tang En wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling genuinely tired. Ahem, well, considering that you've softened up, I'll let you go this time. However, if we meet again and you haven't made any progress, I won't go easy on you. Tang En said to Piccolo. At that moment, Tang En thought of Sun Wukong, who was rapidly getting stronger. He realized he needed to put some pressure on Piccolo as well. Suddenly, an idea popped into Tang En's mind. Should he take Piccolo to Namek after he grows a bit more? After all, if the elder took him under his wing, it would be a piece of cake, right? Plus, the elder might even thank him for it. Yes, just like that, Tang En nodded. Not going to kill me. Piccolo's mute. During this time, Tang En even thought about the situation in the original work where Piccolo trained Sun Wukong. It's quite similar to what is happening now. Should he also find a master for himself? What am I even thinking about? Just as Tang En was lost in thought, Piccolo had already snapped out his daze. With a clap, Piccolo stood up, said nothing, and ran away without looking back. That guy actually let me go? I must make him regret it. The immense humiliation drove Piccolo into a frenzy. He vowed that he would train hard from now on. He, Piccolo, would definitely give the other party an experience worse than death. Meanwhile, Tang En was unaware of Piccolo's thoughts. Even if he didn't know, he probably wouldn't care too much. Well, let's talk about it when you surpass me. Right now, Tang En was thinking about whether he should come once a week to teach him a lesson or come every day. This instant teleportation is so convenient. All right, Tang En shook his head, giving up on his wild thoughts, and began to envision the journey to Namek. In an instant swish, it should be done now. By the time Tang En reacted and opened his eyes, he had indeed arrived in another place. What is that? What? A Namekian, who was fetching water, saw Tang En and muttered in surprise. When did this person come here? The Namekian was puzzled. This person really looks a lot like Piccolo. This was Tang En's thought. Oh, I really made it here. Tang En looked around. This should be a village. It was a bit surprising for him to end up here, considering that the Namekians on this planet were quite rare, with a vast land and sparse population. He thought he would be transported to the outskirts. Well, let's greet them first. Hello, I'm an earthling from the distant earth. Can you guide me to meet your grand elder? Tang En waved his hand and said. The Namekian looked closely at Tang En and finally replied slowly. Earth? Where is that? I have never heard of such a place. However, the grand elder is not someone you can just meet. I must consult our elders first. After saying that, the Namekian put down his water bucket and ran towards a house. He was probably going to find their elder. Tang En looked around and indeed felt that it was quite different from Earth. Tang En took a deep breath, feeling the aura of the people here, and found that their energy was very peaceful, and even the surrounding air felt much fresher. It was a very tranquil feeling. No wonder they were called a peace-loving race. Oh, such strong energy, Tang En marveled. In this village, there were nearly 10 individuals with combat power exceeding 1,000, and even one reached 5,000. After all, this was just an ordinary Namekian village, but even in the universe, it was already quite impressive. That being said, they truly were a powerful race. After all, in terms of combat, this was not even what Namekians excelled at. Are you a human from another planet? A voice came. An elder, surrounded by a group of people, slowly approached. This should be their elder. Then, I must know why you want to see the Grand Elder. Please state your purpose. The elder was straightforward. He needed to be clear about this. Tang En was already prepared and said to the crowd, "My name is Tang En. I am a human from Earth. And I mean no harm. I just learned about this place through the Dragon Balls." Dragon Balls? The elder raised his eyebrows. You actually know about the Dragon Balls? Tang En continued, "That's right. There are Namekians on our planet as well, and they created the Dragon Balls for us." Namekians exist? A young Namekian questioned. Impossible. I've never heard of Namekians from another planet, let alone such outstanding Dragon Clan members. After all, even here, the number of Namekians capable of making Dragon Balls is less than a handful. Be reasonable, Beldy. The elder interrupted and continued, "All right. Then what is your purpose for being here?" "I am here to seek the Grand Elder for potential development. Please introduce me." "Thank you very much," Tang En said with his hands together, speaking honestly. The elder pondered for a moment, and finally sensed the goodwill from the other party. His expression softened slightly. The elder nodded. "All right, but you'll have to wait a moment. I still need to ask the Grand Elder's opinion." At that moment, the elder closed his eyes, as if he were conversing with someone, and faint sounds could be heard. "Nai o an ball by way." Namekian language. The elder opened his eyes and confirmed again. "At your command, Great Elder." Tang En, "Is it? The Grand Elder already knows about you. He agrees to meet you and welcomes you." Earthling from afar. The elder smiled and extended his hand towards Tang En, saying, "Huh, really?" Don was naturally very happy, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Just like that, the elder took Don and began to fly towards the place where the Grand Elder lived. Here, Don did not express the intention to use teleportation. After all, directly appearing in front of someone else could be quite impolite, especially with someone he wasn't very familiar with. It could easily raise suspicions. "Come in," an old voice rang out. They could go in now. Tang En nodded to the elder and asked, "I still don't know your name." "My name is Creckley," Creckley replied to Tang En. "Hurry up, don't keep the Grand Elder waiting." Tang En nodded and stepped into the Grand Elder's room. Instinctively, he scanned the area with his aura. There were only 2 people inside. Upon entering, Tang En first saw the large and bulky Grand Elder, followed by a somewhat youthful Namekian beside him. This guy seems to be on high alert against me. I need to be careful. This must be Nail. His aura is ridiculously strong. Definitely the strongest person I've encountered so far, with a battle power of at least 10,000 or 20,000. After all, there's still a long time before Frisia invades Namek. "Nail," the Grand Elder said, stopping the young man's hostility. The Grand Elder paused for a moment and slowly spoke. I can sense that he means no harm. Seeing this, Nail slightly eased his emotions but remained vigilant by the Grand Elder's side. "Yes, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder showed a kind smile. "Welcome, Earthling from afar." Tang En walked in, still somewhat inevitably surprised by his physique. "Ah, Great Elder, I apologize for the intrusion." The Great Elder appeared very amiable, and somehow, he felt that this person matched his expectations. "What's going on? I heard that there are Namekians on your Earth as well." "Yes, you should have been sent to Earth 400 years ago," Tang En replied. "400 years, I see. He should be the son of Katas. I didn't expect that child really made it to Earth." A smile appeared on the Great Elder's face, and he said with a sense of comfort and some emotion, "Is he doing well?" The Great Elder asked. "Well, how should I put it? After all, the situation is quite complicated." "Not very well," Tang En replied. "Oh, in order to become our deity, he split himself into 2 people." Tang En said this, then touched the Grand Elder, transmitting the information about the Celestial and Bic. This was new content he had researched using his mental power, and it was very practical. The Grand Elder would definitely understand these techniques. After a moment, as the Grand Elder digested this information, he sighed. "Silly child, has your soul been invaded by evil? Is that why you have split yourself in 2? The Grand Elder rarely showed a hint of worry. "Thank you. You have corrected the grave mistake that child made. Otherwise, more people would have died." The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude to Tang En. "It's no problem. After all, it's what I should do. I'm also doing it for my own planet." Tang En replied. The Grand Elder looked at Tang En and extended his hand. "Come here. I can awaken your potential." Okay. Tang En was overjoyed and quickly moved a bit closer to the Grand Elder. "I am ready." The Grand Elder gazed at the space ahead, slowly mobilizing his own abilities. A massive palm covered Tang En's head, and then an invisible wave of white energy gradually surged from within Tang En's body. Whoosh! For a moment, Tang En felt as if he had lost gravity, floating in the white airflow. He paused for over 10 seconds, closely monitoring his physical condition to see where the change was happening. Whoosh! Suddenly, a torrent of power erupted from within Tang En's body. Crack! Crack! What is this feeling? Tang En tightly clenched his fists. From the inside out, he felt the liberation of his physical form. At that moment, a sense of abundant power coursed through every part of Tang En's being. So strong. Tang En exclaimed. Nala was also surprised. A bead of virtual sweat trickling down his forehead. This strength. This guy has instantly matched his combat power. Truly astonishing. Yoshi. Tang En's lips curled into a slight arc, and this feeling was extremely pleasant. Tang En secretly estimated his strength, which he believed had reached a level of around 30,000, simply absurdly easy. Wow, kid, your potential has already been developed. A drop of sweat trickled down the Grand Elder's forehead. The potential has been developed already? Tang En pursed his lips. However, from a distance, it still seemed far from enough. Well, he didn't receive an evaluation similar to what the Grand Elder had for Sun Wukong. Thank you, Grand Elder, Tang En said, still filled with gratitude. After Don's potential was enhanced, he did not leave. He requested to stay on Namek for a period of time. And the Grand Elder did not refuse. Tang En was also very grateful to the Elder and the others, so he provided the Elder with dozens of immortal beans. After all, can effectively replenish stamina and can be useful to the Elder in many situations. With the Elder's nod, the others naturally had no objections. This was actually a temporary plan by Tang En, which he thought of after seeing Nailu. After all, there are not many people in the universe that Tang En knows of who are on par with him. Nailu, who is not yet fully developed, has a strength of nearly 30,000, making him a suitable regular opponent. In the sky, the two were fiercely clashing, producing waves of sonic booms and roars. Nailu quickly created a circular energy ball and smashed it into the unsuspecting Tang En's face. With an explosion, Tang En, maintaining his posture with his arms crossed over his chest, was sent flying several dozen meters away. Tang En looked again, and Nehru had already disappeared from his sight. Bang! Nehru suddenly appeared behind Tang En, lifting his leg to deliver a side kick. The speed was astonishing, like a sharp blade. Tang En was the first to sense the crisis, stepping forward a few paces before launching a side kick toward Nailu. Bang! The two attacks collided. The air was shaken, creating ripples, and loud sounds echoed in the sky, attracting the attention of some Namekians who paused to watch. How strong they are, these two. The two separated, and then each unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom! Taking advantage of the residual waves from the collision, they charged into the smoke, engaging in a struggle. Nailu and Tang En descended to the ground, their immense power causing them to sink deep into the earth. The two tightly held each other's fingers, their overwhelming aura lifting the surrounding stones into the air. Nala knelt on one knee, gathering his strength. Tang En took advantage of the momentum and continued to press Nala down. In the past, the strength of the two was evenly matched. Nailu slightly raised his head, revealing a faint smile. This made Tang En a bit flustered. I can finally win against you this time. Nailu said. Nailu suddenly charged forward, his head striking hard against Tang En's chest, sending Tang En flying 100 meters and crashing into the rocks. Cough, cough. Tang En was injured this time, his head buzzing. What a hard head. When Tang En finally regained his composure, Nailu was already in front of him, extending his palm. Tang En smiled, pulled Nehru's hand, and stood up with the help. Truly the strongest Namekian, making such great progress in just 1 year. Tang En sincerely admired this. In the blink of an eye, he had been here for a year. Of course, he would return to Earth every once in a while. As a result, everyone on Mike Sing knew about his ability to teleport, but it didn't matter much. Indeed, in this year, Tang En's strength had hardly improved, whether in his normal state or in his training with the Divine Fist. Instead, he had helped Nehru break through step by step, and now Nehru had a power level of 36,000. This made Tang En a bit frustrated. Was this all he could achieve? Right now, if he activated the Divine Fist, he could easily raise his combat power to over 100,000. But that was all. Don't be discouraged. When I was defeated by you, I wasn't so lacking in fighting spirit, Nehru said. The two had a pleasant time together over the past year. Well, okay. Don nodded. When he first fought against Nehru, the latter was indeed not his opponent. But if he were to use the Divine Fist now, Nehru would still not be his match. Don didn't bother to argue. He had long since become friends with the Namekians. It's worth mentioning that just 3 months after Don arrived on Namek, a rare group of cosmic pirates came to the planet, intending to plunder it. However, the outcome was obvious. A high-level planet like Namek couldn't be dealt with by just a small gang. Tarn handled them all by himself, which earned him the gratitude of the Namekians, even though those Namekians were not afraid of them at all. "Thank you, Elder," Tarn said to Krekles. Currently, Tarn was living in Krekles' village, and just now, it was this elder who was treating his wounds. Tang En estimates that Dandy may not have been born yet at this time. Tang En sat on a stone, thinking that it was about time for him to leave. It had been a year, and he should seek a new path. "Tang En," the elder called out. "I'm here." Tang En turned his head and replied. Kalekli walked over and said to Tang En, "The Grand Elder would like to see you. Is he looking for me?" "Well, I don't know what it's about." Tang En nodded and simply said goodbye to the elder. Instant transmission. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Great Elder's house. "Great Elder, Tang En has arrived," Neru said. The Great Elder nodded, and then Tang En entered the room. "Great Elder, Tang En gritif." The Great Elder responded. "Child, what are your plans for the future? What do you intend to do?" "Of course." Tang En replied. "Elder, I will continue to seek the path to becoming stronger." The Elder seems to have some unique abilities to foresee certain things. "Are you leaving here?" Tang En nodded, not denying it. Neru wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't say anything. The Grand Elder smiled kindly and said, "Child, you are a good person. I can feel it." Why did he suddenly say this? It's quite strange. But of course, I, Tang En, am determined to become a charming person. Come here. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Tang En took a few steps forward. The Elder seemed to be enjoying listening to something. "There is still power hidden within you, right?" Tang En's expression changed slightly as he looked at the Grand Elder in surprise. "Is this referring to the Divine Fist? But I have never used that move before. Hiding strength? Is this talking about Tang En?" This guy. Nala was somewhat surprised, as he believed that the Grand Elder would not lie. "Tang En, wasn't that your full strength before?" Nilu asked. Tang En did not refute, but first asked the Elder. "Elder, how did you know?" The Elder did not answer immediately, but said again, "Child, show me your true strength." Tang En had no choice but to nod and instinctively began to activate the Celestial Fist. Whoosh! A change emerged from within. This. A bead of sweat trickled down Nairu's forehead, feeling an intense pressure. After a moment, Tang En finally stopped. "That's it, Elder. Good, very good." The Elder became even happier. "Child, come here. I will help you enhance this power." Tang En was very surprised. Hadn't his potential already been developed? Could it be? A soudaine surprise arose. The Grand Elder had no need to harm him, so Tang En naturally chose to believe. In the same situation, the Grand Elder placed his palm on Tang En's head, and white light slowly appeared again. This time, Tang En's feeling was completely different. Last time he felt as if he were weightless, but this time, he only felt something chaotic moving within him. "Child, release your power." "Oh, all right." Tang En unleashed the Divine Fist. Soon, waves of divine factors emerged. After years of training, the divine factors within Tang En had become quite substantial. Zila. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surfaced. "What is this? So refreshing, so exhilarating." Tang En seemed to hear the sound of his cells breathing as they were gulping down something. Don couldn't help but shout out. He could feel his body undergoing a transformation. The intense stimulation brought him immense surprise, and he could sense the divine factors within him gradually merging into his body. His breath was contracting. An indescribable experience appeared in Don's consciousness. For a moment, the Elder's forehead was covered in sweat. "Cough, cough, cough, it's too powerful. Truly too powerful." The Elder released his grip on Don. "Elder." Nilu quickly took out a celestial bean and fed it to the Elder to restore his spent energy. Over the past year, they had become familiar with the effects of the celestial beans. "Child, do you know? This power of yours is the power of a god," the Elder said. "God? Is it a celestial god or a world king god?" Tang En nodded. He wasn't a fool, and this outcome had long been within his expectations. After all, it was obtained from the first generation of gods in the temple, and given how much time had passed, Tang En felt he had already guessed the situation. "In fact, I noticed it the first time you used that kind of teleportation. After all, that's a skill that only legendary high-level deities possess. Ordinary people absolutely cannot achieve it." The Grand Elder explained. Tang En suddenly realized that, so, the Heavenly God Fist really is a martial art that can turn mortals into gods. This surprise has come a bit too quickly. At this moment, Tang En felt the power within himself. The divine factor had already filled his entire body. A mutation occurred. The overwhelming strength that was on the verge of bursting forth made Tang En feel that there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish. This feeling, it's just too strong, too strong. It's a completely different level. Tang En felt that the divine fist had seemingly reached its limit, and his body was immersed in divine essence. Millions of combat power. This is ridiculous. Don was ecstatic. He didn't expect to gain so much on planet Namek. The only downside was that his usual strength still showed no signs of growth. This made Don inevitably overthink. He was extremely curious about how he could have increased so much. Tang En discovered that the current heavenly god fist seems to have transformed into a state. Could this be a powerful martial art that changes one's own foundation? It is unknown who could create such a powerful martial art. In comparison, the Kaioken is simply too inferior. It is probably at least at the angel level. Tang En gist. Thank you, Elder. I feel more powerful than ever. Tang En quickly expressed his gratitude. The Elder smiled and said to Tang En, by the way, I sensed a sense of familiarity from your aura, my child. Familiarity? Tang En suddenly reacted upon hearing this. It seemed that the deity of Earth had also mentioned feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he operated the divine fist. Right? This made Tang En ponder, could it be? Tang En is trying to think in a deeper way at this moment. After all, he is full of confidence in the heavenly god fist. Speaking of which, the Mike people are said to be descendants of the Dragon Clan, right? Their ancestors seem to have some connection with the Dragon God. At least there is significant correlation in terms of the divine dragon. Tang En imagines with the capacity of his brain that if the creator of the heavenly god fist is the Dragon God, then the situation would be too beautiful. Tang En couldn't imagine it. After all, this is a big shot more mysterious than the king of all. But why is it called the God Fist? Moreover, it was obtained from the first generation of gods on Earth. Tang En finally began to have the idea of learning about all these connections. These thoughts flashed through Tang En's mind in an instant. That's right, the mysterious elder was right beside him. So, of course, Tang En had to ask, Elder, has my heavenly god fist reached its limit? This, the elder chuckled. How could I know something that you yourself don't know? The elder replied again. However, as long as you always maintain the desire to become stronger, the path of martial arts will never have an end, regardless of any race. The elder knew that Tang En had been striving to break through the limitations of his own race, so he specifically emphasized this point. Tang En deeply agreed. Isn't this exactly his long-held belief? When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Tang En did not believe that, with so many inherent advantages, he could not find a path to success. All right, since that's the case, I will prove it to myself. Don thanked the elder again. Then, he exchanged glances with Nailu to say goodbye, as he was ready to leave and return to Earth. Phew, what an unexpected gain. Instant téléportation. This operation was already second nature to Don. Over the past year, he had traveled back and forth between Earth and Namek at least a dozen times. In the northern forest, Don appeared on a tree, looking down at Piccolo. Every time he returned, he would check on this guy. Should he send him to Namek for some training? Tang En has long had this idea. Although there is not much difference in strength between Baiku and Sun Wukong at the moment, Sun Wukong will soon complete his training on Aura, and after that, with the help of the gravity chamber, he will definitely be able to rapidly improve. Tar nodded, feeling that this idea was quite good. It could help Piccolo recognize his identity, resolve the conflict between them, and also enhance Piccolo's strength. 3 benefits in one go. At that moment, the confused and ignorant Piccolo built a fire, crossing his arms and closing his eyes to rest. Despite his young age, he had a demeanor that kept strangers at bay. I'm back, Tarn shouted down. Reflexively, Piccolo suddenly jolted awake, gritting his teeth and standing up, filled with despair. Damn it, I've hidden my energy. How could you still find me? This past year has been full of misfortune and exceptionally difficult for Piccolo. To avoid Tarn's beatings, he trained desperately, just to one day kill this detestable human. It had almost become his obsession. But now, Tar was even less afraid of him. Currently, unless Piccolo fused with the Supreme Kai, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Tarn, let alone kill him. His instant transmission wouldn't allow that. Oh, he has already learned to hide his energy. Not bad. Unfortunately, his instant transmission doesn't rely on energy. It just needs a specific person or location. Piccolo remained silent, his silence becoming his final stubbornness. Over the past year, he had already guessed many things. You wouldn't dare to kill me. It must be that old Supreme Kai sending you here, trying to get me to turn over a new leaf? Hypocrite. Piccolo spat, speaking defiantly. Tang En nodded. You only got a half right, but that's impressive enough. As long as I die, that old thing will die too. What can you do to me? Baika seemed to have found Tang En's weakness, speaking wildly. Suddenly, a gust of wind from a slap came, and the stones in the distance cracked, with Baika sinking deeply into them. He was already used to it. Tang En clapped his hands, disliking the way this little guy was so full of himself. I never actually intended to kill you. Baiku stood up and continued to sneer. Are you angry out of shame? Hypocritical humans, trying to get close to me, a great demon, in order to assimilate me? This statement wasn't wrong at all. Tang En responded, think whatever you want. I've already said, you and your father are two separate lives, and you don't need to inherit his boring will. Boring? There should be a limit to insults. Piccolo darkly stepped forward a few paces. Think whatever you want. I'm not here to teach you a lesson this time. Come with me. Time will reveal the truth to you. Don aimlessly teleported in front of Piccolo and grabbed his wrist. Let go of me. Piccolo struggled. Damn, he's really stubborn. Bang. Piccolo fell to the ground. Finally, it's quiet. Tao En raised Baiku, searching for the location of Namek. Outside the room of the Grand Elder. Tao En? Didn't you just leave? Why are you back? Nalu said. Suddenly remembering something, he said, look. Don put Piccolo down. An unfamiliar Namekian. Oh, right. Is he the demon king Piccolo from Earth? Why does he look so young? Nero looked at the Namekian below him, who was even smaller than he was, and asked Don, the demon king Piccolo has been defeated. This is his son. However, his father wants him to inherit his will. Tang En continued, originally, I wanted to guide him through education, but clearly, this is not my area of expertise. Tang En shrugged and said with frustration. After his guidance, Piccolo successfully developed a killing intent towards him. How annoying. Anyway, I'll leave him to you. I'll come back to pick him up in 2 years. Tang En added. All right, I'll inform the Great Elder right away, Nero responded. Tang En used instant transmission to leave Namek again and return to Earth. Universal Group to Daima. Tao En pushed the door open and entered the bedroom, but did not see Bulma. Not here. Tao En checked the time. Bulma is probably working a lab right now. Not sure what she's busy with. Let's go take a look. Don is on vacation today and does not plan to continue his training. Young Master Don. The Pilaf trio each took a wrench, stood at attention, and bowed to Don. As the three of them stood there, an inexplicable sense of humor emerged. Tang En couldn't help but smile. These 3 people were the helpers he had assigned to Bulma, and they seemed to be doing quite well. At ease, Tang En said to the 3 of them, feeling amused. Hi. The 3 of them were indeed quite cooperative. Don smiled and nodded as he walked into the laboratory. Phew, that was close. Bang. Pilaf immediately jumped up and hit Ash with a knock on the head, yelling in a hushed voice, that noise was so loud. You idiot. If Don finds out about our plan, he will definitely keep us locked up here forever. King Pilaf's face was filled with a cry, looking just like a wronged little wife. Whoa. Yes, King Pilaf. Ash quickly admitted his mistake. But do we really have to leave here? Ash said, covering his head. There's free food and housing every day, and we even get paid. Food, housing, salary. King Pilaf was clearly stunned for a moment, a drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hey, damn it. Bang. Reacting. Pilaf jumped up again and hit Ash on the head. Hey, are you trying to block my determination to rule the world? Ash looked terrified. How could I dare? I bet you wouldn't dare either, Pilaf said confidently. Then, looking at Ash, whose head was swelling and smoking, Pilaf turned his head and said, considering your loyalty to me, when I get that treasure and make a comeback, I won't treat you poorly. I will make sure you have roasted sweet potatoes to eat every day, and you won't go hungry anymore. King Pilaf envisioned a bright future. Wow. Little stars flashed before Ash's eyes. As expected of King Pilaf. Long live King Pilaf. Of course. Pilaf's vanity was greatly satisfied. Beep, beep, beep. A series of data appeared on the tester's screen, with the values jumping rapidly. 10,000 points. Don, you really did it. Bulma happily handed the test results to Don. This was the detector that Don had made, with a detection limit of only 10,000 points, so it only displayed that much. After all, Don didn't expect to improve this much. Of course, I spent so much effort on this. 10,000 points. Bulma curiously grabbed Don's arm and asked, Hey, Don, have you really reached the level where you can destroy the Earth? Tang En picked up his exclusive sunglasses and put them on confidently. No problem. Hee hee. Worship me to your heart's content. Tang En was excitedly waiting for Bulma's praise. Suddenly, bang. Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing? Tang squatted on the ground, covering his head, and shouted at Bulma. Bulma looked at her fists and said proudly, I thought you were really invincible. You still couldn't dodge my sneak attack? Tang En, of course, even I can't stay alert all the time. Tang En was a bit frustrated and immediately took off his sunglasses. What an annoying bad woman. Hey, Bulma shouted with her arms crossed. What's wrong? What's wrong? How can you ask me that? Did I ask? You did. Tang stared blankly at Bulma, which annoyed her a bit. Huh, don't get angry, don't get angry. Bulma said again, did you forget something? Something? Is there? Tang scratched his head and asked curiously, how could you forget? Bulma put her hands on her hips and angrily pointed at Tang. Oh, I remember now. Tang Vili Suden Li. Remembered it? Oof. At least you still have a conscience. Bulma felt a bit relieved. I forgot to train today, but it was on purpose, haha. Tang Lauet Hatiti. Crack, crack, crack. Bulma's expression turned gloomy as she tightly clenched her fists. Tang En felt a wave of murderous intent coming. Oh no, it's so scary. Don quickly stopped pretending and raised his hands in surrender. All right, I was wrong. I was just messing with you, Don said as he hugged Bulma. Phew. Bulma leaned against Don, breathing heavily. So what exactly happened? Bulma gave Don another chance. Well, Tao En lowered his head and gently kissed Bulma's forehead. I really remember. Tang En said softly, I've always remembered our promise. I once promised you that when my fighting power exceeds 10,000, I would definitely accompany you to travel around the world. Now I'm here. During this time, I will only be with you. Bulma was indeed moved, with a hint of tears in her eyes. Sigh, what a fool immersed in love. Well, where shall we go? Bulma said gently, leaning close to Tang En. Of course. Ha ha ha. Don's smile suddenly froze. How about we ask the global travel app? Bang, bang, ping ping pong pong. After a while, outside the room. Report, Your Majesty. There's new information. Ashu ran up to Pilaf and said loudly, we have a lead on our treasure hunting plan. What? Speak quickly. Pilaf stood up, wiped sweat from his brow, and excitedly patted Ashu on the shoulder. Good job, Ashu. I just went to the next room to find tools and happened to overhear that young Master Don and the others are going on a trip. So what? Your Majesty, think about it. The treasure location is fraught with danger. Why not let young Master Don take us with him? Huh? What? You want me to hand over the treasure map to someone else? Pilaf's face turned grim. What treasure map? Don asked. None of your business. Wow. Pilaf and Ashu were startled by Don's sudden voice and waved their hands around, eventually bumping into each other. Two silly kids. Don picked up the map that had fallen from Pilaf and asked, is it this one? It's not this one. It's this one. The two gave different answers. Pilaf quickly retorted, this is definitely not the treasure map that can lead to the treasure. Don was stunned. Then, Don shifted his gaze to the map, which indicated a location in the ocean, seemingly on some island. Hey, this is quite interesting. Bulma didn't want an ordinary trip. After all, for a genius like her, touring various cities around the world was a foolish decision. All right, then let's go here. Tang En has set the first stop of the journey. Woo-woo. King Pilaf is at a loss for words and can only nod in agreement. Tang En was very happy, as this solved a big problem for him. Traveling with a bit of adventure was quite in line with Bulma's character. As for the danger, Tang En just smiled. There shouldn't be any place on this earth that he couldn't escape from. Without further ado, after Tang En decided on the travel destination, he immediately had Quebecy help him and Bulma prepare various travel facilities. Bulma even bought a small cruise ship to use as a means of transportation. Truly a wealthy person without restraint. The Pilaf trio cried and begged to be taken along, considering that the treasure map originally belonged to them. Tang En agreed to their request. After all, with the three of them and Quebecy, they would only take up a small space on the cruise ship. Let's set off. Pilaf ship. Pilaf stood on the deck and loudly proclaimed the name he had given to the ship. This would be the first step of the great king's new journey. Long live King Pilaf. The three of them stood on the deck and struck a victory pose together. The cruise ship set off from the harbor, heading straight for a small island in the northern ocean of Earth. The cruise ship unexpectedly drifted into a reef area during its voyage, but fortunately, they discovered it early and did not damage the vessel. When Tang En unleashed his energy wave, a section of the seawater was evaporated, but it was quickly replenished by water from other areas. However, the reef had completely vanished. Wow, this is amazing. Pilaf's eyes widened in astonishment. A massive explosion stirred up a wave of water. Shall we have fish today? Ashu exclaimed excitedly as he lifted a sea fish that was as tall as he was from the boat, addressing everyone. Hooray! Indeed, dining outdoors brought a threefold increase in deliciousness. During the meal, Tang En unexpectedly found the tuna to be even tastier than what he had eaten before. Don's originally boring day became a bit more interesting because of this little episode. After another half-day, under Kabiki's guidance, everyone finally arrived at the small island. South of Hill Island, that's the name of the island, which is a bit strange since it is clearly in the northern part of the earth. Wow, treasure. Here I come, Pilaf exclaimed excitedly. Finally landed. Don spent the first half of the day playing flying chess with Bulma, and then he spent the rest of the time sleeping. He was very happy to learn they had reached their destination. After stretching, Bulma jumped out of the cabin and onto the land. At that moment, she had changed into a hooded sweatshirt, a high-tech product that could maintain her body temperature in cold places, and she wore casual jeans on the bottom. Unlike Dawn, even though it was close to evening, Bulma was full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. All right, let's go treasure hunting. Pilaf, wrapped up in his clothes to resist the cold, was still very excited. With treasure, I won't have to work for others anymore. No, wait. I can once again carry out my plan to rule the world. Pilaf thought to himself. Aha, my future is indeed bright. I, King Pilaf. Tang En responded to Bulma. Oh, treasure. If I had known earlier, I would have suggested collecting the Dragon Balls. Then I could have had some expectations for the outcome. After all, he doesn't seem like someone who lacks money. Treasure isn't as appealing as easy living. Ahem. The five of them got off the cruise ship, and Kabeki quickly put it back into the universal capsule and followed their pace. Is there really anyone living in a place like this? It's quite puzzling. A village appeared in front of Tang En, and he complained, how could there be treasure right under people's noses? Besides, it's so cold here. This is such an illogical world. Great. There are actually people here. Let's ask about the treasure. Ashu said, You fool. How could you say something like that? We must secretly take the treasure. Do you understand? Pilaf scolded Ashu fiercely. Hi. Could the treasure have already been taken by them? Xiao asked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Pilaf completely denied this idea, but he didn't explain why it was impossible. At this moment, Tang En and Bulma had already walked into the village. Hey, hello. Do you have any news about the treasure? Bulma took out the treasure map and asked them. Oh my, you really went straight to the point. A few beads of sweat appeared on the villager's forehead. He was first stunned, then responded, Ah, are you brave adventurers from afar wanting to challenge the deep-sea treasure? I'll notify our village chief right away. Please follow me. Don and Bulma exchanged glances and followed along. The Pilaf gang quickly caught up, saying with a hint of hope, Is it going to take us to get the treasure? What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be treasure given away for free? Then how do they know about the treasure? That's right, King Pilaf. Didn't you say that you were the only one who had this treasure map? The three of them closely followed Don and Bulma, feeling a bit anxious in the dim environment. Well, Pilaf stammered. Soon, there was a commotion from the houses in the village. It's been 300 years. Finally, a hero has come to save our village. An elderly man, trembling, came out and spoke to Don and the others. Who's this old guy? We're here to find treasure, not to solve your troubles. If you know what's good for you, quickly tell us the location of the treasure. Pilaf said with a smile. Standing tall. That's right. Ash said. Long live King Pilaf. His two subordinates echoed. The old man, seeing this, was actually quite pleased and showed no signs of displeasure. He continued, What you don't know, my king, is that our village's mission is to guide people from all over the world to challenge our treasure. Pilaf was overjoyed. Really? Ha ha ha. With me, King Pilaf, stepping in, we can definitely achieve great success. Pilaf began to dance with joy. Our village has been cursed, and we must help the heroes obtain the treasure to lift it. But obtaining the treasure requires difficult trials. We've been stuck here for many years. Well, you are in luck, for standing before you is me, King Pilaf. The little man, hands on his hips, looked like a ball from a distance. Right, Mr. Dawn? Pilaf rubbed his palms together, trying to please. What a joke. By my side is the martial arts god who can deal with the demon king Piccolo. Pilaf began to feel grateful for Ash's decision to bring Dawn along. What conceited guy. Bulma made a face and sarcastically said to Pilaf. Bulma was actually not very interested in the treasure. She was only interested in the process. Once she learned that someone would guide them to find the treasure, she relaxed and prepared to rest for a while, as it was getting late. Warriors, let's set off first. We have to go through the fierce wolf area first, then. What is it called? Evil wolves? Gulp. Pilaf swallowed hard. Can we go tomorrow instead? The old village chief was clearly taken aback. I am not scared. I'm just tired and need a rest. Right? Miss Bulma must be tired too, right? Pilaf looked at Bulma for help. Bulma happened to want to stay in the village for a night, so she just snorted, which was in agreement with Pilaf's view. All right, fine. The old man had no choice but to agree and explain that they would search for the treasure early the next morning. Soon, warm water, food, and drinks were arranged by the village chief for the villagers to bring over for everyone to wash and eat. Everyone, hurry up and eat. Fresh ingredients taste better, the old village chief said. Everyone immediately became interested. After all, although they had brought food, it couldn't compare to freshly made delicacies. I'm starting now. Tang En checked it first and found it was not poisonous. Tang En felt that he had overthought it. Perhaps this is just a characteristic of the Dragon Ball world. Treasures offered with open hands and enthusiastic villagers. Tang En suddenly felt that this experience was quite interesting. These people resembled NPCs from a game. After a hearty meal, the five of them took a bath and fell asleep, leaving Kabeji to guard silently. Huh. The night wind was eerie. Who are these people? Lucky them. Under the shadow, one person asked. Who knows? Those damn things, after eating so much food. Tomorrow I'll make sure you spit it all out with interest. A monster with a hooked nose revealed itself, speaking fiercely. The next day, as dawn broke, the three from Pilaf stood in front of Tang En's door, continuously shouting. What are they doing? Bulma was still half asleep. Tang En scratched his hair. Three energetic guys. They must be eager to go treasure hunting. With a creak, Tang En opened the door. Good morning. He greeted the three of them. Young Master Tang En. The three instantly bowed. They were determined not to leave Tang En's side for even a meter today. Yes, that's how it is. Just a moment. Don closed the door and washed up. After a while, it was surprisingly quiet here at night. What a good sleep. Bulma stretched and took a deep breath. It was great that the warriors could get a good night's sleep. The old village chief bowed deeply. Let's set off. King Pilaf can't wait, the little guy said excitedly. Next, a few of them had a simple breakfast. During this time, three young villagers appeared behind the old village chief, their expressions somewhat blank, looking strange. However, since everyone wasn't very familiar with each other, Bulma didn't ask much, just playfully teased on. Hey, they seem like relatives of Kabeki. Maybe. Can I start leading the way for the warriors? The old village chief asked. Set off. And so, the journey began. The group twisted and turned, walking into a hillside filled with trees, and from the terrain, it was clear they were going uphill. Even though it was daytime, the forest was still quite shady, and sometimes the sound of wolves could be heard. We are really lucky. We haven't encountered any hungry wolves, the old village chief said to Dawn and the others with relief. After this forest, we'll reach the place where the real treasure is hidden, and we can only take you there. Wow. Even when Pilaf and the others saw a relatively tall tree, they gasped in amazement. At the same time, they tied themselves together with a rope, claiming it would make them stronger. Actually, it just gave them a bit of security. Why does this road still exist? Didn't they say no one has challenged the treasure for 300 years? Bulma asked curiously. To provide convenience for the warriors who come here, we regularly clear obstacles from the road, the old village chief said with a smile to the group. Bulma nodded thoughtfully and didn't probe further. Howl! A particularly close wolf howl caught everyone's attention. Before anyone could react, a villager was snatched away by a fierce wolf. Help! Seagull! The old village chief cried out in despair. The hungry wolf didn't even look back and turned to leave. Its speed was astonishing. Everyone was startled and huddled together tightly. Even Bulma instinctively grabbed Don's shirt. What was that? So scary. The villager's screams faded as the wolf dragged him deep into the jungle. The group stood frozen for 2 seconds. However, Don suddenly seemed to understand. He had always felt something was off, but he didn't know what exactly was wrong. And Don just assumed there was nothing that could threaten him. So he didn't investigate further. Yet this situation was beyond his expectations. The sudden appearance of the wolf, even he hadn't sensed it, which was unsettling. Since when could a wolf hide its presence? So strange. What was even more puzzling was that after the wolf left, its aura suddenly disappeared, which left Don especially confused. A master's judgment often comes in an instant. Actually, when a villager was just snatched away by the wolf, Don wanted to save him, but he didn't. In that brief moment, Don observed the expressions of the villagers. The three of them showed no fluctuation in their faces, as if they knew what was about to happen. This was too embarrassing. After all, even Don was startled by the suddenly appearing wolf. Looking at it this way, the old village chief's wail seemed like an act. But at that moment, Bulma and the others were really scared and didn't notice. To an outsider, this scene seemed unnatural. The more Tang En thought about it, the more he realized that the villager who was dragged away didn't seem to struggle much, only letting out a cry. Isn't this the so-called black eats black? Pirates searching for treasure end up losing their lives after being tricked by another group. Looking at it this way, everything makes sense. Bulma was right. How could there still be a road in a place where no one has been for 300 years? Moreover, right after Bulma raised her question, wolves attacked. Could it be to avoid these topics? The end of all questions lies at that so-called treasure hiding place. They went to great lengths to trick them into going there, which means there must be something waiting for everyone. What a heavy drink, now I understand. Quick, taking advantage of this opportunity, let's hurry out of the forest and not let seagulls sacrifice in vain. The old village chief shouted and led everyone toward the exit. Okay, good. Pilaf and the others couldn't wait any longer and eagerly pulled Tang En forward. Tang En did not reveal his thoughts. He wanted to see what tricks these people were playing. Sure enough, everything went smoothly on the way, and they exited the forest in just half an hour, making everyone feel relieved. This is fantastic. My conquest journey as King Pilaf is about to begin. Pilaf clenched his fist and thought to himself. It's hard to tell how he could be so full of fighting spirit one moment and timid as a mouse the next. Suddenly, a ruin of a castle appeared before everyone. It seemed to fit the notion that no one had been here for 300 or 400 years. As the group moved further in, they noticed some white bones on the ground. What is this? Tang En had a playful expression because at that moment, a sinister aura appeared on the village chief and the other villagers. Tang En could still recognize such things. So what does this mean? Tang En thoughtfully glanced at a few villagers. Then, he recalled the memories he had received from the dragon. It should be that after the demon race was repelled and sealed by the second generation of heavenly gods, the barrier between the human world and the demon realm was sealed once again. The demons outside could not enter the human world, and, similarly, the demons in the human world could not return to the demon realm. Over time, the remnants of the demon race, having lost their roots, were gradually exterminated by humans. However, the sealing technique also had its shortcomings. For example, every so often, a crack would appear. Although it would eventually heal itself through its own mechanism, it still could not prevent some demonic energy from leaking out. Tang guessed that the birth of the great demon king Piccolo was somewhat related to this matter. A scream echoed. It turned out that Pilaf had stepped on a severed arm, the flesh and blood of which had not completely dried. What kind of place is this? King Pilaf jumped directly onto Kabeki's shoulder, hanging onto him. Xiaowu and Ash were also pale, completely losing their earlier vigor. Oh my gosh, how could so many people be dead? Ash said tremulously. These people don't seem to have been dead for 300 years. Bulma said suspiciously. Kabeki seriously picked up a bone that still had remnants of flesh, scanning it with his eyes. Hey, why are you squatting down to pick up something like this? Pilaf jumped down and tightly hugged Ash and Xiaowu. Doctor, this person has only been dead for less than half a year. Kabeki said slowly. Oh, I see. Don rested his head on his arm and murmured something. What's wrong? Bulma looked at Don, who had a hint of malice in his eyes at that moment. A gust of wind blew by, and the atmosphere suddenly became more eerie, with the old village chief turning his back to everyone, his smile gradually becoming sinister. Hey, my power has finally returned. The old village chief clenched his fists, his face contorted, and his hooked nose protruded, transforming him into a monster. A ghost! Bulma screamed and threw the stone in her hand. Bang! The old village chief effortlessly caught the pebble, then crushed it into powder. Kik. The old monster grinned, giving a chilling smile to the group. He was completely unaware that the outcome of the situation had already been sealed the moment he let out that eerie laugh. Then, a strange sound echoed. Crack, crack. The remaining two villagers began to absorb the faint magical energy around them, starting to change their appearances. The sound of bones cracking filled the air, and slowly, various expressions appeared on the faces of the crowd. However, this only made them seem more demonic. The bodies of earthlings are really troublesome. I have to come here every time to shake off that weak state. The tall villager twisted his neck and stretched his limbs, expressing his dissatisfaction. Pilaf and his companions had long been too scared to speak, hiding behind Kabeki. Mr. Don, they're monsters. Monsters. Oh, I'm watching, Don said slowly. Then, he turned to the several demons and said, So you usually borrow the bodies of earthlings and then restore your power through leaking magical energy? I wonder what method you've used. The old village chief seemed slightly surprised. Oh, you know about the demon race? You have quite a bit of knowledge. The old village chief licked his lips, revealing his blackened teeth. He thought for a moment and then continued, among all the people I have eaten over the years. Tang En's expression was calm as he tightly clenched his fists, a strong sense of disgust rising within him. How ugly. Don't worry. Considering that you know our great demon clan, I'll be the last to eat you. Think of it as a grace towards you. the old village chief said arrogantly. Huh. Tang En couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it because of your measly combat power of over 100? Huh. 100 combat power? The old village chief was taken aback, clearly not understanding what this meant. But he could still sense the mockery in the other party's tone. Oh, hee, young man. Showing off your heroism has to be done at the right time. You better not provoke me. The old monster seemed to enjoy the fear of others, unable to hold back his words. Just like that guy from 3 years ago, he was also very tough at the beginning, and he was just as young as you, except he didn't have a little girl by his side. Do you want to know how he died? Hee, I tore his flesh bit by bit. Tang En didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. He never expected that the legendary ruthless monster who kills without blinking would actually be in front of him. He had almost mistaken the Dragon Ball world for a slice of life world. Woo-woo. Pilaf and the other two were so frightened by the monster's appearance and words that they burst into tears. Hey, what is there to be proud of about killing? Do you have to say it out loud? Bulma's eyes widened. This ugly old man was truly despicable. Oh, the old monster's words were interrupted by Bulma, but he merely licked his lips in a strange manner. Oh dear, what a pity, a female human body is quite rare here. He initially didn't want to destroy it, as a female flesh body would be more confusing to those outsiders. But it doesn't matter anymore. He had now decided to cruelly destroy her using the latest method he had researched. It must be quite interesting, right? The old monster ground his teeth and spoke in a peculiar tone. All right, I've decided to do it in front of that kid here. Tang En sneered coldly in his heart. Well, you deserve to die. Thinking about how many people had been cruelly killed by him, Tang En truly wanted to curse him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to swallow this resentment. Shut up. A pack of abandoned stray dogs, even in death, couldn't escape this savage land. How dare a guy who only hides behind a human skin his whole life shout here? The hawk-nosed figure trembled slightly. This time, the old monster's words were interrupted again. However, he did not maintain his calm this time. Crack. The old monster was clearly enraged. Kid, you really know things you shouldn't. He could not tolerate the current miserable state of affairs. It was precisely because of this that he detested humans so deeply. He swore to make them die in despair. The old monster's laugh was quite eerie. Ash and Xiaowu had already taken Pilaf far away, but they were still scared. Tear him apart. The old village chief ordered fiercely. As you command. Behind him, 2 villagers who had already turned into monsters suddenly extended their sharp claws and viciously tore at Tang En. Swish. Don stepped back a little from Bulma and then easily dodged. Kabeki, take Bulma away further. Yes, doctor, Kabeki replied. Then, Don shifted his gaze to the 2 monsters. Don't worry. I'll try to take you down with one punch. Tang En thought to himself that he didn't want to compete with these people. Oh, the 2 monsters were obviously surprised. How did he dodge? This guy. Where did he go? He was just here. The 2 monsters were stunned for a moment. Suddenly, bang, with his mind blank, the tall monster was directly split in 2, his body exploding into a mist of blood. Precise and violent. What? When did this happen? The short monster froze, a long-lost fear rising in his heart. Boss. The short monster called out in a hoarse voice, filled with fear. The old monster was also taken aback, but Tang En had no interest in wasting words with them. In this regard, he could never compare to a scion. Then, Tang En moved at high speed, reaching the enemy's side. He then lifted his leg and delivered a side kick to the short monster's head. Save. Bang. Before he could finish a sentence, this guy was off to the underworld. Another instant kill. The old monster with the hooked nose couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Was he scared? What's wrong? Why don't you come and try? Tang En's sharp gaze fixed on the remaining hook-nosed demon, causing him to shudder all over. Now, even if you want to leave, you couldn't. You are the god. You are God. The old village chief screamed in terror. Then with a whoosh, he fled into the distant sky. This guy is too strong. He doesn't resemble a human from Earth at all. That feeling of fear, it's been so long since I've felt it. Come down here. Tang En instantly teleported to the front of his opponent. He couldn't be bothered to explain his words, and directly unleashed an indiscriminate energy blast. In an instant, the lower half of the opponent was shattered. A piercing scream rang out as the hook-nosed demon fell to the ground beside Pilaf and the others, still clinging to life. The demon's powerful vitality allowed it to struggle even after losing half of its body. Pilaf and the others had never seen such a scene and were immediately terrified, screaming and hiding behind a rock, trembling and not daring to show their faces. The scene was indeed quite bloody for a moment. Kabiki. Tang fell to the ground and instructed Kabiki, "Okay, doctor, Kabiki understood instantly. He then pushed Bulma behind him, and a flamethrower emerged from his arm. The purple flames roared as they were expelled by the device, turning the upper half of the hooked-nosed demon into ashes. Boom! The purple flames were unleashed by Kabiki's device, incinerating the upper half of the hooked-nosed demon. Wow, so terrifying. The three of them, Pilaf, shivered in fear. At this point, they all realized that the treasure news was definitely fake. That old man is really too wicked. King Pilaf almost died here. Pilaf thought anxiously. Oh no. Pilaf gritted his teeth. Bulma grabbed Pilaf by the ear and directly pulled him up. Hey, where did this treasure come from? If it weren't for Tang being here, we would have been killed by you. Gomenasai. Gomenasai. Pilaf struggled and begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Tang turned around in place a couple of times, sensing the subtle fluctuations in this space. What a brilliant sealing technique. Tang couldn't help but marvel. He had actually practiced sealing techniques and demon sealing waves privately. After all, such excellent moves were worth examining. Comparing the two, each had its advantages. Now, Tang initially wanted to see if he could reinforce the sealing technique. However, after checking, he realized that this idea was too naive. It wasn't something he could just modify. The sealing technique was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and trying to reinforce the seal carried the risk of breaking it, which made Tang give up this idea. After all, no one knew what kind of things would come down if the seal was broken. It's no wonder the third-generation god didn't pass this move down, merely changing it to the demon sealing wave. All right, Tang jumped towards the sky and then gathered layers of white light in his hands. After charging up, Tang flicked his hand and threw out a spherical energy blast. Whoosh! The energy blast split into hundreds of different small energy attacks in the air, crashing into the distant village with a series of explosions. At this moment, Tang was not comparable to his previous self. If he didn't hold back, a light strike could sink this island. The ground trembled violently, and then the distant village was blown to pieces, leaving huge craters all over the small island. Did the ground shake? Xiao murmured. What a terrifying place. To think we would encounter an earthquake here. Shu trembled in fear. Don glanced at the distance again before slowly landing. Everyone, let's leave here. The three of Pilaf nodded vigorously. I have a better place to go. Consider it a compensation for our journey. Tarn held Bulma's hands, feeling that meeting these people during this adventure was really foolish. However, Bulma didn't share that sentiment. After all, isn't it normal for adventures to come with dangers? The group returned the way they came, but the original village had turned into ruins, and all the humans inside had transformed into various disgusting monsters. Ugh! Thinking about the food they had eaten from them yesterday, everyone felt goosebumps. It was too terrifying. King Pilaf, I feel like working might be more suitable for us, Ash carefully said, tapping his two index fingers together. Pilaf shrugged and said with a lack of confidence, Can't you handle such a small test? I understand. However, despite saying that, Pilaf's face was also very tense at that moment. So, King Pilaf, do we still follow them on this adventure? Xiao asked. Adventure? Well. Suddenly, I feel like having a job could also maintain the situation. Long live King Pilaf. Just like that, Pilaf and his companions parted ways with Tarn and Bulma, declaring that they would return to the Universal Group on their own. Tang En didn't care about them, even if they didn't go back. The Universal Group wouldn't make things difficult for them. With Kabeki sending them, safety was almost guaranteed. So where are we going next? Bulma asked, pulling on Tang En's hand. At that moment, Tang En already had an answer in his mind. Do you know Dr. Jero? Tangenaskid. Dr. Jero? Of course, he's a very genius scientist. I heard about him from my dad a long time ago, but because he had ulterior motives, he later joined the Red Ribbon Army. What's up? Bulma replied. Don touched his chin. How about we go meet him? Yeah? Why? His android technology is super impressive. I really want to see what stage he's at now. I see, Bulma nodded. Do you know where he is? I don't know, but I know about him, and that's enough. Don pointed his finger at his forehead, then said to Bulma, I just mentioned that this person's android technology has reached its peak. There must be something we can learn from him. Bulma felt a little amused. Wow, my dear Don has started to pursue the power of science too? Bulma teased, lifting Don's chin. Hey, maybe. Don wrapped his arms around Bulma and performed instant transmission. There was no other choice, compared to seeking breakthroughs in hidden places like the Demon Realm or the Underworld. It was definitely better to find some places he was more familiar with. That kind of exploration should be a last resort. The perpetual motion android technology right in front of them was readily available. Although he had some resistance to so-called androids, it wouldn't hurt to take a look for himself. After all, this type of physique could even contend with Super Saiyan Blue after training later on, which was quite tempting. In summary, this might not be a bad path to becoming stronger. Anyway, they had to check it out. Instant transmission was quite effective, and the two of them arrived at Dr. Jero's cave in the blink of an eye. Hi. Hello. Don greeted politely. Wow. We directly appeared next to this old man. Who? Dr. Jero was startled, and his weary expression instantly became alert. He stepped back a few paces, his messy hair covering an eye filled with bloodshot veins. Bulma covered her lips. Are you Dr. Jero? How'd we get here? She couldn't help but look around at the stone walls, puzzled. Dr. Jero took a few steps back without answering. But in his heart, he was frantically guessing. Who are they? How did they get here? Are they from the military? No, it doesn't look like it. For a moment, Dr. Jero's previously tired expression was completely awakened. Slowly, he shifted his gaze to Don's face. Then, Dr. Jero's pupils suddenly constricted. It was him. That guy named Don. This is bad. How could this? He was so unwilling. His new android plan was supposed to start soon. Dr. Jero glanced at a spot where he had ordered the robots to capture 2 subjects. The data showed that the 2 of them were the most suitable for that kind of material and were very likely to become the only 2 survivors of the living experiment. Just a few more years, and he would be able to confirm his hypothesis. Damn it, how did they find me? Tongonuti said Dr. Gallo, who seemed flustered upon seeing him. What? He actually knows me. Have those micro-machines already started collecting information about me? Well, even if you know my information, it's not a big deal. Tang En still prefers to let Dr. Gallo take it slow for now. Do you mind if we take a walk here? Tarn pulled Bulma around the various parts of the laboratory. Huh, what are you guys doing? Dr. Jero hurried to catch up. After all, this was where his most important research were, and he would rather die than let anyone destroy them. Wow, it really seems all-encompassing. Tarn couldn't help but nod. He didn't expect that Dr. Jero had updated so much content in just a few years. Now, with top-level technological knowledge, Tarn was seriously observing Dr. Jero's current research progress. This was also Tarn's original purpose. The results were still somewhat surprising to Tarn. Android 13 experiment failed. Android 14 experiment failed. Android 15 experiment failed. Has it already developed to the 15th? Moreover, the data displayed was very reasonable, and there had been no successes. Does this world not have theatrical versions of Android 13 to 15? Or did I influence something? This is quite a significant discovery. Tang En couldn't help but ask, did the permanent devices on subjects 13 to 15 fail? Dr. Gallo was taken aback. This guy actually understood his research? Who is he really? But it doesn't matter, I will succeed soon. Dr. Gallo was extremely proud in this field. He would not allow himself to be denied by anyone. Tang En turned to look at the gaunt old man, his eye sockets deeply sunken, making him appear incredibly aged. It was hard to tell what kind of struggles he had gone through. What remarkable research! Tang En stared at the data and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for Dr. Jero. Excluding any personal flaws, Dr. Jero was indeed a genius scientist. With his own efforts, he had created a work that could rival the super science. It was simply outrageous. If he were allowed to continue developing, he might even surpass Bulma, who created the time machine. If only I could have one more chance, I will definitely. Dr. Jero clenched his fists, speaking with a mix of confusion and determination. Really? I believe you. Tangan instinctively nadiv. He picked up some documents to examine the structure of Android 15. It looked so complicated. Bulma also tried to flip through some files about the androids. Dr. Jero paused for a moment. What? A strange feeling arose in Dr. Jero's heart. Was he being trusted by the enemy? How ridiculous. Did they even understand what androids were? Aren't you guys in cahoots with that Son Goku? Dr. Jero couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Tang En did not respond verbally, only nodding subconsciously. He was already immersed in the progress of the androids. After all, in this field, he was second only to Dr. Jero himself in the world. Even Bulma admired Dr. Jero's ideas. Truly, the only way to describe Dr. Jero is as a genius. It was unexpected that machines could become this powerful. Although the research had not yet succeeded, Dr. Jero's theories indeed had strong feasibility. Absorptive androids, and even a perpetual motion type, there are actually 2 different models. Why haven't you experimented with this absorptive model? It looks simpler, Bulma asked in confusion after watching for a while. You don't need to worry about that. Dr. Jero helplessly could only hope that the guy named Tang En wouldn't cause any trouble. This guy's strength was actually a bit stronger than the Sun Wukong of the past. After reading a series of documents, Tang En suddenly asked, how is your living android research progressing? Tao En said. This really stumped Dr. Jero. How do you know these things? Dr. Jero couldn't hold it in anymore and asked in frustration, do you still conduct live experiments? Bulma clearly felt a bit repulsed by this. Bang! Dr. Gero leaned on his experimental platform and said with difficulty, "That was merely a hypothesis. My Android 16 was still a synthetic being born from nothing, but it will definitely be replaced with a new model later. Still infinite energy? You're quite persistent." Tao and Maraviv. Dr. Gero said nothing, which was tantamount to acknowledgement. The development of the situation exceeded his imagination. How could this guy named Tao and know so much about androids? This guy's research speed is a bit fast. Tang En scratched his head, secretly contemplating. Should he kill Dr. Gero? If he killed him, the threat of the androids would surely disappear. However, correspondingly, Android 17 and 18 would also vanish. Tang En still really likes these two characters, and both of them have their own charm. After all, they have contributed in one way or another to the protection of the Earth. After thinking it over, Tang En finally decided not to kill Dr. Gero. After all, it's a pity to kill such a genius. With his existence, many things can surely be handled more appropriately. It would be too unfortunate not to give it a try. On the other hand, even if Dr. Gero's research succeeds, it would only create artificial beings comparable to super scions many years later. Moreover, those artificial beings wouldn't necessarily be completely evil, and they might not even follow the plans of their creator. Furthermore, Tang En is quite confident in Sun Wukong. The real threat comes from the future, namely Cell. Alright then, what is your purpose in researching artificial beings? To kill Sun Wukong? Tang En asked. Bulma replied in surprise. You want to kill Wukong? Why ask when you already know the answer? Dr. Gero had given up on asking Tang En how he knew this. Why? Just because he destroyed the Red Ribbon Army? That kind of army is not worth your loyalty. You must know that. It's really ridiculous. The largest evil organization in the world collecting Dragon Balls just to make their leader a little taller. Dr. Gero seemed quite disturbed. What do you know? Because of the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army, my artificial being plan has almost turned to dust. This has been my lifelong dream. Is that so? Tang En suddenly realized. No wonder Dr. Gallo didn't seem like someone motivated by revenge. It was merely an obsession of his. The harsher the current conditions and the more desperate his situation, the stronger his determination to kill Sun Wukong became. Tang En was too lazy to persuade Dr. Gero. With his help, it was uncertain how strong Sun Wukong would become in a few years. Thinking of this, Tang En asked another question. What is the success rate of your live experiments among ordinary people? The success rate varies depending on individual differences. I have not yet found an ideal candidate suitable for me, Dr. Gero replied with a hint of concealment. What is the result of failure? Death. Dr. Gero answered bluntly. This Dr. Gero is indeed very clever, recognizing the situation of being the fish on the chopping block while others hold the knife. Tang En asked what he said, without giving Tang En any excuse to turn against him. Tang En was silent for a moment and completely abandoned this path. After all, not to mention whether he could trust Dr. Gallo and the irreversible outcome. Tang En instinctively felt that altering the physical constitution to become an artificial human was self-destructive to his foundation. Tang En recalled the elder's words to him, and regarding his own situation, he still had many extravagant desires. I can sense that there is another layer in the laboratory. What is there? Tang En stepped on the ground and asked Dr. Gero, no matter what, I must destroy the computer that creates Cell in this timeline. After all, this android is an unavoidable enemy. Moreover, those microbots controlled by the computer are constantly monitoring me and the others, and that feeling is extremely uncomfortable. Dr. Gero was taken aback for a moment, then calmly said, that is merely something I researched a long time ago. I have long since given up on it. Such things are completely worthless. Clearly, Dr. Gero was resistant to explaining those things in detail. But Tang En knew Dr. Gero's intentions. Then, Tang En gave him a meaningful glance and said in an undeniable tone, Hey, don't lie so easily. As far as I know, that's your ultimate ideal, right? Why you? Dr. Gero was indeed speechless. The research on Cell had actually begun long ago. However, the project was immense, and whether Dr. Gero would see it completed in his lifetime was uncertain. Therefore, after the research started, Dr. Gero no longer managed it. But the computer continued to collect various data for Cell's birth. In the original story, Cell was also Dr. Gero's most outstanding creation, even requiring Android 17 and 18 as evolutionary vessels. But clearly, Dr. Gero was still privately concerned about this research. After all, in his plan, even he himself would be transformed into an android. If successful, he would have plenty of time. Bulma tilted her head, not understanding what the two were talking about. Hey, I won't allow you to continue researching this android. Then, Tang En didn't give Dr. Jero a chance to retort. He grabbed Bulma and instantly teleported to the next floor. What? Disappeared? Dr. Jero looked around frantically, completely vanished. This indeed left Dr. Jero stunned. Looking at the quiet laboratory before him, he suddenly had the thought that everything just now might have been an illusion. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from underground. Oh no! Dr. Jero's heart tightened, and he hurriedly opened the entrance to the next floor and ran in. Immediately, a massive shockwave surged out from the exit, and Dr. Jero quickly braced himself against the wall, resisting the impact of smoke and the shockwave. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? As the thick smoke cleared, a scene of ruins came into Dr. Jero's view. Everything was over. Dr. Jero knelt on the ground, feeling a sense of helplessness rising within him. The research on Cell was already incredibly difficult. It was uncertain whether he could succeed in his lifetime. Now he could completely give up, but it was a pity about the computer controlling the microprobes. Hey Tang En, it seems like Dr. Jero is really sad. Bulma nudged Tang En, still unaware of why Tang En wanted to destroy Dr. Jero's computer. There's no helping it. That computer is too evil. Don waved his hand, trying hard to defend himself. It sends out many little machines every day to spy on young girls. It's really unhealthy. Huh, isn't that just like that old pervert Master Roshi? Bulma said with disdain. Yeah, it's really terrible. Big pervert. Bulma crossed her arms, filled with righteous indignation. At this moment, Bulma looked at Dr. Jero with a different expression. This old man actually has the energy to create such machines. Dr. Jero. Hey, do you mind if the two of us stay here for 2 days? A voice rang in Dr. Jero's ear. It was indeed Don speaking. You. Dr. Jero was so angry he nearly fainted, but there was nothing he could do. After all, life is like that. If you can't resist and have no determination to die, you can only comply. During these 2 days, Don and Bulma thoroughly reviewed Dr. Jero's research achievements. In exchange, Don promised to keep Dr. Jero's location a secret. A very profitable deal. During this time, Don did not attempt to resolve the hatred between Dr. Jero and Sun Wukong. After all, deliberate persuasion would only backfire on such a paranoid person. Moreover, at this moment, who knows who Dr. Jero hates the most? Ahem. In fact, things were not as bad as Don thought. Dr. Jero quickly discovered that these two people surprisingly got along with him in their research, although he was very reluctant to admit it. But after 2 days of familiarity and communication, both of them, especially that guy named Don, had a complete understanding of android technology that matched his own. This made Dr. Jero feel a sense of recognition he had never experienced before. In the past, he could only find this feeling in a few of his own works. At this moment, for the first time, this feeling appeared in a human being. This made the proud Dr. Jero realize that there was actually another person in the world whose research on android technology was on par with his own. Don, I'm just here to flaunt my knowledge, just asking if you're mad. Under these circumstances, Dr. Jero's hatred for Don destroying his basement also diminished considerably, although he himself was still unaware of it. The most terrifying thing about a lonely genius is that a solitary life can make them paranoid and crazy. Although it was only 2 days, Dr. Jero completely confirmed that his ideas were correct through Don. And during these 2 days, Don also affirmed Dr. Jero's android schematics, believing that Android 16 could definitely be completed. This brought a hint of secret delight to Dr. Jero's heart. In the original work, Android 16 was deemed a failure by Dr. Jero simply because the prototype of Android 16 was his own son. His son had a violent and aggressive personality, while Android 16 was kind-hearted, disliked fighting, and even refused to obey his own commands, which is why Dr. Jero referred to him as a failure. Additionally, Android 16 possessed power far beyond all of his creations, making Dr. Jero too afraid to release him at all. After all, once Android 16 fell into uncontrollable chaos, the entire Earth could be destroyed in an instant. This was the reason Dr. Jero was determined to prevent Android 17 from activating Android 16. As the first product of infinite energy, Dr. Jero probably did not realize what kind of monster he had created using the perpetual energy core. Dr. Jero was confident that based on current research, he would be able to resolve all obstacles in the envisioned high-power infinite energy within 5 years. Years later, when Dr. Jero recalled this matter, he would wonder what kind of feelings he had. At that time, he would be grateful that Don had found him and that they had many more interactions afterward. Otherwise, Dr. Jero could foresee that either his life's work would be easily destroyed by Don, Sun Wukong, and others, or he would be killed directly by the androids he created. He even had the thought that he could not create such androids relying solely on his own strength. But the current Dr. Gero had no idea. From today onwards, the trajectory of his life would undergo a completely different change. And for Dawn, the greatest gain from this trip was acquiring a more complete theory of infinite energy and knowing most of the materials that supported this theory. Well, there's great potential here, Tang En thought to himself. Should he also prepare a set for Kabiki later? This idea became more and more tempting the more he thought about it. Tang En even imagined a scene where he commanded Kabiki to beat Frisha so badly that even Kurd wouldn't recognize him. Tang En chuckled foolishly. As time slowly passed, after leaving Dr. Gero, Tang En began his global journey with Bulma again. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 2 years since the last World Martial Arts Tournament ended. The temple, which had been quiet for an unknown period, gradually started to fill with figures. First came Sun Wukong, followed by Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Just 3 days ago, Rem, Krillin, and Maslow also climbed up to the temple. Suddenly, the once quiet temple became lively. At that time, Sun Wukong had finally completed his training in energy control and was eager to try out the gravity chamber. After experiencing energy training, Tianjin Fan seemed to have opened a new door to martial arts. In the days that followed, Tianjin Fan was rapidly absorbing knowledge about energy and making swift progress under Bobo's training. The other 3, having arrived later, were still at a beginner level. The energy intensity of the 3 changed as Krillin and Maslow advanced together, both reaching nearly 200 in battle power, showing remarkable progress and fully utilizing the talent level of top Earthlings. Meanwhile, Rem lagged slightly behind, barely reaching around 160. It seemed that they had all touched the limit of the first stage for Earthlings. However, due to differences in talent, their strengths varied slightly. Bobo stood with his hands behind his back, seriously guiding the 3 newcomers. Krillin and Maslow sat cross-legged, trying their best to feel the energy that Bobo mentioned. Having already completed Master Karen's trials, they actually had a certain foundation. However, they were still far from truly mastering energy control. Thinking of this, Bobo glanced at the quietly observant Remington. This person's strength was the weakest, but his control over his own movements was the best among the 3. Most importantly, his willpower was very stable. In this regard, Bobo actually had the highest hopes for him. Don's 2 senior brothers are unexpectedly excellent. At this moment, Rem lowered his head to look at his palms, a warm feeling filling that space. What everyone doesn't know is that Rem realized his limitations about half a year ago. He practiced the aura more seriously and diligently than anyone else. He remembered Don mentioning that understanding the practice of aura was the first step to breaking through one's own limits. In the gravity room, doing push-ups, running, jumping, and punching under 10 times the gravity, Sun Wukong was struggling. At this moment, aside from his own weight, Sun Wukong also had to bear the specially customized super heavy martial arts suit made for him by the gods. 501. 502. In Sun Wukong's microscopic world, his cells were voraciously absorbing something, continuously strengthening his body step by step. Since arriving here, Sun Wukong's mind had never left this place, not even knowing about Krillin and the others reaching the temple. This place had all the necessities for living, and even a radio for listening to music, which Bulma longed for. Nevertheless, if an ordinary Earthling were to stay here for a long time, they would have gone mad from the ultra-heavy environment and cramped space. However, Scions are different. Their home planet has 10 times the gravity. Thus, they are immersed in 10 times the gravity conditions from birth. Returning to this environment, aside from the initial sense of oppression, it became a masochistic enjoyment afterward. Moreover, this feeling would continue until the Scions adapted to the gravity. The pain stimulated the Scions' wildness. They only felt challenge and excitement. Coupled with their powerful physical fitness and healing abilities, their enhanced talents made them a completely unreasonable race. Hey, Tenshinhan, is Wukong really training in that house? Krillin asked Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan nodded, that's right. By the way, you will definitely be surprised when you see Wukong. Tenshinhan added mysteriously. Why? Krillin asked curiously. Tenshinhan smiled. How could he explain that Sun Wukong had nearly doubled in height in 6 months? However, what troubled Tenshinhan was not this point, but the speed of Sun Wukong's progress. Due to Tenshinhan's sensitivity to techniques and his own skills similar to the flight technique, he was progressing very quickly in aura practice. Now, he almost understood the basic functions of aura. At least distinguishing a person's strength was quite easy. Since Sun Wukong entered this room, Tenshinhan could feel that Sun Wukong made significant progress every day, which was the most pressuring situation for Tang En. Could he just watch Wukong gradually pull away from him? Tang En clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. He had also entered that place before, but the results were unsatisfactory. 24 hours of uninterrupted 10 times the gravity made his mindset become restless. Although the speed of power training could be improved, the aura practice slowed down instead. This was somewhat contrary to his expectations, so Tang En withdrew midway. At least, at this time, he still couldn't directly adapt to the same training intensity as Sun Wukong, even though the gap between them was minimal. Then, Tang En learned from Bubbles that this house was specially prepared by Dawn for Sun Wukong. So that's how it is. Indeed, Wukong's tenacious vitality and recovery ability are incredibly suitable for that place. Where exactly is my path? Tang En couldn't help but ask himself. Looking down at the vast land from the temple, it triggered deep thoughts in Tang En. Tang En. Yajirobe was the one who understood Tang En the most, clearly knowing what he was thinking. Yajirobe, once we master the aura, let's leave here, Tang En said after deep contemplation. Tang En recalled his conversation with Bubbles. Mr. Bubbles, I wonder how big the gap is between me and Dawn now? Bubbles' deep eyes were calm as a well. Bubbles doesn't know. But with your current strength, there is absolutely no comparability with Dawn. Is that so? Has the gap become that large? In fact, Bubbles also didn't know Dawn's current strength. However, long ago, he had already surpassed the gods. What? We have nothing left to teach him. Moreover, your training is about to end. If you don't know the next path, you might as well ask him. You should gain something. Is that so? All right. Yajirobe looked at the determined Tang En and agreed with his statement. Good buddies for life. Thus, unknowingly, Dawn's influence has gradually permeated every corner of Earth. The original plot had long deviated from its intended path. The once prominent Yamcha had vanished, while the originally obscure Rem and Maslow unexpectedly rose up, becoming the strongest among Earthlings. Correspondingly, the fates of Krillin, Tang En, Yajirobe, and others gradually changed, destined to walk further on the path of martial arts. For ordinary Earthlings, these influences were also subtle, like boiling frogs in warm water. When everyone reacted, they were astonished to discover that powerful martial artists could possess such terrifying strength. During this time, the battles between Dawn and Demon King Piccolo were almost known in every city on Earth. Everyone learned the name of Dawn, the god of martial arts. And with the government's call, martial arts gradually penetrated all levels of society. Admiring power still drives people's bodies. To become someone like him, many young people eagerly entered the path of practice. With the government's timely reception, once their strength exceeded a certain standard, they would be incorporated into the Guardian Alliance, enjoying the unique treatment of martial artists. Afterward, they would use the power of these individuals to combat the chaos brought about by the development of martial arts, trying to minimize social instability. One must say that the king has done quite well in this regard. The strength of Earthlings continuously increased, but their living standards did not decline, and technological strength could still develop steadily. Correspondingly, some people became ambitious as their strength increased, leading to minor chaos that became insignificant drawbacks. After all, from a future perspective, these were just the inevitable side effects of the current era's transformation. In just a few generations, the foundational strength of Earthlings would undergo a tremendous change. By that time, true martial arts civilization would bloom in the form it should have. About my globetrotting adventures with my boyfriend, Bulma. August 10th, I never expected that this lady would actually start writing a diary. That damn Don said, I'm not a serious person. Who knows what he means? August 13th, Dr. Jero is amazing. His android technology surprised this lady. Oomph. If it weren't for Dr. Gallo being a perverted voyeur, I would definitely have Tang stay with me for a longer time. August 25th. The monkeys on the mountain are so cunning, not at all like Wukong. August 26th. The hot springs at the top of the mountain are so comfortable. And Tang is just amazing. Hee hee. September 1st. The octopus in the sea is so disgusting. That annoying Tang actually left me here alone. The submarine is all tangled up. Woo woo. September 1st evening. Tang brought me ashore, and that super octopus was surprisingly delicious. September 28th. Tang and those guys can actually fly freely. So unfair. September 30th. It's raining, so boring. October 1st. Today Tang is acting so strange, singing something about getting up while washing up in the morning. Why can he always be so happily silly? November 5th. I didn't expect martial arts tournaments on Earth to become popular. November 6th. What the heck? A fat woman is so annoying. I don't want her husband to win the championship. November 7th. As expected. Any martial arts tournament that Tang participates in can win the championship. December 19th, cockroaches are so annoying. Today that guy Tang laughed at me so badly. Woo. December 20th, today I scared Tang, but he was so stupid, his disguise was so bad. January 31st, sunny. March 3rd, tonight Tang doesn't know what got into him. Keeps saying he's fallen. March 5th, this morning Tang was showing off several seeds to me, saying they're the seeds of a cultivator and that there's nothing like it on Earth. Does that mean he secretly went to the universe? March 6th, tonight when I got up, I found Tang wasn't in bed. I went to find him and he actually sneaked out to exercise. Unknowingly, has Tang given up on cultivation and spent over half a year with me? Time flies so fast. All right, I'm preparing to end my trip. I'm going to miss it. March 7th, I didn't expect Tang to collect Dragon Balls using instant transmission during the trip. Now we already have 5, and we've decided to gather all 7 Dragon Balls at the end of the trip to summon the dragon. Hey, what are you thinking about, Tang? Bulma tiptoed and gently hugged Tang's neck. It's nothing, just wondering if lemons can be used to make milk tea. Tang shook his head and said, that's right, Tang feels like he's fallen. Really, a life where you don't have to work, don't have to study, don't have to worry about money, and have a pretty girl willing to spend the whole day playing with you is just too annoying. Tang despises his unambitious self. Just like that. Bulma flicked her hair. What kind of question is that? By the way, the last Dragon Ball is just 100 miles away from here. We can collect it tomorrow. Tang En turned around and said to Bulma. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Tang En decided not to use instant transmission. Wow, are we almost done collecting them? I'm so excited. Of course. Tang En had already thought about the wish he wanted to make this time. Looking back on the experiences of the past half year, Tang En really only felt one thing, which was like a dream. Damn, I'm really so lucky. Don't say that. Even if Jesus wants to destroy the earth in the future, I will have to stop him. Over here. The next day, Tang En pushed aside a huge stone and found the Dragon Ball stuck inside. One star ball, I really found it. Bulma said happily. All right. Tang En picked up a Dragon Ball and then instantaneously transported himself and Bulma to an empty space. With a rustle, Tang En took out his backpack and poured out the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls finally gathered together again. Who would have thought that it was me, Tang En, who summoned you? He, come fort, Shenron, Omkata. Once again, it was the familiar scene, and in an instant, the world was shrouded in darkness. Speak your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant it for you. Shenron's classic opening line. This time, Tang En didn't have a little note, because he believed that Shenron would definitely fulfill this wish. Lucky you. Ahem, still clearing his throat. Shenron, please let my Bulma remain forever young in her life. Tang En shouted. Bulma covered her mouth. Shenron didn't hesitate, and his eyes flashed red. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Whoosh. In an instant, Shenron transformed back into 7 stones and scattered across the world once again. This was probably the smoothest departure he had ever made. How do you feel? Tang En gently hugged Bulma and asked. Woo. Bulma's eyes were already filled with tears at that moment. Silly, is it necessary to be so emotional? Tang En scratched his head, feeling that this shouldn't be considered a surprise. After all, at his level, collecting the Dragon Balls would only take half a day. Shall we go back? Don gently patted Bulma on the back. All right. After a gap of more than half a year, I, Tang Han-san, have finally returned to the Universal Group. Doctor, welcome back. Quebec welcomed without knowing anything. Pilaf and the others had escaped, something Don had known about half a year ago. Well, I hope they have good luck. I hope they get to eat roasted sweet potatoes every day. All right, it's time to start my own research. Quebec, I have a super great idea. Come with me. Tang En thought about the results of his recent research with Dr. Gallo and couldn't wait to experiment on Quebec. Why did Quebec's sixth sense suddenly feel a sense of crisis? What's going on? Seeing Tang En grinning foolishly, Quebec couldn't help but take a step back. Bulma, I'm going to be working on experiments all night, so don't stay up too late, okay? Tang En said to Bulma. Crack, crack. Tang En cracked his knuckles, and at that moment he stared intently at Quebec, looking eager to start. Bulma covered her forehead. Is it really okay to experiment on Quebec like this? Well, just remember not to overdo it. Gulp. Quebec swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. Get to work, get to work. Tang En returned to his previous life once again. It was dull, yet fulfilling. Soon, he picked up his long-abandoned exercise routine. Meanwhile, he continued to explore and practice the mysterious celestial fist, but neither showed significant progress. During the rest of his time, Tang En was also researching how to insert a perpetual energy furnace into Kabeji while maintaining his personality and memory. However, this was causing him some frustration, as Tang En felt that being a strong debater was more interesting. Ahem. In fact, Kabeji's intelligence was on par with any human. Since his creation, Tang En had been continuously innovating and improving his behavior. However, Tang En did indeed have a tendency towards paranoid delusions in this regard. Artificial beings were so terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder if Kabeji would curse him if he knew Tang En's thoughts. How did I end up with such a cowardly master? The heavens can witness my loyalty. But by now, Tang En didn't really believe that Kabeji would go out of control, especially since he had been functioning normally for so long. It seemed that I really wasn't cut out to be a scientist. Tang En complained that scientists must first have the courage to think and act. Someone like him, who is so timid, is really a coward to the bone. Tang En revised the Carnegie Project once again, and this time a combat system was indeed added. However, there is still an incomplete part of the theory of unlimited energy, and Tang En expressed that he couldn't figure it out. He just wanted to take the easy route. This time, he laid a foundation for Carnegie, just waiting for Dr. Gallo to complete his work. Doctor, someone's calling for you outside. Carnegie projected an image, and a three-eyed guy appeared in the middle. A small figure was floating next to him. Hey, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. Carnegie had access to all the monitoring information from the Universal Group, and Tianjin Fan's data was in Carnegie's database. Therefore, when Carnegie saw Tianjin Fan coming to find Tang En, he reminded him, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, what are they here for? Has the training at the temple ended? Tang En was a bit confused. Well, there must be something going on. Carnegie, grant them access. They're our friends now. Yes, Doctor, Carnegie replied. The door opened quickly, and under Carnegie's guidance, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling came to Tang En's side. Wow, you really have changed a lot, Tianjin Fan. And Dumpling, you're amazing too. Tianjin Fan sincerely exclaimed. That's really impressive. At this moment, his strength had reached a level of 300. Surpassing that of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in the original work. His training in the temple has been quite successful, but it's still far from enough. Tianjin Fan said somewhat reluctantly. Thinking of the increasingly powerful Sun Wukong, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. I came here this time to ask how I should proceed on my path. Tianjin Fan slightly bent his body. Mr. Popo told me that you might have a way. I see. So that's it. Don looked thoughtfully at his chin, seriously considering ways to enhance Tianjin Fan's strength. After all, Tianjin Fan could be considered a true martial artist, completely devoted to his craft. He didn't even care about his wife. Tianjin Fan stared intently at Don, his expression very solemn. What are you looking at? Don felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. I'm just a bystander. I really can't handle your soul-searching questions. How about seeking the Grand Elder to boost his strength? Don contemplated seriously. Well, that might be a bit inappropriate. Although Tianjin Fan's strength could rapidly expand in an instant, he didn't seem like someone who simply pursued power. In the original story, no one actively requested the Grand Elder to enhance their potential. After all, not everyone would naturally accept a sudden increase in strength. Moreover, there's a downside. It would further complicate Tianjin Fan's current predicament, making his already difficult path even harder to navigate. Especially when Don tells Tianjin Fan, all right, your potential has been fully developed by the Grand Elder. He could even imagine Tianjin Fan's expression. Forget it. I'll think of something else. After all, this isn't the only option. Tang En's ideas in this regard are particularly broad-minded. After all, he has been thinking about this for many years. Well, Tianjin Rice, I just thought of it. Let me teach you a set of boxing techniques. Tang En plans to pass the Heavenly God Fist to Tianjin Fan. Cough, cough. Tang En doesn't even realize how generous he is now. 6 months ago, he wouldn't have done this. Although Tianjin Fan is his partner, he would naturally feel uncomfortable sharing his biggest trump card with others. Why should he? But Tang En is different now. He is satisfied with his life, and everything in front of him seems a bit dull and boring. Sigh. That's right, the current Tang En is just this unambitious. At this moment, Tang En also thought that he not only needed to pass on the Heavenly God Fist to Tianjin Fan, but in time, he also wanted to pass it on to everyone in the world who was qualified to practice it. The stronger everyone became, the more secure his own life would be. Tang En thought. After all, those demon beings like Cell were simply terrifying. Who would have thought that I had become so kind, just, and selfless? Huh, like this and that. Tang En carefully explained the various techniques of the Heavenly God Fist to Tianjin Fan. Then, the breath passed through the Bai and shoulder joints of the body. When it returned to the navel, it counted as one cycle. The cycle continues endlessly. Do you understand? Tang En is very familiar with these processes. Given time, the body will undergo mutations on its own, which I refer to as the divine factor. Then, Tang En went on to talk a lot, leaving Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, who are now deep in thought with their eyes closed. The two exchanged glances and asked in confusion, "I've never seen such a strange practice. Is it really that simple to just operate the breath?" Tianjin Fan attempted to operate it. "Otherwise, what do you think? I've handed over my ultimate technique to you." Tang was slightly offended. Tianjin Fan gazed at Tang and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Well, if you're going to help someone, help them all the way. Send the Buddha to the west." "Wait a minute." Tang En turned around and entered the room. When he came out again, he was holding a delicate bottle in his hand. These 3 seeds were just in time for use. Tang En turned around and entered the room. When he came back in, he was holding a delicate bottle. The 3 seeds were just in time to be useful. Tang planted it underground and poured a special liquid he was wearing, quietly waiting. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were a bit confused about what Tang meant by doing this. Soon, the soil began to stir, and a powerful aura emerged from 3 directions, startling Tianjin Fan. "Don't panic. This is a cultivator from the universe, already under my control." Don looked at the cultivators, and soon 3 of them grew out, constantly stretching their bodies. Just looking at this appearance indeed gives a somewhat nauseating feeling. Chirp, chirp. The cultivators couldn't speak, but they knew that Don was their master and that they couldn't resist. Looking at the obedient cultivators, Don nodded. No wonder such things are always in high demand. Not only are they powerful, but they are also very loyal. Tianjin Han sensed that the combat power of these 3 guys was about the same as that of Vegeta and Nappa, each having a strength of around 1200. What is this? At that moment, sweat was already dripping from Tianjin Han's forehead as he looked at the creature in front of him in disbelief. What is this thing? Its aura is terrifyingly strong. The most important thing is that such a powerful being actually has to obey Don's commands. This is a bit beyond Tianjin Han's understanding. After all, Don usually hides his true strength to reduce energy consumption, so it's normal for Tianjin Han not to understand Don's real power. "It seems you have passed the training of the temple, Tianjin Han." Don nodded. "Your judgment of aura is quite accurate. Well, in the days to come, you and Jiaozi will fight alongside this guy." Don said, "You go ahead, and remember not to harm their lives." Tang En said to a cultivator, "Oh." Then, the cultivator jumped high and landed in front of Tianjin Fan. Only then did Tianjin Fan realize that this was meant to give him and Dumpling an opponent. This is a bit troublesome. Tianjin Fan is not good with words, but at this moment his heart is filled with complex feelings, and he deeply remembers Tang En's help. Tianjin Fan considered for a moment and then said to the cultivator, "Since that's the case, you don't need to go to the temple anymore. Of course, you can't stay at my place either. You should find a place for your training on your own. Take care." Tianjin Fan and Dumpling looked at the cultivator in front of them, who wore a smile that seemed somewhat ambiguous and felt a bit uncomfortable. Tang En also noticed the worries of the 2 people. After all, there was too big a gap between them and the cultivator. "Well, you 2 don't have to worry. If you are killed by the cultivator, I will ask Shenlong to revive you." Huh? This statement nearly caused Tianjin Fan, who was about to leave, to stumble and almost fall to the ground. "What?" Tianjin Fan was taken aback. Ha ha! This was naturally a joke from Tang En. He just felt that Tianjin Fan was too cold every day, and it was a bit boring. The universe is vast, finite yet boundless. And within the endless world, there are 18 inner universes reflecting each other, magnificent and grand. Together, they form a magical world known as the Omni-King universe. But that was in the beginning. Now only 12 universes remain. You used to be much more interesting than you are now. You look like a grumpy old man. Far away, the gazes of 2 powerful beings transcended the limits of space and time, chatting casually. "Interesting my ass, especially you. You better not mention that time to me. After all, it's clear to see that you, old man, are already outdated." "Oh, are you angry?" The old man didn't get mad. "I'm not old. I just want to have some fun now." "What? Shall I teach you a set of martial arts?" "Even you, the stingy old man, have a generous day?" The old man bent over, laughing so hard that tears came out. "Go to hell." A burst of brilliance, but there was no sound. Then, a divine light that pierced through the ages exploded on the old man, sending him flying who knows where. Fortunately, both of them were in the void. Otherwise, one universe would have been destroyed by this attack. Ashu, Tang En inexplicably entered a cold war. His fingers unconsciously touched his nose. What the hell? Tang En came to his senses. Soon, he realized that there were still 2 cultivators left to deal with. This thing was of no use to him. After all, with his current strength, the cultivators were no match for him. Well, then I'll just send them away. Instant téléportation. The lively temple welcomed another guest. The sound of Tang En landing caught everyone's attention. Huh? Senior brother Tang En. Maslow shouted loudly. It had been a long time since they last met. Oh, Maslow. Tang En waved his hand. Rim and Klin's gazes turned towards him. Huh? When did Tang En arrive? This was instant teleportation. Don explained this skill to everyone a little bit. So cool. Krillin couldn't help but praise. What is that strange creature behind you, Don? Maslow pointed at the planter. Bobo was also staring straight at these things. Bobo knew very well that there shouldn't be such powerful monsters on Earth. He had never heard about them from the gods of past generations. Oh, this is called a planter, and it's something from the universe. I specially brought them as sparring partners for you, Don said simply. From the universe? They must be very strong, right? Maslow continued to ask. They should be, but they can only exist for half a year before wilting. I see. Taking this opportunity, Don glanced at everyone's strength. Not bad. There has been significant progress, especially Krillin, whose energy has reached just over 200. They are all teachable talents. You all continue to practice. I will go check on Goku. Tang En left a cultivator for Klin and the others, reminding him once again not to kill anyone before turning to search for the gravity chamber. Mr. Popo, I'm going to greet the Supreme Kai. Popo nodded and pointed towards the temple. The Supreme Kai and Sun Wukong are both in the temple. Tang En also noticed that the gravity chamber had been moved inside the temple by the gods. Then, Tang En walked into the temple with ease. Wow, this is incredible. Wukong. Tang En felt the strength of Sun Wukong, which had reached a level of 400, and his aura was clearly active, always in a state of restlessness. Tang En felt that within 2 days, Sun Wukong would surely make a breakthrough. Back then, he struggled for a month in the Spirit Time Room to reach this level. According to Tien Shinhan, Sun Wukong had only been in the gravity chamber for less than a week. This monkey will probably cultivate even faster in the future. I'm breaking down. Tang En couldn't help but complain. So, the tenfold gravity would soon be unable to satisfy Sun Wukong's high-intensity training. Tang En instinctively thought of this. Just like in the original work, Sun Wukong adapted to the gravity of King Kai's planet in a very short time. Within less than a year, he not only increased his own strength to 8,000, but also learned the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Then, Tang En walked into the gravity chamber and saw a surprising scene. Wukong? It's no wonder Tang En was surprised. After spending so much time with Sun Wukong, the image of little Wukong had completely occupied his subjective impression. Wukong's sudden growth finally made Tang En realize. Oh, that's right. Sun Wukong was supposed to become like this. Oh, Tang En, you're here. Sun Wukong stopped training and shouted at Tang En. Then, Sun Wukong turned over, took a breath for a while, and stood up. Phew, my body feels so heavy. Sun Wukong said carefreely, hands on his hips. Tao En burst out laughing. Wukong, you've grown so tall. The originally short guy had suddenly turned into a nearly 1.8-meter tall handsome guy. Even though Tao En was well aware of this, he couldn't help but exclaim. Tianjin Fan said the same thing. It seems I've really grown tall. It's quite a headache. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said shyly. Krillin will definitely be surprised. After all, he's always been bothered by not being as tall as you. Tang En said with certainty. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong looked nostalgic. By the way, I wonder how Xiao Lin's training is going? Huh? Isn't he in the temple? Wukong, what is the purpose of the aura you learned? Tang En couldn't help but feel speechless, asking with a dark expression. Huh? Really? Sun Wukong scratched his head again. Oh, so Klin and the others have already come up to the temple. So that's it. I didn't even notice they had come up. Well, Tang En didn't know what to say. Perhaps this was very much in line with Sun Wukong's current demeanor. After all, according to the plot, it wasn't until Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan on Namek that his mental state and strength conceptually improved, making him the absolute core of the Z fighters. He was simply too cool when aiming the hand cannon at Beerus. Even Beerus exclaimed that he was quite skilled. Then, Sun Wukong interrupted Tang En's train of thought. Tang En, what is that thing behind you? This is a plant person, also known as a vegetable person. Vegetable person? Yes. After saying that, Tang En felt the need to remind him again. Wukong, you can't eat this thing. I specially brought it for you as a training partner. It would be a waste to keep it with me. Sun Wukong blankly nodded at the plant person. Goo. The plant person shifted its gaze to Sun Wukong's face. Ayayay, he's actually so strong. Sun Wukong said with interest. By the way, the Supreme Kai said this gravity chamber is prepared by you. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Tang En waved his hand. It was just a small effort for him. Well, it doesn't matter if you really want to thank me. then hurry up and surpass me. All right, I will, Sun Wukong said seriously, not being polite at all. Tang En was inspired and wanted to have another match with Sun Wukong. After all, the chances of winning against this guy were likely few and far between. The result was obvious. Sun Wukong lost thoroughly. This, of course, stimulated Sun Wukong, and he once again began rigorous training. You can do it, Tang En silently encouraged. Sigh, if hard work was effective, why would we need cheats? This unfit thought suddenly popped into Tang En's mind, but he was still happy thinking about how he had asked the elder to enhance his potential. After all, he was different from others. Tang En simply pursued the intensity of power. As long as it didn't violate principles, he was willing to take shortcuts. Next, after learning that Krillin and the others had arrived at the temple, Sun Wukong finally left the gravity chamber where he had stayed for several days. Krillin was indeed startled by Sun Wukong's height, and then became so jealous he could almost drip. In the following 2 days, Tang En also stayed at the temple. The goal was, of course, to teach the divine fist to a few others. They were all extremely happy. Everyone had heard that this was Tang En's most powerful move and quickly began to train seriously. Tang En patiently taught them for 2 days. However, a big problem arose. It turned out to be quite tricky. Tang En discovered that Sun Wukong and the others had completely failed to achieve any results in this regard. Tang En was a bit curious. After all, why did someone like Bobo, who understood the aura so well, also fail? If Tang En remembered correctly, he recalled that a small amount of divine factors had begun to emerge the first time he operated it. This left Tang En puzzled. It shouldn't be the case. Could it be that I have some special quality? Then, Tang En stayed in the temple for another week. All right, he finally confirmed that no one was able to transform the divine factors. So that's how it is. It was quite unexpected. Helpless, Tang En had to suppress the urge to continue experimenting. After all, at their current stage, they all needed time. However, Tang En still summarized some thoughts. The reason why everyone was unable to cultivate might be due to the following 2 points. First, his heavenly god fist was directly instilled in their minds by the divine dragon, and through repetition, they could not clearly understand the profound aspects of the heavenly god fist. Secondly, very few people could learn this technique. Only those who met certain conditions could achieve it. Actually, Tang En didn't quite agree with the first point, as he had explained the heavenly god fist very clearly, and everyone had followed suit, so there shouldn't be a gap. What about the second point? Tang En knew that this martial art was left behind by the first generation of gods in the temple. So historically, there should be at least 2 people who could practice it, himself and the first generation of gods. Did they have anything in common? He couldn't figure it out. It was so frustrating. That guy, the first generation of gods, didn't he pass down this set of martial arts to allow more people to try it, which would help him see the limitations of practicing this martial art. Before this, Tang En thought anyone could practice this move. Oh, right? Tang En thought of a doubt. Yes, why didn't the first generation of celestial beings pass down this fist technique? After all, the situation on Earth was so critical at that time, reaching a life-and-death moment. It wouldn't make sense to waste such a powerful move. Tang En thought again. According to his memory, the first heavenly god returned from the underworld, then established a temple, brought the method of cultivating chi, selected a successor, and left. He thus became a legend, and no one knew where he went. So why didn't he leave the heavenly god fist to his successor? Was it unwillingness? It shouldn't be. After all, at that time, humanity on Earth was on the brink of extinction. If Tang En were the first heavenly god, he believed he would save his fellow beings. If it was just about spreading a technique like the heavenly god fist, there should be no reason not to do it. Unless, suddenly, Tang En thought, could it be that the first heavenly god knew that no one would be able to master this fist technique? Yes, that's quite possible. After all, even the current Bobo, Sun Wukong, and others cannot meet the requirements. So it is very likely that no one could learn it back then either. This thought astonished Tang En. If that's the case, then he and the first heavenly god should have very similar traits, and this trait should be special enough. Tang En couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Could it be that the generation's heavenly being was also a time traveler? Tang En silently plan. Could it be that the generation's god is also a time traveler? Tang En silently plan. After all, this was the fundamental difference between him and others. No way. This is too fantastical. If that's the case, after all these years, how strong should he have become? Could he be watching me right now? Tang En scratched his head and thought gloomily, damn, I can't think about it anymore. It's too terrifying. Klein and the others looked at Tang En muttering to himself, not knowing what he was talking about. Tang En came back to his senses and abandoned the chaotic thoughts in his mind. But he couldn't help but mutter, "Big brother, I'm not intentionally disrupting the plot. You've lived for so many years. You shouldn't still be riding the wave of this storyline's popularity, right? Have mercy and just let me go." Ahem, ahem. Tang En decided to take matters into his own hands and casually made a sarcastic remark. "Sorry, everyone, for wasting so much time." "Ha, not at all," Clin said nonchalantly. "It's just that our cultivation is still too shallow." Maslow said dejectedly, hanging his head. Rim comfortingly patted him on the shoulder. "Stop pretending. Just focus on your cultivation. There's a martial arts competition in a year." Tang En hugged his arms and said something to Maslow. This guy wouldn't be sad about this matter. He was just putting on a show for someone. At this moment, Tang En was troubled by another thing. How should he talk to Tianjin Fan? Poor Tianjin Fan. He must be questioning his life right now, right? After all, if nothing unexpected happened, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling had probably been practicing silently for over a week. Tang En scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The reality was indeed like that. At this moment, in a desolate rocky area somewhere on Earth, Tianjin Fan let out a deep breath. Under the dual pressure of the cultivation of the human and the god fist, Tianjin Fan was indeed at a loss. Could the gap be this big? Sitting cross-legged, Tianjin Fan sighed silently. The situation was special after all, even though Krillin and the others at the shrine had not mastered it either. They all knew that others couldn't be that much stronger than themselves. Comparing them, it didn't feel like much of a loss. But Tianjin Fan was different. He only had Dumpling as a reference. Moreover, since Dumpling had not fully mastered his energy, it was understandable that he could not practice the god fist. Over the past week, he had spent a lot of time trying to train in this fist technique, but there were no results. A person's energy is inherently their own. Generating new power by manipulating existing energy, how could that possibly work? Tianjin Fan looked at the completely dark sky and pondered silently. Perhaps this is just a method to control one's own energy. After all, I haven't seen the effects that Tang En mentioned at all. However, just to give me a new idea, Tianjin Fan looked at his hands and gently clenched them. Maybe I should condense my energy into a single point, mimicking the principle of the energy cannon. If I can compress my energy to the extreme, I might achieve the effect of increasing strength that Tang En mentioned. But this doesn't seem to have much to do with the god fist. Tianjin Fan felt that Tang En had no reason to deceive him. So, where did I go wrong? Just as Tianjin Fan was unwilling and preparing to try again, swish. A certain instigator instantly appeared in front of him. In the dead of night, it truly startled Tianjin Fan. "Brother Tian, can we discuss something?" Tianjin Fan. Following that, Tang En discussed the issue of energy cultivation with Tianjin Fan all night, which provided Tianjin Fan with a lot of thoughts. After all, when it came to knowledge, Tang En had a wealth of useful information. Of course, before leaving, Tang En also informed Tianjin Fan about the status of the god fist. At that moment, Tianjin Fan's expression was quite something. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. During this time, Tang En made various attempts regarding breakthroughs in martial arts again. With his extraordinary knowledge, Tang En's normal strength did indeed improve somewhat. However, compared to the total of over 30,000 before, these improvements seemed negligible. In the palace, you understand what I mean, right? In the government hall, Tang En said to Pierce. The World Martial Arts Tournament was about to start again, and Tang En had come to arrange some matters proactively. Although Tang En was no longer very enthusiastic about this competition, as he was now strong enough, his other companions still had unique feelings about this event. As for Tang En, he felt that after this martial arts tournament, he would probably have to step into the universe first, before leaving. Watching everyone's matches wouldn't be bad. Since that's the case, let's make the competition as lively as possible. A few days ago at the shrine, right? The Demon King Piccolo would also participate in this World Martial Arts Tournament. Tang En said to everyone, Demon King Piccolo? Isn't he already? Everyone was astonished and quickly asked Tang En for clarification on the matter. Only then did they realize that the Demon King actually had a child. Some were happy, and some were worried. For example, after hearing this news, Goku became even more excited, rubbing his fists in preparation for the upcoming match. Meanwhile, Krillin felt a bit uneasy. Seeing that things were nearly ready, Tang En also wanted to make some arrangements in advance. After all, everyone was currently much stronger than in the original story. For example, after a year of training in the gravity room, Goku's battle power had already reached 5,000. Although it couldn't compare to the year of training on King Kai's planet in the original story, it still far surpassed others. A competition of this level was not ordinary. Therefore, to avoid collateral damage to ordinary people, Tang En suggested that this time the tournament be broadcast live, without allowing the audience to watch directly. At this moment, due to Tang En's influence, the benefits of the World Martial Arts Tournament had completely changed. Unlike the transparent event in the original story, it had now become a true world's #1 martial arts tournament. If this tournament were to be held again, the scale would likely reach that of the Majin Buu saga in the original story. The only difference was that one tournament was facilitated by Tang En, while the other was facilitated by Satan. Moreover, in order to allow the arena to withstand stronger competitions, the king had ordered the construction of a more robust competition area for the martial arts temple a year ago. Pierce nodded, agreeing to Tang En's proposal. So, Your Excellency Tang En, are you not planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in a week? The king asked tentatively. Well, that's not important. It doesn't matter anymore. In these 2 years, Tang En had been like Superman, resolving riots on a global scale. After all, instant transmission took no effort at all. Moreover, every time it came to the point where Tang En had to step in, it was inevitably a headache for the government. In battle after battle, the sharp attacks left behind stunned the minds of all people on Earth. Can humans really achieve this through training? The god of martial arts. At this moment, if Tang En were to go out, 99% of the people on Earth would recognize him. Furthermore, after years of brewing, Earth was gradually beginning to nurture brand new martial arts seeds. Various social classes were undergoing significant changes. However, Tang En could not manage those. Naturally, there were others to worry about it for him. And the real reason Tang En did not plan to participate in the martial arts tournament was that there truly were no opponents on Earth capable of defeating him. Of course, if Tang En and Goku could fight a few more times, it was believed that Goku, with his ability to recover from near-death experiences, could surpass Tang En's normal strength. But for now, it wasn't necessary. Tang En wasn't that eager to propose the idea of beating someone half to death. Letting Goku gradually accumulate his strength was just fine. What a pity, the king lamented. The martial arts tournament without Mr. Tang En cannot be called the world's #1 martial arts tournament. The king appropriately flattered him. Then let's leave this matter to Tong Leah to handle, shall we? Pierce turned to ask his daughter. Okay, father, Tong Leah replied. This is Piccolo's personal inner monologue. Reva Piccolo is a noble demon race, destined to be different from the very beginning. The whole world is meant to be trampled under my feet. This is what my father told me, saying that evil should never cease. And thus I was born. However, my father was killed by a humble human, which I cannot comprehend. Can such insignificant beings really possess such power? When I was born, an elderly human couple adopted me, treating me as a son bestowed upon them by heaven. How ridiculous! They were simply too fanciful. Even the old god must not want to see me grow up slowly, right? But he had no way to stop it. In the following days, the two humans always stared at me and smiled. Were they happy? This made me feel like I was not a qualified demon. I thought to myself, once I grow up, I must kill these two humans. But I broke my word. I did not kill them. Those two damn humans would rather starve themselves than not feed me. How foolish. How could a noble demon eat the lowly food of humans? I burned down their house, trying to laugh wildly like my father. But I couldn't laugh at all. This frustrated me greatly. The two humble humans looked at me in fear, which was right. This was what I wanted. Yet I could not feel the joy my father spoke of. I was very angry. I believed these humans were trying to assimilate me. How despicable. I ran into a forest, determined not to interact with humans. When I grow up, I will definitely tear apart the one who killed my father. Sure enough, I grew quickly. The life force within me surged continuously, and the inexhaustible power fascinated me. This made me reaffirm my belief in the power of demons. Gradually, I became colder. But this is how a demon should be. However, I never expected that day to come. It was a nightmarish memory. I broke a little girl's airplane model because I wanted to. What they said was simply too annoying. I despised family ties, hated those hypocritical humans, and loathed their pretentiousness in front of me. Then, the demon appeared. The human who killed my father. A powerful mortal named Don. He said my actions were driven by jealousy. Ridiculous. How could I be jealous of such family ties? Seeing that powerful human, I was angry but helpless. So I could only flee in embarrassment, continuing to wait for my growth. My father made it clear to me that as long as I matured, I would be the strongest in the world. But with my current strength, I couldn't evade his tracking. I realized he must be afraid of my growth. So he came to kill me in advance. What a disgraceful human. I was unwilling. I struggled desperately, but it was in vain. Just when I was about to give up, that person did not kill me. He started saying that I was not a demon, that I did not need to inherit my father's will, and so on. How absurd. Do you think these words could make me give up my ambition? I did not speak, but internally scorned him mercilessly. The guy became more and more enthusiastic in his speech, but it seemed he really had no intention of killing me, and my mood calmed slightly. He said I was delusional, but I didn't understand what that meant. However, one thing was undeniable. Stupid human, when I bick the great demon, reach my peak again, it will be your death. He indeed left, and before leaving, he showed a confident smile. Do you think you're funny? Or do you think you've successfully persuaded me? I felt speechless in my heart. I didn't want to deal with this mentally challenged human, as it made me look foolish. I thought it would end like this, but it was just the beginning. In the time that followed, that earth human would torment me every so often. Wow, I was about to go crazy, but I still dared not resist. That human would despicably hit me. I felt my life was bleak. Will my future days always be like this? I'd rather die than endure this. I tried to evade his tracking, but I didn't understand why he always knew my location. The same thing repeated in cycles. My hatred for that damn human reached its peak. Later, I fell silent and understood. This guy was sent by the god. The god was always watching me, which is why this guy would always know my position. I suddenly felt my attempts to hide were like a clown's. I began to hate the god, although I never had any good feelings towards him. I no longer hid, for I knew that person dare not kill me. I was one with the god. That person could never take my life. Once I grew up, I could surpass all of them. This is what my father told me, and I believed it wholeheartedly. Finally, that person came again. I calmly spoke my mind. He agreed, admitting he dared not kill me. I felt proud, thinking I had found his weakness. He just looked at me. However, I never expected that in the time that followed, my worldview would shatter. This time he did not insult me again. He simply knocked me out. When I woke up again, I found myself in another place. They said this was Namek. Namek? What place is this? The people here look just like me. I started to panic because they said this was another planet. And my original Earth was incredibly far from here. I might never be able to return. I didn't want to hear them talk. I struggled desperately to prove my anger, but I quickly realized that these people were all stronger than me. Each one was stronger than me. I fell silent again. Soon, a person named Nail took me to another place. It said that Nail is the strongest person on this planet, but I was unconvinced. He was merely a few years older than me. Then, Nail took me to meet the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder? He is. The moment I saw him, I felt a warmth I had never experienced before. My heart even wanted to rush over and hug him, but I held back. That would be too embarrassing. Soon, the Grand Elder hugged me warmly, and I felt a warmth that was an unprecedented feeling. This time I did not resist. Before long, I fell asleep. When I woke up again, my mood had calmed considerably. I then realized that I was really not a demon. I was a Namekian from the universe. My father had also come from this place before separating from the god. That foolish earth human was actually right. It's truly laughable. Is this my homeland? Huh. I took a deep breath and seriously examined everything about this planet. There are Dragon Balls here, and they are supersized. There are also young people, children, and old men, and of course they're all the children of the Grand Elder. And I have come to know my own lineage. Or rather my father's father, is named Cadus. He was also a super powerful Namekian, but he died many years ago in a great catastrophe. The people here treat me very well and have never rejected me because of my uniqueness. Thinking of this, I realized that it wasn't so uncomfortable here after all. The Grand Elder told me the story of Darn, and he urged me not to hate him. But how could that be possible? However, I didn't want to make the Grand Elder unhappy, so I nodded. I began to train here, vowing to surpass everyone. Naturally, I quickly surpassed my father's youth. But at that moment, I realized that my father had lied to me, or rather that Darn had deceived my father. I still couldn't defeat anyone, which made me very embarrassed. At that time, the Grand Elder said I was a genius beyond anyone else. He said if I could merge with the god again, I would immediately become the most perfect Namekian in the world. But I didn't want to. I would rather die than merge with that god. Next, I continued to train hard, because I wanted the Grand Elder to know that even without merging, I, Piccolo, could become the best Namekian. In the temple, a loud clash echoed in the sky as three figures fiercely collided, creating quite a spectacle. Wow! Maslow threw a powerful punch at Krillin in front of him. Krillin braced himself, putting his arm in front. Huh! Krillin let out a muffled grunt, being pushed back a step. Take this. Rem descended from the sky and launched a fist at Maslow. Maslow quickly sensed Rem's presence and attempted to dodge. Rem instantly changed his stance, turning the punch into a kick, sweeping towards Maslow's waist. Bang! Maslow hurriedly raised his arm to block, but Rem's attack was too powerful, sending him flying down. Watch out! Krillin's palm emitted a burst of light as he fired a blast at the dominant Rim. Huh. Rim pushed the energy blast aside and then launched an attack towards Krillin. The energy blast that had been knocked away crashed onto the temple, creating a loud explosion and uprooting a patch of ground. Ah! Rim and Krillin engaged in close combat, their punches and kicks intertwining. Maslow, unwilling to fall behind, seized the opportunity to join in, complicating the battle further. Soon, the three of them fought as one, their attacks sharp and extraordinary, standing at the palace entrance. The god and Bobo watched the three fight. Undoubtedly, they had taught them everything they could. The three had progressed rapidly, not at all inferior to Darn from back then. The god leaned on his cane and spoke slowly to Bobo. Indeed, their progress far exceeded Bobo's expectations. A faint smile appeared on Bobo's face. However, this smile made him seem even darker. Goku had left the temple not long ago, starting to prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament. The cultivation device on the temple had also become obsolete. However, Goku had accidentally damaged his own. This made Goku feel very guilty and afraid of Darn's blame, which left everyone both amused and helpless. During this time, with the help of the cultivation device and Bobo, everyone's strength had improved dramatically, far beyond their previous selves. Mr. Bobo, is Darn really going to bring Piccolo back? The god asked slowly. Bobo nodded. Lord God, Darn should have already made contact with the goddess family. But I don't know. Bobo quietly looked at the god. With that, the god's identity was finally revealed. It's truly remarkable. I didn't expect this child to really be able to do it. Thank you so much. The god smiled slightly. Lord God, aren't you going to visit your hometown? Bobo asked. Should I go? The god pondered for a moment. Forget it, Mr. Bobo. I've been growing on this land since I gained memory. Earth is my hometown. Let that place in the universe remain quietly in my memory, the god thought silently. By the way, Mr. Bobo, if Piccolo really participates in the competition, remember not to reveal our relationship, the god said thoughtfully. He didn't know how strong Piccolo was now, but he did know that Krillin, Maslow, and Rim were extraordinarily strong and had already surpassed him. The god didn't want to hinder everyone from freely showcasing their strength because of him. Okay, Lord God, Bobo nodded. Krillin, 1250 Maslow, 1185 Rim, 1219 on Namek, Brother Neru. What is Piccolo doing over there? A young Namekian tugged at Neru's arm and asked him. Neru looked down at the Grand Elder's newly created child and explained seriously. He is training. Can you train just by sitting there without moving? The child questions were always numerous. Well, the Grand Elder said it was possible. I don't know. So amazing. Neru smiled and patted the child's head, who looked at him with admiration. Yes, it's amazing. That guy Piccolo has been working so hard. The Namekians indeed possess various magical abilities. 3 years was more than enough for Piccolo, who absorbed all of the old Piccolo's essence, to grow into his youth phase. During the 2 years on Namek, Piccolo undoubtedly broke through one limit after another, which everyone witnessed. A person's perspective is undoubtedly very important. What Piccolo learned and saw in these 2 years is completely incomparable to his solitary training in the original story. The Grand Elder's guidance, the Namekian sparring partners, combined with his own persistent training, was enough to unleash the immense energy from Piccolo's already extraordinary body. The Piccolo Demon King from back then could indeed not be compared to the Piccolo of now. At this moment, Piccolo, wearing a white cloak, sat alone on a rock. This had become a unique scenery of Namek. Brother Neru, why doesn't Piccolo like to talk? Doesn't he like us? The child asked again. Well, this question. Neru shook his head and said helplessly, that guy, he has declared that he will surpass all of us. So, of course, he is a bit aloof. Oh, will he become stronger than Brother Neru? Neru lowered his head and replied, maybe, but I won't give up so easily. The little Namekian shrank his head and nodded, feeling somewhat impressed, but not quite understanding. Soon after, Neru returned to the elder's side. Elder, Neru said softly. Hasn't that child let go of his obsession yet? The elder murmured. After a while, Neru made up his mind and said to the elder, Elder, can we keep Piccolo on Namek? That way, he won't have any more conflicts with Earth, and besides, he is originally one of the Namekian people. Ahem. The elder spoke as if he were always deliberate. Child, you underestimate Piccolo too much. Some things he has already come to terms with. He just doesn't want to admit it. Is that so? Neru clenched his fists, feeling uncomfortable but unwilling to oppose the elder's words. The elder seemed to sense something and shifted his gaze. Just then, a voice rang in Neru's ear. Elder and Neru, long time no see. In an instant, Tien appeared before the two. Tien? Neru's tense expression eased considerably. Ahaha, Smithy, When it comes to long distances, it's much more convenient to teleport directly to someone's side. Don scratched his head. It was indeed very rude to appear directly in front of others. By the way, I'm here to take Piccolo back to Earth. Don stated his purpose. After a moment of silence, Neru calmly looked at Don and said flatly, Don, Piccolo is clearly a Namekian. Why does he have to go back to Earth? A what? Tang En was stunned upon hearing this. What's going on? Shouldn't Piccolo be on Earth? Although he is a Namekian. Oh, right. At this moment, Tang En indeed realized that Piccolo is a genuine Namekian. Moreover, he had been left here since childhood. His operation this time was indeed not very thorough. However, Neru's opinion was not important. But if the Grand Elder, or even Piccolo himself, thought the same way, wouldn't that mean there was no hope at all? Tarn still respects the Elder greatly. After all, he has helped him a lot. Although the planet Namek is vast, life is extremely scarce. There are almost scattered rocks and lakes everywhere. Bix sat cross-legged. His tightly closed eyes suddenly brightened. The stones around him began to rise with a rumbling sound, and a white aura erupted from Bix's body, causing cracks to appear in the stones beneath him. With a long roar, a violent aura burst forth. A whirlwind surrounded Bix, lifting him into the air. The fragments of stone around Bix swirled together, spiraling upward. Then, Bix stood up in midair, clenched his fist tightly, and with sharp eyes. He unleashed a powerful energy blast forward. The energy blast surged forth, reducing everything to ashes. At this moment, Tarn, still beside the Elder, couldn't help but wonder. After all, Bix now has none of the experiences he had on Earth. Tang En glanced at the Grand Elder. From the Grand Elder's expression, he seemed indifferent about this matter, which eased Tang En's mind a little. What's wrong? Are you trying to take our Earth's warrior from me? Tang En said playfully. Just kidding. How could a super Namek like Piccolo give up? As soon as he merges with the Supreme Being, he instantly becomes a Super Saiyan. Nella didn't want to argue with him any longer. He just snorted and fell silent. Regardless, Piccolo was right there when Tang En was trying to persuade Nelu. A powerful aura suddenly startled Tang En, causing him to instinctively stop speaking. Correspondingly, Nelu also noticed this. Is that Piccolo? His power has improved again. Nelu explained. Piccolo? Tang En was puzzled. However, it was indeed his aura. He never expected that he had made such great progress. Tang En propped up his chin and said slowly, this is really surprising. It had only been 2 years since he arrived on Namek. And judging from the aura, just now, Piccolo's strength was already close to 10,000. Are you trying to scare me to death? Tang En silently complained. How did he train? Perhaps apart from Nail, Piccolo was already the strongest Namekian. I wonder if Sun Wukong can handle this guy. This is too overpowered. Tang En couldn't help but suspect that the Elder had unlocked his potential. Thinking of this, Tang En secretly regretted that he had let Sun Wukong have it too easy this year. He was not a qualified teacher, cough, cough, cough. He would definitely pay attention next time. At that moment, Piccolo in the distance opened his palm and tightened his grip. The surging power within him was constantly crashing against his flesh, which was alarming. For some reason, during those 2 years on Namek, his training had been extremely smooth. Moreover, because he never lacked opponents to spar with, combined with Piccolo's strong desire to become stronger, all these factors led to a huge change in Piccolo's strength. To be honest, even Piccolo himself was not aware of how strict he was with himself. Tang En touched his nose, feeling a bit uneasy. Is he going to give me a direct hit later? The despondent Piccolo indeed came to the Great Elder. Inside the Great Elder's place, there are 3 people, one of whom I didn't recognize. Piccolo's brain instinctively analyzed this information. Then, Joe, Piccolo, long time no see. Tang En greeted him casually. He was taken aback for a moment, but soon, Kakarot's fists were making loud, cracking sounds, his whole body trembled, and his face turned green with anger. Die for me. Kakarot aimed a sharp knife-hand strike at Tang En. Stop it. Kakarot. Nilu grabbed Kakarot's arm and pressed it down. Are you really going to make a move in front of the Elder? Kakarot suppressed his anger, his gaze fixed on Tang En, and the cape behind him was slightly trembling. Tang En pinched his own cheek and said, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll make you shit yourself. Tan felt that this little kid, Piccolo, was really too rebellious. I kindly taught you the principles of life. It's fine if you don't appreciate it. But why has it turned into animosity? Ugh. In the end, it was a misplaced effort. Piccolo struggled to divert his gaze. He had originally wanted to tell the Elder about his progress, but now he didn't want to say anything. Piccolo turned away from Tan. The Elder closed his eyes, completely ignoring the little scuffle below. Hey, should I call you the 2nd generation of demons, Or should I just call you Piccolo? Tan said to Piccolo. Piccolo remained unmoved. Are you here seeking death? Piccolo retorted. Of course not. I'm the most afraid of death. I'm here to take you back to Earth. Back to Earth? Piccolo was surprised. He never thought he would be able to return there. Moreover, after realizing that he was indeed a Namekian, he had gradually tried to adapt to this place. Yeah, Earth is your real home, the place where you were born. Tang En began to enter an emotional mode. Bicker clenched his fists and said loudly, Stop saying such nonsense. State your purpose. I don't believe Earthlings will welcome me. Tang En sighed to himself. This kid's awareness is quite high. However, today you encountered me, Tang, and whether you want to or not, you have to leave. Tang En continued to persuade. We have never hated you. After all, you haven't done anything morally wrong. I said before, the evil will end with your father, and you don't need to bear anything for it. Since Bick had his back turned to Tang En, he couldn't see Bick's expression. Moreover, I originally brought you here to help you understand your identity. Now that my purpose has been achieved, of course I will take you back. Bick remained silent for a moment, and then said again, I don't need your pity. Just go away, for the sake of the great elder. I won't hold past matters against you. Wow. Tang En didn't expect this guy to be so tough. He should have held back a bit more back then. You're not planning to take revenge on me? Bick glared at Tang En, feeling that this person was quite detestable. Don was choked by the glare and said reluctantly, I and the gods will miss you. Piccolo gritted his teeth, nearly unable to tolerate this statement. At that moment, the Grand Elder finally spoke. Piccolo. Piccolo's attention immediately focused on the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, child, go with Don. Your destiny is not on this planet. Piccolo was stunned and couldn't help but ask why. After experiencing so many changes, Piccolo was very sensitive, especially towards those he cherished. Does the Grand Elder think I shouldn't have come to Namek? Ah. Silly child. The Grand Elder's face showed distress. Child, I truly hope you can understand this world. The Grand Elder continued, Put down your guard. Piccolo, you are not alone. Piccolo was stunned, silently savoring the Grand Elder's words. Tang En became an audience member and witnessed how the Elder easily made Piccolo obedient with just a few words. This made him awkwardly scratch his head. Wasn't it said that he had a close affinity with Namekians? Why wasn't this reflected in Piccolo at all? After a while, Piccolo suddenly turned around and coldly said, If that's the case, don't regret it. I will return to Earth, but I won't follow anyone's orders. Once I surpass all of you, I will rule that world again. Ah, this proud little guy, Tang En was very surprised. The fact that he could say this sentence indicated that the hatred had completely disappeared. Still young, huh? Piccolo's somewhat cringeworthy statement might make him feel embarrassed later. It's a deal, Tang En said. With my help, you think you can become number one on Earth? Dream on. The Elder regained his calm and said nothing. Piccolo. Neru called out. Piccolo turned to look at Neru. Don't kill innocents. Tian Un. Peak. Peak agreed to return to Earth. Instant transmission. Earth. Wow. Cough, cough. What the hell is this place? So much water. Flying puff. Leaping out of the water. What are you doing? Peak. I star you star. Are you asking me? Tao En and Baika floated up into the air. It turned out that just now, Tao En had teleported directly into the sea. As expected, if you move too far, you still have to stay focused. This was Tao En's first mistake, and he fell into Baiku's hands. If he had known, he wouldn't have tried to show off. A momentary lapse. Ha ha ha. Tao En epalayeist. Baiku kept a cold face and said nothing, preparing to leave. Where are you going? Tao En asked. What is it to you? Dei kiskivi kori plead. You should go to the martial arts tournament in a week. Don told Piccolo about the martial arts tournament on Namek. Aren't you afraid I'll kill? Piccolo asked ominously. Not afraid. Don replied. Oh, do you think anyone there will be able to challenge me? Piccolo said displeased. Hey, you don't think I don't know your current strength, do you? Piccolo was aware that Don wouldn't participate in this tournament. I know, but we haven't wasted the past 2 years. Don spoke for everyone. Oh, then I can't wait to see who can become my opponent. Piccolo crossed his arms and flew away from the place. Tang En felt a sense of relief in his heart. Now it was good. Bick would probably never forget him. Suddenly, a wave surged forth, and a massive whale leaped out of the water, swallowing Tang En whole. Wow, this whale seemed a bit dull, but luckily I'm in a good mood today. Instant teleportation. In the remaining 7 days, countless martial artists from across the country gathered on the newly emerging Torman Island. It was the new venue for the world's #1 martial arts competition. Media and reporters began to flock into the area. The results of years of martial arts preparation were finally about to be presented. This time, The martial arts competition not only gathered all the strong fighters from around the world, but also truly attracted global attention. In these two aspects, it could be called a significant leap. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others left the temple a week before the competition, all aiming to get their bodies back to their best condition. Currently, each of them had mastered the technique of flying, eliminating any concerns about transportation. Wukong would definitely be the first-place winner, which was truly frustrating, Krillin thought to himself, convincing himself that if he encountered Wukong, he must not lose too badly. They had all practiced together in the temple, and each had a good understanding of the other's strengths. Attention! No reporters are allowed to enter and disturb the initial rounds of the competition. A staff member came out to maintain order at the entrance. Today was the initial round of the martial arts competition, and the venue became extraordinarily lively. After several rounds of selection, a total of 1,082 contestants participated in this martial arts event. Since Sun Wukong and the others had performed well in previous competitions, they could directly participate in the initial round. The rules have changed so much. The initial rounds have become this strict, Krillin said anxiously. He didn't expect that these contestants had already competed against each other once before. It wasn't that Krillin was afraid of the others. He just felt uncomfortable in the unfamiliar venue. I feel the same way, Jiaozi nodded. All contestants must present their entry tickets for identity verification before entering. Those who performed well in this competition would be invited to join the Guardians Alliance. There was a chance to receive guidance from the god of martial arts. Government-invited reporters could enter through the south gate, and noise was prohibited. Turn right upon entering. It was just a series of shouting and promotions. It was really a headache. Where can we get our tickets? Sun Wukong scratched his head and said to Krillin. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Due to the competition's regulations, Master Roshi, Lan Shi, and others were unable to attend the event. Now only Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Rim were left, all of whom had muscles in their brains. Wukong, Krillin, everyone, I found it. Oolong ran over and said to everyone. Tang En has already prepared entry tickets for everyone, and we can enter now. Really? That's great. Thank you, Oolong. Immediately, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Maslow, and the other 6 followed Oolong in line to prepare to enter. Oolong, you didn't participate in the competition. Can you still get in? Sun Wukong asked curiously. What? This kind of thing is something Tang En can easily arrange. Oolong replied. Wow, that's amazing. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Even so, everyone's enthusiasm was not very high. Even Maslow, who usually talked a lot, felt a bit uncomfortable facing all the cameras directed at him. Mr. Click, how did you go about your training? After going through the layers of selection nationwide to enter the competition, what are your thoughts? Excuse me. Many reporters seized the opportunity to ask questions non-stop, a scene that was almost everywhere. Suddenly, Maslow felt that this really insulted his training. Moreover, this feeling was particularly pronounced when Maslow saw some people who were using tricks in front of the camera. Isn't the purpose of our training just to improve ourselves? Fortunately, once they entered the martial arts hall, the reporters outside were stopped. Only a very few reporters who had received government approval could enter, which allowed Sun Wukong and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. I came house, Master Roshi. The competition is about to start. I see Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Krillin are also there. Lan Shi said to Master Roshi. Master Roshi moved the newspaper away from his head and glanced at the screen. It was just a glance. Then he continued to fall asleep, mumbling, the champion will definitely be Wukong and the others. This kind of competition is meaningless. Really? I think Tianjin Fan also has a chance to win. Lan Shi said cautiously. Lan Shi waited for a long time, but did not receive a response from Master Roshi. Lan Shi turned to look. Master? ZZZ. He was asleep. Seeing that Master Roshi was asleep, Lan Shi gently covered him with a blanket. Then she rested her chin on her hands and seriously stared at the screen. Indeed, for true martial artists, such a competition filled with profit-seeking would make them uncomfortable. But who can clearly say what is right or wrong? Perhaps this is the sadness of martial arts, as practitioners become obsessed with fame and profit. Or maybe the older generation of martial artists is really getting old. The new era has truly arrived? Tang En is unclear, and he cannot control the hearts of the people. Right and wrong can only be revealed by the future. Wow, this martial arts tournament seems to have completely changed. Bulma said to Tang En. Tang En nodded. That's right. Both of them are at the top level of the martial arts arena, making it convenient for both visibility and access. Regarding the various situations of the martial arts tournament, Tang En definitely understands it better. However, compared to everyone else, Tang En might find it easier to accept this point. After all, it's something that must be changed. And as for reforms, it's normal for problems to arise. We can continue to improve afterwards, but we can't just deny the current situation outright. Wukong and the others are probably going to have a headache. I don't see them becoming stars at all. Bulma complained. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. This is what they asked for, Tang En shrugged. They've been in the temple all this time. How would they know what is happening in the martial arts world below? You're so bad for not telling them. Don laughed heartily. Why? Don wasn't quite sure either. Tang En was seriously searching for an answer in his mind. Perhaps he just wanted to spare Wukong from having to work hard. In a way, it was somewhat bittersweet. Although the parties involved didn't feel that it was too difficult. Forget it, they probably wouldn't participate in the martial arts tournament anymore. Tarn held Bulma's hand and continued, after this battle. They must be very clear about the gap between themselves and ordinary Earthlings. For a long time, there shouldn't be any Earthlings who can reach their level. Tarn took a moment to calm himself. A familiar aura appeared in his perception. It was Piccolo. He really had come. Bulma, let me take you to meet a friend. Tarn said. Okay. Bulma followed Tarn. At this moment, Piccolo was wearing a white headband, and his appearance was already the same as in the original story. There's no helping it. The appearance of Demon King Piccolo is already well known on Earth. Even the proud Piccolo had to do this to avoid trouble. Senior brother, Tarn. Tang En turned around and saw that Sun Wukong and the others had arrived. Everyone long time no see. The group walked over. Krillin nudged Tang En with his elbow. What silly talk are you saying? We saw each other just a week ago. Ha ha ha. Tang En laughed. Isn't that right, Wukong? Hey, Wukong. Krillin looked at Wukong. But at that moment, Wukong could only tilt his head to ask. At that moment, Wukong seemed to have spotted prey and was quietly staring at him. Arriba? Tang En smacked his lips, noticing the other party so quickly. Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances, and at that moment, Wukong suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. His gaze became resolute, and his tall figure added a touch of sternness. Tang En nodded, as expected. Asuri. Primeju zunat od fora moment. Sun Wukong scratched his head, revealing a silly grin. Tang En, damn it. Are you kidding me? At this moment, Tang En was about to introduce Bic to everyone. But Bic dramatically tossed his cape and left without looking back. Is this the person you said could be my rival? Tang En, you can sometimes be so short-sighted. Let me prove how foolish you are. This made Tang En stop mid-sentence, his arm raised momentarily unsure of where to go. Is this Tang En? Is it your friend? What a terrible personality. Bulma said to Tang En. Exactly. He looks like a rude person. Oolong chimed in. Master Oolong finally understood that as long as he followed Tang En and Bulma, he would always see beautiful ladies. Long live Bulma. Goku, do you know him too? Krillin asked. No, I just feel like he's really strong. I really want to fight him. Goku said shyly. Krillin smiled, thinking you better not be joking. Don didn't participate. How could anyone possibly defeat you? Krillin thought. Soon he would be the son of the Demon King Piccolo. Tien Shinhan said. Oh, so it turns out. Huh? What? Everyone looked at Tien Shinhan. Ting! Kaiatsu called out. Tien Shinhan became serious and said again. There's no mistake. His appearance is exactly like the Demon King Piccolo that Don defeated. Tien Shinhan was also filled with fighting spirit. It's been 3 years, and finally, I will face you again. This time, I will never lose to you again. Everyone looked at Don, preparing to confirm. Yes, but the situation is quite complicated, anyway. Piccolo's nature isn't bad. Oh, is that so? Masako scratched his head, accepting it reluctantly. After all, he is the legendary Demon King, even though everyone's strength has long surpassed them. However, without a reference, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Krillin couldn't help but take a step back, thinking to himself, could it be that the Don in front of us is being controlled by the Demon King? How terrifying. How could he speak for that kind of Demon King? Goku, on the other hand, was indifferent and even excited. I will definitely defeat him, Sun Wukong said confidently. Tarn let out explaining his views to everyone again. In the distance, Piccolo, who was concealing his presence, leaned against a wall. His excellent hearing as an Namekian came into play. Why would I care about that guy's opinion? Piccolo struggled internally and continued to move away from the area. Goku? A sweet voice rang out. Everyone was stunned. Who is this beautiful girl? Who are you? Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask. Then, with a flurry of sounds, the girl got angry and started punching Sun Wukong. She turned and walked away decisively, leaving Wukong and the others in a daze. So who was that? Krillin couldn't help but tear up, shaking Wukong's chest. This scene, it's incredible. Those who understood knew it was dissatisfaction with his buddy possibly being single. while those who didn't might think she was a little wife upset by her husband's infidelity. Why is it that everyone trains together? And you get to know such a cute girl. I don't know either. It's so inexplicable. Wukong recalled seriously, and it seemed he really had no impression. Of course, Wukong's memory was reserved for eating and training. Soon, as time passed, more and more martial artists entered the venue. Mr. Tarn, are you really as strong as on TV? Please tell me how to. Mr. Tianjin, I heard you saved His Majesty the King and General Pierce. How did you? Mr. Rem, it said that the Tianyi school has become on par with the Turtle school. A few approved reporters and media approached carefully, inquiring about everyone. The ones looking for Tarn and Tianjin were the most numerous, as both had contributed during the previous crisis. Next were Maslow and Rem, as both had their own circles and still bore the title of the Tianyi school. The two had become top figures in this school, leading a large number of martial artists. They could be considered successful in their careers. Even Sun Wukong, who trained all day, attracted cute girls. Tang En answered a few simple questions and then dismissed the media. After all, they were still chatting. Hey, Krillin, are you feeling unwell? Sun Wukong asked kindly. Krillin's mouth formed a wavy line, trembling slightly. Krillin, woo-woo. After a while, Tang En and Bulma arrived at the glass room on the top floor. Here, they could see all the arenas below, and no one could disturb them. The people below also couldn't see what was happening inside through the glass. I always feel like there should be a loudspeaker here, so we can cheer for Wukong and the others. Tang En said. Then why don't you just go down there and cheer for them? Wulong walked to the fridge, grabbed a cup of juice, inserted a straw, and said while drinking, if that's the case, I wouldn't get to experience such a cool screen. Wulong, give me a cup too, thanks. Tang En di maindith. You're getting worse and worse. Wulong reluctantly walked over. There's no one as warm and considerate as me, Lord Wulong, in the world. Then, Wulong handed a cup to Tang En and Bulma each. Arigato. At this moment, outside the arena, Sun Wukong and the others had also adjusted their states. However, for them, even with their eyes closed, they could handle the others. It's worth mentioning that the original rule of having 8 finalists in the preliminaries has now changed to 16. This was entirely due to the excessive number of participants. So the passing rate for the preliminaries was doubled. I announce, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament has now begun. We will now draw lots. The teams were divided into 10 columns, and then prepared at a visibly fast speed. I'm number 0119, Wukong, what's yours? Krillin immediately asked Wukong. Wow, what a big number. Wukong exclaimed. 0889, that's Wukong's number. Thank goodness, such a big difference, we shouldn't run into each other. Krillin patted his chest. Wukong, your match is in the afternoon. Jiaozi flew over and said to Sun Wukong, is the first match going to take that long? If that's the case, I'm really hungry. Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment. Soon after, Tianjin Fan, Maslow, Rem, and others also finished drawing lots. Due to the increased number of qualifiers, even if Jiaozi didn't cheat, everyone was still separated. Then, Tianjin Fan was the first to go on stage. I really have foresight. Waiting around in the martial arts arena all day is just too stupid. Focus. Focus. Bulmari maindi Tang En. For threes. Can't take it. Can't take it. Those 2 little ones. I won. Bulma cheered. You're cheating. Why do you never lose? This is too much. Wulong started to miscabaji. Stop talking nonsense. Just accept your punishment. Wulong reluctantly stuck another piece of paper on his face. But it didn't matter anymore, since Wulong's face was already covered. Knock, 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 come in. Tang En said. At this moment, an announcement sounded outside. Contestant number 0064, Tianjin Fan, 6 wins and 0 losses. Advances to the top 16. Wow, he passed the match in half an hour. Bulma exclaimed. What are you all playing? Tong Lia walked in and, seeing everyone having fun, couldn't help but ask. The person was indeed her. Duke King. Wulong shook his head, clearing all the little notes off. I, Lord Wulong, won't play anymore. I'm going to cheer for Krillin and the others. What? Wulong, you're a coward. Bulma said discontentedly. Duke King? What a unique name. Tong Lia knelt beside everyone, curiously said. Of course, that's the name I got. That's really disrespectful to the Duke. That said, Tong Lia didn't seem unhappy, just closed her eyes and smiled. So, is there something you need? Tang En asked. After all, whenever Tong Lia came to find him, it was usually for something. Yes, among the participants. There is a very difficult character. Don raised himself up and curiously asked, who is it? Of course, Sir Don could defeat even the Dark Lord. So dealing with him was naturally not a problem. However, he had once been the world's #1 assassin and had worked for the Red Ribbon Army. So I felt he still needed to be taken seriously. Oh, Don recognized this description. The world's #1 assassin. Is it Tao Bai? Don asked. Exactly. Sir Don knows well. I wonder if you could tell me more about his specific strength? It would help us prepare. Tao Bai? I heard Dr. Jiro mention him not long ago. After being severely injured by Sun Wukong, he crawled pitifully to Dr. Jiro. With his help, he became a half-mechanical android. How tragic. Tao Bai is indeed a very powerful martial artist. You all better not confront him head-on, or many will sacrifice for nothing. Moreover, he has now been transformed into a half-mechanical state, and he cannot be contained in an ordinary prison. Hearing Don say this, Tong Lia felt somewhat disheartened. I hope a hero as powerful as that can appear in the special forces soon. Tong Lia said, do you need my help? For Don, it was completely a piece of cake. That would be greatly appreciated. All right, let me check the situation first. An unexpected scene unfolded below. The originally weak Dumpling had become stronger. Traitor, Tao Bai, trembling and shaking uncontrollably, was almost driven mad. When, Tao Bai, the world's #1 assassin, couldn't he even defeat my own disciple? And it's that little guy who only follows Tianjin Fan around. Tao Bai released the mechanism on his arm, ready to fire at Dumpling. Dumpling, Tianjin Fan shouted. Tion, Dumpling was in a dilemma. He still didn't want to hurt this former master, and was even somewhat afraid of him. Although Dumpling was now stronger than Tao Bai. I will kill all of you. Tao Bai Zhao. Soon, everyone knew what was happening here. Tao Bai. Weapons are prohibited in the competition. You have been eliminated. The referee said. I announce. Dumpling has 6 wins and 0 losses, entering the top 16. Tao Bai was deaf to this, his face twisted with rage. Tianjin Fan. What should I do? Dumpling stepped back a few paces and asked Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly, watching the crazed Tao Bai then Dumpling. I want to allow you to hurt yourself. Tianjin Fan shouted. Yes, Tion. Dumpling jolted and then calmed down, starting to gather his spirits. This situation was captured on camera and reflected on the screen in Don's room. Dumpling want to get hurt, right? Bulma said with some concern. After all, Dumpling didn't seem capable of defeating such a terrifying guy. The world's #1 assassin, don't worry, Tang En said. After all, from the breath. The Dumplings have already surpassed Tao Bai by a level. With words like that, it seems I don't need to help you anymore. Tang En noticed the situation and said to Tong Lia. Tong Lia covered her mouth slightly. So, the original little guy has already surpassed the terrifying Tao Bai? They are indeed impressive. After training in the temple, the Z fighters have become much stronger than before. Super Dodone Wave. Tao Bai shouted, as the cannon in his arm emitted a bright glow. Vushing boom. The energy wave shot out from the cannon. Jiaozi closed his eyes and unleashed all his powers to block the trajectory of the Super Dodone Wave. With a loud explosion, the surface of the arena cracked with numerous fissures. The attention of the entire venue was drawn to it. Did they encounter such a monster in the preliminary round? A burly snotty boy took 2 steps back and started crying. Mom, I want to go home. That's Jiaozi's match. Maslow said. Is the enemy tough? Rim asked worriedly. Since currently only Tianjin Fan had finished his match, he was by Jiaozi's side. The others quickly rushed over. As the dust settled, Jiaozi patted his clothes, feeling puzzled. He didn't feel the slightest bit of damage just now. Everyone looked to the opposite side. The original Tao Bai was covered in blood again. One of his arms completely blown to pieces. He was now lying in a deep pit on the arena, looking like he was running out of breath. Had the Super Dodone Wave rebounded back instantly? Tianjin Fan quickly analyzed. I'm sorry, Master Tao Bai. Tianjin Fan's face was grim, but he still made a decision. Indeed, friends are important. Maslow advances to the top 16. Rem advances. Krillin. Son Goku advances to the top 16. After a full day of selection, each arena announced their advancing contestants. Goku, that person really advanced. Krillin glanced at Piccolo, who had his back to everyone, and said to Son Goku, yeah, also, that girl who doesn't want to reveal her name. Do you really not know her? Oh dear, I have no impression at all. Son Goku scratched his head, unable to think of it. After the preliminaries ended, everyone took a break to conserve energy for the next day's competition. Tang En. The results are out. Here is the list of those who advanced. That night, the staff brought over a list. As a major shareholder of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Tang En expressed that the people below really understood the situation. Speaking of this, it's inevitable to mention that since Tang En is recognized as the new god of martial arts, the World Martial Arts Tournament had invited him to serve as a director. Tang En found it very interesting. Being a chairman was an experience he had never had before. Of course, when it comes to money, he still had to rely on Bulma. As the richest person in the world, Bulma said it was just a drop in the bucket. This display of wealth made Tang En exclaim that she was quite experienced. So, Tang En waved his hand and directly became a major shareholder on par with the Earth government. To be honest, the reaction this time was indeed different from usual. Perhaps he could even make quite a bit of money. Of course, money in the Dragon Ball world is really quite trivial. Strength is the true path. With this arrangement, they should be grouped together, and remember, don't assign the guy with the same name as the Demon King to Goku too early. Tang En covered the staff member's ears with his hand and quietly set the order of the competition. The staff member wiped his sweat. How could they decide the competition order in such a public setting? The suited staff member turned to look at Tong Lia, his gaze asking for clarification. Mr. Tang En's meaning is my meaning. Tong Lia smiled and said, just kidding. As a government representative, he certainly didn't want to offend Tang En over such a trivial matter. This person could change the world by himself. Okay, got it. The suited man took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and quickly replied, oh, I'm such an evil capitalist. Once the suited man left the room, Tang En began to reflect. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle at Tang En's antics. This way, Goku and the others wouldn't meet in advance. Why hadn't I thought of this method before? Bulma seemed to have opened a door. I can't stand rich people. Oolong scoffed. Then let's go back. After a night's rest, the upcoming competition should be quite exciting. Tang En stood up and spoke to the crowd. The next day, as usual, the top 16 matches were moved outdoors. This way, the powerful martial artists wouldn't damage the expensive indoor decorations. According to Tang En's decision, the originally brown-haired, black-suited, diligent host was also taking on this role. Thus, a voting process with hidden agendas began on the field. In fact, using dumplings or Tang En's superpowers could definitely achieve the same effect. But it didn't matter. Tang En just thought it would be interesting to do so. Moreover, it only shuffled the order to prevent powerful opponents from facing each other too early. Tang En, you're here. Sun Wukong greeted Tang En. Hello, senior brother. This was Maslow. Bulma-san, thank you for coming to cheer for us. Krillin expressed his gratitude. The martial arts tournament outside still largely resembled the original world's top martial arts tournament. The only difference was that the scope was larger, although the arena had not changed. Wow, everyone has improved so much, it's really surprising, Tang En said. At this moment, both Krillin and Wukong had changed into Turtle School martial arts uniforms, and Tianjin Fan, Rim, Maslow, and others were all in high spirits, giving a refreshing feeling. Let's go. Everyone, Oolong shouted. Soon, each competitor selected their opponents. Tornbuma and the others stood together, watching the match on the field. The first match was with Piccolo. His appearance completely caught the attention of Sun Wukong and the others. Let me see the results of your training. Tianjin Han clenched his fists secretly. He had gone through very arduous training to reach this point. At this moment, Tianjin Han believed he was already very powerful. If he could go back to the past, Tianjin Han guaranteed that he could easily defeat the Piccolo Daimao of that time. The opponent facing Piccolo was a strong middle-aged man. Torn just glanced at him and had no impression. Although his strength was already considered strong among ordinary people, especially given the general enhancement of Earth's people, his aura was still too weak, with a battle power of no more than 50 at most. Sure enough, after just one round, the middle-aged man fell to the ground. No different from those who faced Piccolo in the preliminaries. The contestant Juji has fainted. Contestant Piccolo wins. Piccolo turned and left, passing by Torn and his group. Piccolo stopped because Torn had grabbed him. What are you doing? Piccolo shouted angrily. Forget it. Put on a long face. You can go. Tang En originally wanted to chat with Bic, but Bic dramatically shrugged off his cloak and left coldly, in a cool way. Hey Tang En, how do you know this guy? Clin asked curiously. After all, this person in front of them was the true candidate for killing Demon King Bic. Huh? Tang En mushbusheld. Didn't the Supreme Kai tell you guys? What? Clin asked again. I see, then it's nothing. After that, Tang En turned to look at Tianjin Fan, only to find that he also had questions. It shouldn't be. Have they really never seen the Supreme Kai? That's too ridiculous. Don't you think Demon King Bic and the Supreme Kai look very similar? Tang En asked. What does that mean? What? Really? But we've never seen Demon King Bic, Maslow said. Goku responded. Now that you mention it, I always felt Bic's energy was very familiar. Tang En nodded. It seemed that Sun Wukong had spent quite a long time with the gods. Although there was a significant power gap between the gods and Piccolo, he was still able to recognize them by their aura. Tang En finally understood that aside from Tianjin Fan, no one else had seen the great Demon King Piccolo. Yet, Tianjin Fan had never encountered the god. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had only received training from Bobo, learned to sense energy, and then followed Bobo's introduction to leave the temple in search of Tang En. How amazing! Even more astonishing was how clueless Goku and the others were when it came to recognizing people. Piccolo merely wore a hat, changed his clothes, and looked a bit younger. Just this disguise was enough to fool them? This was too dramatic, oh no. It was comic-like. It reminded him of certain plot lines from his previous life where women disguised as men. Well, the reason the god didn't approach them might be that he was afraid it would be difficult for them to take action. Tang En speculative silently. Then I'll tell them after the match. If I tell them now that killing Piccolo would mean the death of the god, it might really have some impact. Especially on Goku. After all, according to the current basic strength, Goku is still not as strong as Piccolo. Let Goku use whatever means he has. At this point, Tang En glanced at Goku again. Impressive. He has become much stronger than a week ago. Although there was no change in Goku's breath, Tang En still noticed it. He was quite looking forward to the match between Goku and Piccolo. Maybe Goku could actually win? After Piccolo, Goku and the others began to fight their opponents one after another, and, of course, the results were unquestionable. Soon, the first round of the top 16 matches ended. The final 8 were Piccolo, Ten, Kaiatsu, Goku, Maslow, Krillin, Rem, and Chi-Chi. This was completely expected. It's just a child's play match. Piccolo snorted coldly and said arrogantly. In Piccolo's view, the strength of everyone could be seen at a glance, so why bother with such troublesome rankings? Looking at the group of people below who were gathered together eating, chatting, and joking, Piccolo snorted coldly and turned away. The next matches were also decided. In the first match, Rem would face Kaiatsu. In the second match, Tien would face Maslow. In the third match, Piccolo would face Krillin. In the fourth match, Goku would face Chi-Chi. Currently, Tang En, Bulma, and others were having a meal together. Tien, I won't hold back later. Meshlo Nuchtin. Neither will I. The two were originally at odds, but after fighting, they had long since resolved their grievances. If you don't work hard in training, I'll let Tien go easy on you later. Tang En said mercilessly, no way. Maslow was quite unconvinced. I've been studying hard. Do you dare to bet with me? If you lose, you won't eat this kind of pudding for 3 months. Tang En couldn't help but say, that little brat doesn't understand respect for his seniors. And he actually finished the big pudding on the dining table all by himself. How can that be? Maslow immediately realized his mistake and said apologetically, the first match, officially starting. After eating and drinking enough, the official match is about to begin. In fact, what Big thought wasn't unreasonable. Tang En was clear about everyone's strength in the field. For example, in this match, Rem was clearly much stronger than Dumpling. The outcome was almost determined. However, Tang En was still very willing to cheer for both of them. Go Dumpling. And you too, Senior Rem. Let's go. Superpowers are not omnipotent. One could even say that the stronger the ability, the stricter the requirements for superpowers. Especially for superpowered individuals like Dumpling, who specialize in control. In the early stages, one could dominate others completely, but as the enemy's strength increased, the margin for error decreased. A slight mistake or misstep could allow the opponent to close in quickly, catching one off guard. It truly reflects that saying, I can make countless mistakes, but you cannot make even one. As expected, Dumpling lost, and there was nothing more to say. What a pity, Tang En clicked his tongue. In fact, it wasn't a pity at all. The winner is Rem. Senior Rem is really strong. Maslow praised. It's up to you now, Rem said to Maslow. Maslow nodded seriously. In the second match, Maslow faced off against Tien Shinhan. Go Tien Shinhan, Dumpling shouted. Dumpling didn't care about his own win or loss. Soon, Tien Shinhan and Maslow jumped into the arena. Come on. Through media coverage, the whole world was watching this battle. Somewhere in the distance, Achu, Tien Shinhan. Hurry up and take down that little brat. Did you hear me? After hearing this, the sleeping Master Rashi in the Turtle Hermit house was startled awake and quickly hid under the table, covering his head with his hands. Lan Chi, calm down. Yelling like that, Tien Shinhan can't hear you. Stop talking nonsense, you old turtle. Bang. The table was kicked aside. Master Rashi successfully became Lan Chi's venting object, being shot at by a machine gun. Oh no. Master Rashi dodged left and right, completely losing any sleepiness and quickly escaping from the Turtle Hermit house. So terrifying. Master Rashi touched his skin that had been hit by the machine gun. It hurt so much. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan was indeed exchanging blows with Maslow. Tianjin Fan nodded. Currently, the strength displayed by Tianjin Fan is on par with Maslow. But the truth is not as simple as it seems. flying, after images, aerial battles. And Kamehameha waves continued without interruption. Soon after, both sides engaged in a struggle. Once this round passed, the difference became apparent. Tang En showed no signs of fatigue, while Maslow had already started to exhaust his stamina. Tang En, the strength of Tang En is at least above 1800. One really can't underestimate these original work experts. Just a little guidance, and there's been such great progress. The willpower in martial arts is truly unwavering. Tang En felt it was necessary to learn from Tang En. Wow, that's impressive. Tang En has improved a lot. Sun Wukong exclaimed from his side. Hee, I didn't expect that kid Maslow to be so fast. I can barely keep up, Krillin said, crossing his arms. After 2 minutes, the winner was already determined. In fact, their match was more like an exchange of skills. It was never a serious fight. There were no significant lethal attacks either. Tang En seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful headbutt, knocking Maslow out of the ring. Tang En wins. He helped Maslow up, and they exchanged smiles. Next, the two walked back into the arena. Not bad. You made such great progress. I take back what I said about you not working hard. Tang En and Maslow bumped fists. Thank you, senior brother. Maslow felt a bit of his previous gloom dissipate at Tang En's praise. Even though Tang En was no longer working at the Tianyi martial arts school, Maslow still liked to call him that senior brother. The third match, Klin versus Piccolo. Go Klin. Show that weirdo what's what. Bulma cheered for Klin. Okay. Klin said nervously as he walked onto the stage. Why did I have to face the ruthless demon king Piccolo? I'm so unlucky. Piccolo flew onto the arena with a flashy technique. Make your move. If I get a strike first, you won't have a chance. Piccolo said coldly. Klin bit his lip and took his stance. Klin, believe in yourself. You're not who you used to be. Klin encouraged himself. Go for it, Klin. Son Goku shouted loudly. I will. Klin responded slightly, then locked his gaze on Piccolo's eyes. Suddenly, Klin flew out and launched an attack on Piccolo. Tong Leo watched the battle intently, already knowing that Piccolo was the original Demon King. How's it going? Tong Leo asked Bulma. No problem. I've already changed Piccolo's name. It shouldn't cause panic. Tong Leo nodded while gripping the railing. However, she truly didn't understand why Tang En, who had killed Piccolo's father, ended up becoming Piccolo's friend. It was what it was. Bang! At that moment in the arena, the two were testing each other. Now, Klin had fought Piccolo for dozens of rounds. With no clear winner, Piccolo was still holding back. Stubborn as a dead duck, Tang En thought to himself. Get out of here. Piccolo grabbed Klin's fists and threw him out of the ring. Klin couldn't pull his wrists free in time and was thrown out quickly by Piccolo. Bang! In midair, Klin flipped a couple of times and managed to stabilize himself, now facing away from Piccolo as if brewing something. Piccolo remained expressionless. Suddenly, Klin turned around, a round energy ball forming in his hand. Take this. Energy blade. Whoosh. The energy blade shot towards Piccolo. Klin's new move had finally been born. However, it was of no use. Piccolo momentarily froze, clearly not realizing that Klin had this hidden trick. Caught off guard, Piccolo indeed felt a hint of crisis from the attack. Dodge. Piccolo tilted his head, and the energy blade whizzed past his ear. Swish. The move penetrated the ground, slicing through the arena like cutting tofu. TCH. Piccolo's face turned slightly pale. This move was sharper than he had imagined. Then, Piccolo vanished from the arena. No, he disappeared. In the sky. Klin had yet to recover from the disappointment of missing his attack and was forced to gather his spirits to search for Piccolo's location. What a pity. Tang En tapped his arm. Klin was about to lose. Crack. Piccolo suddenly appeared and delivered a side kick, sending Klin flying. Boom. Klin flew out of the ring and crashed into a wall. The winner is Piccolo. Klin stood up from the ruins, clutching his arm. Looking very dejected. The gap is too big. That guy Piccolo is indeed very strong. Maslow clenched his fists, not knowing how Klin had lost just now. Ugh, yeah. Tang En looked at the already exited Piccolo, tightening his fists. With his superhuman vision and decent strength, Tang En believed he could have dodged Piccolo's last attack. Then, Tang En patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said, Go, Goku, your opponent is waiting for you. Okay. Goku took a deep breath. Honestly, he didn't want to fight this woman at all. Not only because she was weak, but also because the way she looked at him made Son Goku quite uncomfortable. It felt like she was blaming him. You have to win. Jiaozi flew over and said to Son Goku. Of course. Son Goku grinned and then walked onto the stage wearing a stylish Turtle School martial arts uniform. Tang En, standing next to Bulma, smiled slightly. Chi-Chi and Goku, those two. For them, Tang En didn't think Chi-Chi was unworthy of Goku, or that Goku was unworthy of Chi-Chi. Such thoughts were too childish. In the original story, although Chi-Chi held back Gohan's development, she, an ordinary person, managed to take care of a family of monstrous husbands and sons. Moreover, during most of her youthful years, her husband was either dead or off training. Who wouldn't have grievances over that? After all, the sacrifice was hers. And while Son Goku had saved the Earth multiple times, which was quite heroic, he had never shown any conscious care for Chi-Chi. Just being a husband, he was completely inadequate. That said, their lives were not for outsiders to interfere with, because no one had the right to judge how well others lived. Even Tang En didn't want to meddle in their relationship or dictate their future lives. There was no right or wrong between them. The only wrong was that the martial arts world had once ignored them. Get up, Goku! Klin's cheering voice woke Tang En from his daze. On the stage, unforgivable, Chi-Chi tightly pressed her lips together. Son Goku blinked his innocent eyes. Clearly, Chi-Chi was still very angry at that moment. Her promised fiancé didn't recognize her. Anyone would explode in anger. Son Goku, I will never forgive you. Son Goku looked completely dumbfounded. I still don't understand. Did you mix me up with someone else? Son Goku pointed to his own nose and asked, You definitely haven't made a mistake. You're Son Goku, right? Son Goku didn't reply. The match begins. As the host's voice fell, Chi-Chi immediately charged at Son Goku. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chi-Chi was already much stronger than an ordinary person as a child. Now she had some strength, but she was undoubtedly not on the same level as Goku at this moment. Chi-Chi's continuous kicks were all dodged by Son Goku. Hey, have we really met before? Son Goku cautiously asked while dodging. Without clarifying this matter, Son Goku truly had no mood to fight this girl. Hearing this, Chi-Chi became even angrier and didn't answer, only continuing her attacks. Son Goku jumped back to a distance. Really? When? Chi-Chi dashed over fiercely. It's because you forgot everything that I'm so angry. Wow. Sun Wukong wiped away a cold sweat. Hey, Chi-Chi kicked out heavily again. But I've been waiting for you. Krillin, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder, slammed his palm. Damn it. That guy Wukong really knows that girl, sob sob. Seeing that the other party finally spoke, Sun Wukong hurriedly continued to ask, Why are you waiting for me? You really forgot our promise, didn't you? Promise? Are you referring to me and you? Of course. Slap. Sun Wukong caught Chi-Chi's kick. Your skills are very similar to Master Roshi's, but I really can't remember when I met you. Sun Wukong let go of Chi-Chi's ankle and said blankly, What exactly did I promise you? You said you really can't remember, right? Chi-Chi lowered her head, suppressing her anger. Well, let me tell you, you once promised me that when I grew up, you would marry me as your bride. The audience, including Maslow and Rem, were all extremely surprised, and Krillin was about to bite his teeth to pieces. What's going on, Wukong? Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised by everyone's reaction. Looks like you finally remembered, Chi-Chi said lightly. Ahem. Sun Wukong took a step back, putting his hand to his mouth and said, Hey Don, what's a bride? Tell me quickly. This silence lasted for a whole year. To marry her as a bride means you two are getting married. Krillin couldn't help but shout. Wukong, you didn't do anything to let her down, did you? I really misjudged you. Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong and shouted. And from now on, you have to live together. You little brat. What did you have a marriage contract with such a lovely girl? So despicable. I didn't even know. Krillin was extremely jealous. Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Chi-Chi. Live together? With you? Sun Wukong's body suddenly shrank down, his mouth turning into a. Did I promise you such a thing? Who are you? Quickly tell me. Sun Wukong was clearly more anxious. There's really no way. Chi-Chi seemed to understand that Sun Wukong really forgot. Then I'll tell you, but you have to win against me first. Oh, really? That's great. Immediately, Sun Wukong straightened up. I thought I was going to live with a girl whose name I didn't know. Hee. So you're willing to say your name. Your tone seems to imply that you've already won, right? So naive, Chi-Chi said. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Yoshi, I will definitely win against you. Now I'm going to attack you. If you can attack me, feel free to make your move. Chi-Chi replied. All right. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. Then, Sun Wukong threw a simple punch, and the fist swept towards Chi-Chi with a furious wind. Bang! The fierce gust directly hit Chi-Chi, and unable to dodge in time. She was sent flying out of the ring. Outside the ring. Sun Wukong wins. The brown-haired referee couldn't understand this operation. Then, Sun Wukong half-squatted at the edge of the ring, asking Chi-Chi below. Now you can tell me who you really are, right? I really can't remember. It hurts. Chi-Chi hugged her head for a while before standing up and confessed her identity to Sun Wukong. I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Then what about that promise? Chi-Chi was also very anxious now. Wow. Sun Wukong scratched his head in surprise. I didn't expect that Chi-Chi has grown up so much. Ah, this is really a headache. I always thought a bride was something delicious. Chi-Chi lowered her head. Is that so? Well, it's okay. Since I promised you, then let's get married. Sun Wukong said frankly. The situation of Wukong and Chi-Chi getting married caused quite a stir at the martial arts tournament. And after that, half a day passed. The top 8 matches provided the contestants with ample rest time. Half a day passed, and finally, it was time for the next semi-finals. Go for it. Just got tired. Tianjin Fan, avenge me. Krillin placed his hopes on Tianjin Fan. I will definitely not lose to him. Tianjin Fan nodded seriously. Piccolo, this time I will never lose to you. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. Go for it, Tianjin Fan. Tao then shouted. Big strength is very strong. Tianjin Fan must know. There's no need to say much. I just need to support him. Go for it. Whoosh. The two of them rushed onto the stage. The first match of the top 4 in the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. The brown-haired referee waved his hand downwards, announcing the start of the match. Goku, can Tianjin Fan defeat his opponent? Chi-Chi asked. Tianjin Fan is a friend. The other person, who isn't standing with everyone, must be an enemy. I can't say for sure. Both of them are hiding their strength. Sun Wukong excitedly stared at the two on the field. The young Bick opened his tightly closed eyes, looking coldly at Tianjin Fan. I recognize you. You also have a part in killing my father. His tone was indifferent, making it hard to grasp his meaning. Come at me. Tianjin Fan stepped back half a step. Always ready. Then die as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Bick's eyes lit up. Then he suddenly rushed out, throwing a heavy punch straight at Tianjin Fan's right cheek. Faster than lightning. Bang! It struck Tianjin Fan squarely. Tianjin Fan was sent flying. Is he going to lose just like that? Bick showed a look of disdain. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi exclaimed in terror. So fast, Krillin said in shock. Maslow and Rem stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Tianjin Fan took such a heavy hit. This is not good. Bick relaxed his grip on Tianjin Fan's wrist. Easing his strength, twisted his neck, and his expression turned cold. TCH, Tianjin Fan's breathing was not even slightly disturbed. Are you mocking me? Bick said. Tianjin Fan slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, Is that all you've got? Clearly, you're the one mocking me. Show me the strength you used to defeat Krillin. Tianjin Fan noticed that his aura was steady. Indeed, his strength should not be underestimated. How has he trained? He has improved so much. Oh, it seems you're much more skilled than that little shorty. Piccolo said with a smirk. Piccolo, use all your strength. Haven't you always thought that such slow attacks are child's play? Tianjin Fan said calmly while staring at Piccolo. Oh, Piccolo uncrossed his arms and replied to Tianjin Fan. Is that so? You should choose your opponent wisely when seeking death. I'm not as merciful as that fool Don. Immediately after, Piccolo shouted and began to gather energy. Whoosh. A storm erupted centered around the arena. This energy is terrifying, Krillin thought, trembling, and then looked at Sun Wukong, who tightened his belt and appeared very excited. This aura has already surpassed Wukong, Krillin thought to himself, clenching his fists. I can only hope that Don is stronger than him. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what will happen next. The influence of Demon King Piccolo is still quite concerning. Damn it. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists and exhaled a long breath. Then his aura surged. Tianjin Fan is so strong. Rem exclaimed. I really don't know what has happened to Tianjin Fan. Maslow murmured. Hey, how do you know the strength of your opponent? Chi-Chi whispered, very curious. But no one noticed her at that moment. Your aura is not superior to mine. Piccolo smiled wickedly. Tianjin Fan remained unfazed. In battle, you can't just look at the aura. With a speed that seemed to create a sonic boom, Tianjin Fan punched Piccolo in the abdomen. Ugh, Piccolo esse angerfled. Then, Piccolo clenched his hands tightly and slammed them down towards Tianjin Fan's body. Tianjin Fan spun around and locked Piccolo from behind. Piccolo missed his strike and, seizing the opportunity before Tianjin Fan could exert force, quickly lifted his elbow to strike back at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan chose to retreat, avoiding the attack. Whoosh! Tianjin Fan, who took half a step back, flickered and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Boring trick. Piccolo felt slightly uncomfortable and then clenched his fists. Right here. Whoosh! It was an afterimage. Piccolo had anticipated this and was not curious. At this moment, Piccolo shot a blast of energy behind him. Boom! Not here. Whoosh. Tianjin Fan unexpectedly appeared right above Piccolo. Huh. A Kamehameha hit Piccolo on the head. Boom. Don couldn't help but nod as he watched. Compared to Tianjin Fan, Piccolo still seemed a bit inexperienced. He actually fell for that trick. With a thud, Tianjin Fan landed with a backflip. As the dust settled, Piccolo wiped the blood from his face that was caused by the scratch. He remained expressionless. Of course, Tianjin Fan would not miss this good opportunity and continued to attack Piccolo. Top, top, top. In an instant, Tianjin Fan was in front of Piccolo. Damn it. Piccolo noticed the situation, and his gaze became sharp. Give me a break, you bastard. Piccolo shouted. And a series of crashing sounds erupted in the air as he extended his hands to block all of Tianjin Fan's attacks. Slap. Finally, Tianjin Fan missed his strike and lost control of the round. But Tianjin Fan was not flustered and quickly retreated. This brought Piccolo an extremely unpleasant experience. Huh, are you still going to remain careless? Tianjin Fan calmly mocked Piccolo for standing still and allowing the enemy to attack. So strong, Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. Great, he actually gained the upper hand. Maslow said happily. A gust of wind blew by. Piccolo calmly stood in place. Slowly, Piccolo spoke. Is that so? Then you can come and try it out. After a pause, Piccolo continued. You won't be able to hit me with the same move again. Huh, what? Tianjin Fan was stunned, as if realizing something. Correspondingly, Don suddenly shivered, as if he had figured something out. Is Piccolo training himself? Each time he is just a bit stronger than his opponent. This is too. I see. What Piccolo lacks the most is experience in matches. After all, on Namek, Piccolo was too far apart from those Namekians. And when Piccolo was strong, only Nail was left to fight him. And, at that time, Nail was still much stronger than Piccolo. And these Earthlings are just right. They are not as strong as him, but have terrifying combat experience. Impressive. Understanding this, Don nodded seriously. Piccolo has always been very clear-headed. It's terrifying to think about. Don glanced at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression was calm, always composed. Has Wukong seen through it long ago? Tang En believes that his guess is correct. This is his intuition. For a moment, a thin layer of sweat trickles down his heart. I'm really too complacent. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than me here, but why am I so confused? Tang En reflected seriously and felt that he had indeed been too relaxed lately. So he quickly adjusted his expression. What's wrong, Tang En? Bulma looked at Tang En and asked with confusion. Ah, it's nothing, just thinking about some unhappy things. I always thought I was very clear-headed, even believed I was smarter than everyone else in this world. I was careless. From small things, Tang En suddenly had an epiphany. I must not let it go on like this. Tang En looked at the calm Sun Wukong, as well as Tianjin Fan and Piccolo on the field. At that moment, he felt that if he didn't work harder, he would really be surpassed. Although Tang En had been prepared for a long time, when the day actually arrived, how many people could truly remain calm? Tianjin Fan let out a breath again. Is that so? Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, his heart very complicated. Has he really not been using his full strength all along? That's truly disappointing. In that case, I'll use my final move to take you down in one go. Tianjin Fan decided to go all out, no longer giving Piccolo time to breathe. Come on, being able to kill me would be the best. Piccolo licked his lips. Is Tianjin Fan finally going to use his full strength? Could it be the Kikaho? Krillin asked. After all, the Kikaho had left a deep impression on Krillin in the previous martial arts tournament. It shouldn't be. Tang thought to himself. That move is indeed very powerful. If it could really hit Piccolo, it might just shatter him to pieces. But the Spirit Bomb is still too slow, both in terms of gathering energy and firing speed. It should be the four-way fist, Tang thought. However, if he uses that move, Tien will be close to losing as well. I didn't expect these two to be so strong, only now revealing their full strength. Maslow exclaimed, it seems he didn't lose unjustly. T-neck shield. This move, I have to thank you for it, Tang. Tien thought to himself. During this time, besides desperately increasing his own strength, Tien also developed two ultimate moves. One is the four-way fist, and the other is the move he is about to use now. Both are his ultimate techniques, but the four-way fist has a significant flaw. Tien didn't want to gamble, especially since he had a choice this time. Tien gathered his energy, gradually channeling it throughout his body. Tang perked up. What kind of move is this? Tianjin Fan was very curious. He had never seen this technique used by Tianjin Fan before. Immediately, Tianjin Fan's strength surprisingly increased again, shocking everyone. Is it possible to become even stronger? Clint exclaimed. He's already at a level of 6,500. Tang En thought to himself. Tianjin Fan, you truly are a martial arts genius. Without thinking, Tang En knew that this was a new technique that Tianjin Fan had developed on his own based on what he had described to him about the god fist. Tianjin Fan had actually condensed a breath of energy and stored it in his body in a special way. When needed, he would call it forth, integrating and compressing his own energy to achieve a short burst of power. But this would definitely cause some harm to his body. It had some effects similar to the Kaioken, but the principles were quite different and the effects were not as impressive. Nonetheless, it was already remarkable. Tianjin Fan really has a strong talent in martial arts. This is all my strength. If I lose, I will accept it. With a bang, Tianjin Fan burst forth, charging at Piccolo. With a series of clashes, the two soared into the sky, engaging in another round of fierce fighting. To reach this level, I admit, I really underestimated you, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo said confidently. Tianjin Fan's techniques made Tang En ponder deeply, and he carefully considered whether he could apply them to his own body. The result was temporarily negative. Tang En did not know how Tianjin Fan had stored his energy. As expected, some techniques only belonged to their inventor. Perhaps if Tang En consulted Tianjin Fan, he could gain insights into his martial arts. But Tang En did not have that thought. By the time Tang En came to his senses, Tianjin Fan had already lost. Well, it was still expected. Although he lost, there are no regrets. Don and others cheered for Tien Shinhan, and Tien Shinhan indeed remained unaffected. Indomitable, a true man. I declare that Piccolo has won. Tien Shinhan, you have really improved a lot. Sun Wukong encouraged Tien Shinhan, who was already feeling a bit exhausted. Huff. Tien Shinhan barely calmed his breathing and nodded with a smile. I hope you can defeat him for me. To be honest, I have no confidence at all. Sun Wukong said candidly. That guy is really strong. You can definitely do it. Tien Shinhan encouraged. Next, are you going to fight Wukong? Rem asked with a wry smile. His position in the top 4 is somewhat inflated. Forfeit. Let's skip it. Rem had privately consulted Sun Wukong many times and knew his chances were 0. Rem, this isn't like you. Maslow intentionally provoked. Bang. Ouch. I'm just self-aware. Don't blame me if I hit you back. Rem warned. Damn, you've already hit me before. Thanks, Rem. Sun Wukong waved his hand. The few of them were already quite familiar with each other. If it were a normal match, Rem wouldn't have surrendered. But under such circumstances, Rem hoped Sun Wukong could maintain better stamina and hidden cards. After watching Piccolo and Tien Shinhan's battle, everyone paid more attention to Sun Wukong's match. Next, the host began to announce Rem's forfeit, followed by a half-hour break. At that moment, high above in the distant temple, the god was observing the format of the next match. Piccolo, what kind of training did you undergo on Namek? The god leaned on his staff and said slowly. Long before Don sent Piccolo to Namek, he had already informed the god about the information regarding Namek. Like in the original story, the god felt emotional but did not demand to leave Earth and return to Namek. Mr. Popo, take me back. The god turned and said, God, aren't you going to watch the fight between Piccolo and Wukong? Popo asked. No need. Both of them have far surpassed me. I can't see anything. The god slowly returned to the temple. Popo followed behind. Popo felt that the god had also changed in another way. The god's aged face revealed a smile. Mr. Popo, nothing can be hidden from you. Indeed, no matter how evil a person is, once they have family ties, they can become gentle. Piccolo will never become a demon king again. The god entered the temple. However, at this moment, the god thought of another matter. After this match ends, if Wukong wants to continue getting stronger, then he should be sent to that place. Popo and I can no longer teach them anything. I hope Lord King Kai will have a way. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, the finals officially began. You are indeed strong, Piccolo. Sun Wukong continued. I can't wait to compete with you. Piccolo had a blank expression, his face like that of a zombie. That's what I wanted to say. And Piccolo paused. If you are as weak as that person just now, I will be very angry. After saying this, Piccolo glanced at Don. Tien Shinhan is not weak. He is very strong. Sun Wukong spoke up for Tien Shinhan. Only the weak would think that. Outside the ring, Don placed his arms behind his head and seriously watched the action in the arena. Sun Wukong's current strength was only 5,000, unless something unexpected happened. He should have hidden strength. However, he still had a disadvantage. Don't forget that Sun Wukong has mastered the Kaioken technique. Piccolo actually took the initiative to attack first. Come on. Sun Wukong blocked with both hands. Bang! Wukong was suddenly knocked back, almost flying out of the ring. Sun Wukong planted his right foot on the ground, stabilizing his posture. He jumped off the ground. Sun Wukong landed on the other side of the ring. Generally, during fights, no one would use all their strength immediately. At least, they would test each other first. At this moment, Piccolo charged forward, appearing right in front of Sun Wukong, delivering a piercing attack. Sun Wukong quickly dodged, moving left and right. "I'm right here." Piccolo delivered an upward kick that sent Sun Wukong flying into the air. Fast movement. Piccolo appeared high above Sun Wukong. Piccolo brought his hands together, fingers interlocked, and smashed down at Sun Wukong. Special beam cannon. Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy from his palm, following Sun Wukong straight down. Bang! Wukong crashed to the ground, creating a pit in the ring. With a thunderous boom, a layer of the ring's surface was blown away. This entrance was remarkably similar to Sun Wukong himself. Wukong! Kiki shouted worriedly. The ring was filled with smoke as Piccolo slowly landed, sensing Sun Wukong's energy. Not down there. Or has he hidden himself? Piccolo didn't believe that such an attack could take Wukong's life. In the dust-filled pit, Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. This really won't work. All right, then I'll just have to release these things first. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong let out a breath. All right, I will unleash my true power now. Sun Wukong started to unleash his energy. Piccolo frowned, wondering why he still hadn't come out. Is he hiding his energy to find an opportunity for a sneak attack? Just a petty trick. Just as Piccolo was about to continue exploring other areas, the pit below began to vibrate violently. Came a low shout. Then, Sun Wukong's energy suddenly surged. 8,000. Sun Wukong released all of his power in almost 3 seconds. What terrifying energy! Rem exclaimed. Is this Wukong? Maslow couldn't believe it. This monkey cannot be underestimated. Even as a teammate, he can always keep you on your toes. Tang En secretly complained. Sorry, but the gods say I'm strong enough. Yet I realize I still have a long way to go. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong slowly walked out, but his clothes were already taken off. Krillin. Sun Wukong called out, and then threw his removed clothes and shoes to Krillin. Oh, this kid. Even during a fight, he doesn't forget to change clothes, really. Krillin felt quite helpless and took a couple of steps forward to catch the clothes being thrown. Clang! Krillin, caught off guard, was jolted and almost fell over. What? Krillin was shocked. What's wrong, Krillin? Maslow was about to pick up Wukong's shoes and said to Krillin. So heavy. Has Wukong been wearing these all along? Hee. At this moment, Sun Wukong, with his clothes in disarray, had an excited expression from encountering a worthy opponent. Sorry to keep you waiting. Piccolo calmed himself and slowly said, you'll soon understand that lying there is the best choice. I'm going to launch an attack now, Sun Wukong said. Piccolo slowly flew into the air, not answering. All right. Sun Wukong was full of energy. With a sudden stomp on the ground, he shot up into the sky. Then, the sound of their clashes echoed continuously in the sky. Bang! Boom! Crackle! They disappeared. Only sounds could be heard. So terrifying. Krillin clenched his fists, constantly searching for the figures of the two. A bead of sweat trickled down Rem's forehead. The momentum of their alternating attacks was indeed quite oppressive. Tianjin fans' 3 eyes rapidly shifted directions, searching for traces of the two fighting. So fast. Too fast. Even I can only see a fleeting shadow. Tianjin fan turned to look at Tang En's rotating eyes, feeling admiration. Perhaps only he could clearly see the actions of the two. Tang En watched the duel between the two men. Their attacks were straightforward, with each strike landing solidly. You give me a punch, and I return it with a kick. Legs kicked, elbows swung, they collided with each other, the sound echoing through the air, moving from here to there, flying from a distance right in front of each other. Indeed, the underground arena was too small. The reporters and referee on the side were baffled, frantically taking pictures of the sky. They could only hope for the slow-motion replay later. 2 minutes later, the battle between the two men intensified. Vic began to unleash all his strength, overwhelming Sun Wukong. Bang! A loud sound erupted as their figures appeared. One person was rapidly falling from the clouds. It was Wukong. He had been hit. Don clearly saw Sun Wukong being hit by Piccolo with 5 or 6 punches in an instant, and then kicked down by a leg. Sun Wukong struggled in the air, regained his balance, and stopped in midair. Piccolo, like ants on a bone, followed closely, ready to strike Sun Wukong again. Piccolo violently swung a punch. Whoosh! Another afterimage. Piccolo clearly froze for a moment, and then instinctively looked behind him. Kamehameha! A voice echoed from behind Piccolo. Piccolo jolted and quickly turned to dodge. Puffed. Piccolo's cheek was grazed. Sun Wukong launched an attack from above. At this point, Piccolo was finally pressed down by Sun Wukong. Piccolo entered a defensive state. Go! Piccolo endured a sharp punch from Sun Wukong, spitting out saliva. Taking this opportunity, Piccolo traded injury for injury, sweeping a leg at Sun Wukong, causing Sun Wukong's attack to falter. Bang! Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this, Piccolo finally regained control of the initiative. The two fought from the sky to the arena, stirring up a whirlwind. Ugh! Piccolo's knee directly hit Sun Wukong's chest. This blow made Sun Wukong a bit dazed. His breathing became irregular. Piccolo was also a genius in battle. Seeing his attack effective, of course, he wanted to maximize his advantage. So, the two fought from the ground back into the high air endlessly. What a troublesome opponent. Piccolo began to get a bit angry. This guy's body was too tough. He had already attacked him dozens of times, yet the other party could still keep up with his movements. Hey, haha! Sun Wukong wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. I will definitely win against you. Piccolo was somewhat irritated by his son Wukong's confidence. What a simple-minded guy. If that's the case, then I'll show you Piccolo's true power. Sun Wukong felt a shiver run through his body as he saw Piccolo explode with anger again. Gulu! Piccolo's body began to swell significantly, his veins becoming grotesque, and his aura reached its peak. Fighting power 11,000. Is he going to enlarge? Tarn thought for a moment. No, with Piccolo's insight, he wouldn't fail to mention the drawbacks of giant form to Bic. Once Bic finished charging up, Tarn finally recognized this move of Bic's. It was indeed giant form, but a modified version. His whole body only swelled up a bit, but correspondingly his strength and speed increased. This move had been used by Bic during his battle with King Kai in the original work. With his energy fully charged, Bic was filled with confidence and immediately shifted his gaze to Sun Wukong. Oh, what's this? Hey, are you scared? A smile crept onto Bic's lips. Sun Wukong, feeling Bic's energy swelling again, pressed his lips together. Ah, maybe, but I can't help but want to continue fighting you. As Sun Wukong spoke, the corners of his mouth were lifting, accompanied by a slight tremble. Tang En didn't understand what Sun Wukong was saying, but at that moment he thought of Vegeta describing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. In that moment, I was trembling with excitement. This must have triggered his submissive side. Oof. Piccolo prepared to quickly finish off this guy. Sun Wukong felt a tingling sensation all over his body and couldn't help but let out a long howl. Wah! Sun Wukong felt much more comfortable. A white aura enveloped Sun Wukong's body, colliding with Piccolo, who was charging toward him. The explosive energy from the two made people feel an inexplicable awe. Tang En was also secretly assessing who had the upper hand between the two. What hassle! Currently, Piccolo still had the advantage, but his energy had surged wildly over the past 2 years, and his control over his power was not steady enough, leading to significant energy leakage. On the other hand, as a Saiyan, Sun Wukong always grew stronger with each battle. For someone like him, unless the opponent was far stronger, and that opponent aimed to defeat a Saiyan like him, they had to be prepared to risk their life. A truly excellent Saiyan, as long as they have a breath left, can still stand up, albeit shakily. If they fall, it can only mean two things. Either the enemy is unbeatable, or they are already dead. Pain in battle is viewed as pleasure by this crazy race, and they can even become addicted to it. Especially the legendary Super Saiyan. They are truly born warriors. After this battle, Sun Wukong is sure to make great progress. Don thought to himself. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also gradually emptying his mind, trying his best to cope with Piccolo's onslaught. The two gradually forgot that this was a competition, and only one thought remained in their hearts, to defeat the opponent. Wow! Sun Wukong was choked by Piccolo, struggling hard. Piccolo's muscular arms were rolling, continuously applying pressure on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gripped Piccolo's shoulders tightly, trying to break free. Due to the prolonged confinement, Sun Wukong's face was gradually turning red, and the situation was extremely critical. Wukong. Krillin was very worried. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, watching Sun Wukong fall into a disadvantage in the sky. However, at this moment in the microscopic world, Sun Wukong's cells were frantically gathering all the energy. If described in words, it was as if the energy that Sun Wukong had accumulated in his cells finally erupted in battle. This situation reflected on the surface of the Saiyan, showing an unwavering fighting spirit. It even gave the illusion that this person's stamina was inexhaustible. Sun Wukong couldn't help but let out a low roar. Huh? What? Piccolo watched in disbelief as his arm was pried open by Sun Wukong in front of him. How is that possible? Piccolo exerted all his strength to suppress Sun Wukong. Watching all of this, Don fell into deep thought. Has Sun Wukong become stronger? Tang En sensed the aura of Sun Wukong, which had clearly diminished somewhat. but he still appeared extremely restless and full of fighting spirit. In contrast, Piccolo's aura had diminished even more, and he was barely reaching the level of 10,000. Is this the manifestation of the scions growing stronger with each battle? Tang En looked at Sun Wukong and felt that this man had a miraculous ability. He often managed to defeat those stronger than him. Asking himself honestly, Tang En admired him. If it were him, he really couldn't guarantee that he could do it at all. It seems that I am only suited to overpower others with my realm. Don laughed bitterly and self-deprecatingly. At this moment, Sun Wukong's muscles were bulging, and his veins looked like they were about to burst. What? Piccolo attempted to control Sun Wukong's arm, trying to pin it in the air. Sun Wukong took this opportunity to lower his head, and then suddenly raised it to slam into Piccolo's head. Bang! Piccolo immediately let go and took a few steps back. Bleeding? Piccolo's face turned green, with blood still on his hands from his nose. He clenched his fists, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He was furious. He never expected that, besides Don, there would be someone on Earth who could make him feel so embarrassed. Damn it! Piccolo lifted his hands above his head and shouted at Sun Wukong, Demon Flash. A burst of energy shot towards Sun Wukong's face. This move won't hit me. Sun Wukong chose not to take it head-on, but instead dodged to the side. Boom! The energy blast shot past Sun Wukong and exploded in the ocean, creating a massive explosion. Is that so? Piccolo didn't even look at his attack. Then I'll give you a move you can't dodge. Maslow looked at the two people in the sky and slowly asked, It seems like they have stopped. What are they going to do? If they had just fought on the arena, we would probably be in danger. Rem felt a lingering fear. Just now, Piccolo's casual attack with the Demon Flash was enough to take half of his life. Watch out. Piccolo is about to unleash a full-power attack. Don warned. At this moment, Piccolo was flying in the air, holding his right shoulder with his right hand and his left shoulder with his left hand. Ugh! Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo in front of him, charging up for a powerful attack. What are you waiting for? Seize the opportunity and punch him. Tang's inner anxiety was palpable. If it were him, he would definitely slap Piccolo into a daze. This scion is really exhausting, clearly struggling in the fight. It still insists on making the opponent stronger. So hard to please. Sun Wukong stood in place, his arms clasped together in front of his head. Is he really preparing to take it head-on? He should at least run a bit further away. Tang En is frustrated that the iron doesn't turn into steel. This isn't a competition, and you can't just run around in the air. Hey, photographer, hurry up and come here, it's dangerous outside. Tang En spoke to the photographer outside. Oh, okay. The several reporters and photographers hurriedly gathered around Tang En, and today they were quite surprised. They couldn't believe that someone could be so strong. I'll come over too. The host climbed over the wall and joined the crowd. At this moment, Piccolo was surrounded by a blue glow, and small arcs of electricity occasionally appeared. Tion noticed that Piccolo's energy had reached its peak. It's starting. Explosive magic cannon. Piccolo suddenly spread his arms wide. Red light illuminated the area, earth-shattering star. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been thrown into the sky, and a massive wave of energy instantly spread in all directions. From a distance, it looked like there was an additional sun in the sky. And at this moment, that sun exploded. Centered around Piccolo, the air in this area was almost completely drained by this attack. Holy crap! Tang En saw Sun Wukong take the hit head-on. Immediately after, a huge shockwave, carrying aftershocks, rushed towards the ground. The houses of the cargo transportation were being destroyed one by one, and the entire island was trembling. Don created a protective shield, enclosing everyone inside, and this move was just one of countless skills he possessed. Fortunately, the two were far enough from the ground, and the aftershock wasn't particularly strong. It faded away in just a minute. Hoo. Piccolo gasped for breath. Overestimating yourself. Goku's energy has vanished. Tien was taken aback. Goku. Krillin was on the verge of tears. At this moment, Chi-Chi had already realized her husband's condition. Although she couldn't see, judging by everyone's expressions, it seemed dire. Wah. Chi-Chi knelt on the ground. As for Don, he certainly didn't believe that Son Goku could die. Even if he could, it shouldn't be like this. With a thud, Piccolo slowly landed. Sorry, that guy was just too annoying. I accidentally killed him. Do you want to take revenge for him? Piccolo said to the expressionless Don. WH what? You killed the contestant's son Goku? TH this. The host stammered. Damn it. Goku, I will avenge you. Krillin immediately wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Don. Piccolo stared intently at Don, wanting to see how this guy would react. Tang En's calm face broke into a smile. You don't think Goku has been turned to ashes by you, do you? Piccolo was taken aback. What do you mean? The match isn't over yet. Tang En crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin. The outcome was already decided. Piccolo suddenly looked back. Impossible. A voice that Piccolo would remember forever came through. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The earth-shattering wave. Piccolo prepared to struggle, but at this moment, he had already exhausted more than half of his strength, his heart willing, but his body unable. In just a split second, Sun Goku flew down from the sky. Accompanied by the massive ape's form, he landed a heavy blow on Piccolo's chest. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking. Wah! Piccolo opened his mouth wide and flew backward like a released bowstring, his chest deeply caved in. He fell out of the ring. Thud! Sun Goku crashed down onto the stage, his body burned, barely hanging onto life. He could only open one eye, completely forcing himself to stay conscious. Hey, it seems like I won. I announce, the winner of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is Sun Goku. As the dust settled, Sun Goku emerged victorious. Hey. Sun Goku smiled as widely as he could. Goku. Chi-Chi ran up to Sun Goku with concern. Chi-Chi, Sun Goku called out. At this moment, tears streamed from his eyes due to his physical condition. I won. Now, open your mouth. Tang En walked over. Well, here you go. Crack, gulp. Tang En tossed a healing bean into Sun Goku's mouth. In an instant, his body recovered. Wow, that's so refreshing. Sun Goku shouted. The gods from the temple also sensed this scene, and the corners of their mouths gradually curved upward. Yo! Sun Goku jumped directly into the sky, continuously waving his fists and feet. All right. Then Sun Goku jumped down and asked Tang En, if that guy dies, the god will die too, right? What? Everyone was shocked. Yes, that's right. The two were originally one. Blah, blah, blah. Sun Goku is indeed very clear-headed at times. No wonder they look so much alike. Krillin and the others realized. At this moment, Don also walked up to Piccolo, took out a senzu bean. You still have some consciousness. Eat this. Cough, cough, cough. Piccolo suddenly woke up, retreating several meters back, gasping heavily. I had foresight, right? In the future, when you guys are about to die, I'll feed you senzu beans. Don proudly said. Unfortunately, no one knew what he meant. Hey, what are you talking about? Do you want everyone to die? Bulma said, twisting Don's waist. Sorry. Piccolo came to his senses. At that moment, Piccolo finally understood what had happened, his expression changing unpredictably. He actually lost, and they saved him. Damn it. Then, Piccolo turned around, said nothing, and with a whoosh, flew straight away. TCH, that proud guy didn't even say thank you. Tang secretly complained to himself. Finally, the martial arts competition came to an end. Everyone has their own path, and everyone present understood this very well. Don is fortunate to be a part of this place, and he feels quite emotional about it. After this meal, everyone will go their separate ways again. However, whenever a crisis arises, the people present will always gather together again without hesitation. It's truly a special friendship. Cheers! Everyone formed a large circle and happily toasted. Doctor, welcome back. Kabeki said to Dawn. Hello. Kabeki, please tell Bulma that I won't be back tonight. Tang En walked into the bedroom and dipped his fingers into a liquid. Okay, instant teleportation. On the other side, Dr. Gallo's laboratory. Dawn suddenly appeared here. However, Dawn has already teleported here more than a few times, so Dr. Gallo is used to it. Dr. Gallo, please help me study this. Tang En handed the liquid to Dr. Gallo. In the field of biology, Dr. Gallo is indeed impressive. What is this? Inside, there were very precious blood samples, and I suddenly had the idea to find out what their cells looked like. Dr. Gallo became interested. Have you discovered the genes of a special life form? Of course. This was blood that Tang En had specifically collected from Sun Wukong while feeding him the magical beans. You don't need to worry about that. I'm just using your equipment. If you want to see, come over. Dr. Gallo snapped back to reality, put down his current work, and prepared to see what Tang En was doing. Dr. Gallo's supercomputer was continuously calculating. It was removing impurities, searching for underdeveloped red blood cells, verifying, checking the nucleus, analyzing genes, and then a prompt appeared. New gene discovered. Gene sequence overlap 99. 7. Checking gene types, reproductive isolation, check in progress. A new human species has been found. Should it be named? Dr. Gallo nodded and said to Tang En, I didn't expect there to be human populations on Earth that I have not yet explored. Tang En touched his chin and slowly said, No, you found it before. It was just destroyed by me before the research. No need to name it. Investigate the new type of gene sequence chain and pull up the model. Beep beep. The model construction was successful, and the new gene cells have been marked in red. Tang En looked at the scene before him, where his cells were present. Sure enough, the machine showed no reaction to his cells, indicating that the uniqueness of his genes was quite ordinary. He proceeded to conduct a genetic comparison between the two types of cells and simulate the scenario. Tang En wants to see what the scion is all about. In the gene analysis, the estimated simulation time for gene function prediction is 15 years. Operate a type of plant. Tang En couldn't help but curse. Dr. Gallo probably guessed what Tang En was about to do and couldn't help but ask, "Is this human very special? Making you go through all this trouble?" Tang En nodded. Then he thought that analyzing so many new gene sequences was indeed a waste of time, and it was very mystical with a great deal of inaccuracy. Tang En felt a bit depressed. What progress have you made on your androids? There's only the final step left, and the infinite energy serum will be successful soon. Dr. Gallo frowned. He had actually been stuck at this stage all along. Isn't the last stage just finding some poor humans for your experiments? Tang En scoffed. Dr. Gallo shook his head. First of all, not every human can become an android. Secondly, only after finding suitable samples can we create serums that match their specific characteristics. Dr. Gallo paused and said, otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone in the world capable of adapting to the serum you create. Tang En pondered for a moment. So you found a suitable sample? Dr. Gallo nodded. They have been sleeping in the sleep pods for 2 years. Dr. Gallo admitted that he couldn't keep it from Tang En any longer. What? Don was taken aback. So the 17th and 18th have already been captured for 2 years. Gallo, you really have a lot of patience. Aren't you afraid they will kill you when they come out? Don warned. Kill me? Why? I'm clearly their creator. Dr. Gallo retorted. Why? Am I supposed to tell you that in the future, you'll be killed by them? You should discuss such matters with your machines. When you decide to create humans, you should be prepared to stake your life. Don said. Dr. Gallo remained unfazed. Suddenly, Don thought, if 18 and 17 found out that I was involved too, will they kill me as well? Tang En is now very clear about what this so-called infinite energy artificial human is. Unlike the modification of robots, the ideal of the infinite type artificial human is to change a person's genetic regulation using serum and machines at no side effect cost. Energy is certainly still conserved. The reason for the infinite effect is simply that the power supplemented from the outside and the power output by the artificial human are always the same. To achieve such a miraculous effect, Tang En knows very well how significant the changes to a person would be. It would be earth-shattering. After all, the part of this artificial human that is mechanically modified is limited to just that small part of the perpetual energy furnace. Death, of course, is easy and quite normal. Suddenly, Tang En feels a sense of inexplicable complexity. Tang En felt that he needed to come up with a win-win solution to ease the situation. However, it was really difficult. After all, assuming he were one of the two people inside, he would have to kill himself and Dr. Gallo. A desire to become stronger arose in Tang En's heart. If I could be strong enough, what would I have to fear from artificial beings? You can't let them out? Tang En asked nonsensically. There is one thing I will never back down on, Dr. Gallo said firmly. TCH. Tang En intertwined his hands and closed his eyes. Then you give the command. All your future androids must not target Sun Wukong, because Sun Wukong destroyed the Red Ribbon Army and set the ultimate goal of the androids to kill Sun Wukong. That is a bit too foolish. If one day the androids really kill Sun Wukong, what will they do then? Almost without hesitation, Dr. Jiro replied, all right, I agree. Tang En opened his eyes, surprised at how much Dr. Gallo valued Lazarilla and Pabis. No wonder if what Dr. Gallo said was correct, then the research on infinite androids revolved around these two individuals. If the conversation stopped, it would signify the failure of the entire android experiment, which would be tantamount to taking Dr. Gallo's life. Additionally, Tang En pondered for a moment. How about we change our goal? Let's replace the ultimate purpose of the androids with protecting the Earth. Dr. Gallo was taken aback. Why? Dr. Gallo continued. Tang En, you must understand the field of android research. Besides, no one in the world knows more about androids than the two of us. Aren't you going to do something? Once this research succeeds, no one will be able to stop us. At this point, a spark of ambition appeared in Dr. Gallo's eyes. Oh, come on. Tang En is really impressive. Dr. Gallo is not giving up. You may not know, but the individual potential expansion caused by infinite energy is something I could never imagine. If we could control this power, then Tang En has a bad feeling. Stare. Jing, what's wrong? Tang En called this stead of Dr. Gallo. Just say it. Dr. Gallo took a few steps back, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He felt like he was about to die just now. The god of martial arts? What a stupid title. Dr. Gallo felt a bit unwilling. Tang confessed, Dr. Gallo, whether you believe it or not, in the 2 years I've spent with you, I've regarded you as a friend. You need to understand one thing. No one is willing to give up their originally happy life and be locked in a sleep chamber for 2 years. After that, they would have to risk their own life to gain the ability to become a stronger artificial human. Wake up to your own foolishness. Don't talk about fulfilling your wishes. If you don't listen to me, once the humanoid artificial humans are born, your death will not be far off. Setting the purpose of the artificial humans to protect the world is the only way I can think of to alleviate your sins. If you dare to remain stubborn, I will not come back to your useless artificial human research lab. Tang En spoke his mind. Dr. Gallo stood still. You say it's a chicken rib? Why? Dr. Gallo seemed to have only noticed the last sentence and looked extremely angry. Why? Let me tell you, artificial beings cannot be invincible. Dr. Gallo stared straight at Tang En without saying a word. After a while, he even closed his eyes. Then what could possibly be stronger than my artificial being? Of course there is. Suddenly, Tang En felt silent. At that moment, he felt as though he was standing from the perspective of future history, and speaking in absolutes would persuade Dr. Gallo. Then, Tang En tried to soften his tone. In no more than 6 years, I'll give you an answer. Also, don't forget, you initially just wanted to fulfill your wish to create an excellent artificial being, nothing more. Back then, you never intended to conquer the world with it. 6 years? Do you think you can surpass my artificial being in 6 years? Dr. Gallo asked. Oh, maybe. I don't know what I'll be like in 6 years, but I'm sure someone will emerge who surpasses artificial beings. Dr. Gallo didn't ask who it was. It wasn't important. All right, Doctor. Gallo seemed to age a bit more. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Tang En walked up to the control panel and said to himself, this blood should be the starting point for your breakthrough in infinite energy. I'm leaving it here. Since you agreed, I hope you won't disappoint me. I will also present my evidence. Neither of us can deceive the other. Dr. Gallo remained silent. After 2 years of interaction with Dr. Gallo, Tang En realized that this person was not as evil as he had thought. However, there would always be madness. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. So goodbye. This time, I'm going to a very far place to cultivate. This is a special farewell to you. Tang En left here. His footsteps were a bit slow. He was really going to a faraway place to cultivate. However, what he said afterward was all nonsense. He wasn't here to say goodbye. He actually came to find Dr. Gallo to analyze why scions have the idea of enjoying battle. He even planned to stay here for a night. He didn't know why he blurted that out just now. Oh, it really feels embarrassing to think about it. Don secretly despised himself, thinking, what a scheming boy. Standing in the wind, Don felt a bit at a loss. If he had known not to tell Bulma, he wouldn't be back tonight. He wouldn't be in this situation. The sky was still bright, and Don rubbed his nose, unsure of where to go. However, he did have his own thoughts about the training he mentioned. Yes, he wanted to find Whis. He felt that as long as he was willing, he could reach the God of Destruction's realm through instant transmission. After all, he still remembered the scenery of the God of Destruction's world quite clearly. Moreover, since he was going to train, he should find the best teacher. If Don remembered correctly, Beerus was definitely still sleeping at this time. Therefore, his danger level should be reduced somewhat. After all, he had never seen Whis angry about anything. As a being as transcendent as an angel, even if he recklessly ran into the God of Destruction's realm, he probably wouldn't be killed upon being discovered, right? Tang En felt that it was indeed the case. At most, he would be expelled. He had never seen a situation where angels kill. There's no harm in trying, so why not give it a shot? After making this decision, Tang En really had to say goodbye to everyone. After all, destroying the divine realm is not something that can be compared to Namek. It allows you to come and go endlessly. That would be too disrespectful. It's a pity, though. He probably wouldn't be able to attend Goku's wedding. But isn't he busy putting out fires right now? Never mind. Tang En didn't plan to tell Sun Wukong that he was leaving. Anyway, with his training mindset, he might not even remember it. Instant transmission. Instant transmission. Krillin, I'm going to a faraway place to train. Let's work hard together. Blah blah Maslow Rim. Bick, I'm off to train. Don't miss me. Get lost. A wave of energy came flying over. Ha! Tang En smiled and left the place. Tang En spoke to almost all of his friends, and finally went to visit the Supreme, Kai, and Bobo. In the end, Tang En returned to the Universal Group. After resting for 3 days, he prepared to set off. Some people prefer a comfortable life, like Tang En, while others are not content with the status quo and want to try to become stronger. Also like Tang En. Most Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world do not have both of these thoughts. But clearly, Tang En has achieved it. Today, he's going to leave Earth again, heading to the Destruction God Realm, the safest yet most dangerous place in the universe. Why bring so much exquisite food? I haven't seen you love these things so much before, Bulma said as she placed a very appealing piece of cheese into the universal capsule, looking at Tang En. After all, these things are not easy to preserve. Bulma, you must know that in this world, there are only two things that can change fate. One is power, and the other is delicious food. Tang raised a finger and pretended to be profound as he spoke. After that, Tang secretly added in his heart, of course, there's also Gohan's knowledge that changes fate. What nonsense are you talking about? Bulma said helplessly. Ta instead straight out Bulma. This made Bulma unconsciously touch her face, wondering if there was something dirty on it. Why are you looking at me like that? It's kind of weird. Tao En smiled and hugged Bulma, jokingly saying, how about we get married when we come back this time? After all, we can't let that kid Goku get too far ahead. We'll host a grand wedding, inviting Goku, Krillin, Master Roshi, and all of them, letting the whole world witness this celebration. Bulma's face immediately turned red as she turned away, crossing her arms. How can you say something like that so casually? Why not, Bulma-san? Tang En asked curiously. Anyway, it's just not possible. Bulma continued, and if you really think that, then come back quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late when this young lady changes her mind. So does that mean you agree now? No way. Then I will really be heartbroken. Clutching her chest. Is there really nothing? Actually, there's a little bit, but definitely not much. Bulma turned around and slightly embraced Tang En. Tan warmly embraced Bulma, and the two of them stayed like that for a little while. Wait for me to come back. Tao En smiled and kissed Bulma's forehead. Bulma's voice was soft. Don turned around. Goodbye, Earth. Whoosh. Disappearing into the vast cosmic dimension, there are trillions of galaxies. Among them, all the galaxies are divided into 4 regions. The 4 regions are managed by 4 kings of the worlds, named East Galaxy, West Galaxy, South Galaxy, and North Galaxy. Correspondingly, the kings of the worlds are referred to as East King, West King, South King, and North King. The leader of the 4 kings of the worlds is the Grand King. In the universe, the responsibility of all kings of the worlds is to manage the operation of the entire universe. Correspondingly, above the kings of the worlds, there exists the divine position of the king god. The kings of the worlds are responsible for managing the universe, while the king god is responsible for creating the universe, or rather, creating planets. Each universe has only one king god at any given time. However, every universe may have trainee king gods, and some universes may even have multiple trainee king gods. For example, during the era of the demon in the 7th universe, there were 4 trainee king gods. In order to maintain balance in the universe, another deity emerged. That is the god of destruction, corresponding to the creator god or the king god. The role of the god of destruction is to destroy those planets that are beyond saving. The strength of each god of destruction represents the peak power of the entire universe, second only to the transcendent angels. This is the general situation of the highest deities in the universe. In the current 7th universe, due to the rampage of demons a million years ago, only the smallest king god of the time, East King God Shin, remains. The level of hardship is beyond description. At this moment, a person crossed a vast distance of the universe, from the North Galaxy straight to the deepest part of the universe. Whoosh. Dawn arrived. Phew. This time I really don't know how far I've walked. Tang En took a deep breath. At this moment, he arrived at the god of destruction's realm, feeling somewhat cautious. Tang En turned around. Oh, hello there. Angel Weiss was standing 1 meter behind Tang En, eating a small pastry with a spoon. Tang En was still a bit flustered. You actually know instant transmission from the King of Worlds. What an incredible mortal you are. Whis waved his staff and collected the food. So, what is your purpose in destroying the God Realm? Whis asked. Tang En. Angel, I am an Earthling from the North Galaxy. I came to the Destruction God Realm to seek your guidance. Tang En did not explain how he knew about the Destroyer Gods and the Angels. He understood that the Angels would not be interested in how he came by this information. Oh-ha-ho-ho-ho. Whis let out a villainous laugh in a gentlemanly manner. Little one, do you wish to become a Destroyer God and replace Lord Beerus? With your limited knowledge, I'm afraid you can't bear such a great responsibility. But, don't underestimate yourself. Those who are not qualified to become gods cannot possibly master the techniques of the Supreme Kai, Whis encouraged. Thank you for the angel's praise. But my instant transmission was learned from the dragon, he replied. Dan Gun Fet? Shenlong, is it the Dragon Ball made by the Namekians? Why is that a strange expression? No, I'm using the Dragon Balls from our Earth. Oh my, this is something. I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, there would be another set of Dragon Balls. I need to check it out quickly. Weiss tapped his staff, and through the crystal ball, he saw the current state of Earth clearly. Oh wow, truly impressive, Weiss said, staring at the crystal ball in surprise. It was unclear what exactly Weiss found impressive. Logically, no mortal should be able to obtain the Kaioshin's instant transmission, not even Shenlong. Weiss glanced at Tang with some curiosity. Well, never mind. It has nothing to do with me anyway. You are Tang, right? Then, Weiss quietly whispered in Tang's ear. Lord Beerus is sleeping. If Lord Beerus finds out that a mortal has entered the God of Destruction realm, he will definitely be furious. Then, Weiss said with a seemingly stern expression, so you should leave quickly, otherwise, even Shenlong won't be able to save you. Lord Beerus is terrifying. After saying that, Weiss turned around and hummed a little tune as he left, leaving Tang standing there. Go back. How can that be? Isn't Beerus supposed to wake up many years later? And if Beerus finds me, I can surely use delicious food to save my life, right? Yes, that's it. But I'm still so scared. That said, Tang still quickly caught up with Weiss. After all, he couldn't just leave because of a single remark. Mr. Angel, I truly want to learn martial arts, and I can offer you some compensation. Mr. Angel, I truly want to learn martial arts, and I can offer you some compensation. Tang En continued to plead. Oh, when Weiss heard there was a reward, he seemed to show some real interest. Oh ho ho, does Mr. Tang En also bring gifts? That is really very kind of you. Weiss rubbed his hands together, looking very expectant. Tang En nodded, then took out the universal capsule he brought with him. What is this? It looks so small, Weiss exclaimed in surprise. Well, this is called the universal capsule. Tang En threw out the universal capsule. Boom! Oh wow! One amazing little thing. It actually turned into a box. Weiss opened the refrigerator and looked at the exquisite food inside, truly overjoyed. Oh dear, how could this be? Mr. Tang En is being so extravagant. That said, Weiss has already started eating. This taste. Oh my. It's so delicious. I feel like I'm going to fly. Weiss's face turned red, holding a piece of strawberry cake with a bite taken out of it, completely losing his original gentlemanly demeanor. Don quickly expressed his request. It's fine, Mr. Weiss, you just need to guide me in my training. Upon hearing this, Weiss immediately turned his back to Don, feeling quite conflicted. Oh dear, teaching others is such a hassle, especially a mortal. They're certainly not as easy to handle as Lord Beerus. But I really don't want to part with this food. Teaching him to train? But he looks so weak. It must be quite a struggle. Ugh, this is so annoying. Suddenly, Weiss seemed to have an idea, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Ahem, ahem. He coughed lightly while bringing his hand to his mouth. Naturally, Weiss discreetly stored the food in his staff. Don was quite uncertain upon seeing the situation. Could this guy be trying to dine and dash? Weiss said to Don, well, let's start from the basics. Is it really that simple? Don exclaimed with joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. Yes, this is the first step of our training. Weiss raised a finger and said mysteriously, Don raised his ears to listen carefully. Jing, that means helping me take care of my lovely flowers. Watering them 3 times a day, fertilizing once, and regularly trimming them on Saturdays and Sundays. These little cuties grow very fast. After saying this, Weiss secretly glanced at Don. This is quite a daunting task. You won't be unable to do it, will you? Weiss felt very happy inside. As expected of me. Such a clever method has come to mind. That mortal must have been tricked by my smart idea. Plus, I can have him take care of my lovely flowers. This is much easier than guiding Lord Beerus in the beginning. Oh ho ho ho, Don said. Is this a unique training method in the Dragon Ball world? All right then, Don nodded. I guess I should at least stay for now. After all, if he rejected Weiss's suggestion, he would probably be sent away immediately, which would be a huge loss. Moreover, Don thought to himself, this might just be Weiss's test, right? Don't those high-level beings do this? Or maybe there's a reason for this kind of training. Didn't Master Roshi make Goku carry milk? Go for it. Don, you can do it. Oh ha ho ho ho. It's a deal then, the angel said with a smile. This silly boy actually agreed. At this moment, in the northern part of the Earth, in Dr. Gero's laboratory, a figure was slowly tapping on his computer. Through the light, it was undoubtedly Dr. Gero. The computer was densely connected to various circuits. And the endpoint of these circuits was a sleep chamber behind Dr. Gero. The sleep chamber had 2 large characters, 16. This was Android 16. Dr. Gero had concealed one thing. His 16 had been successfully researched a week ago. Under some of Don's viewpoints, Dr. Gero's android technology had succeeded 2 years earlier than originally planned. Similarly, due to Dr. Gero's mad ideas, he still regarded 16 as a failure. Moreover, due to the uncontrollability of 16, Dr. Gero believed that 16 could destroy the world at any time. This was undoubtedly a terrifying thing. You must know that once 16 is born, no one in this world would be able to stop him. At this moment, Dr. Jero's computer displayed the first target for the birth of the android. There were two choices waiting for Dr. Jero to make a decision. One was to protect the Earth, not allowing the random killing of any innocent Earthlings. The second was to kill Dawn. 4 bloody characters hung on the computer screen. At this moment, Dr. Jero was weighing the options in his heart. You're really smart, Dawn. You completely anticipated what would happen in the future. Just yesterday, he tried to open 16's chamber door. However, something unexpected happened. The sleep chamber opened, and 16's eyes immediately emitted a red light. An android created from nothing was born. Immediately, 16 sat up from the sleep chamber, expressionless. Kill that dog. Dr. Jero commanded. Woof, woof. A stray dog was caught by a round robot, struggling desperately. As if hearing Dr. Jero's words, 16 stood up. Then, 16 turned his head, moved around a bit, and walked out of the sleep chamber. However, he clearly had no intention of executing the command. Kill that dog. Dr. Jero repeated. This time, 16 seemed to have heard the command and shifted his gaze to the dog. 16's exceptionally tall figure was quite imposing. With research reaching this level, even Dr. Jero did not know what 16's combat data truly represented. Dr. Jero stepped aside to carefully observe 16's movements. Step by step, 16 walked over slowly. Woof, woof, woof. The stray dog's neck was choked by the chain, its eyes filled with fear. 16's massive physique was indeed intimidating, but he walked very quietly. 16 crouched down, touched the stray dog's head with his hand, and then he smiled. Was this a special ability? The stray dog looked at the smiling 16 and gradually calmed down. It seemed that 16 only then noticed the dog's chain. I told you to kill it, Dr. Jero said flatly, at that moment resembling a powerless old man. 16 turned his head, calmly looking at Dr. Jero. Then he turned back. Crack! The dog's chain was crushed. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog circled around 16. Go on. 16 spoke his first words since being born. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog stuck out its tongue at 16 and then left through the open door. 16's smile still brought a sense of peace. Dr. Jero closed his eyes and pressed the emergency shutdown device. Beep. 16 collapsed. Another failure. At this moment, Dr. Jero was making a choice, protecting the world, and this failure was surprisingly consistent. Dr. Jero placed his hand on the button to kill Dawn, contemplating whether to press it. Once he pressed this red button, he could be sure that his android would obey this target. After that, probably no one in this world would be able to stop him. But Dr. Jero couldn't help but think, what have I really gained? To rule the world? Dr. Jero struggled. No, that was never what I wanted. That guy was right. I just wanted to realize my dream. But if even the robot won't obey my commands, how can I hope for 17 and 18? Is it really impossible for unlimited androids to fully succeed? Have I really made a mistake? Dr. Jero stood alone, looking at the stop device in his hand, thinking for a long time. Finally, Dr. Jero lowered his hand. Forget it. Beep. Information loading. Command. The first target of the android is to protect the Earth. Earth deep sea. At this moment, Rem was using his body to withstand the immense pressure of the seawater, thus training his body. After a long time, puff, Rem floated to the surface, spitting out seawater and gasping for breath. This is Rem's usual routine, and deep-sea training is just a part of his training each time. When Dawn announced that he would leave Earth for training, Rem made a firm decision. No matter what, he would definitely persist in his training. After all, even the powerful Dawn never gave up on the path of progress. Unknowingly, Rem had not realized how strong he had become. Perhaps it was because he had always been surrounded by many stronger individuals. First it was Dawn, and then even Maslow surpassed him. After attending the world's #1 martial arts conference, he discovered that there were indeed such powerful humans in this world. Rem swam to the shore, revealing a faint smile. He had nothing to complain about. He usually didn't say much, mostly keeping to himself. Maslow treated him with great respect, and Dawn also made sure to give face to his senior brother. That was enough. Rem recalled the first time he and Maslow ascended the Kalen Tower, when Dawn had flown them up. That was when his life had completely changed. I was really weak back then. Rem couldn't help but smile as he remembered his past self. Or perhaps it was true that hard work pays off. The more places a person visits, the more likely they are to encounter some adventures. At that moment, Rem felt the scenery before him change as he walked. The light was dimming, and the atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. Something seemed off. By the time Rem realized it, he discovered that he seemed to be in an unknown situation. Cold sweat trickled down Rem's back. Big brother, look, the person over there just disappeared. A little girl with a ponytail said to another young man with dark skin. The young man turned around and asked, who disappeared? He has gone. The little girl replied. Oh, you probably got blown away by the strong wind, the young man said nonchalantly. Really? Of course, a strong wind can make someone vanish in an instant. The young man patted his backside and left, feeling that his sister was just teasing him. The sister pondered her brother's words. So that's how it is. The realm of destruction, as the supreme place in the universe, seemed to never change. The entire dimension appeared incredibly stable. Am I just an emotionless watering machine? Tang held his chin and tilted the watering can down, spilling water into the garden. The watering can was empty, and Tang stood up, went to the riverbank to fill it again, and returned to evenly sprinkle the water in the flower bed. Clearly I am not. Tang En lay down on the steps of the god realm, silently looking at his hands. Today's task was finally completed, but he didn't feel any stronger at all. Tang En was somewhat frustrated. After all, he had been here for half a year, watering, weeding, and fertilizing every day. He had been a gardener for 6 months. Honestly, it didn't seem to have any effect at all. I'm done with this. Tang En completely gave up the lucky mentality in his heart. This is not a test at all. It is entirely that Weiss does not want to teach him. Tang En looked at the flowers he had taken care of for half a year, appearing particularly vibrant under the illumination of the star next to the god of destruction's realm. Tang En didn't know what kind of flower this was, but it could actually break through the surface of the destruction god realm. After all, the ground here was harder than diamonds. La la la, la la. Weiss hummed a little tune as she walked over, instantly attracted by these flowers. Oh my, Mr. Tang En, you did an amazing job. Weiss lowered her head and took a deep breath of the floral fragrance, feeling comfortable as she spoke. Tang En didn't know what to say. Every time he saw Weiss looking so indifferent, he couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Mr. Weiss, when will you teach me how to cultivate? Tang En asked straightforwardly. Weiss straightened his back and weakly said, cultivation is really tough. Tang En, isn't it better to take care of flowers and plants? Tang En was somewhat dissatisfied. You really can talk without considering the consequences. I'm not you. I can't become the strongest without training. Really? No way. I don't think so. I still believe getting stronger is more interesting. Weiss covered his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Ah, what a miscalculation. This person won't stop making a scene. Tang En thought for a moment, then threw a punch at Weiss. Oh. Weiss tilted his head to dodge, using his staff to block Tang En's fist. Tang En certainly knew that this move wouldn't work, as angels are always in a state of ultimate freedom. Weiss became interested by this punch and said to Tang En, come on, keep going. Don immediately did not hesitate upon hearing this, and unleashed all his strength to attack Weiss. Whoosh, whoosh. Every punch Don threw couldn't hit Vis, and this feeling of powerlessness, where the gap seemed invisible, made Don very uncomfortable. Can you go a bit faster? Vis said to Don, slightly squinting his eyes. Instant movement. Attack from behind. Tang moved behind Weiss and struck at him. Whoosh. It was still the sound of a fist hitting the air. Huh. Tang En simply forgot all his thoughts and launched a fierce attack at Weiss. Explosive. Bang. Tang En's punch struck Vis's staff, but still could not advance an inch. Vis extended a finger and gently flicked it in the air. Puffed. Tang En was directly knocked back, and after retreating several dozen meters, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Well, I already have a pretty good understanding of your strength, Tang En zombies said with a smile. Tang En spoke again. No, I still have one more move. After saying that, Tang En began to gather his energy. The divine fist roared. Tao En rose up from the ground and struck again at Weiss. Weiss remained motionless, for at that moment, Tao En was merely an illusion. The real Tao En had already moved to Weiss's backside. Kamehameha! A wave of energy shot out, heading straight for Weiss. Weiss slowly turned his head, then spun his staff around, absorbing it all. Oh my, I didn't expect there to be such a surging power within you. Tao En-san, Weiss couldn't help but exclaim. But speaking of which, this little guy truly possesses the aura of a deity. No wonder he can practice techniques like instant transmission. But it's a bit strange, never mind. It's too much to think about. Weiss had a lazy thought. So, Weiss, where exactly did my problem arise? How can I become stronger? Tang En released the state of the heavenly god fist and said to Weiss. Weiss thought for a moment, then squinted his eyes and seriously said to Tang En, I think Mr. Tang En is already quite good, except for being a bit weak. Tang En. Weiss continued, as for ways to become stronger, just train hard. I don't have any other methods. Tang En raised his doubts, but I feel like every time I practice, it's difficult to break through my own limits. Is it possible that humans on Earth can only go this far? Weiss covered his mouth and laughed. That would be troublesome, as different humans definitely have completely different talents. Please help me, Mr. Weiss. All right then, Tang En-san. All right then, Tang En-san, the angel Weiss said casually. Tang En confirmed that he heard it right. The angel agreed to him. Arigato. Don's words were filled with surprise. Oh ho, no need to be polite. Weiss chuckled, covering hiamut. So, may I ask Weiss, what should I specifically do next? Don asked eagerly. Weiss first turned her head, then stretched out a finger and said to Don, first of all, I must tell you one thing. Don listened. That means, in the vast multitude of the universe, all mortals are equal. Tang En. However, what does it mean to say this at this time? Weiss turned around and said to Tang En while walking, the Kaioshin created different planets, and these different planets gave birth to different races. Tang En quickly followed behind Weiss. There are many races, all strange and varied, just like the shapes and colors of flowers. Weiss lowered his eyes, looking at the flowers beneath his feet. It's a pity that the universe cannot balance itself. Whenever a universe exists long enough, it will continuously evolve various kinds of humanity. Kindness, evil, strength, weakness. Some races grow stronger, while others become weaker. In any case, permanent peace will never be achieved. Those races that are strong enough but lack sufficient souls to support them will ultimately be destroyed. It has always been this way. No race can escape this fate. Weiss sighed and fell silent. Tang En. Well, he still didn't understand what Weiss was trying to express. Is he saying that Earthlings are weak because of their short evolution time? The destruction of the universe. The gap in power, confusion, anxiety, fear, all dissolve into nothing in the flames. If you could comprehend these, Weiss zouden die pauset. Tang En quietly looked at Weiss. Tang En was indeed confused, while Weiss, who was narrating, became serious and contemplative. After a moment, Weiss continued, Mr. Tang En, if you want to become strong enough, there are only two paths. Tang En immediately came to his senses. Highlight the key points. This is what he wanted to hear. Both of these methods are quite difficult. Weiss said softly. Understood. The first method is to master the legendary ultimate freedom technique. Weiss stopped speaking, looking enigmatic. Tang En nodded. He certainly knew this. His current plan was almost entirely centered around this goal. After all, it was the only known way out for him. However, to his surprise, there was a second option, which intrigued Tang En immensely. Next, Gavies couldn't help but open one eye and curiously asked Tang En, why don't you ask what the ultimate freedom is? You really are an uncooperative little guy. Huh? Then Lord Gavies, what is the ultimate freedom technique? Tang En quickly cooperated and said, it'd be nice to listen to Weiss explain this move. Tang En had been constantly thinking about how to make his body act independently without being influenced by his thoughts. However, that was completely nonsense. At least the current Tang En couldn't achieve it, nor could he even understand what that state was. Weiss blinked, feeling a bit frustrated. Forget it. The burden of the ultimate freedom technique is far beyond what your current realm can bear. After all, you are still lacking too much. Then let me talk about the second path. Tang En perked up. He was curious about what other options Earthlings had besides walking this mysterious path of ultimate freedom. The second path could actually be said to be quite simple. Just become a deity. Become a deity? What do you mean? Tang En couldn't help but ask. Weiss cleared his throat and continued. To be precise, it should be a high-level deity. Of course, being a god of destruction is the best. Haha. Weiss chuckled while covering his mouth. If Beerus were here, he would surely give Weiss a fierce glare. God of destruction? Is the peak of martial arts really only to follow the paths of angels and destroyers? Yes, I should have thought of that earlier. Tang En sighed. After all, in the original work, Weiss had been guiding Sun Wukong and Vegeta for quite some time. One was training in Ultra Instinct, while the other was mastering destructive power. Everything seemed to make sense. However, Tang En was obviously very dissatisfied. What he needed to solve now was the issue of racial limits. If he couldn't resolve this problem, how could he compete with Beerus for the title of God of Destruction? The second method was less promising than the Ultra Instinct. Was there really no kind of technique or martial art that could address this? Tang En described his thoughts as clearly as possible. Is it possible for a person to become stronger through practicing a specific martial art and eventually surpass the limitations of their race? Mr. Weiss, with my current strength, techniques like Zizai, Ji Gong, and Destruction God are still too far for me. Is there any way to solve my current problem? Weiss closed his eyes and said to Tang En, well, Tang En, why must you be entangled with the situation of Earthlings? Life itself has different roles. If you try to cross into areas where you're not skilled, you will always find it quite laborious. The strong have their own sorrows, and the weak have their own talents. Besides, The kind of martial arts you mentioned seems too miraculous and completely unreasonable. Tang En continued to try. This time he must ask clearly. Weiss, you see, just like this martial arts, Tang En unleashed the heavenly god fist, the aura of Horatang, and surged out 100 times. I still want to ask. This technique is quite unique. It can change the divinity of your body. Weiss continued, saying, maybe you really are suited to become a deity. Tang En nodded. Every time he used this move, there would always be someone talking to him about similar situations, speaking in a mysterious manner. This made him increasingly believe that the divine fist was like his golden finger. Mr. Weiss, this set of martial arts is called the divine fist, which I obtained from the first generation of deities in the Earth Temple. It can now directly enhance my strength by 100 times, and it has no negative effects on me, which really puzzles me. Tang En expressed his doubts. After all, it was indeed a bit too powerful. Moreover, I have always felt that this set of martial arts has not been fully developed by me, although I'm not sure why I have this thought. I have always been hoping that if I could unlock the secrets of this martial art, I would be able to achieve a true transformation. What do you think? Weiss, well, how should I put it? It's my first time writing a novel. There are definitely shortcomings, and everyone has given me feedback, which I truly appreciate. However, it's clear that I still have some interest in this profession, and I will probably continue after graduation. I've had some ideas about light novel doujin, Eastern fantasy, martial arts, and cultivation, including historical fiction and so on. Although the styles are completely different, I'm willing to give it a try. Now, back to the main topic. Over the past month, there have been quite a few brothers supporting me. Although this book's collection is not outstanding, the number of votes received is indeed not low, and there are not many in the same period of recommendations that can surpass this book by much. Thank you all. The launch determines the level of a work. Of course, there will definitely be brothers who will pirate it, which is unavoidable and beyond our control. However, if everyone feels that this book can help pass the time or has some enjoyment, please leave a first subscription, the subscription for the first chapter on the first day of launch. Even if you leave afterward, I sincerely thank you. In fact, all authors do not care about that little subscription money from readers. It's just that the first subscription relates to future recommendations, which is why there are various pleas for subscriptions. Ahem. Actually, those good brothers who have been following along probably understand that this book has not stopped from the beginning of writing to signing and then to launching. I consider myself familiar with Dragon Ball, and I write it quite smoothly, plus I can accumulate manuscripts. Launch time, May 28th, which is tomorrow at noon. Yes, noon. While the ones launched at the beginning of the month are at midnight. On the first day of launch, starting with 5 chapters, I welcome all comrades participating in the first subscription to leave comments and check in within the chapters. I will respond to each one. That's all. Here are the rules for additional updates on the launch day. If the first subscription exceeds 500, additional updates will be based on that, with an extra update for every 100 beyond 300. The first 10,000 rewards will definitely lead to additional updates. I don't even need to mention the Alliance Leader. If supported by the Alliance Leader, I will work hard until I drop dead and definitely explode with updates. Where did this kid get such an idea? Weiss shook his head. Oh right. Weiss slightly opened his mouth. It seems that way. That previous energy wave did indeed unleash power over 100 times. Oh no. I didn't notice because I was too weak. I really overlooked that. However, there should be no reason. Weiss thought for a moment, then waved his staff and immediately began to check the origins of the divine fist. I haven't heard that the Supreme Kai created such powerful martial arts. The first generation of Supreme Kai from Earth? Tang En. Weiss smiled and confirmed. Yes, Mr. Weiss. Tang En stared intently at the glass ball on the Weasley staff. Is it about to appear? Don tightened his fist. This was his biggest bargaining chip now. If the god punch wasn't as miraculous as he thought, he estimated he would really be in a hurry. Right here, Weiss saw the earth in the divine staff. The first generation of gods? Let me take a good look. Weiss waved the divine staff, and the time in the crystal ball showing Earth quickly reversed. This should be the place, right? Oh, unexpectedly. Suddenly, Weiss stopped the rewind. Tang En was focused and very nervous. Checking. Oh dear, Weiss's hand trembled for a moment. How could this be? Then, Weiss stopped flipping through the pages and lowered the staff, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Oh wow, he discovered something remarkable. Weiss gently glanced at Tang En's anxious face. Ahem, Weiss covered his mouth and coughed lightly. So, Tang En, let's leave it here for today. See you tomorrow, bye-bye. Huh? Tang En was momentarily stunned, completely unable to understand Weiss's train of thought. What? Bang! Weiss tapped his staff and disappeared into the Destroyer realm. Nanny! Damn it! A type of plant. Tang En couldn't help but roar inwardly. How could there be such a terrible guy? Tang En couldn't help but throw the kettle on the ground, which cracked open. Just now, he had been staring at the divine staff, but he didn't see a single thing. This is really frustrating. Tarn sat down and took out a cold sundae from the universal capsule, feeling gloomy. But there was nothing he could do, so Tarn had to accept reality and wait for tomorrow's news. He wondered where Weiss had gone. A day later, Tarn woke up, and at that moment, Weiss was already standing next to him. Weiss, Tarn exclaimed. Hey, where have you been? Tang En was extremely curious that night. About what happened yesterday. Tang En tried to ask. Oh, Asmith Mazai, Dangan-san. Then Weiss squinted and smiled. Are you talking about that heavenly god fist? I specifically learned about it for you yesterday. Does that move you a bit, Mr. Tang En? Oh, is that so? But it doesn't matter anyway. Tang En immediately asked. Why can only I learn this set of martial arts? He was extremely puzzled about this matter. Weiss's expression became slightly stern. Mr. Tang, have you ever tried to let others practice this set of martial arts? That wouldn't be a wise decision, you know. Why? Tang En was confused. The reason is very simple. This set of martial arts should only be used by you. Weiss seemed to always be smiling. Huh? No way, Weiss. You knew about it yesterday, too. Even the deity has used this move. Tang En retorted, well, maybe this set of martial arts can only be used by the two of you. Weiss added, looking as if he didn't care about those details. Tang En was speechless. This is too ridiculous. Why can only I learn it? Can this set of boxing techniques help me break through my own limits? Tang En asked his question. Of course, Mr. Tang En has already broken through his limits, right? Your strength is quite impressive even when compared to Earthlings from history. Weiss seems to have a good opinion of you. Weiss, but I still want to become even stronger. What should I do? Tang En asked. Weiss seemed to be prepared and immediately said to Tang En, Mr. Tang En is indeed not suitable to be a destroyer. What a pity. It has been a long time since I've met a human who can amaze me. However, Mr. Tang En has an incredibly rich knowledge of martial arts, gathering the strengths of many schools. Why can't you find your own path? Weiss squinted at Tang En and continued. This little bit of talent can only be showcased on Earth. How could it possibly be compared to you, a dignified angel? Even if you don't want to learn from me, you should at least find a suitable reason, right? Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled, Mr. Tang En is still too weak at the moment, and it's not that I don't want to teach, but rather that I can't teach. After all, even angels must follow many rules. Weiss felt a bit dejected for a moment. Don once again requested, is it not possible even to just give some pointers? Weiss smiled and said, well, it's not exactly guidance, but there are some things I can share. Weiss tried to explain to Don, Mr. Don, you know that the summoning of the divine fist does not require physical strength at all. That's correct, Don replied. Then you should know one thing. Since it doesn't require effort, this power inherently belongs to you, Mr. Don, regardless of whether you use this martial art or not. Weiss said with his eyes closed. So, I can have this power without using the divine fist? But I don't feel it at all, Don said as he clenched his fist. It doesn't seem powerful at all. Oh, that's because Mr. Don's training is still too shallow, far from reaching the level of fully mastering the potential within your body. If Mr. Don can work hard in training, there will come a day when you can completely integrate this power into yourself, Weiss said. If that's the case, can I continue to train to higher levels? Don asked. Weiss nodded and then told Don, if Mr. Don could digest 100 times your own strength, then at that time, you will know what to do next. To achieve this goal, I can indeed share a few more words with Mr. Don. What? Don asked. Travel, fight, comprehend. Weiss said, Mr. Don, why not try to observe and travel through the universe like the Supreme Kai? Over time, some things will become clear to you all at once. You might even find that this technique is quite easy, he added. Upon hearing this, Tang En nodded silently to himself. So, does this mean I really have to wander through the universe? Fortunately, I have you. Tang En silently praised his instant teleportation. So, am I leaving? He said to Weiss. Does this count as me having learned something? Mr. Tang En, you can do it. Weiss waved and signaled. Oldait, Dangan Nadiv. Since the angel has said so, I might as well go and see the universe. Having thought this through, Tang En suddenly felt a sense of freedom, as if the sea was vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to fly. From now on, everything will depend on myself. Don's heart seemed to have gained a lot of clarity. Before this, he had relied too much on the power of others. He had sought the dragon's wish to enhance his strength and hoped that Weiss would solve his cultivation problems. This was certainly not wrong. After all, without these, he wouldn't even have the ability to stand here. However, now he had no way out. Even the angels did not provide him with detailed answers, so he could only rely on his own strength. I want to see how far I can go in the Dragon Ball world with my own efforts. In a dense forest, The towering trees blocked out the sun, and Don estimated that any one of these trees must be at least 100 meters tall. Is this planet a giant's planet? Tang En took a deep breath, feeling that the oxygen here was much more abundant than on Earth. At this point, it had been a month since Tang En left the Destruction God realm. During this time, Tang En had visited 3 planets in the northern galaxy, and this experience had truly broadened his horizons. Tang En encountered a race that had one eye, was tall, and had a completely black body, turning red all over when angry. It also had a somewhat owl-like appearance. Fortunately, this race did not try to eat Tang En, otherwise they would have been in big trouble. There is also a planet with highly advanced aerospace technology, engaging in trade with many other planets in the universe. Uniquely, this planet was surrounded by 2 stars, so there was almost no night. Tang En stayed the longest on that planet, and even witnessed the famous Days Conference there. Bang, bang, bang. Tang En knocked on the trunk of a tree. It was the first time he had seen such a thick tree. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from the ground. Huh? Is there an earthquake? Tang En subconsciously sensed the surroundings with his chi. I see. Tang En looked to his left, and as expected, some life forms were approaching. Roar! A long howl echoed, scattering leaves all around. Several severely injured people were desperately fleeing, with a giant dinosaur-like monster chasing after them. That detestable creature. The group dared not slack off, focused entirely on escaping. As long as they could make it a certain distance out of the forest, the dinosaur would not be able to catch up with them quickly. The increasingly dense underbrush would obstruct these big guys. Tang En jumped to the top of the trees and looked at the crowd below. Oh, these humans look somewhat like Earthlings. Tang En immediately felt a sense of familiarity. After spending a long time in the universe, seeing humanoid beings made Tang En feel at home. The previous 3 planets were inhabited by strange-shaped humans, but this time he finally encountered a race that looked relatively similar. The 4 of them were running very fast, dodging left and right, making it difficult for the dinosaur to catch up for a moment. Jige said to another human, "Yes. Take the chief's medicine and hurry up, I can't go on." This person named Jige had already been injured in the earlier incident, and now reaching this point was his limit. "Brother Jige," the remaining 2 shouted in sadness. "Okay, once we get out, I will tell everyone about your sacrifice." "Thank you." ES quickly grabbed the bottle from Jige's hand and accelerated again without a moment's hesitation. The other 2 exchanged glances and hurriedly sped up to catch up with ES. So fast, Tang En couldn't help but exclaim, "These people are quite decisive. If this entire species is like this, it would indeed be quite frightening." A thought arose in Tang En's mind. At this moment, the person called Jige also stopped and let out an angry roar at the dinosaur. The roar immediately provoked the dinosaur, which then made a sharp bite at the ants below. Jige rolled to dodge the attack, then drew a curved knife from his waist and stabbed it into the dinosaur's thigh. The dinosaur, not very intelligent, became extremely enraged, while Jige quickly slipped through the dinosaur's legs. Without any hesitation, Jige ran in the opposite direction from his teammates. The dinosaur turned around and chased after him. That previous attack had only left a superficial wound. Tang En jumped down. This man has ambition. Roar! The dinosaur saw an ant suddenly appear, standing there motionless, and immediately prepared to crush it with a foot. Tang En clenched his fist and jumped up to deliver a punch directly at the massive creature. The punch struck the dinosaur's jaw. Bang! The power of the attack was reminiscent of a scene from One Punch Man. The dinosaur's enormous body was lifted off the ground by Tang En's punch, while an unknown white liquid began to flow from its mouth. Tang En flicked his fingers, and a beam of light shot out from his fingertip. Whoosh! The brilliant light burst forth from Tang En's fingertip, piercing directly through the dinosaur's skull, splattering blood everywhere. Then the light emerged from the dinosaur's head and continued to fly towards the sky. A deep, mournful roar echoed as the dinosaur fell heavily to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Well, tonight's food is secured. Tang clapped his hands and exclaimed at the dinosaur on the ground. Meanwhile, Gig was still running on the other side, but soon came to a stop. Oh no, that beast didn't come back, damn it. Gig immediately turned around and ran back in the opposite direction. With no sign of the dinosaur, just when Gig thought it had run far away, he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. A young man had lit a torch and was grilling meat cut from the dinosaur. Huh, that guy came back. Should I try some? Tang En didn't even turn his head, speaking to the Kig behind him. The physical fitness of these people was quite impressive. Those few individuals just now all reached a level of 40 to 50. It's just that the dinosaurs on this planet are even more powerful. If it weren't for his quick action, perhaps this thing could have even breathed fire or something. Did you kill Pakistan? Gig exclaimed in surprise. Tang En was also a bit surprised. His name is Pakistan? What a familiar name. Tang En said with some nostalgia. Gig sat cross-legged, looking at Tang En's unusual attire with some surprise. Are you an alien? Gig's face turned a bit pale. How did you know? This time it was Tang En who was surprised. Gig stared at Tang En for a long time before finally sighing. If it were people from other tribes, they wouldn't wear such attire, and they wouldn't be as powerful as you. Tang En put on a dining cloth and took a bite of the dinosaur meat. It wasn't cooked yet, so he needed to grill a bit more. Why are you showing hostility towards me? I clearly saved you. Tang En asked just now. He clearly felt a sense of resentment. Kaj did not look up, but quietly said, I hate aliens. Tang En finds it funny. I don't expect anything in return from you. Since you hate aliens, just leave. Why do you still want to chat with me here? Tang En expressed his thoughts. Gig raised his head and looked at Tang En, who had no desires in his eyes, and let out a deep sigh. I won't survive today. Why? Tang En asked. At that moment, Tang En noticed that Gig's calf was already swollen and purple. The entire calf had thickened noticeably, clearly showing signs of injury and poisoning. Right? I still don't know if the magic beans can cure poison. You're injured so badly, yet you can run so calmly. Gig had a blank expression, as if he felt nothing about these matters. Tang En didn't know whether it hurt or not, but looking at Gi's expression, it seemed like it didn't hurt. In this way, maybe it's better to be dead. After Ji finished speaking, he lay down and left it to fate. Oh, this person has really become indifferent to life and death. I don't know what this guy's been through, whether he lost his wife or his daughter-in-law. Tang En took it from his pocket and tossed it into the man's hand, saying, let's make a deal. I'll save your life, and you tell me about the general situation of this planet. What do you say? Let's make a deal. I'll save your life, and you tell me about the general situation of this planet. What do you say? Tang En threw a magic bean into Ji's hand and said to him. Ji looked at the magic bean in his hand in confusion, wondering what the alien meant by his words. Save me? Could this tiny bean really save my life? In fact, Tang En was also unsure if the magic bean could detoxify. The original text only mentioned that this thing couldn't cure diseases. Instinctively, Ji swallowed the magic bean. Gulp. Suddenly, Ji's eyes widened. What is this? He felt his pain disappear. Ji immediately sat up, looking at Tang En in disbelief. At that moment, Tang En rummaged through his food, and a delicious aroma wafted out, making Tang En's mouth water. My name is Tang En, an alien. What's yours? Tang En said to Kaj, the Stand-Star people. Kaj, seemingly in a dream, said in disbelief. On planet Frisia, number 13 in the North Galaxy. A purple-skinned humanoid creature with a combat power detector sat leisurely in a chair, sipping red wine. It was unclear how this guy's head was structured, as there were protruding pits on both sides of his skull. Soon, a soldier ran over, knelt on one knee, and said to this person, Lord Chiu, the Stand planet has rebelled. They also killed General Torman. Chiu's expression didn't change at all. He merely shook his wine glass slightly. The soldier below was sweating but dared not move. Stand planet? Let me think. Chiu adjusted his reclining position in the chair, leaned forward slightly, and said to the soldier, Isn't that a low-level planet? The people there are incredibly rude and foolish, only fit to be slaves. Chiu thought of something else and continued lazily. If it weren't for the fact that they can produce the medicine for healing pods, I would have invited Lord Frisia to come and watch the fireworks long ago. The soldier did not dare to raise his head and could only quietly wait for Chiu's orders. Poor man is really useless. He was actually killed by some low-level humans with a combat power of less than 100. He is Sukofut. At this moment, the soldier finally spoke. Lord Chiu, according to General Torman's combat power detector, there is a mutated being on Stand planet with a combat power over 1,000. It was this being that ambushed and killed General Torman. Just a power of 1,000? It's just a slightly larger ant, Chiu said. Long live Lord Chiu. The soldier flattered, beads of purple sweat forming on his face once again. This Chiu was notorious for his bad temper, and no one among his subordinates did not fear him. The soldier was also afraid that if he displeased him, he would be killed. However, Chiu seemed not to be angry about this matter at all. After a brief pause, Chiu continued to ask, By the way, how is it going with Vegeta? The soldier did not dare to be negligent and quickly replied, Report to Lord Chiu. Lord Vegeta is currently attacking a high-level planet dispatched by Lord Frisia. It is said that there are beings with combat powers over 10,000 there. Hearing this, Chiu's expression turned ugly. Damn wild monkeys. If it weren't for Lord Frisia's prohibition, I would have torn that ugly guy to pieces long ago. Chiu thought of his grievances with Vegeta and his heart became very angry. The soldier did not dare to speak and could only anxiously wait for Qiu Yi's orders. After quite a while, Qiu Yi still felt very angry. At this moment, he seemed to remember the matter of Stand Planet and impatiently announced, "There's a being with a combat power of 1,000 on Stand Planet. Send Torman over. Let him wipe out those natives for me. Not a single one should be left. I believe he would be very willing to avenge his brother." Qiu Yi said angrily, "Vegeta, you must not give me the chance to catch you alone. Otherwise, I will definitely make you die a miserable death." At this moment on Stand Planet, Tang En had also finished listening to Kai's description. The situation was roughly as follows. 5 years ago, the Stand people were invaded by aliens, with the aim of obtaining the rare resource, Lim Liquid. This liquid is rare in the universe. As long as one immerses their body in the healing agent made from this liquid, they can quickly repair the injured body's functions. In the Resistance, 5 years ago, nearly half of the Stand people perished. In the past 5 years, the Stand people have been forced to become slaves, compelled to mine their own resources. Life was certainly difficult, but there was still a glimmer of hope. However, due to the continuous mining by everyone on the planet, the Lim liquid discovered on this planet had long been exhausted. That guy named Torman not only lacked understanding, but also believed that the Stand people were hoarding their Lim liquid. Therefore, he forced the Stand people to hand over more resources. This was quite foolish, showcasing the villain's stupidity. Now, the Stand people truly had no way out, so they began to rise up in resistance. The result was tragic. The Stand people were completely defeated. Seeing that the situation was unavoidable, the new leader of the Stand people finally stood up. The leader unleashed all his power, ambushed and killed Torman, but was also seriously injured. The last battle was considered victory, but everyone knew that the enemy was not just that. In order to heal the leader, everyone had to venture deeper into the forest to search for Lim liquid. However, such things had already become extremely scarce. Just a while ago, such a large quantity had already caused one of the 5 elite team members to die and another to be poisoned. Following this, the events that Tang En encountered unfolded. Tang En nodded, indicating that he understood. Gig's mood gradually fell.